when the human world was flooded everywhere by eerie forces. Anyone could be dragged away without warning. Even while in the bathroom, they could be pulled into that world. After that, someone formed a contract there and brought back an item called a ghost stone. Thanks to that, humanity finally controlled the sudden pulling. They could even actively enter the eerie world, step in to carry out missions and form contracts with powerful demons. Some high-level demons were strong enough to flatten a city in an instant. The story begins when Jiang Trite first sets foot in that place. As the main character, he was given a super hint system. No matter how difficult the mission, the system would guide him. For example, what to do when encountering a scissor-wielding ghost. Chose to take the risk and face it head-on, and immediately received extremely powerful equipment. No more delays, the story begins now. The opening shows a young man standing in a desolate place with a mission panel, requiring him to follow the path to Yellow Springs Hospital within 30 minutes, with a warning that staying still too long would lead to a mysterious attack and not to die along the way. He was drenched in sweat holding a lantern and marveling at how real it felt. In the humid heat, yet the lantern emitted cold air. The surroundings were full of mud trees and damp air, creating a familiar yet indescribable smell like a fishy stench. People said the eerie world truly existed. It seemed not to be an unfounded rumor. Going back 10 minutes earlier in the classroom, someone called Jiang Trite with an overly familiar tone. Hearing the call, he woke up and replied jokingly, while the other begged for protection during the test. Other mocked that in the ghost world appearance could not be relied on, and said it was better to beg him than Jiang Trite, making him annoyed. Stop being noisy. The homeroom teacher has arrived. Jiang Trite introduced himself as a transmigrator, even though this world was very similar to the old one. But the major difference was not only the real world existed, there was also a parallel eerie world. Teacher brought out a box and reassured that this time the difficulty was not high. Just stay calm. Students joked that failure meant death, while others said they would use up all their revival chances, making the atmosphere tense yet humorous. When the ghost world first appeared, anyone could be pulled in at any time. Therefore, people believed it was a completely separate space. In it, the ghosts all had their own consciousness, and SSS rank was the peak, capable of destroying a city. Later, someone formed a contract and brought back ghost stones, allowing humanity to freely enter and exit and granting one revival. So the government required everyone over 18 to participate in the trial. Today, Jiang Trite also entered for the first time. The teacher reminded that if not confident, withdraw before the revival chance ran out. And everyone, begin the countdown 3, 2, 1. The trial officially starts. Back to the present, Jiang Trite was moving leisurely. Information panel appeared. Level 0 ghost power 50, no items, 1 revival remaining, making him surprised because it was higher than normal. He joked that it must be because he was handsome, so he got buffed. If equal to admin, it should be 500 points. Looking at the mission, the path required 30 minutes, but he estimated it would take 10 minutes. Just hearing the hospital name made him nervous. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him and startled him. Just starting and already meeting a ghost. Truly unlucky. The girl wearing a mask approached and asked if she was beautiful, making him nod repeatedly. Took off the mask and asked again, then asked again if she was still beautiful while holding a giant pair of scissors. Jiang Trite panicked and shouted that this was the slit-mouthed ghost. Tried to calm down and recall the countermeasures he had learned. He was doomed. He forgot everything. The girl pressed the scissors to his neck, forcing him to answer if she was beautiful. He immediately pretended to be foolish and stammered nonsense, speaking while stepping back to keep distance, then suddenly turned and ran away. He believed that with his current ghost power, he could run faster than her, but the girl caught up in an instant. He said if he praised her beauty, then he should become like her, making him terrified, and continued to force him to answer the same question. He begged her to calm down, twisted his body to dodge very skillfully. He asked if she was stupid. The girl was confused and thought he was crazy. He angrily shouted and asked again, while he complained about being chased. After a while, he was exhausted and panting. He even took the chance to ask where she bought her high heels that let her run so well. But she only kept asking one question, if she was beautiful, like a machine repeating it over and over. She raised her hand, preparing to attack. Thinking this man was too cunning, she decided to strike even if she had to use ghost power, then threw the scissors straight at him. He was so scared he nearly wet himself, thinking it was the end. Suddenly, a black crow appeared to block the attack, and the system activated. He was surprised and did not know what had saved him. The system gave a hint about the girl's past, being betrayed leading to resentment, but deep down still yearning for love. Jiang Trite stood frozen for a few seconds, thinking this was his transmigration cheat finally appearing. Declared he would uphold justice against the ghost in front of him, but the system reported no more hints and disappeared. He was stunned because it left too quickly. Searched all over his body hoping for a treasure, but found nothing except a few sparse hints. The girl grew even more furious at being obstructed and said she hated men like him the most. This is really bad, he has angered her. Next she will probably open her mouth and devour him alive. Already an adult, yet so narrow-minded. I ask you one last time, my beautiful. Jiang Trite suddenly turned into a male god and caught her like in a romantic film. Being carried by a man for the first time, the girl blushed in embarrassment. Thought extremely fast, recalling the teacher's words. If the system only gives hints, then the answer lies within it. The key must be here. In danger, one must adapt. Survival comes first. System, do not stop me. Listen to me. There was once a sincere love before my eyes, but I did not cherish it, only regretting it after losing it. If heaven gives me another chance. Continue speaking, let me hear. You believe in love at first sight. Not wasting the atmosphere, he immediately gave a bold kiss. Girl burst into tears. You are truly awful. After the kiss, he commented the taste was fishy, yet strangely sweet. The girl stepped back and then turned away. Not forget to subscribe to follow the next part. Just wait, I will take responsibility. After saying that, she disappeared. Only the young man remained standing in a daze. But his expression was somewhat perverse. It turned out even a ghost's mouth had sensation. Mission completed. Pacify the slit-mouthed woman. Reward obtained. E-rank forbidden item. Blood-stained scissors equipped. E-rank forbidden item. The scissors are not just for cutting hair, but the token of the slit-mouthed woman. Cannot be traded. Getting a rare item right away, even at low rank, is worth hundreds of thousands, but it is locked. Even so, the main character remained confident and unafraid. Ding arrived at Yellow Springs Hospital. Main mission. Work as a nurse for 7 days. System hint. Maintaining good relations with patients will be beneficial. Angering them is very dangerous. At night must sleep peacefully and must not open your eyes. The others have not arrived yet. Suddenly a beautiful nurse walked out and called the newcomer. You are Jiang Trite, right? You are assigned to the 4th floor. At 6 in the evening, return to receive your wage. Room 401 has a female patient requiring special care. Handle it first. May I ask if there are others? You will know after shift ends. One person has already died, even if he was just useless. But he tasted quite good. Jiang Trite felt a chill down his spine. Just entering and someone had died and was eaten. Was there not revival? After a while, he arrived at the nurse station. No one on duty. This floor has 8 rooms, but only 4 have patients. It seems rather light work. Anyway, a low-level mission should not be too difficult. So he entered room 401 first. Standing before the door, he hesitated slightly. This is not difficult. The system warned that upon entering the room, a head would fly at him. If hit, he would lose credibility with the patient. Extremely dangerous. Truly a bizarre ghost world. Even a head could be used for play. Truly thrilling. Saying that, he kicked the door open and rushed in. As expected, a horrifying head flew straight at him. He immediately used the scissors to slash straight at it. Patients in the room were all stunned. He clapped his hands proudly, saying he thought it would be dangerous, but it was quite peaceful. The girl hugging a teddy bear was frightened by his intense reaction and realized his ghost power, and the scissors were not ordinary. He greeted them, saying he was the new nurse and asked who needed special care. Someone spoke up. He said sorry and was about to pull the scissors out of her head. System warned that she would become angry if her head was removed incorrectly. Seeing him hesitate, the head urged him to hurry and help. He twisted the scissors, causing the head to shatter. The scene terrified the patients. He wiped the blood and coldly said he did not expect her head to be so weak. System notified that authority had been established successfully. The patients would be fearful and obedient. The group hugged each other, trembling, saying they no longer needed care. He even asked if they needed their head reattached, but they refused. Speaker announced that room 402 was calling a nurse, giving him another task. He thought finishing would let him rest until 6. Entering the new room without any hints, he felt reassured. He asked who patient number 3 was. A nurse with a seductive figure, but a terrifying face rushed toward him. He hugged him, then pointed behind, making him confused. She said the child was too noisy and told him to make it quiet. It was that child, why not handle it yourself? They said they could not, so they needed a nurse, leaving him to try and see what would happen if he ignored it. System warned that if he was fired and eaten, no one would save him. So he soothed the child by telling a story. The child drooled and threatened that if the story was bad, it would eat him. Saw him too cheerful and became suspicious. He began telling a bizarre ghost story about children with antennas. After listening, the child went mad and demanded to eat him. He immediately stuffed the scissors into its mouth, coldly taught that one must not interrupt when others are telling a story. Scene shifts to a group of students gathering and discussing someone being eaten and the fear of surviving 7 days. Someone complained it was too terrifying, and they were even forced to tell stories. Suddenly a scream rang out. The head nurse appeared. Someone hurriedly tried to flatter her, but before finishing was struck directly on the scoreboard. Group witnessing trembled in fear. Being called useless for not completing the task, and even being reported. Head nurse distributed wages based on performance to Jiang Tri. Each floor has a vending machine that can use money to buy food and drinks. Then she ordered everyone to return to their assigned floor to rest for the night, while the cleaners followed her down to the first floor. In addition, I emphasize once more for clarity. After night falls, you must immediately go to sleep. No matter what happens, you must absolutely not open your eyes or bear the consequences yourself. Yang Trite went to the vending machine and drank several bottles of water in one go. In total, he only had 100 ghost coins, and buying bread and water already cost 30. Truly outrageously expensive. Suddenly, his attention was drawn. Then he accidentally bumped into a flashlight in the vending machine. Forget it, after eating, he would sleep peacefully and focus tomorrow at 6:30. The scene shifted to a mysterious tower. Jiang Trite stood before a place called the Prison of All Heavens. He dreamed of this place again. He did not know how many times this month already. He tried his best to push the door, but still could not open it. Dreaming of it yet not allowed inside, Forget it continued sleeping. And so Jiang Trite fell into a very deep sleep, but he did not know something was silently watching him. Next morning at 6:30, the students discussed the horrifying events of last night and realized the number of people had decreased. Suddenly, someone called him. He turned and saw a girl shyly asking to borrow 50 ghost coins. After the terrifying night, Jiang Trite remained calm, making others think he was reliable. He said she only had 5 ghost coins left, having spent everything on water and now was very hungry. She proposed borrowing money and was willing to trade anything. But the head nurse arrived, so the conversation paused, calculating that in 7 days one could earn at most 700 ghost coins, so he could not lend it. The head nurse held a notebook and announced 5 more people had died for not listening and began assigning tasks. Today, Jiang Trite was assigned to deliver medicine to room 403. His expression became serious, recalling the warning that nurses in rooms 403 and 404 had all been eaten made him tense. It was said last time, only an arm remained, so this time he hoped not to die more miserably. System hinted the medicine was very hard to swallow, but if mixed with blood or coffee, it would be easier to accept, so he needed to be cautious. Hello, here is your drink. Packet of coffee cost 50 ghost coins like robbery, but fortunately he still had enough. When the patient in 403 began to try, the strong brewed coffee delighted her. She drank it all in an instant, then showed extreme satisfaction. Fortunately, he had money, otherwise he would have had to mix blood into the medicine. She even gave him an extra reward, making him happy. Jiang Trite held the money and walked out, his face full of joy as if being kept. Bought food and drinks, then decided to buy the flashlight for 500 ghost coins. The system notified that he received a high-intensity flashlight and unlocked a new challenge mission. A challenge mission. Lai Tiu Tiu ran over asking for help, saying a monster was chasing her. Promised to do anything if saved, but Jiang Trite did not care and slapped her. She fell to the ground. He angrily blamed him for once being classmates. He exposed that she was just an imposter, saying this trick could not fool him. Even pointed out discrepancies, proving she was fake. He realized this was a low-level ghost suitable for practice and prepared to fight. Ghost revealed its true form with a horrifying grin and declared it would eat him. But before finishing, it was stabbed straight in the head by Jiang Trite. It was stunned and could not react, attacked continuously, giving no chance to speak, because villains usually die from talking too much. The scene shifted to 6 in the evening. The head nurse praised him for doing well today and dismissed the meeting. Everyone was envious when he received extra ghost coins and wanted to team up with him. The class monitor Lai Jia Hao spoke up, calling for attention. He said it was only the 2nd day, yet nearly everyone had died, so they must discuss. Without cooperation, no one would survive, and this was a chance to change their fate. He showed off a sword and suggested earning more ghost coins to prepare. Jiang Trite thought this was just a scheme to squeeze money, so he did not care. He refused to cooperate and left despite being invited. The class monitor still suggested that if in danger, they should find him on the 7th floor. Returning to his room, Jiang Trite checked the new mission called Blood Night Cry. Flashlight could illuminate and dispel illusions, an essential item for night exploration. Although forbidden to open eyes at night, he had the system and items, so he wanted to go out and explore. First performance was very important and could determine the future and the chance to enter a top school. He thought teaming up needed careful consideration, since everyone put their own interests first, so he decided to sleep first. 22 at night, he suddenly woke up. He almost forgot and overslept. Surroundings had completely changed. He panicked as everything was completely different from daytime. This was the true face of the hospital. He turned on the flashlight with a usage time of 3 hours. He felt this time would be extremely dangerous. Strange noises came from outside the door. He looked through the door crack and saw an eye staring back, startling him. Knocking sounds echoed along with pleas to open the door. He recognized the familiar voice, but sensed something was wrong. He decided not to open the door because he was not sure what was outside, and everyone had a chance to revive. Outside the door, a group of eerie entities were running rampant. A stream of fishy liquid spilled out. All sounds suddenly fell silent in a strange way. Suddenly, a resentful voice sounded from behind. "Why did you not save me?" Yang Trite startled and quickly turned around, shining the flashlight at it. Hit by the light, it instantly dissipated, leaving behind mournful cries and reproach. Vanished, making him breathe in relief. Luckily, he had the flashlight. Clearly, it could enter, but pretended to knock on the door. Immediately after that, the crying echoed throughout the hospital again. The system notified that a clue for the challenge mission was obtained. Progress reached 10%. Higher the progress, the better the reward. To increase it, he must find the one who is crying. But the sound was not on this floor, and the flashlight only had more than 2 hours left. Searching blindly would not be enough, so there was only one choice. Return to sleep. The next morning, he brought water to room 403, then asked about the crying last night. "Do you know what happened? It is best you do not interfere. Otherwise, the head nurse will kill us. Do not get involved, understand?" It seemed this matter was related to the head nurse, so he decided to complete the mission first, then investigate later. While thinking about going to the 8th floor to find room 404, someone approached from behind. He reacted quickly and attacked immediately. It turned out to be his friend Fuck coming to talk. Fuck told about a teammate encountering a ghost asking to choose paper and nearly losing his life. He asked what he wanted to say. Fuck asked for help even though he knew he did not like forming teams. He replied he would try his best if possible. The scene shifted to the restroom. System hinted teasing about going to the toilet, leaving him speechless. While sitting, a hand reached in. It presented 3 sheets of paper with a bizarre smile. Before it could finish speaking, he kicked the door and asked back. The ghost was stunned from being interrupted. He immediately attacked to avenge Tiu Tuan, making it panic and beg. It offered all its possessions to beg for mercy. It even praised him as righteous, but he said he was not close to the victim. The ghost froze, not understanding. He asked about the patient in room 404, pointed to the next restroom, and begged to be spared. The system confirmed the mission to find patient 404. The hint said alcohol or other methods could be used to approach, so he warned the ghost not to cause trouble. He asked about drinking alcohol. 2 pretended to act and approached the patient. The patient asked about the crying and seemed quite strong, making him cautious. He pretended curiosity and promised to bring more drinks. Patient warned not to investigate or the head nurse would kill him, but still pointed the way, saying to go to the rooftop to find out. Yang Trite followed and went up to the rooftop. But at first glance, he noticed something unusual. It looked like a normal rooftop. The gray-red sky and distorted surroundings made him doubt the nature of this place. He set aside the thought and focused on finding clues for the mission. Suddenly, something caught his attention. In the corner of the rooftop, there was a glowing object. He approached and discovered a fake phone. System reported receiving a special item, and the mission progress increased to 50%. He was delighted because this was an important clue. System hinted that the secret lay in the darkness, and he might be being watched. He sensed the aura of a high-level ghost. He knew he could hardly deal with ghosts stronger than F-rank. Head nurse suddenly appeared behind him and questioned him. He hid the phone and pretended to come out for fresh air. She was suspicious of the explanation, justified that he had completed the mission and only wanted to breathe outside. He thought if discovered he could not fight back, so he was ready to use his revival chance. Head nurse stared at him for a while, then coldly allowed him to leave. At 18 in the evening, some students complained about being forced by the class monitor to hand over money. They thought this was related to the rooftop and showed disdain. Yang Trite silently cursed the class monitor as someone who exploited others. Back in the room, he tried to turn on the phone, but it would not start. Recalling the hint that the secret lay in the darkness, he guessed the phone could only be used at night. 1930, the device finally turned on, but inside there was only one video. He curiously opened it to watch. The video was filmed from behind him. The angle slowly moved closer. The person in the video turned around with a bizarre smile. He felt a chill when he realized it was himself. Self in the video sliced his face with a knife. In reality, he also developed a similar wound. Realizing the synchronized killing mechanism, he panicked and shouted to stop. In the critical moment, he suddenly thought of using the flashlight to break it, thinking that he immediately used the flashlight to shine directly at the phone. Inside the device, a red-black aura burst out along with a piercing, horrifying sound. After letting out a miserable scream, the phone fell onto the bed. Yang Trite was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. This thing was too dangerous. Luckily, the flashlight worked. Truly a key item, progress increased by another 30%. The feeling was extremely thrilling. The video now only has 27 seconds left. Could this be the real version? As soon as it started, he heard cries for help and vulgar words. In the video, the girl was struggling to escape from the man on the hospital bed. In the end, she was forced to strike him hard. He became furious, grabbing her hair and tearing her uniform, his mouth full of crude threats. Looking closely, he recognized the familiar mole. This was the head nurse when she was young. He was shocked upon realizing her identity and wondered who that man was. Video ended, but the progress did not increase, making him suspect a missing clue. Thinking that he replayed the video. After carefully observing every detail, he finally discovered the key point. It was room number 1401. The system updated the progress to 60%, getting closer to the truth. Holding the flashlight, he began exploring the surroundings. He intended to take the elevator, but the system warned of danger, so he stopped. The 14th floor, room 1401 should be here. As he opened the door, he heard the sound of high heels echoing. He pressed against the door and observed carefully. Outside in the corridor, the head nurse walked strangely, holding a blood-stained knife. But upon closer look, something was not right. It seemed that was not the head nurse, but someone else. He staggered as she walked while looking around. Seeing her figure move farther away, he breathed in relief for not being discovered. But he suddenly realized, since when had another nurse appeared? That moment, a cold voice sounded by his ear, inviting him to play. The ghost from the yard had crawled up, looking at him with desire. Jiang tried panic and turned on the flashlight, shining straight at it. Ghost instantly dissipated, making him terrified. But that action caused the knife-holding nurse to turn back and notice. He hurriedly shone the flashlight at her, but it had no effect. After a moment, she crawled on the ground, approaching him. The flashlight being ineffective made him panic. He did not understand why she kept following him. He suddenly stood up, attacking from behind. Luckily, he narrowly dodged. In this situation, there was only one way: to gamble. He risked his life and rushed into a random room. The nurse quickly chased to the door, did not enter, and stood waiting for a moment before leaving. He realized his judgment was correct. Running would not escape her speed. From the clues, he deduced the crying was related to fear, and the source lay on the rooftop. While thinking, a strange voice sounded, asking who he was. White-haired little girl wiped her tears and asked back. The system displayed her inner loneliness. Looking at her thin, bare feet, felt pity. He patted her head, asked her name, and introduced himself, saying he came to play with her, and led her to walk around. The two stopped in front of a vending machine. He bought her many sweets. Little girl happily agreed to go with him anywhere. He thought children were easy to persuade, and pitied her for having no shoes. Thanks to the little girl, that nurse did not dare to appear. The next target was room 1401. He opened the door of that gloomy room. The little girl behind accidentally bumped into him when he stopped. He looked up and asked what happened. He immediately covered her eyes. Inside was a horrifying scene of a person hanging covered in blood. He felt disgust when he realized the ghost nurse was there, stabbing the man continuously. Her eyes and smile were filled with madness. The man begged for mercy in despair. The surroundings were full of flesh fragments, making him nauseous. Bones were clearly exposed, and his eyes looked toward him, pleading for help. He saw him behind the door, immediately cried for help in despair. But before he could finish, he was attacked by the nurse. His tongue fell to the ground, then everything went silent. Space sank into terrifying silence. Then the nurse's voice echoed while crying and laughing. She begged and then laughed madly, causing the space to distort. The man who was killed suddenly came back to life. His tongue recovered as if it had never been cut. The nurse continued torturing him in her madness. The moment he appeared, a piercing scream of pain rang out. Tiu quickly grabbed the arm covering her eyes, softly calling, "Brother, brother, I feel very uncomfortable. I want to go back." "All right, we will go back. Do not open your eyes yet. Listen to me." Hearing that, the little girl obediently nodded and replied yes. She kept her eyes covered until they returned to the original place. "Brother, I open my eyes now." "All right." The moment she opened her eyes, in front of her appeared a 7-colored rainbow lollipop that he handed over. The moment she saw it, she cheered with delight. "Is this really for me too?" "Of course." "Here, do you like it?" I like it very much. "But will you come back to play with Tiu again in the future?" He gently patted her head and said, "Of course, let us make a promise for next time." After saying goodbye to Tiu, the system immediately notified that a clue for the trial mission had been obtained. The crying child. The progress of the mission, Bloody Crying at Night, reached 70%, only a little more to complete. Thinking about this trial, not to mention direct admission into a prestigious university, the reward for completing the mission reached 1 million. Even after transmigrating, his family situation remained the same. 10 years ago, his parents disappeared. His older sister was still young and had to struggle to raise him. He must complete this mission so that in the future she can have a happy life. At that moment, he encountered the class monitor, who was also holding a flashlight and heading upstairs. "Is that not Jiang Tri? Did Lai Jiahao really get 50 ghost coins? It seems he has unlocked the mission." HMPH, as expected, not simple. "It seems our clues are the same. Move aside, do not block the way. I advise you to go back early. This place is not something I can handle." Tiu has already returned to the rooftop. Going up to the 14th floor now is no different from seeking death. "Do you think you can return alive?" "Why not?" "Do not. Keep everything to yourself. I will definitely seize the mission reward no matter the cost." The next morning, 6:50, what is this? The mission to inject patients. How could it be like this kind of mission? How can it even be completed? I already felt something was wrong from the start, clearly when entering the eerie world for the first time. With school intervention, the difficulty should only be F level, Yet the mission is E-level, but the class next door also got E-level. That is right. So they died 13 people. Moreover, they even signed contracts with Dean Thangyro and ghosts before dying 13. They even had ghost spirits. Even so, in the end, only Deep Thangyro survived. In short, I give up, even with a chance to revive the is too terrifying. I do not want to be tortured to death. You are right, then we should also withdraw. After saying that, many students chose to give up. Today's injection mission made everyone want to escape. While everyone gradually left, Jiang Trite noticed Li Jiahao standing nearby. Did Li Jiahao really survive returning from the 14th floor? Truly impressive. Over there, could he be a hidden expert? Hey everyone, are there still revival chances? Hearing that, everyone fell into heavy silence. Jiang Trite understood at a glance. He was extremely shocked at the condition of the whole class. What is this reaction? Could it be everyone has already died once? That is right. After separating from you, I was stabbed to death by a nurse on the 14th floor. Yesterday, while cleaning, I was killed by a falling flower pot. I was blocked, then beaten to death. Then you all will not withdraw. Once revival runs out, it is real death. As long as we complete the mission, we can enter Than Hoa University. Moreover, being tortured by those ghosts only strengthens the will even more. To fight, I will not surrender easily. Absolutely not. Either reach the peak or perish. Must complete today's mission. Today, I will let them see my capability. After that, the whole class gathered in the hall. Jiang Trite began the injection mission for patients. Finally done. It turns out it is not too difficult. These patients are quite cooperative. An old man hugged a water bottle tightly like a treasure, uttering drunkenly, "My treasure, tonight I will stay with you. We will sink together into a drunken dream." I wonder how others are doing with their missions. As he opened the door and stepped out, he immediately saw Li Jiahao standing across. After finishing, he walked toward the vending machine. "What is it? Are you looking for me? I came to help you complete today's mission." "No need. I have no reason to risk myself for you. Moreover, your unpredictable personality makes me uneasy." Hearing that, Li Jiahao bowed 90 degrees to apologize. "What happened before was my fault. Sorry, I had no choice. This mission is very important to me." "What does that have to do with me? Moreover, you do not need to apologize. After all, you did not manage to cheat my ghost coins. I understand. Sorry for disturbing you. Actually, I have a familiar patient. The head nurse said room 1401 always is under her responsibility. So last night I intended to check it out. Unexpectedly, I lost one revival. He said there are clues in the head nurse's room, but it seems I have no chance anymore." After hearing that, Jiang Trite intended to leave, but then turned back to pat his shoulder and sighed. "Class monitor. What are you talking about? Does this kid know teleportation? We are classmates. Could we watch each other die without helping? Yesterday I even said I would avenge Tiu Tuan. If you do not believe me, ask a fuck." In a certain ward, a patient was happily hugging snacks watching cartoons. Looks like the head nurse has to handle it again. Suddenly the door was kicked down. A group familiar to Jiang Trite rushed in. A man in leopard pants holding a large syringe leading the way. Seeing them, the ghost was confused, not understanding what was happening. The man rushed in shouting, "Who dares bully my brother? Oh my God, what are you doing? All of you stand up. Boss, do not do this. Do not search my pants. Let me do it myself." That is an E-level ghost. Yet Jiang Trite, you can command patients like this, class monitor, about the head nurse's room. After getting the information, Jiang Trite immediately returned to the mysterious room. According to Li Jiahao, the head nurse usually rests on basement level 4. Only the elevator can reach it. He stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for basement level 4. Inside, there was a beautiful female patient. "Sir, are you going to the morgue?" He calmly replied, "Yes, I plan to go there for fun." She paused. "That place is not." About to continue, but noticed something strange. "Going to the morgue for fun? Is this person insane? Even if I am not human, what is truly terrifying is still ghosts. It is said this hospital has existed for hundreds of years, curing many people, but also burying quite a few. The unclaimed corpses are all sent to the morgue, perhaps because of extreme loneliness. Corpses inside often disappear and run outside. Wait, corpses can also go out for fun. That is right, it sounds very strange. To distinguish them, the head nurse gives them red numbered tags on their hands. "Look, does my hand look the same?" Before he could react, she kept searching frantically and screamed, "Oh no, where did the tag on my hand go?" Raised the tag and shook it in front of the pink-haired female ghost. "Are you looking for this?" She snatched it in confusion, not knowing when it had been taken. At that very moment, the elevator door burst open. The pink-haired ghost was startled. "Is this a sub-level? This is bad. Hurry, close the door." As she spoke, she frantically pressed the button. "Why are you so agitated? Damn it, why is this broken door not working? It should have been replaced long ago." The elevator door slowly closed. Alian quickly moved aside to avoid. In the distance, a figure silently dragged its steps past. Looking closely, it was a wandering patient. Suddenly he turned his head. Several chunks of flesh dangled from his lidless skull. The moment he saw the elevator door, he rushed over at extreme speed. The pink-haired ghost frantically pressed again and again. Hurry close it faster. Seeing the open-headed creature rushing over, her face turned pale with fear. She screamed in panic, "Oh no, it is coming. Hurry, close the door, close it quickly." The door was about to shut. The pink-haired ghost let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, we escaped. But before she could relax, an arm suddenly blocked it. Jiang Trite held the door, glanced over in annoyance. "You really lack awareness." Being scolded made the pink-haired ghost stand frozen in confusion. Jiang Trite continued to reprimand. "Can you not see there are others who need the elevator? What if they are in a hurry? Do you not feel guilty?" "Oh my God, that is a ghost, and he is talking about conscience at a time like this. What is wrong with this person?" In the end, there was one student and two ghosts riding down together in the elevator. The open-headed ghost broke the silence. "Brother, how do you wash your hair like that?" "At basement level 2, someone else wanted to get in. Please let me take the elevator. Thank you." This time it was Jiang Trite who asked, "Brother, how do you use the toilet?" On the third floor, another old ghost appeared, thanking outwardly but inwardly shocked. "Why is this kid not afraid of me? How interesting, dopamine is the most delicious. Do not scare him, I like enthusiastic people like you," she said while drooling. But when she looked into the elevator, she saw it packed with all kinds of ghosts, the scene unusually lively. "Annie, where did you buy those dentures? Does the ghost world also have dentistry?" The pink-haired ghost in the corner grew even more furious at the sight. "Enough, I cannot take this anymore. Must eat this idiot." Seeing her about to lose control, the open-headed ghost stopped her. "Stop. I have been listening to him all this time. How can it be your turn? Talking nonsense is my role. The disabled ghost must go first. Do you understand the rules?" The old ghost angrily smashed his head. "I have not even said the elderly go first. This kid is mine." "He is mine, old hag, move aside. First come, first served, understand." "Hey, this is still not enough, not satisfying. Where is the prey? Where did it go?" The ghosts argued so much they forgot about Jiang Trite. When they turned back, he had already disappeared. He walked away leisurely, hands in his pockets. In fact, before finding room 1401, there had already been a hint. These ghosts act independently. None yields to another. Little meat and many mouths means they will fight. If it came to blows, he would not lose. They do not seem very intelligent. As soon as he opened the door, the system immediately alerted him. He looked around. Is this the morgue? Are the bodies really here? Wait, are they all classmates? He slowly walked along the silent room. His gaze stopped at the window on a cabinet by the wall. Curious, he picked it up to read. Month day 5, first day of internship. Finally achieved my dream. Although busy, I am very happy. I want to become a doctor like my teacher and save more people. Month day 5, today I met a lovely boy. It suddenly reminded me of my childhood. The next page had a photo crossed out in red. Today the teacher praised my ability and said I could inherit it. I am very happy because I admire him. I will not disappoint him. But the more I read, the stranger it became. Why did the teacher do that? I trusted him. Why treat me like this? I am afraid. No one helps me. It is disgusting. Everyone looks at me that way. I do not want to hear it. I am not wrong. Why do they not understand? I am the victim. After that came a series of resentful curses. Unexpectedly, behind the mission, there was such a tragic story. Closing the diary, the system displayed progress at 99%. Looked in annoyance. Stopping at 99 really felt intentional. At this moment, a red warning appeared. Attention all players. The trial has shifted to nightmare mode. A 50-year murderous ghost will appear and is approaching. Everyone was thrown into panic and fear. Only Jiang Trite burst into laughter. Nightmare mode. A once-in-a-100-years event has fallen on us. Although the difficulty and death rate are the highest, the rewards are far beyond normal. System update. The mission Bloody Night Crying has changed to final release. This is too much. It finally reached 99 and now the mission is changed. At that moment the head nurse appeared behind him. "Why are you here?" Startled and turned back. Encountering the head nurse now was truly unlucky, and he had just been reading someone else's secret. No time to explain, run first and think later. With that thought, he immediately ran. But when he turned back, he saw the head nurse still standing there, not stopping him. Back on the upper floor, everyone hurriedly asked, "Jiang Trite, are you all right?" A fuck was also here. Group gathered together to discuss. "Why did you come here?" "The class monitor said you went into the morgue. Are you okay? What should we do now?" I encountered the head nurse there, but she did not attack. But nightmare mode is very dangerous if you have no revival left. I advise you to withdraw. Li Jiahao looked hesitant. Although it is dangerous, if we complete the mission, the reward will be much greater. Are you crazy? This mode is almost certain death. Continuing is just throwing your life away. I know, but there is no other choice. Taking ghost coins was also out of necessity. If I survive, I will compensate everyone. Hearing that, everyone wavered a little. Although the class monitor is determined, life is still more important. I will withdraw first so I do not become a burden. Brother Trite, do your best. I believe in you, but remember to be careful. You really are not withdrawing, as the ancient said before seeing the coffin. He choked before finishing the sentence. Two people knelt down holding baskets of gold begging to follow. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at Jiang Trite, like little animals pleading. Faced with those looks, he could only nod. Fine, but let me say this first. You chose this yourselves. If you die, I take no responsibility. At the same time, in the morgue, a cold voice echoed among the corpses. Finally, this moment has come. I like this mode the most. Clock hand quietly ticked each second. The space sank into an eerie silence. The bell announcing midnight rang out. The three sat in silence, nervously waiting. Not worry too much. As long as we cooperate well, there is still hope. Outside suddenly came violent knocking on the door. The head nurse stood outside and spoke. Open the door immediately. At night, each person must stay in their own room. No gathering allowed. Not opening right. The head nurse instantly transformed. Her small hands turned into enormous sharp claws. Spikes grew all over her back, from gentle to demonic in a blink. The fragile door was torn apart into pieces by a single swipe. Raising her head to look at the three prey, she let out a chilling laugh. Right after that, she returned to her normal appearance, holding a knife as she stepped in. Speaking as she walked, the game has begun. Yahello suddenly stood up and shouted, "You all run now. I will hold her off. You run straight outside. There is a hole in the wall you can escape. There is no time left. Do not worry about me. I have no regrets. Run." Jiang Trite shouted loudly, "Class monitor, come with me." Tiu was still worried. "Then you must." Before she could finish, she felt a burning pain under her feet. Looking down, she saw her legs had been cut off. Yahello immediately rushed forward, leaving Tiu behind. As he passed her, his eyes were full of guilt. In despair, Tiu watched the two flee. Behind her was the terrifying nurse, her mind still unable to process. She reached out, calling the class monitor. Left behind, Yahello closed his eyes and ran blindly. Jiang Trite ran ahead, turning back in panic. He looked at Tiu behind with worry. He still stood frozen, unable to understand. He shouted loudly, "Do not stand there anymore. Get out. Hurry, press exit." Tiu panicked, her hands trembling as she tried to operate. But because of the shaking, she could not finish before the nurse slashed her. One slash was not enough. The nurse continued. Jiang Trite closed his eyes and ran from the bloody scene behind. After attacking, the nurse slowly stood up. Her gaze followed the two fleeing figures in a strange manner. The two rushed up the stairs, breathing heavily without pause. "Do not ask why I did that. You understand clearly. If one does not act for oneself, then heaven and earth will destroy them. Back in middle school, my father got cancer. My mother left with another man. My grandfather died from grief. Even selling everything and borrowing money was not enough. This illness is like a bottomless pit. My father is still lying in the hospital now. I cannot watch him die. This trial is the only path. If I cannot save him, then I would rather die here. You do not need to explain to me, nor expect others to pity you. But do you know, Tiu once said, if she survived, she would invite us to her home for a meal. She even talked about her situation." Yahello stood still after hearing that, then clenched his teeth in torment. "Actually, the class monitor also has it hard. If we get through this, I will help you. After all, we are classmates." "You are right. Everyone has their own choices and must bear the consequences. But that has nothing to do with me. What I need to do is protect myself." He decisively opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the white-haired girl turned around. Seeing Jiang Trite, she happily ran over and hugged him. "Did you come to play with me?" He patted her head. "Sorry, this time it is not for playing. I have something to say." "What do you want to say?" At that moment, the door behind suddenly burst open. The mad nurse, holding a blood-stained knife, stepped in with a terrifying smile. "I knew you would come here." Yahello recognized it by smell. "That is right. This is a D-level ghost. Even if we resist, we cannot win. The mission is not to eliminate, but to complete support." "That is right. There is no way to escape anyway." "Then let me tell a story first." The head nurse paused upon hearing that. There was once a smart, kind, diligent girl whose greatest dream was to become a head nurse to help many people. Through effort, she eventually became an official nurse. Although the work was exhausting, she was very happy and loved by patients. Until one day she saw a horrifying scene. The teacher she respected was forcing himself on a female patient. Terrified, she still tried to stop him, but his vile nature was revealed. He dragged her in and violated her. To silence her, he promoted her to head nurse. Her dream achieved in a painful way. She wanted to expose the truth, but no one believed her. Instead, rumors spread that she sold herself for fame and gain. And the girl in that story, Yu, the head nurse of Hong Tian Hospital, Tun Tiu. The words stunned both of them. After that, she was shunned by everyone. Even patients who once trusted her turned away. After hearing it, her reaction became even more abnormal. "None of those people were good. I have killed them all, wiped them out. They deserved it. Even becoming a sinner does not matter. They deserve to be cursed. That man deserves to be cut into pieces." "No, you are wrong. Are you looking at me like that?" I am not a saint. That man truly deserved to die. But deep inside you are still kind, right? This child is proof. The head nurse, the nurse on the 14th floor, the child on the rooftop. They are all parts of your personality that you split right. I once thought Tiu Tiu was your child, but how could such a gentle child make ghosts afraid? You separated your good side into her to protect it, while you yourself endured the curse. Do you truly accept that? HMPH, even if you are right, so what? Dragged myself out of the darkness. I do not need anyone's pity. Enough talk, now you can go die. Truly cannot fight you, but I have a hostage. Although I do not want to use this method right now, this child is originally a part of you if Tiu Tiu is harmed. Before he could finish speaking, blood had already splattered. Looking closely, Tiu Tiu had been pierced through by Yahello. At this moment he seemed to have fallen into darkness, revealing a sinister smile. Everything belongs to me. This reward is mine, thank you Jiang Trite. The madness that had just surged quickly faded. Red slash appeared across his neck. Then his head separated from his body, rolling on the floor like a ball. What is happening? Why did they not? After dealing with Yahello, she turned to Jiang Trite. Foolish human. Did you think that cheap ghost item could kill me? Enough, I am bored, the game ends here. The situation gradually reached a dead end. The nurse's kind personality appeared, holding her wound and standing in front of Jiang Trite. He is right, you are not a sinner, neither are we. They are the ones who deserve to die, but this is enough. No, it is not enough. Not all darkness needs light. Not all sins must be redeemed. That is not true. The one who needs saving is not them, but ourselves. They have paid the price, but so have you. I have always felt you are not happy at all. Our emotions are the same, right? How many years has it been? You have kept me here. Do you think I would be happy like this? That I would not be tainted? But I am not happy. Until today, thanks to him, I finally saw hope. I do not want you to continue suffering either. This time, rest. After speaking, the little girl dissipated peacefully. Tears streamed down the head nurse's face. So you were never happy either. Only then did Jiang Trite breathe a sigh of relief and sit down. That was close. Almost died. Luckily, everything went smoothly. Just a bit more and Yahello would have ruined it. Just as the saying goes, joy and sorrow come from oneself. Only you can save yourself. The head nurse stepped into another world. Was this her release? Then she too faded away in peace. The system announced completion of the final salvation mission. As the ghost Tun Tiu Tiu was released, the trial ended. Rewards would be granted and the player returned to reality. Finally, it is done. The system began calculating the rewards. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. He searched inside his pocket, got a small pair of shoes. He forgot to give them to her. The little girl was always barefoot. Perhaps there would be no chance anymore. The system displayed a long list of data. He could just read it himself. The item obtained was not easy at all. Over the past month, he did not know how many times he got stuck outside the door. Hopefully, it is not a trap. The system appeared. Welcome to the All-Heaven prison. The owner is Jiang Trite. He was surprised. He did not expect himself to be the owner. A stream of energy surged into his body. Images of the prison appeared in his mind. He clearly sensed everything. Everything was within control. It was not an illusion, but a real existence. But this place is extremely filthy. Suddenly, a sound came from behind. Turning back, he saw nothing. Perhaps the sound came from below. Walking a few steps deeper, he saw a pair of beautiful legs approaching. Looking at the female ghost in front of him, his heart beat faster. But when he saw the empty neck, his smile immediately vanished. He knew he should not have expected. System introduced the female ghost. Increasing friendliness would help manage her better and could obtain her abilities. Wait, what level ghost is this? The pressure is even stronger than the head nurse. Hey Tiu man, do you want to eat something, hamburger or sandwich? Have you tried cotton candy? Calm down, even if the pressure is strong, so what? Here I am invincible. You can drink anything, coffee or something else, why not speak? Oh right, you have no head, then do you want to hear a ghost story? Do you like handsome guys or something? Or I can take you outside for a walk. This sentence indeed moved the female ghost. The system suggested, who took away my beauty and my brain. I must go out and find it. As long as you listen to me, I will help you find your head. It is just increasing friendliness. I have played many games. Make me obey you, do you want to die? Tiny human, I only need to move a finger. When the female ghost was about to use chains to threaten Jiang Trite, everything suddenly shattered and fell. It seems you do not understand the situation. Trying to force me, I have no interest in being a servant. Whether you agree or not, he presented the contract. Here there are only two choices. One is to sign the contract and become my ghost spirit. Two is to refuse and die. Headless female ghost looked at the contract thoughtfully. Contents were written in great detail. After reading it, she clenched in anger. Truly shameless. How can such terms be written? The lonely master needs to be served. Disgusting. Rather die than be controlled by a human. But when she was about to tear it, she noticed the last line. At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom was tense. Finally returned. He really came back. His appearance shocked everyone. Jiang Trite. That is great. You really completed the trial. The teachers hurried over to ask, Jiang Trite, are you all right? The principal handed water. Sit down and rest. Are you injured? Let me see. I have always valued you. Yes, Principal. Principal emotionally grasped Jiang Trite's hand. No need to be polite, completing nightmare mode. You are the hope of the school. Then no need to be shy. This cup of tea is too hot. Hearing that, the principal immediately handed the tea to a teacher and scolded. Take it quickly. Do not let Jiang Trite get burned. You should cool it first. Jiang Trite, Thanjio stood at the door and spoke. Can you come out and talk with me for a moment? Thanjio, the school beauty. What does she want with me? Could it be the protagonist aura at work? Even the cold school beauty likes me. The two walked outside together. He took the initiative to speak. Congratulations on completing the mission and in nightmare mode. But still not as good as you. You have signed a contract with a powerful ghost. The matter of Tiu Man and the All-Heaven prison must not be exposed. And Gyro smiled faintly. What do you mean by that? Did you not also sign a contract? Otherwise, why did so many in your class die? Hearing the question, Jiang Trite fell silent. Tiu Man, what is going on? How does she know about you? Do you not know, after signing a contract, ghost spirits can sense each other? Such an important thing, and you did not say earlier. That was careless. I even planned to hide this. How much tribute does your ghost spirit demand? Jiang Trite was surprised. What is tribute? Tiu and Lai Jiahao were handled by you, right? Both are contract holders. Stop pretending. What do you think happened to the 13 in my class? Listen clearly. When signing a contract, humans are always in a weaker position. Equal contracts almost do not exist. Truly enviable, look at others. That is why those 13 never returned. Were they treated as sacrifices and all killed by her? You do not need to be so tense. As expected, this time only the two of us signed contracts. Let us exchange contact information. Just like that, it was already afternoon. Ghost trial of Thienthan School ended. Now announcing the list of the deceased. List was read. Families outside listened nervously. Some cried and left in grief. Others waited at the gate in relief. Jiang Trite silently listened to the names of the dead. The headless ghost said unhappily, "That woman is not good. Do you want me to deal with her? Not for now, you're like a fairy. Why think of killing all day? In the ghost world it is fine, but acting recklessly in reality will cause trouble. If discovered by ill-intentioned people, the consequences are unpredictable. Moreover, Tiu Man does not belong to this world. The All-Heaven prison must not be exposed." "All right, I will listen to you. Tiu, my child." The mother's cry drew Jiang Trite's attention. What is happening? Man in the wheelchair full of equipment, his face haggard, trembling as he called Jiahao's name. "What ghost trial death? Give my daughter back. Parents, please calm down. Calm down for what? But do you pity them? That is true. Those are lives, but even if forced to participate, the school does not forbid withdrawal. If unwilling, they could enter and exit immediately. In the end, it is still their own choice." Tiu Trite, hearing the call, he turned back. "What are you thinking about? I called you so many times." "Sister, I was not thinking anything. Just distracted for a moment. Let us go home. I will cook your favorite dish. Luckily, you are fine. I heard your class lost 11 people. I was scared to death. What is good about the ghost world? With your grades, you cannot enter a top school. I have found a job. Do not participate anymore." The headless ghost grew angry hearing that. This woman dares to forbid it. She dares to stop someone from finding my head. I will crush her head. "Hey, did you forget what I said? That is my sister." "You Trite, are you all right?" He restrained the ghost while smiling and replied, "I am fine. Sister, actually I have passed the trial." And it was nightmare mode. Hearing that she stared at him, he awkwardly changed the subject. "If you cannot drink it, then leave it. Do not exaggerate. I know your ability well. Hurry home to rest, then go prepare for work. No matter your achievement, you must not return to that world. If you do not listen, I will break your legs." The graduation ceremony, students below were discussing excitedly. Impossible to spend life-tightening screws. With such good results, there should have been a scholarship. Perhaps the school deliberately hid the information. "Jiang Trite, may I sit next to you?" He was surprised. Deep Thanjio. "Would you not be in class too? Why come here?" "Do not mind that. Something is happening," the headless ghost said. He asked, "What is it?" Thanjio pointed ahead. "Look there." What is there? Is the principal losing his hair. While the principal was speaking, blood dripped onto the microphone, causing him to freeze. Ghost swung on chains above the stage. Students panicked upon seeing it. On the principal's head, not just one, but many ghosts hung by chains. One ghost leaned close and blew cold breath at his neck. Students below panicked and fled. Ghosts have invaded. A bunch of useless people. Did the graduation trial teach you nothing? You see is merely an illusion created by my ghost spirit. Your performance is truly disappointing. If the youth are like this, what remains of the nation? Everyone stop. It is over. That is someone from the Ghost Bureau. The man who arrived noticed Jiang Trite. The beginning was quite good. Truly a talented individual with potential. But in reality, Jiang Trite only pretended not to react. Why is he smiling? How disgusting. Love at first sight. Someone from the Ghost Bureau came personally. Are they very mysterious? Do you not know last year someone also tested students' reactions to evaluate results? But the Ghost Bureau is a national agency. This is the first time they appeared at a graduation ceremony. Something unusual. Could something major be about to happen? What did he scare you? Are you planning to hit him? Be careful of being sued. Who is afraid? You think you can beat him? with his strength only D-level like a subordinate. Attacking is illegal. I do not want to go to prison. Is it not just prison? I have been there before. Everyone fell silent. From now on, I do not want to hear another sound. September 23, year 121 of the ghost calendar. A household in Sun Than disappeared overnight. Her skin was flayed and sewn into garments, hanging loosely on the balcony, flames blazing fiercely below. Demon calendar, March 13, year 122. The incident of the clown body dispersal at Motto Amusement Park caused 144 deaths, including 86 minors. Humans can enter the eerie world, but the creatures there can also invade our world. How many people entered and immediately retreated? How many took everything lightly? Everyone understood in their hearts. Must you wait until the end of the world to realize the seriousness of ghost trials? The purpose of my trip this time is very simple. We will continue to conduct the ghost trial once again. Of course, it is completely voluntary. Anyone who does not want to participate can leave immediately. As for those who choose to stay, I represent the Ghost Bureau to make a promise to everyone. Students who complete this main mission will be directly admitted into Than Hoa University. Those who perform outstandingly may even be selected as reserve members of the Ghost Bureau. There are also many other rewards. I will not waste words. Now everyone can decide for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below erupted. What is this? It has only been a few days and we are back again. This is madness. I am not participating. What do ghost matters have to do with me? Can the Ghost Bureau not handle it themselves? Why should we care? Let's go. During a peaceful graduation ceremony, they stir up this mess. It is infuriating. Groups of people in the hall began leaving one after another. At this moment, Jiang Trite struggled wildly, shouting while calling the name of the missing ghost head. You man, get out here. I am not participating. I just came back a few days ago and have not even enjoyed it yet. And now you want me to return to that ghost world again. Tiu Man sat cross-legged, using a binding technique to lock him to the chair while speaking. You promised to help me find my head. If you do not return to that world, how will you find it? Are you planning to break your promise? You have no right to control my body. I am your master. I already said it. You promised to help me find my head. What I am doing does not violate the contract at all. Do you believe I will go back and deal with you in prison? A spirit contract. At best, your mind becomes dull, and you lose control of bodily functions, at worst complete paralysis. Do you not know? Why was none of this mentioned in the books? Who wrote such garbage textbooks? Very good, the students who stayed are all very brave. Everyone will be rewarded. Each will receive 200,000 yuan immediately. The principal will transfer it to the guardian's lab. After speaking, he took out a strange spatial bottle. Jiang Trite saw it and screamed in his mind, "Heavens no, let me go." The countdown begins, wishing everyone success in passing the trial, ignoring Jiang Trite's screams. The Bone School mission officially began. As soon as they entered the classroom, the system immediately issued a reminder. Transfer students must quickly familiarize themselves with classmates and teachers, especially obey teachers, or it will anger them. You there, why are you not entering the classroom? System update. After participating in the final exam of the Bone Academy within 5 days, the mission lasts 5 days. The first 2 days cannot leave at will. After reading it, he almost cried out. The first 2 days cannot leave. The Ghost Bureau deceives people too much. Do their families know about this? Come, everyone clap to welcome the new student. Introduce yourself. The purple-haired one, you first. The purple-haired boy looked down at the class, his heart filled with anxiety. I am Vuong Fat, 18 years old. I like singing, dancing, rap, and basketball. I enjoy eating chicken. My skill is shooting. Teacher, I have finished introducing myself. May I go down now? Hearing that Vuong Fat happily returned to his seat, Jiang Trite frowned in confusion. Is it that simple? Too easy. Before his thoughts could finish, the teacher's action had already happened. Blood splashed onto Jiang Trite's face like a slap of reality. He knew it, this old man is fake. Why does he like eating other people's brains? Tiu Man, it is your turn to act. Quickly deal with him. What? Earlier I forced you, so I already used up all my strength. Now I need to rest. You have to rely on yourself. What is this? You did it on purpose, right? System immediately displayed a notice. This boring, repetitive life makes me sick. I hope this new batch of students has someone interesting. After reading, he breathed in relief. Luckily, this is my strength. He confidently stepped onto the platform and began his performance. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Trite, a normal human. Since childhood, I have known how to breathe, eat 3 meals a day, skillfully use a phone, ordinary family, father drives a Ferrari, mother drives a Bentley, and I am full of nonsense. But those things are not important. What matters is now. Everyone listen to my name, Jiang Trite. Listen carefully how cool it is. After speaking, he took off his shirt and threw it away, loudly shouting his name, Jiang Trite. Crowd below was stunned without reaction. He smiled, then took off another shirt, continuing to shout loudly, Jiang Trite. At this moment, some students began to respond. Jiang Trite felt it was not enough. He took off the last shirt, showing his muscles while shouting his name again. The entire class immediately cheered excitedly. So cool. Jiang Trite is amazing. The two Ghost Bureau members outside twitched their eyebrows repeatedly. The atmosphere became more heated. Jiang Trite even intended to remove his belt, shouting loudly, "Everyone do not stop, Jiang Trite." Seeing this, the teacher quickly stopped him. Enough, enough. This student stop. Although I also want to keep watching, I do not want to be punished by the principal. Put your clothes back on, return to your seat, pull up your pants. Everything is about to be exposed. HMPH, with my intelligence, success is certain. Everyone be quiet, return to your seats. That female student, come up and introduce yourself. Than Dao walked into the classroom with elegant demeanor. No unnecessary movements. She decisively slammed the teacher's head onto the desk. Then she dusted her hands and said, "I am Deep Than Jio, 16 years old. I have fought a 53-year-old in Nam Sun nursing home, crushed a kindergarten in back high. It is best not to approach me or you will die miserably." Teacher raised his head, fixed his hair and smiled with interest. "Not bad. Please take your seat." Vuong Fat continued. Vuong Fat looked at the previous two, trying to find differences. "Hello everyone, I am Vuong Fat. I like eating chicken." The first trial ended. All three successfully entered the class. If introductions are finished, then begin studying. The English teacher had his tongue cut off by the principal, so he is absent. "I will teach this subject. Hope you study seriously. If I teach poorly, then let the education department handle it. Do not answer randomly, open your books." This ghost world is really keeping up with trends. Could it be they also watch videos online? Lesson ended, lunchtime began. The food here is also quite strange and unique. Vuong Fat cried, "I cannot take it. Just starting and already lost lives. How can we continue playing? My class even used a classmate's head as a ball." Exactly, answering wrong gets your hand chopped off. With this kind of education, if you do not get into Harvard, then you are failing yourself. Currently, there are only 5 participants left. To prevent accidents, we should cooperate and exchange information. Tuan Kayat nodded. Tu Duong is right. Cooperation brings higher efficiency. But it is only the first day. Information has little value. The important part is dorm allocation. If we stay together, it will be easier to support each other. Hearing this, Jiang Trite became interested. "You mean this school has mixed gender dorms?" Arriving at the new dormitory area. Sure enough, it is mixed rooms for males and females. He clasped his hands with tears. "Heavens, thank you. In this ghost world, I can live with a cute girl. This trip is worth it." Suddenly, Jiang Trite felt a chill down his spine. Turning back, he saw a young man greeting cheerfully. "New student, you probably do not know the rules. I will make an exception to tell you. First, the dormitory must turn off lights at 9 p.m. Absolutely no wandering around. Second, the old dormitory area is forbidden. Due to insufficient rooms, males and females stay together. If staying with the opposite sex, just pay attention to one thing. Not let them get pregnant." After speaking, he smiled, then opened the door and left. The system displayed information. He is the male dorm manager, allowed to manage female students, so he enjoys it greatly, even installing cameras everywhere. After reading, Jiang Trite showed disdain. "Looks gentle but is actually a pervert." At this moment, he noticed a piece of paper on the table. Opening it, he saw it was a cute message from his roommate. Tiu Man glanced over and asked, "It is only an E-rank ghost. Do you need me to handle it right away? Now you know how to fight. Earlier in class, did you not say you were exhausted and wanted to rest? I was just lying. If I do not let you handle things yourself, how will you grow? What if one day I am no longer here? How will you manage? Look at yourself, doing nothing and only good at being fierce with me." Jiang Trite was busy searching and could not be bothered to listen. This drawer. Heaven, so much delicious food. If only there was a can of cola, it would be perfect. Why would I need you? It is only an E-rank ghost, not worth Tiu Man acting. I cannot eat the cafeteria food, and there is no vending machine. The next few days, I can only rely on supplies from my roommate. Wait, you have not even met her yet, so how do you know it is E-rank? Just guessing. Do not talk nonsense. I am not like that. I can sense it. Jiang Trite sat down reviewing the information panel. Each level up gives 5 additional ghost power, plus the rewards from the Yellow Springs Hospital stay. Currently, he already has 105 ghost power. The higher this stat, the stronger the forbidden items become. His physique also improves significantly. But the ghost world is full of changes. Sometimes grasping timing is more important than strength, just like playing a game. You must understand the boss mechanics to respond calmly. Long after the system displayed the list of newly obtained items. With a cute roommate already, who still cares about these trivial things, Tiu Man ran over excitedly. "Let us go out and have fun." Holding the special pass, he read it and spoke to Tiu Man. "What is there outside? Are you stupid? Only by going out can we find my beautiful head. You were not talking like this to me earlier. Why are you dragging things out? Let us go." "Do not worry, since I promised I will do it. Going out is fine, but not now. There is something important to handle first. After finishing, I will take you out to have fun." What is the important matter? Inside the dormitory area, the corridor was silent without a single person. The door creaked open slightly. He poked his head out to observe. Must stay quiet. If we alert the guide, it will be big trouble. That moment, Thanjayo's voice rang out, making him startled. You are not asleep either. You are the same. Why speak like that suddenly? Hearing it in the middle of the night is terrifying. But why are you coming out from the guide's room? That man is a pervert. Do not tell me you already. Stop that thought right now. I already dealt with him. Before morning, he will not wake up. I plan to check the old dormitory. Will you come with me? She clearly has her own purpose. No one is paying attention to them now. It is best to keep distance. Thinking again, it makes sense. If so, then. Indeed, we think alike. We have the same idea. Let us go. I have already found the location of the old dormitory. I will lead the way. It was unclear what Deep Thanjayo did to the guide, but he did not care. He already said to keep distance, yet she did not listen. Being beautiful but disobedient will only harm oneself. Though forced by Tiu Man to join the trial, since he is here, he cannot return empty-handed. An abandoned ordinary dormitory must have problems. The clue to the mission is very likely there. But if this place is truly dangerous, then the level of the ghost inside must be terrifying beyond imagination. Entering the old dormitory, the scene was ruined. Clattering sounds echoed everywhere. Spider webs covered the walls, looking desolate. Previously, he observed there were 6 floors. Should we split up? Split what? Have you never watched horror movies? Splitting up means certain death. You do not even know basic rules. That makes sense. Then we stay together to support each other. Jiang Trite knew clearly Deep Thanjayo approaching him was not simple. Even Tiu Man had reminded him many times. 2 of them checked each room together. He also observed her in passing. Instead of avoiding, he approached to see what her purpose was. Nothing on the first floor. Let us go upstairs. The sound of dripping water echoed in the dark space. 2 carefully searched every corner. Why do we have to climb the stairs? So tiring. Fortunately, this building only has 6 floors. Tiu Man appeared and patted his shoulder. Be careful. I feel this place is abnormal, especially this floor. Indeed, this place is unnaturally clean. Such an abandoned building, yet there are no clues, as if everything was deliberately erased. Deep Thanjayo placed her hand on the door handle but hesitated to open it. He asked, what is wrong? This is the last room. As both hesitated, a bell rang suddenly. In an instant, the room before them disappeared. They were teleported into the middle of the corridor. Sudden change left both of them stunned. The doors kept opening and closing, creating rapid noises. Deep Thanjayo immediately turned and ran. We fell into a trap. Run. After speaking, she dashed off without looking back. Running so fast, see, I told you this place has problems. From some room, something terrifying began to crawl out. Countless grotesque creatures flooded the corridor. Sensing danger, Tiu Man immediately appeared. Standing in front of Jiang Trite, I will materialize briefly to block them. But I cannot hold long. Take the chance to run. No time to explain. There are too many. These ghosts hid themselves until reaching the 6th floor before revealing. What is their purpose? Just to lure us in an ambush. Not right. If it was only an ambush, they would have attacked when cornering us. It is like they are preventing us from going deeper. Ghostly arms stretched out everywhere, rushing toward Jiang Trite. Tiu Man used all her strength to block the surging monsters. Jiang Trite quickly grabbed Tiu Man's hand, decisively opened the door, and pulled her inside. Once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. Cannot waste this chance. As soon as they rushed in, both fell to the floor. Are you crazy? I said I would block them for you. Why drag me in here? If you do not want to help me find my head, then at least do not harm yourself like this. Say something, think of a way. I do not want to die with you. He did not answer, only tightened his grip on Tiu Man's hand. His gaze turned toward the balcony, where a small figure stood silently. The girl murmured a poem, fearing love separated by mountains and seas. Mountains and seas cannot be level. The sea has boats to cross. The mountains have paths to traverse. If this love crosses mountains and seas, then mountains and seas can also be level. Yet it cannot be leveled. The girl turned around, tears still in her eyes. When she turned, their gazes met in silence. Is she a ghost or an NPC? Her style seems not from the same world as mine. The system echoed like a whisper. Why is that? It was clearly just a little more, and we could admire the entire starry sky. The sky full of stars. Light was beginning to flicker. Before he could rejoice, Tiu Man shouted loudly, you hateful man, hurry up. This place is full of ghosts. The ghost swarm tactic can drown us. If you are done, then retreat now. Got it. Hold on a little longer, little sister, go with him first. But at that moment, the beautiful girl suddenly dissolved, turning into countless colorful butterflies scattering everywhere. System immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations on obtaining the clue that cannot be let go. Unlocking the trial mission, Golden Drool of the Many-Mouthed Wolf. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. Just after giving the mission, she disappeared. The door Tiu Man was already nearly exhausted, unable to block the ghosts flooding in. Time is up, retreat immediately. She grabbed Jiang Trite by the collar and ran. Girl stood on the ledge like a princess. Hurry and hold me tight. Tiu man, from this height if you fall you will be crippled. Do you know? Thanjiao outside also noticed the commotion from above. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Tiu man and Jiang Trite rushing down from above. While falling, Jiang Trite's miserable scream echoed out. He hit the ground, his consciousness was only half intact. Then he could not help but curse. This is even more thrilling than jumping off a building. Thanjiao walked over and handed a delicate handkerchief. Are you all right? Earlier I shouted at you, why did you not run after me? I said I was going to the bathroom, and you did not go with you? You run as fast as an athlete. If I could catch up then there would really be ghosts. Hearing this answer, combined with his tone, she sensed something was off. Jiang Trite, you already found the clue right. The mission has been unlocked. Why do not you guess? Guess whether I will let you guess. Not bad, then no need to guess. Let us go back to sleep. After speaking, he returned the handkerchief and ran off. Looking at Jiang Trite's hurried figure, she shouted loudly, $100,000, sell the clue to me. In your eyes, am I that kind of person? Everyone finds clues by their own strength, yet you want to bribe me with money. She raised the price to 200,000 euros. Tell me how much is enough. 1 month of my living expenses still not enough. Fine, you have spirit, then deal. Actually, the clue is in room 614. Inside there is a cute girl skilled in arts. But I warn you first, now it is full of supporting ghosts. Be careful or you will die in there. If you can survive, then so can I. Since we joined the trial, do not be afraid. I cannot be sure. The last person who said that to me seemed to have died right after the first 7 days. All right, no more arguing. I am going back to rest. Sincere advice, think it over yourself. See you tomorrow. Why have you not sacrificed him to me yet? The ghost inside him is only defective goods and not worth fearing. Do not forget the condition you agreed to. Your power was given by me. Do not worry, the time is coming. When that moment arrives, remember to hand over the ghost inside him to me. I need it for father to study. Speaking of which, lately you are short on money keeping a boy toy, yet still so generous to that kid. I'm only deceiving him, did you not notice? I myself am short on spending money. Those 200,000 euros in that poor boy's hands, he would not even know how to spend it. What a nice dream. Perhaps Deep Thanjiao had never truly seen Jiang Trite's real nature, but the truth was not exactly as she thought. Early the next morning, sunlight shone straight in, making Jiang Trite drowsily wake up. Tiu man, what time is it now? It is already 8:05, only 5 minutes left before class. Oh my God, so I am about to be late. Why did you not wake me up? I did call you, but you slept like the dead. There was no reaction at all, so I had no choice. He immediately grabbed his bag and sprinted straight toward the classroom. As soon as he opened the door, he shouted loudly before even having time to apologize. Jiang Fat in the class spoke up right away. Jiang Trite, hello. The teacher was just called away by the principal, so the first period is self-study. That is lucky. You scared me to death. I thought I was done for this time. When he walked back to his seat, he finally noticed Thanjiao's seat was still empty. Deep Thanjiao did not come. Could it be that she encountered trouble in the old dorm while searching for clues? Rumors spread like a pack of wolves, impossible to control. Girl like that still could not let go. Could it be she was betrayed in love? He whispered to the girl beside him. Hey, let me ask, do you know about room 614 before? Young man, it is best not to ask about room 614. The more you know, the more trouble you invite. As expected, information spreads quickly in this world. The level of discussion is terrifying. At that moment, a few noises sounded from outside. As soon as he turned his head, he was stunned by the scene before him. The entire class turned to look at him at once. The silence was so chilling it made one's spine cold. Wow, is this the feeling of standing out people talk about? Damn it, something is wrong. Even the person sitting next to him became strange like that. Student asked while tugging at Jiang Trite's shirt, do you still want to ask anything else? Jiang Trite jumped up in panic and shouted, do not pull me. What should I do now? At that moment, he saw the teacher walking into the classroom. He immediately shook off the person beside him and warned, stop pulling. The teacher is here, pull again and I will gouge your eyes out. Class, stand up, greet the teacher. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly eased immediately. The initial malice also dissipated, leaving only a bit of disappointment. Everyone quickly returned to their seats and stood up together to greet the teacher. Good morning, teacher. I've seen tricks like yours too many times, pretending to be sick, skipping class, being punished. Do you think I cannot handle you? Today you are very well behaved, not noisy. Even the principal praised our class, so the laboratory will be your reward. Even this ghost world has started researching science. Humanity is truly threatened. The teacher took out a bottle of unknown solution from somewhere. This is a practical lesson. I need a few enthusiastic students to assist. That gentle smile instead made Jiang Trite feel uneasy. Just now you led the class in greeting me. I like obedient students, so you will represent the subject. Come here, drink this, and tell me how it feels. One look and it was clearly not something good. Who would dare drink it? No wonder he was chosen as the representative. That student had no choice but to close his eyes and drink the entire bottle of solution. His body began to dissolve, yet he still tried to report his feelings. Report teacher, it tastes slightly sweet and sour with a bit of saltiness. Haha, sweet and sour. It seems the flavor still needs improvement. And you, do you not want to try a sip? Yang Trite held the bubbling green liquid in his hand, trembling violently, unsure whether to drink it or not. The glass bottle containing the green solution was steaming intensely. Seeing the example just now dissolve after drinking, he only wanted to throw the bottle as far away as possible. The teacher looked at him with an unpleasant gaze. What, do you look down on me? He quickly forced a smile. How could that be? You must be joking. Anything you bring out, who would not want to try it? But something so precious would be wasted on me. Even from afar I can smell your fragrance. If I drink it, then what about the others? I cannot bear to do that. After saying that, he pulled another student over. Teacher, look, this one has been swallowing his saliva the whole time. He must want to drink it more than I do. The teacher silently watched the two students competing for the solution she created. Looking at the empty bottle, she smiled. If you say so, then let him try. Everyone should learn from Yang Trite. Knowing how to yield is good. Sit down, let us continue the lesson. Finally, the class ended. Yang Trite sluggishly returned. I am starving, snacks are not enough. I want rice, noodles, buns. As soon as he stepped into the cafeteria, he felt a negative atmosphere. Looking closely, he realized it was his group of friends. Humans cannot endure only drinking water for a few days. And Gyro walked out with a cold expression. The food here is impossible to swallow, better to starve. Anyway, the trial only has 5 days left. Deep Than Gyro was still fine. Your spirit is really strong, not hungry like them. I have been used to enduring hunger since I was young. Starving for 5 days, just hearing it is terrifying. As you said, 5 days is barely enough to survive. But both spirit and body will decline severely, let alone in this dangerous world. To put it bluntly, you just do not dare to eat. If you are cowardly, then do not be picky. I already tried it. It is acceptable. Jiang Trite asked in surprise, what did you eat? Guts and heart. Tu Duong regained his spirit upon hearing that, stood up and said, you are right. After tonight it will be 2 days. I will leave. I cannot help anyway. I will go first. Tu and Kayat hesitated and called after him. Tu Duong must be hungry, so his mood is bad. I will go persuade him. You guys keep talking. I will go along and look for food. I even remember the dark mooncake my mother made. Everyone left one after another. Than Gyro then said to Jiang Trite, we cannot rely on them now, but that is fine. Let us talk about cooperation. I acknowledge your ability. I want deeper cooperation. What do you think? Hearing that, Tiu Man appeared and warned, be careful. She pretends to be gentle, but I can feel it. Her malice and the ghost spirit are very clear. Stop resisting me. Stay away from her. After thinking for a moment, he refused. No cooperation, sorry. My sister forbids early romance. I am still young and want independence. Who said anything about dating you? What are you thinking? Now the clues are the same. We will talk if there is anything new. It seems you do not want to cooperate anymore. Do you not even want 200,000 euros? What euros? I only care about fruit milk. The negotiation failed. Thanjio gritted her teeth, revealing clear malice. Fine. Then everyone takes care of themselves. After that, the two left, not continuing the conversation. He watched her leave, his face twisted in anger. That is right, stay away from her, Tiu Man said gleefully. He smiled in agreement. Yes, stay away. But why does Deep Thanjio have such strong malice toward me? I am this handsome. Moreover, she did not attend class, yet remained safe. Since when did the teacher become so lenient? It is rare that you listen like today. So are we going to investigate? Let us go. This trial has no progress bar. Clearly the difficulty is much higher than the Huang Tian hospital. It seems he must think of a new approach. Just then the system popped up a notification about Tiu Man's affinity. Can restore power, even activated a hidden function. Thinking back, Tiu Man's previous mission had not yet been completed. Tiu Man, let us pause the investigation tonight. We will switch to something else. Did I not promise to take you out for a walk? Come on, let us go. Hearing that, Tiu Man cheered excitedly in joy. Night fell, the bright moon hung high. A gentle breeze blew. At this moment, the two were already standing outside the school gate. System reminder, warning, you have left the mission area. Resurrection attempts are temporarily disabled. Meanwhile, Tiu Man held her stomach and laughed uncontrollably at Jiang Trite's new outfit. Haha, I cannot take it anymore. Jiang Trite, wearing a nurse skirt for the first time, kept pulling it down. Damn it. Why is it women's clothing? The wind is clearly blowing inside. Seeing Tiu Man laughing hysterically, he felt both embarrassed and annoyed and shouted, stop laughing. Is it not because of you that I ended up like this? Besides, once I leave the mission area, I cannot resurrect anymore. You must protect me properly. Do not worry, your life is my life. Tiu Man is very reliable. By the way, did you bring ghost currency? Just call a ride to the prison. There are many ways to humiliate people, so why keep asking me for money? Stop talking. When we get there, I will pay you double. As she spoke, Tiu Man reached into Jiang Trite's pocket. You are a girl, yet you are so handsy. Let me take it myself. Do not touch randomly. Told you to hide money like an old lady. Did you hide it in your underwear? Is my business something you need to manage? Just then a vehicle stopped in front of them. The two looked up in confusion, the driver. But when that person took off the helmet, he recognized her as the succubus whose first kiss he had stolen. Seeing her, he immediately blushed. Why is it you? Looking at Jiang Trite's new appearance, she froze for a few seconds. Your taste changed. I imagined countless times meeting again, but did not expect it to be like this. In the end, the three still got on the vehicle together and continued. Under the moonlight and cool breeze, they rode together on a unique Ducati. What a coincidence meeting here. Are you out for a walk? Ate too much, so came to Huang Tian Hospital to buy digestive medicine. Hearing that answer, countless questions arose in his mind. Well, what happened between us before is hard to talk about. I apologize and also thank you. Your scissors are very handy. They helped me handle many things. For some reason, right after he finished speaking, she became angry. She slammed the brakes with a sharp sound. Taking off her helmet and stepping down, she shouted, "Get down." Still dare to say that? You used the scissors so smoothly yet forgot me. It seems you have many entanglements outside. Do you know how long I waited for you? Every day I waited from morning to night. Even while eating and bathing I waited, but you never came back, hateful man. Wait, you never told me your address. Hearing that, she suddenly fell silent. Her eyebrows twitched slightly, and she turned her face away in embarrassment. Get on, I will spare you this time. There will not be a next time. What does that mean? Astonishing speed. Before long, they arrived in front of the Heaven and Earth shopping center. Unexpectedly, a place like a bank in the ghost world. This place has everything. What bank? This is the only shopping center in the ghost world. Why are you standing there? Go in. Liat stopped being silent. Gaze drifted into the distance. Liat, we are only men's toys. But that does not mean we cannot love. It is just that we can never marry a human. Not because of defects, but because our nature is ghosts. Returning to the present, she hesitated and asked, "Hey, I still do not know your name." He smiled and replied, "I am Jiang Trite." Softly repeated the name Jiang Trite. Perhaps this is the last time we meet. Keep this as a farewell. He was slightly stunned but swallowed his questions and only smiled in response. On the way back, she drove at terrifying speed on the road. This needle will save your life in a critical moment. I hope you will never have to use it. He carefully stored the needle away. Must keep it well, my lord. Welcome to the Heaven and Earth shopping center. May I ask what service you need? You are really human. Were you brought here for a trial? Hearing that, the young man in fear knelt down to apologize. Letting a human serve you is an insult. The center is short of staff. Please forgive me. It turned out the nurse outfit made him think he was a ghost. It seems entering another trial area removed the effect. It is fine, stand up. The gentle attitude surprised him. Thank you, my lord. Before he could shake hands, the other continued speaking. The manager behind muttered unpleasantly, useless. Cannot even serve guests properly. Jiang Trite thought to himself. He was beaten just now yet felt nothing. The manager glanced at each person. His face darkened as he asked, "This one, the scent of a human on you is very obvious. This is bad, could it be exposed?" To confirm, he stepped closer. He sniffed and grew suspicious. Jiang Trite quickly stepped back. This guy's nose is like a dog. You man, what should we do now? Do not worry, let me handle it. Relax, let me possess you. That line really sounds easy to misunderstand. Truly says whatever comes to mind. The manager was shocked by his transformation. Tiu Man possessed him, making Jiang Trite become imposing and domineering. Dare doubt me. Is this how your center treats VIP guests? He stepped back several steps in panic. She recited the code and password fluently. After hearing it, he immediately bowed respectfully. So it is you. Since you know, stop talking and bring the items quickly. He was escorted into a VIP room. There was personal service. What is this situation? This attitude is like a rich lady. I once asked someone to find items and arranged to leave them here. My lord, earlier was our oversight. The item you need is here. Since you have received the item, we will take our leave and not disturb you further. After leaving behind the exquisite box, everyone departed one by one. The room quickly became empty with no one left. As soon as she left Jiang Trite's body, she immediately cheered in joy, "My beautiful." Found it, he really helped me retrieve it. My peerless and incomparable beautiful. But when she opened the box to check, she immediately fell silent. Seeing that, he curiously stepped closer to take a look at the head she always mentioned. Inside was completely empty. Nothing could be seen at all. Seeing Tiu Man's body trembling, he began to panic. "Are you crying?" He hurriedly comforted her. "Do not cry. Maybe it just has not been found yet or not enough money was paid. Anyway, do not be sad. I do not even know how to comfort girls. Today I personally gave him the money. Him returning an empty box means he gave up. It is definitely not because of money. I already gave 10 billion. Oh, so that is how it is. Indeed, it is not a matter of money. Wait, how much did you just say? 10 billion, and you still say it is not about money. What use is money? It still cannot bring my head back. Let us go, I still have some money. I will give it all to you. Tiu Man, do not think rashly. Calm down, I am still here. You forget, I promised to find your head. Your matter is also my matter. And that oath breaker too. I will make him spit out every bit of money. 10 billion is not a small amount. He tightly held Tiu Man's hand. His comforting words gradually stabilized her emotions, and her favorability increased. Thank you, Tiu Man choked up and hugged him. He gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. Your master is reliable too, just rest assured. Suddenly, a strange, gigantic machine appeared before his eyes. It looked like a giant alchemy clock. System announced Tiu Man's favorability reached the requirement. Received 1 draw. The gears began to move. The pointer spun across various rewards like gates of life and death. Please let me get jump rope master. I like jump rope, it must be that. People say the more you want something the harder it is, so I will try the opposite. Someone as smart as me is rare. And the pointer landed right on the jump rope master reward. He shouted in panic, no, why did it actually land on it now? But the pointer continued spinning to another position, giving him a scare, almost dying of fright. Finally, the system announced he obtained enhanced mental power, helping resist external influence and increasing mental attack effectiveness. At night they returned. Sitting in the vehicle, he thought about this new ability, remembering the person from the Ghost Bureau who used mental attacks to cause hallucinations. With this ability, he would have an extra layer of protection. Stop smiling so strangely, you look mentally unstable. It is scary. I am just imagining Tiu Man's beautiful head, as beautiful as a fairy, capable of toppling kingdoms. Of course, my head is the most beautiful. While the two chatted in the back, the driver silently drove, but something was off. He suddenly accelerated, causing both of them to fall over. What is going on? Driver, why are you driving like that? His neck stretched out as he grinned crookedly. Of course, to eat you. Like a snake, he opened his mouth and lunged to bite Jiang Tri. Tiu Man immediately intervened and blocked it with a punch. He appeared in front of him and shouted angrily, then grabbed his collar tightly, pulling him while scolding. Just a low-level ghost, yet you dare cause trouble in front of me. That man stammered in fear. No, I was wrong, please spare me. I was truly wrong. From now on, I will be vegetarian. Seeing that scene, Jiang Trite felt a chill down his spine. Tiu Man, where did you learn these habits? You even know how to use violence. Wait, Tiu Man. Now there is a problem, say it. She asked while wiping blood from her hand. You already beat the driver. How are we going back now? I do not know how to drive, and I do not have a license. Somehow he still made it back and changed clothes. My leg is broken. Even so, he changed clothes immediately upon returning. That is my dignity. If my classmates see me wearing women's clothes, I am done for. You fly so you are not tired. Try walking instead. Lying on the bed, he sensed a trace of ghostly aura appear. What is going on? Looking down, he saw a girl hiding under the bed. The two looked at each other awkwardly. He stumbled back into the wall. My God, what is this? The girl immediately covered his mouth. Quiet, lower your voice. Do not let the guide discover. But unfortunately, it was already too late. The door burst open. Guide stared straight at them. The lights are off. Why are you not asleep yet? After walking so much and encountering trouble, his head was full of questions. I just walked dozens of kilometers, and now this happens. Can I not get a break? The cold old dormitory. Rats ran all over the corridor and windows. Tu Duong stepped on the small rats as he walked. Is it really fine for just the two of us to come here? Are you still expecting someone to help? Do you think that guy is useful? These disgusting rats, wipe them all out. We cannot endure long, hurry and find clues, then withdraw. That sounds reasonable, but it is still better to stay cautious. Tu Duong walked ahead, the corner of his lips revealing a sinister smile, inwardly sneering, truly a bunch of fools. At the new dormitory area, right in front of the room door, Guide stood outside, green saliva dripping down. Night has fallen, the lights are off, yet you are not asleep. What are you doing? Seeing his strange behavior, he tightened his grip on the scissors and stammered, Teacher, please listen to my explanation. The girl took the chance to crawl under the bed to hide. You just focus on explaining. I am leaving first. Emmett truly unlucky, encountering a teammate who runs away so quickly. Now he can only rely on himself. Sigh, teacher, you are really attentive. Checking in the middle of the night. Actually, I just finished protecting world peace. Fought monsters for 300 rounds. When my energy was about to run out, I remembered I had to return to rest. At that moment, I unleashed unprecedented power, used righteous light to defeat the monster and returned to the dorm, but it was still late. He thought he had fooled the other party. Unexpectedly, that man opened his mouth wide and lunged suddenly. Immediately raised the scissors to block. Just an E-rank ghost, so weak, saying it is useless. These steel teeth are biting until sparks fly. You want me to lend you power? Lend what exactly? Quickly delivered a kick that sent the guide flying. If everything relies on Tiu Man, then what is the meaning of him as the protagonist? No wonder he can overpower low-level ghosts. Even a single rank difference results in a huge gap in strength. Fine, I will risk it against you. Shout echoed through the silent dormitory. On the side of the real world. As a person, one must know how to be flexible. Brother Dung, there are only a few hours left. How about opening the exit limit early? Although they passed the graduation trial, being kept for 2 consecutive days, If something happens, it is no different from forcing them to death. Ghost Bureau is not idle. In truth, it is not that we want to keep them, but the Ghost Stone is becoming increasingly unstable. The Ghost Stone device is broken and cannot be repaired. Banning entry and exit is only to calm public opinion. This is not the first time it happened. Last time the captain was trapped for 10 days. We also did not know who to call. But they are still just children. Yes, but they are also our hope. Do you know why the Ghost Bureau intervenes in the graduation ceremony? Normally, they would enter university first, then decide whether to join the Ghost Bureau. But now the situation is urgent. Cannot wait 4 years. The higher-ups require direct recruitment of outstanding individuals. It is no different from forcing recruitment from high school. This will cause major controversy. Forget it, talking is useless. Someone must step forward to resolve it. The ghost called Endless Fear has appeared. It absorbs fear to grow stronger. Although only D rank, it has already killed many people, including someone who just became a father. After finishing the bowl of noodles, he continued speaking. I am not good at speaking principles, but I understand one thing. Rise and fall of the world concerns everyone, and you have pimples on your mouth. Stop eating spicy food. At that moment, the door burst open. Lao Chao reported, Endless Fear is heading this way. Its speed is very fast. We must prepare immediately. It is about to reach the school. There are still many students in the school. Evacuation is needed immediately. We'll go check the situation. Everyone quickly take the students away. Girl grabbed Brother Dung's hand anxiously. You should leave as well. The ghosts coming are not just one. You do not need to stay on the front line. There are hundreds of students here. If no one protects them, then what? Once you join the Ghost Bureau, you are not just a commander, but also a soldier. Must protect the future. Back to the new dormitory. Jiang Trite's battle was not over yet. Leaped high and swung the scissors. The guide flipped his body to dodge. That man looked at him with a bizarre smile, then landed calmly. He sneered, just an E-rank ghost. After fighting so long, that man was not injured at all. His speed even increased, at first fierce, but now like he was playing. This way he cannot win. Tiu Man suggested lending power to resolve it faster. He wiped the blood and said with a smile, just joking, as if I am afraid. Fighting this long without injuring him, there must be a problem somewhere. Do you think being on your home ground makes you stronger? You are nothing but muscle. He took out a book and rushed forward to attack. He pressed the magazine against that man's eyes. Seeing the image before him, that man immediately lost the will to fight, hugging the book like a treasure. It turned out to be a rare edition magazine of Cao Thur Lin. That man said, now I believe you. Student Jiang Trite is very brave, but next time remember to sleep early. I will go check elsewhere, not to read the book, you should rest. He forced a smile and saw him off. Truly a gentleman, so this prop is actually useful. The girl under the bed crawled out, her eyes full of admiration. If caught before sleeping, you will die. You are the first to survive. That means as long as you are not discovered. That is why I hid under the bed. What kind of logic is that? I will not dare return late anymore. At that moment, the system displayed a hint. Timid but kind girl, her sister encountered trouble, so everyone is afraid. You are tired, so eat some candy. Do you need medicine? Could her sister be the girl on the 6th floor? Then the roommate is an important character. Happily approached to start a conversation. Tiu Lin, consider that I just saved you. I want to ask a few things. Tiu Lin coldly refused. You are investigating 614, right? I will not say, ask something else and it is fine. Also, your smile is very vulgar. Vulgar me? Fine, I will drop that part. Sighed, actually I have been cursed since childhood, so I moved here. A master said someone here needs me to save them. If I succeed, the curse will disappear. I asked many people, but no one helped. Until I met you right now. From the very first glance, I knew you were different from those people. They always call me stupid, but only you recognized my special aura. My intuition tells me you are a good person. You will definitely help me, right? Say something. I may be busty, but timid, not brainless. Are you trying to deceive even ghosts? She looked at him anxiously and asked again, everything you said is true. Jiang Trite immediately nodded firmly. Of course it is true. Can you reveal a bit of clues? My time is running out. If I cannot save that person, then both the curse and she will vanish forever. During that, her face turned pale from fear. In the end, because of her kind nature, she agreed to help. If you truly want to save my sister, then go to the female restroom on the 6th floor of the old dormitory. When you get there, you will understand everything. She rummaged around, then sighed. Right now she has been cursed. No one dares mention her. Here, take this. She handed him a doll. He asked in surprise, a doll. This is her favorite item. It still carries a trace of her scent. Lifted the doll and took a sniff. Feeling the scent, he blurted out, it really is a sister's scent. Tiu Man behind him mocked, truly perverted. Not talk nonsense. I am just confirming the scent. Remember to keep this doll safe. It will be needed. Oh right, someone else has already gone to the old dormitory. That guy who likes eating disgusting things. Before lights out, I saw him leave. Wang Fat, he has no resurrection attempts left, yet still dares to go. Seems Wang Fat is not simple. As for Deep Than Gyro, it goes without saying. Perhaps both Tu and Kayat and Tu Duong are also hiding their strength. He took bandages from the medical kit, thinking he bandaged himself. Indeed, the human heart is hard to predict. Someone as straightforward as him is rare. Soon he returned to the old dormitory. Your hand is fine now. Can you still use the scissors? Yes, the medicine in this world is truly effective. Wonder if it can be taken outside. Tu Man sneered. Do not dream of taking items from this world away. It feels like a big fight is coming. You should eat a chocolate bar too. I do not need to eat. What, you do not need to eat? Then you also do not need to use the toilet. Truly saving paper. I am getting tired. I want to cancel the contract. I was just joking to ease the tension. This place is dangerous. Staying tense all the time is unbearable. That moment a headache struck. Tu Man asked worriedly what is wrong. He replied it is just a slight headache. She explained it is a sign of mental intrusion. He asked again. She explained ghosts can pull weak people into another space through the mind, like that time on the 6th floor, like the illusion of ghost spirits. Not exactly. If you do not escape, you can still be killed. I can protect you to some extent, but not completely. You must be careful yourself. Strangely, your mental strength has increased. He smiled awkwardly and avoided the topic. And what about you? Difficult does not mean impossible. Were you intentional at that time? Stop talking nonsense. I was just careless. Did we not promise to be angels for each other? You be the angel, I be the messenger. That sentence made her retort like a comedian. While arguing, the doll suddenly jumped out of Jiang Trite's hand. My God, the doll is alive. Tu Man said quickly, chase it. Follow where it runs. The surrounding atmosphere. It is the 6th floor restroom. Recalling last time, where did the doll run off to? Suddenly a strange sound echoed in the restroom, making him startled. It was the sound of breathing. It was human breathing, but no familiar faces. Where did everyone go? Saying he did not want to, but still came here himself. Did you not want to complete the mission? After saying that, he kicked the door open. The door burst open. The person inside screamed. Wang Fat held his head trembling and begged, do not kill me. I did not see anything. Do not kill me. His body had been corroded down to the bone. He was stunned to speechless. Wang Fat, do not be afraid. It is me. What happened to you? As soon as he touched his arm, he became even more panicked, begging for mercy. His mind had collapsed. He must have seen something terrifying. Could not leave him like that. He took out the medical kit and a syringe. He held him down and injected the medicine, enduring. The injection was completed. Wang Fat fainted onto the ground, then gradually regained consciousness. He asked hazily where he was. Seeing Jiang Trite, he hugged him tightly and cried, are you here? You have no resurrection attempts left, yet still came. Are you crazy? I just gambled on luck, planning to hold out until midnight then leave. He asked about the injury and clues. The injury, the clues. There is something dangerous in the restroom, especially the last stall. I also saw Tu Duong and Tu and Kayat. They were doing something. He reminded to be careful, especially the last stall. The system announced 2 days had passed. The exit function was activated. Wang Fat hurriedly opened the exit system. Before leaving, he still reminded him to be careful. They are not good people. I will wait for you outside. He also warned about those people. Tu Man told him to look outside. He looked outside, saw many ghosts staring at him with strange eyes. He asked if strong mental power would prevent encountering them. She replied it only prevents being pulled into another space. So this situation is no different. She said almost the same. Looking at the crowd, he cursed inwardly. They did not attack. Instead, they seemed to fear something. He followed their gaze and saw the doll appear. Seems the thing they fear is that doll. The doll kept staring inside, following Wang Duck Fap's desperate reaction earlier. It was clear the thing in this room was definitely not simple. He wondered what was inside. It could be a corpse. It could also be Truck Tiu and Gayat formed from resentment, damn. He could even feel himself trembling. His hand rested on the doorknob, yet he still hesitated. Sweat suddenly poured out, soaking him. In the end, he gritted his teeth and opened the door. The moment it cracked open, he yanked it wide and muttered, nonsense. May all gods bear witness. Evil spirits, reveal yourselves quickly. Nerves were stretched tight like a string, his eyes darting around, not daring to relax. When he lowered his head to look at the floor, before his eyes were 2 tiny bodies of newborn babies. Their bodies were unnaturally pinkish red, umbilical cords still intact, lying motionless. Having just escaped the ghost realm, he panicked and fell flat. He was still alive. Looking carefully around, the floor was soaked in red blood, the stench thick and overwhelming. He startled and jumped up. What is going on here? Could it be he had not returned to the real world? Where are the teachers? Where is the principal? Where is everyone? As he babbled in panic, someone suddenly clamped his mouth shut. Looking closely, it was his teacher. The teacher signaled him to stay quiet. He nodded rapidly. Gao was a member of the Ghost Bureau at the graduation ceremony. What exactly happened? Why is this place full of blood? Where are the teachers and the principal? Calm down. Your school has been pulled into a supernatural event. Everyone is still safe. Supernatural event, our school. Impossible. The teacher once said when the ghost realm invades and causes harm, it forms a supernatural event. And if it exists, there will definitely be many deaths. He cried out in fear and fell backward. Luckily, the teacher caught him in time. The man reassured him, "Do not panic. We will protect you. Trust the Ghost Bureau and trust yourself. You are also a trial participant." That moment, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, the person on the other end spoke urgently. "Chow Dung, the situation is bad. Team 3021 was coming to assist but got attacked by ghosts and lost contact. Team 3044 at the primary school was ambushed and did not survive. This time, many places are experiencing supernatural events. Clearly, it was prepared in advance. It is related to the one behind it. The nearest team will take at least 3 hours to arrive." Before more could be said, Chow Dung hung up. "Only 3 hours. Hong Lang, hurry and come pick them up." Told Vuong Fat, "Reinforcements are on the way. I will stay to assist students who have not escaped. Remember the girl with the lovely eyes. She will take you to a safer place shortly." Vuong Fat trembled and pointed behind Chow Dung. Sir. "Behind you, is that the person?" On this side, Jiang Trite stared in shock at the discovery just now. Why would a fetus be in the restroom? Could it be? Suddenly, the 2 newborn babies twitched slightly. Seeing them trying to crawl out, he panicked and stepped back. Why are they crying? Do they need him to hold and soothe them? He held the scissors, hesitating whether to deal with them. Tiu Man tapped his shoulder, warning him not to touch them. "The resentment is very heavy. Your friend probably went mad from touching them. So what now? Just let them cry." Doll moved closer to the 2 babies and reached out to soothe them. Its lifeless face formed a smile. The 2 babies stopped crying and looked up at it. They stopped, so the doll not only guides but also has this effect. Makes sense. What child could resist something so cute? Right after that, he saw them open their mouths and bite the doll. What is this? They even have teeth already. Outside the door, the ghosts began whispering among themselves. "Hey, have you heard the ghost story?" "What story?" "About Truck Tiu and Gaia. Her belly has been getting bigger lately, right?" "So what, maybe she just gained weight?" "No, she is pregnant. The pure school beauty is actually like that." "Wait, there are words on these ghosts' tongues. Married yet already has a child." The news spread to the neighboring school. So shameful, no one knows who the father is. Asked, but she would not say. Maybe his identity is shameful too. Or maybe there is some hidden story. What pity, no idea whose bastard it is. Deal with it quickly. Reading the words on their tongues, he tried approaching one. He pulled its tongue out and cut it with scissors. "Hey, lend me your tongue for a moment." Looking at the words on it, he felt annoyed. The name was hidden, such important information yet not shown. The mission called public gossip. Rumors that kill. Accumulating will destroy everything. Truck Tiu and Gaia. She was driven to a dead end by their words. Turning back, the doll had already been bitten in half by the 2 babies. The ghosts outside were afraid and did not dare approach. With the doll, they did not attack, but it was about to be bitten apart. If he did not leave, he would run out of time. He snatched the doll back and said, "Stop biting. Bite more and it will become a specimen. Tiu Man, let's go." The 2 ran through the dark, dim corridor, moving while vigilantly observing their surroundings. He pushed the door hard and stepped outside. "Tiu and Gaia is not here. Is there another?" Upon going out, he saw words on the wall. "You are all murderers, beasts." It seemed the guess was correct. The 2 babies were her children, but why did he feel uneasy? Suddenly voices echoed through the corridor. Youthful beauty fades quickly. He recognized Truck Tiu and Gaia's voice. In the corridor, ghosts surged forward in waves. "If you cannot run, then crawl on the walls and ceiling." I'm 18, pregnant with the person I love at the most beautiful age. Is that not happiness? Why are the ghosts also here? Is this her room? Why are they agitated and attacking each other? Is it her influence? The exit is completely blocked. How to escape? Or try the thrill of jumping from a building? Please shut up. Tiu Man said ghosts are good at mental attacks. But now his mind had been strengthened, so he was no longer afraid. At that moment, a beautiful ghost lunged forward with its mouth open. It was instantly cut down by Jiang Trite. With such a weak body, why should he be afraid? He had to keep his mind focused to maintain the enhanced state. Seeing him preparing to fight, Tiu Man was worried. "Are you serious? There are too many ghosts. You cannot withstand them." In the chaos, a voice rang out. "I did what you said, killed the child. Why does he still not love me?" Jiang Trite charged into the crowd, swinging his scissors. "Who do you think you are underestimating?" No longer worrying about consequences. Dealing with these ghosts was as easy as chopping vegetables. Ghosts rushed forward, their distorted voices calling Truck Tiu and Gaia's name. She has gone mad. Looking at the information he received, he felt satisfied, but the clue had not appeared yet. What if he left now? In a dark corner, a girl hid behind a wall muttering. He must have heard the words behind his back. So he would not accept her. Then she clutched her head and screamed, "It is all your fault." This side, Jiang Trite had already cut down several, fighting while searching for a way out. Leaving behind the grasping hands, trying to hold him back, quickly jumped out of the old dormitory building. As cool as he looked, The moment he landed, he fell painfully. Seeing that, Tiu Man stepped forward and sighed. I am serious. Now I see you in a different light. He gave a forced smile and replied, that is good, at least you do not see me as someone's master anymore. After checking the clue notifications sent by the system, he was overjoyed. 3 more new clues. The effort was not wasted. 3 days left. This mission is definitely secure. Strange sounds echoed again inside the dormitory, sounding quite unusual. Looking over, he saw Than Gyro holding a blade and running out, with a group of ghosts chasing behind her. While she was still confused and unsure how to handle it, she realized something was off. Why did these ghosts suddenly act so strangely? Then they left again. Could that female voice be the important figure Jiang Trite mentioned? But there was no one in the dormitory. Only then did she notice Jiang Trite was also present. Why did you appear here? Are you not here as well? Such an obvious matter, and you still ask. Haha, true. Then the ghost outbreak in the dormitory must have been caused by you. He was also confused, not sure. Maybe it was due to luck affecting some plot. Jiang Trite, at this point, why are you still pretending? Hearing that he got angry. Pretending what? My imperial aura cannot be hidden even if I wanted to. Who said I was pretending? I originally thought if you were willing to share some clues, I would let you live a little longer. But if you keep refusing to cooperate like this, then forget it. People die for money. Birds die for food. Jiang Trite, do not blame me. After saying that she borrowed the power of her contracted ghost, Than Gyro launched consecutive attacks. He quickly pulled out his scissors to block. The ghost is E-rank. Jiang Trite, you cannot win. But to make sure you remember this clearly, I do not mind letting you taste more pain. Ah, just a companion ghost. Do not tell me you think only you have this move. Kick from him sent the blade flying away. Think I do not know? Your ghost is just second-rate, and you dare show off in front of me. With this silver hair, it is obvious I am not easy to provoke. Where did you see something inferior? Or is your ghost spirit blind? Those words were like adding fuel to the fire. She was furious and could not argue back, grabbing her blade and rushing forward. Then I will cut your tongue first and teach you properly. The blade slashed down fiercely, calmly continued trimming his nails, not dodging at all. When she got close, instead of cutting his tongue, she slashed straight at his face. He looked at her with disdain. Then blood flowed across his face. Only then did he feel slightly confused. Tiu Man, did you not say our strength was equal? Why did my face get cut? How would I know you would take it seriously? You are really risking your life. While he was still arguing with Tiu Man, Than Gyro outside was also shocked. An all-out strike from an E-rank ghost blade only caused a scratch. He muttered, forget it. Consider it a bit of comfort for her shattered heart. After saying that, he grabbed her head and drove a knee into her. With just one blow, she coughed blood in pain. She was thrown, rolling several times across the ground. Her internal organs were destroyed by ghost power. This guy's ghost spirit is at least D-rank. Run quickly. How ridiculous. When he discovered me, I had already hidden my aura. I have no head, yet he has no brain. I did not want trouble, yet he took the initiative. Impossible, was it not said he was very weak before? Stop talking, run, or both of us will die. In the end, Than Gyro struggled to her feet and fled. Want to run? Keep dreaming. He cast magic and pulled out a golden chain. In just a moment, she was tightly bound. Kneeling on the ground, deep Than Gyro, we have no grudge. Why did you do this? Once the fire is lit, it is hard to extinguish. You should have understood that earlier. Ah, well said, Jiang Trite. Provoking you is the stupidest decision of my life. I am curious, how can you contract such a powerful ghost? What else? Because I am handsome. Hearing that, Tiu Man threatened to cancel the fusion. He walked closer to Than Gyro as if he had not heard. Already injured like this and still want to cause trouble. Do you not want to live? This time I was wrong. I am sorry. I have never knelt to anyone. Spare me this time. I will not touch you again. The promised money will be increased to 2 million. Tiu Man reminded him not to believe it. If not dealt with, it would become a future threat. I know, then why have you not acted yet? Jiang Trite, that money is nothing to my family. There are also rare ghosts and precious forbidden items, as long as you spare me to complete the mission. Before she could finish, he turned away. Fine, stop. Remember, this is the last time. Tiu Man was surprised. Are you really letting her go? I can let you go, but if you make a move again, it will not be so easy to escape, understand? She quickly replied she would not dare again. She knew she could not win. Good that you understand. Pushing her like this, she is probably close to death. 3 days left. Do you want to lose your chance to revive? That is none of your concern. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she snapped her own neck. She fell motionless. He looked and scoffed. Snapping her own neck is quite decisive. Is it really fine to let her go like that? Let's go. Her calmness shows she has many chances to revive. Her family is powerful. If we want to kill her, we need a certain method. After finally making progress in the mission, he still had to worry about dealing with Than Gyro. 3 days left until the final exam. Truly a nightmare for a weak student like me. Do not be negative. Everything will be fine. The two left, unaware that someone behind them was watching in a strange manner. In the real world, Hong Lang was protecting the students. Everyone rest assured, with ghost candles it will be safe. Also, reinforcements will arrive in 3 hours. Stay calm and wait. Why is there still no news from Chow Dung? Could something have happened? Sure enough, Chow Dung had already drawn his blade to fight, facing a newly appeared ghost. Before he could finish it, another one rushed in. He had no choice but to throw his blade backward. It landed right beside Vuong Fat, startling him. The two ghosts coordinated. One restrained Chow Dung. One rushed to grab Vuong Fat. Vuong Fat panicked and stepped back, shouting, "Do not come closer." Chow Dung roared, trying to stop them. The ghost's target was actually the student. Hot blood splattered everywhere. Vuong Fat opened his eyes. He saw Chow Dung's heart pierced through. The heart was still twitching and writhing. Then that man coldly pulled his hand out. Chow Dung collapsed right in front of Vuong Fat. Only then did he fully realize the situation. So that was it. No wonder every attack targeted the school. The main objective was here. Spirit of Dai Ha, each step is a backbone, the vast divine land. Every thought is the future. As long as I still exist, no one is allowed to touch a single hair of these children. Vuong Fat looked at Chow Dung with teary eyes. At this moment, the blade beside him seemed to react. He trembled as he picked up the weapon, gripping it tightly with a resolute gaze. I'm also a trial participant. Jiang Trite has not returned yet. He protected me and even gave me the only vial of medicine. I must protect everyone, protect this school, and wait for Jiang Trite to come back. Inside the classroom belonging to the supernatural world, the homeroom teacher anxiously looked around. Today our class seems to be missing a few students. If I remember correctly, it is the seat of the purple-haired girl. Students in this class either skip or cut class, truly giving teachers a headache. Hello, can you hear me? Greetings, students. I am your beloved principal. Because the exam is approaching, the school has organized an extracurricular activity to reduce pressure. All teachers and students are invited to gather at the stadium. The students curiously headed outside. Any activity is fine as long as it is not studying. The final exam is in 2 days, yet there is still an activity. If only schools in the real world were this considerate. Stepping outside, he saw Thanjiao together with Tu Duong. Thanjiao said, "I have already dealt with Ho Tuan Kai." Even though he already knew, he still pretended to ask, is he dead or did he escape? Tu Duong avoided his gaze and replied, "Last night Ho Tuan Kayat invited me to the abandoned dormitory. As soon as we entered, we encountered many ghosts. I escaped, but Ho Tuan Kayat. This morning I could not find him. He probably escaped." Seeing that sorrowful look, he thought if not for Vuong Fat's confirmation, he would have believed it. Tiu Man nodded, indeed a scheming person. At the stadium, principal asked the students, "Is everyone here? Then I will announce the activity details. You must have heard of the game Cat and Mouse. Supervisor, Teacher Mai, and Teacher Kot will play the role of cats. The students are the mice. When the bell rings, the activity begins. It will last until the afternoon. You have 15 minutes to hide within the academic building. At the same time, the exam will be moved 1 day earlier. Those who perform well will receive bonus points. But remember, if caught by the cats, you will be eaten. The exam being earlier means the trial time is also shortened. The exam is tomorrow, and I have not finished reviewing. This is a disaster." From the ghost students. Words it seemed they knew nothing. The activity and early exam were likely due to someone's interference. "So I wish you all good luck." The system issued the mission Cat Chasing Mouse. The requirement is not to be caught during the activity. The system reminded that mice are not always weak. Only survivors can take the exam tomorrow. After the announcement, the students hurried to find hiding spots. "Hurry up. We must bring our books too." The teacher approached Jiang Trite and spoke coldly. "Are you still standing there? Hurry and hide. Remember to hide well. I do not want to act against a good student like you." The words were gentle, but the system clearly showed a cruel intent. "It has been a long time since such an interesting activity. Let me tear all these mice apart." He gave a forced smile. "I will go hide now. I just wanted to stay closer to the teachers." Teacher Kot. Is the English teacher not wearing glasses? Recalling the first teacher's words, the English teacher had his tongue cut, the name on the tongue erased. Everything could not be mere coincidence. Soon the entire school fell into an eerie silence. 2 hunters prepared their tools. Have the little mice hidden. The game began. The sound of a chainsaw echoed chillingly. The teacher slowly entered the room where Jiang Trite was hiding. "You think hiding here is safe? What do you understand? The most dangerous place is the safest place." Teacher stood at the door for a long time. Then he revealed a bizarre smile, his voice icy cold. "I have found you." Was he discovered? The shift in attitude was too fast. The sound of the saw rang out in the silent space. He laughed madly and slashed down. The desk was split in 2. Blood splattered everywhere. Seeing that scene, he laughed in satisfaction, then left with a savage laugh. Only when there was no more movement did he peek out. Gone already. Thought I was done for. Luckily, that was terrifying. Being able to turn into a desk, truly impressive. This idea was not stolen right. Clues related to the mission had gradually become clear. Truck Tiu and Gayat became pregnant, was gossiped about, gave birth to twins in the dormitory restroom, then killed her own children. In the end, the pressure of public opinion drove her insane. She cursed the school so no one dared mention it. The mission called Words That Kill. It turned out to be the story of a bullied female student taking revenge. Why do I always encounter such terrible people? Do I have to make all the ghosts apologize to her to complete the mission? This difficulty is too high, and I still do not know how many people are involved. Even the father of the child is unknown. Moreover, the sense of unease was growing stronger. Have you figured anything out? Where do we go now? No, I just want to go to the restroom because I drank too much water. Before going, he reminded Tiu Man not to peek. She scolded back who would want to, just go quickly. Just then someone called out, Jiang Trite right. Nhu Hoa said you entered the wrong men's restroom. Hurry and help me. The system warned that many students had died. Even though they knew the room on the 4th floor was safe, no one dared enter. The abandoned room on the 4th floor. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and help. Otherwise, I cannot hold it anymore. Though embarrassed, he still helped. After finishing, the two left. Tiu Man frowned in disgust. So gross. Did the teacher not teach that helping others is good? And you, why are you following me? And Jiao leaned against the door and sneered. Of course, to cooperate. I saw you come up here, so I followed. Sticking to me all the time? Good. I happen to lack opportunities. We can go together, but do not get in my way. Rest assured, I also have a ghost spirit. That weak ghost spirit of yours. Enough talk, we have arrived. This abandoned room must be classroom 614, where that female student once studied. How do you know so clearly? The guide once mentioned there are 2 places in the school that must never be approached. One is the abandoned dormitory. The other is this 4th floor classroom. Fine, this mission even distinguishes roles. I take the risk to find clues while you just stand and wait for the right moment. Suddenly, a strange aura surged out from inside the room. The system displayed another notification. This is the honors class for advanced studies. Student, why are you not attending? This reminder sounded somewhat unusual. If this room is related to Truck Tiu and Gaiet, then there must be clues. Since he had come this far, there was no need to hesitate. Thinking that, he immediately opened the door and stepped inside. Just go in and see. As soon as he entered, he saw everyone focused on studying. Strange face appeared before them. You two are late. Return to your seats quickly. He wondered as he had never seen this teacher before. Two quickly adapted, yes, teacher. Jiang Trite muttered, what is wrong with her? This place has a strong mental influence. She has already been controlled. So everything is just an illusion. Tiu Man confirmed, yes. Your mind is strong, so you only see illusions, and your will is unaffected. Hearing that, he felt proud. So that is how it is. Tiu Man's ability is indeed formidable. But then his gaze stopped on the beautiful girl at the back of the class. With that appearance, it was not hard to recognize she was Truck Tiu Ngai. After that, the teacher continued the lecture. This classroom scene was a pity because everything was fake. This the legendary sea of knowledge. He was about to drown in it. Tiu Ngayat stood at the back and answered, Teacher, I know the meaning of this sentence is, only when I am with you can I be happy. Sweet atmosphere made him even more certain. The one she liked was the teacher. This world was truly bold with a teacher-student relationship. Tiu Man was a ghost, so she did not understand how such love would be judged in the human world. The teacher smiled gently. It immediately became grotesque. Our class has 2 students who refuse to study and are not wearing uniforms. How should they be dealt with? Hearing that he was startled, again, the whole class giggled, eat them, and then continue studying. Seeing the crowd rushing over, he was shocked. Who said this place was safe? Quickly pulled out his scissors. With one swing, he split a classmate in 2. Thanjiro's side, she was also attacked by several male students. She gritted her teeth and broke free from the control, then quickly dealt with the surrounding ghosts. Thanjiro had broken free from mental control. She shouted loudly, calling Jiang Trite, hurry and withdraw outside, then planned for on a run, truly wishful thinking. This aura D-rank ghosts and so many of them. Jiang Trite shouted, Tiu Man, hurry. But suddenly, he was stabbed in the back by his teammate. Thanjiro said coldly the same old line. People die for money, birds die for bait. Better I betray the world. Farewell, Jiang Trite. After saying that, she kicked him into the swarm of ghosts. She ran straight out of the classroom. Very well, he had planned against her, and she also had no intention of sparing him. This annoying contract cannot be used elsewhere. As Thanjiro ran outside, what awaited her was the sound of the teacher's chainsaw. So you are hiding here, the game is over. Prepare to depart. As the teacher approached, he spoke up. Wait, do you still remember this? He took out the old hairpin. The teacher was stunned upon seeing it. That is Truck Tiu and Gaiet's hairpin. Why is it with you? He replied he came to save someone, so the origin was not important. You are the teacher who initiated the cat and mouse game, and also the father of Truck Tiu and Gaiet's 2 children. What exactly are you trying to say? The teacher was surprised. But I know more than that. He spoke while observing the reaction and confirming his deduction. Hairpin definitely belongs to Truck Tiu and Gaiet. She loved you and became pregnant. Your name was erased to protect your reputation. Even though this love was wrong, she loved sincerely. She sacrificed everything to protect you, yet you avoided it. Help her. System suddenly notified that a clue had been obtained. He suspected something was wrong. If everything was voluntary, then where did the resentment come from? What was this sense of unease? The teacher laughed crookedly. Brat, do you think you understand everything? So die, he rushed forward to attack. That man charged forward. Jiang Trite clutched his wound and called Tiu Man. He appeared and kicked that man away. Just a D-rank ghost. HMPH, in critical moments you still need me. Thought you were so capable. As expected, once Tiu Man acts it is done. But according to the reasoning it was not wrong. They already had children. And what other abnormality remained? Outside, sudden noise erupted. The teacher sighed. Seems it can no longer be hidden. Fine, consider that I have fulfilled my responsibility. Why disband? His attitude was too calm. He should have felt regret. Calling the words of those ghosts earlier, he gradually understood something. He picked up the hairpin and thought. Tiu Man asked, why are you silent? Did you discover something new? Perhaps the school bell had rung, the game ended. I must return to the dormitory. Thanjiro was cut by the saw but still alive. Luckily, the doll substitute saved her, so she did not die. After completing its task, the doll vanished without a trace. Now she has lost her chance to revive. What should be done next? Want to leave? Not yet. Let me confirm one last time. If he leaves now, then not only the trial mission, but also the main mission will fail. Then how could he face his family and father? Thanjiro's ghost floated in the air asking where she intended to go. The answer was still the old dormitory. Coincidentally, the two encountered each other in front of the abandoned dormitory building. He smirked in greeting. Oh, hello, surprised, happy. Actually, earlier I did not want to fight you. I knew you still had one chance to revive. I only wanted to complete the mission. 2 million from the Deep family is nothing. You cannot defeat a D-rank ghost. Standing here, you must have already lost one life. Final clue is probably here. I can give you the reward. Just help me complete the mission and return to the real world. Before she could finish speaking, he had already stepped forward. His hand was a still beating warm heart. Then that heart rested in his hand. She still did not understand what had happened. Why are you not afraid? There is no reason. I said it, so I will do it. That is all. Before ending, he spoke as if saying farewell. Your next life speak less unpleasant words. After saying that, he crushed the heart in his hand. When he released his hand, she collapsed. The ghost in her body flew out. Tiu Man coughed lightly and said this time she is truly dead. You bastard, if you want to die then fine, but do not drag me with you. I am not foolish enough to die with you. Before it could react, he had already blocked its path, widening his eyes and asking, want to run? You run, I chase. Even with wings you cannot escape. Hearing him sing it cursed angrily. Is this how humans think? As soon as it finished speaking, it was struck by Jiang Trite. With one punch, it was sent flying straight into the wall. After being hit, it transformed into a small, cute form. He stepped closer and greeted it. So this is your true form, looks much cuter. Big brother, spare my life, she wanted to kill you. I only followed orders. Now that she is dead, I can follow you. Want to sign a contract with me? Then do you need to sacrifice human lives? It hurriedly shook its head, saying no need. Following you is an honor. Deep Thanjiro sacrificed 13 human lives to sign the contract, but she cannot compare to you. With you, no sacrifice is needed. Do you know my nickname? It is Jiang Trite, the cold-blooded, merciless. He decisively swung the scissors and finished it. Just a moment, Thanjiro's ghost dissipated. After all, Deep Thanjiro was once a classmate. But I am not a good person. Let's go find Truck Tiu and Gaia. The mission should end now. Not picking up her equipment. Hearing that, he turned back to look where she had been lying. So there was a drop. Rare yellow item. Blood-colored bone blade E-rank. Unclear what it is made of. Try a few swings to test sharpness. He read the system notification in surprise. Hurry and store it. The drop rate for equipment is very low. You are truly lucky. With my handsome looks, how can I use scissors? This blade suits my style better. Thanks for the reminder. Otherwise, I would have missed it. No need to thank me. Just help me find my head. At night at the old dormitory, Tiu and Gaia folded paper cranes while whispering, my love for you is deep without end. Trying to hold tightly onto our memories. Her breathing and heartbeat carried a strange allure. He turned and asked, did you kill him? Yes, I did it. I am sure he died miserably. Then do you want to hear our story? He replied directly he did not want to hear. Gave up everything for him, caused chaos throughout the school. Thought it was a beautiful love story, but it was not. Love requires mutual consent. Did you two truly love each other? What are you trying to say? Now I understand the strange feeling. All clues are from your perspective. Teacher-student love. The two of you loved each other but were judged by public opinion. After becoming pregnant, you were deceived and killed your own child. In the end, you went mad and cursed. That is the story you told. But it is true that you loved him. But the teacher never loved you. Everything was your own doing. If I guessed correctly, then this is the truth. The young handsome teacher made you infatuated. Your academic performance was not good, but you received the teacher's attention. You mistook it for love and deliberately became pregnant, thinking the obstacle was public opinion. But in fact, the teacher rejected you because of your extreme actions. She screamed, enough, be quiet. It is not like that. Even if the teacher did not accept me, so what? I had many ways to make him stay. I thought having a child would make him pay attention. For his reputation, I even killed the child. I both loved and hated him. After saying that, she held her head and cried out. Tiu Man asked why provoke her. Do not rush. He observed then said if the teacher wanted to hide it, then I would make everyone silent. The teacher is already dead. Everything is meaningless. Loving is not wrong, but being this extreme is too much. This is what the teacher gave me before he died for you. It is the hairpin the teacher gave when I was a class representative. Even though you harmed the teacher, he still protected you, organizing the game to prevent you from being exposed. Not because of love, but because you were once a student he was proud of. He did not want the truth to be revealed. Then was it because of me? She trembled as she reached out to take the hairpin. Unable to love, unable to hate. Without the teacher, what meaning is there in living? After saying that, she turned into a butterfly and flew away. The system announced the mission was complete. The man asked when did the teacher give the hairpin. He replied it was just a well-intentioned lie. But strangely, it did not end immediately after completion. It be he still has to take the final exam tomorrow. He is not good at studying. Even though the mission is done, the school has not changed. They still avoided it. No one dared to mention the story of Truck Tiu and Guyot again. No one dared to go near the classroom on the 4th floor. That dormitory area remained abandoned, cold and desolate. All signs showed that the cursed Truck Tiu and Guyot cast on the school still remained intact. Even though she eventually vanished like smoke, she still refused to break the curse. Even her own sister was as if she did not exist. Truly a madwoman. Was this not the kind of sickness often seen in novels? Teacher Mai walked over and lightly patted his shoulder as a reminder. Student, why have you not done your work yet, teacher? I am pretending to think deeply. Do not interrupt me. Whatever, 3 long 2 short then pick short. 3 short 1 long then pick long. Guessing randomly should still get a few correct. Just as he put his pen to paper, he suddenly felt something strange. Oh my God, the pen he took from the box was automatically writing answers. This actually exists. So this was the speed of an outstanding student doing a test. Teacher walked in and announced the results. In this final exam, our class has someone ranked first in the entire grade. Congratulations, Jiang Trite. Everyone give him a round of applause. Receiving praise, he only forced a smile, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, it was not done by himself. The system displayed a notification of main mission completion. Immediately after, it updated data and granted a series of item rewards. Wow, truly the bearing of an emperor. Even though he did not reach the highest SSS rank, he still received a D-level forbidden item. You man reminded softly beside him. Use this sparingly. When in dark personality, you will lose control. Yeah, I know. All right, Tiu man, this is for you. He took out the secret notebook and handed it to her. Tiu man exclaimed excitedly, you are really giving it to me. Are you sure with this notebook, in the next challenge we can ask for all strategies and clues? He nodded proudly, of course. I promise to help you get your beautiful head back. A man keeps his word. She hugged the notebook tightly like a treasure, favorability sword. Jiang Trite, thank you. You rest, I will return to the real world. Ah, but let me ask carefully. If this item glitches, it would waste the opportunity. After saying that, he immediately logged out back to reality. Returning to the real world, he smiled excitedly. Hello, teacher, the handsome student is back. Accidentally completed the challenge. No need to praise me. Before the teacher could react, Suang saw Vuong Fat running over while crying. Hey, Jiang Trite, what did you do to my mother? Only then did he look around. The scene left him stunned. What is going on? Why does it look like a battle just happened? Where are the teachers and the principal? Chao Deng turned back and smiled, blood still on his forehead. Congratulations, Jiang Trite, on returning safely. Yesterday, the school had a supernatural incident. Luckily, it has been resolved. This kid also contributed quite a bit. We're the last to return. Come on. Everyone is gathering at the library. Quickly pried Vuong Fat off, who was clinging tightly to him. Arriving at the library, students had already gathered in full. Everyone paid attention to the noise at the door. One by one, each carrying their own aura, they walked in. Duong, when did he sneak out? No wonder Vuong Fat looked so awful. Currently, the intrusion points have disappeared. This time there were 12 participants. 4 have died. The list includes Ho Tu and Kaya, Truong Tiu Phi, Hakai V, and Deep Than Gyro. Hearing the last name, everyone was shocked. Impossible. She had a ghost spirit. Those present at the time included Duong Tu Duong, Jiang Trite, and Vuong Duck Fat. Jiang Trite, you and Duong Tu Duong returned last. Do you know why Deep Than Gyro died? Chao Deng immediately stopped it. Enough. No need to discuss further once entering that world. You must accept life and death as fate. Every year, many students enter the ghostly world. Not a few also withdraw on their own. To avoid waste, the school machines cannot store all data. But the Ghost Bureau devices are different. They record all your performances. Now I will summarize. I wonder if what happened with Tiu Man and Deep Than Gyro was recorded. Do not worry. It should not have reached that extent. Moreover, I hid it very carefully, even though at that time I felt being recorded. To be safe, I changed your appearance right when I discovered it. How did you change it? Using mental power to alter your face, and even changed you into female clothing. No one will recognize you looking at the drawing. He became even more confused. Oh God, it definitely will not be exposed. If it is exposed, there will be no face left. Truly someone from a ghost clan has so many items. Hope the Deep family does not discover it. Truong Duck Fap lasted 2 days in the ghost world, but did not complete the mission. The same situation applies to Tran Tiu Min and Lai Kai Vien. Pham Truong and Luke En Han Dai lasted 3 days, completed the mission, average grade D. Duong Tu Duong lasted 4 days but failed. Kat Jia lasted 3 days, completed the challenge, achieved grade A. Actually nothing remarkable, just killed an E-level ghost. Compared to strength, I want everyone to pay more attention to my handsomeness. I am single, healthy, mentally stable. Anyone has sisters, introduce them. Mothers are fine too if they are beautiful. The whole group silently looked at him. Who asked, thought he was impressive. Turns out his mind has problems. Hurry back to class. Everyone fell silent. The last one, Jiang Trite, lasted 4 days. Completed both the main mission and the challenge, grade SS. Hearing this, everyone froze for a few seconds. Were utterly shocked. What SS and even completed the challenge. Jiang Trite is too amazing. While everyone still could not believe it. Kat Jia silently observed Jiang Trite. Suddenly the door was kicked open. Cao Deng startled and turned around. A man rushed in aggressively. All participants are here, right? Speak, who killed my daughter? The bell rang for class. The teacher stood on the podium announcing there was someone ranked first in the entire grade. Congratulations, Jiang Trite. The whole class turned and applauded. Jiang Trite scratched his face awkwardly. It was not done by himself. At the same time, the system panel appeared with a series of rewards. He held the mask, eyes shining brightly. Truly my luck. Did not reach SSS but got a forbidden item. Wearing it will increase ghost power and unlock dark personality. You man reminded from behind, do not use it too much. When entering that state you will lose control. Jiang Trite smiled and replied, got it. Ngo then picked up the notebook. All right. Tiu Man, this is for you. This is a secret notebook. Write questions and answers will appear. Tiu Man emotionally reached out. You are really giving it to me. He asked again, are you sure? With this it is possible to ask all future strategies. Jiang Trite crossed his arms and nodded confidently. I promise to help you get your beautiful head back. I say it, I do it. Tiu Man favorability increased greatly. She smiled. Jiang Trite, thank you. Jiang Trite turned and reminded, you rest first. I will return to the real world. Ah, but I should ask more carefully. If this item malfunctions, it would be such a waste. After saying that, Jiang Trite figure dissipated, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke before Tiu Man. Turning to reality, he raised his hand and greeted cheerfully, hello teachers. The most handsome student has returned. Just happened to complete the challenge. No need to praise me. Tiu Vuong ran over while crying, shouting his name. Jiang Trite stared wide-eyed at the scene. Tiu Vuong hugged him tightly and sobbed. Jiang Trite panicked and shouted, hey, what are you doing? Suddenly Jiang Trite froze. He looked at the man in front of him and asked, what happened? Why does it look like a fight just ended? Where are the teachers and the principal? Cao Deng from the Ghost Bureau, blood still on his forehead, held a phone and said, congratulations Jiang Trite on returning safely. He continued, yesterday the school encountered a supernatural event. Now it has been resolved. Luckily this kid bravely contributed. He glanced at Tiu Vuong, while Jiang Trite was speechless watching him cling to his leg and cry. He turned his back and said, you were the last to return, come on. Everyone is at the library. Jiang Trite annoyedly pushed Tiu Vuong away. Let go, I still have to go. But Tiu Vuong kept crying without stopping. Kat Jia turned his head toward the door. Cao Deng led Jiang Trite into the room. Seeing the students, he was surprised. When did Duong Tu Duong sneak out? He glanced at Vuong Duck Fap, who was sweating and avoiding eye contact. No wonder Vuong Fat looked so terrible. Cao Deng said, currently the intrusion points have disappeared. This time there were 12 participants, 4 have died. The list includes Ho Tuan Kaya, Truong Tiu Phi, Ha Kai Vi, and Deep Than Gyro. Lai Kai Vien and Tran Tiu Min reacted. Impossible, Deep Than Gyro had a ghost spirit. Those present at the time were Duong Tu Duong, Jiang Trite, and Vuong Duck Fat. Someone asked Jiang Trite, you and Duong Tu Duong returned last. Do you know why she died? Jiang Trite remained silent because no one would admit causing that. Cao Deng spoke sternly, enough, no need to discuss further. If you willingly enter that world you must understand life and death are decided by fate. Every year many students enter the ghostly world, and not a few withdraw. He opened a notebook and continued, to avoid waste. The school machines cannot record all data. The Ghost Bureau devices are different. They record all performances. Now I will summarize. Hearing this, Jiang Trite could not help but feel worried. He asked softly, was what happened with Tiu Man and Deep Than Gyro recorded? Tiu Man waved her hand to reassure. Do not worry. It should not have reached that level. Moreover, I worked very carefully, even though at that time I sensed something recording. But the moment I discovered it, I changed your appearance. Jiang Trite was surprised. How did you change it? You man showed a picture. I used mental power to alter your face, and even changed your outfit into female clothing. No one will recognize you. Jiang Trite gaped. Oh my God, if it is exposed, how will I live? He held his head in despair. Truly someone from a ghost clan, so many items. Hope it is not discovered. Chao Deng continued reading. Vuong Duc Fap lasted 2 days, but did not complete the mission. Tran Tiu Min and Lai Kai Vien were in the same situation. Am Truong and Luke En Han Dai lasted 3 days. Completed the mission, grade D. Duong Tu Duong lasted 4 days, but failed. Chu Kat Jia lasted 3 days, completed the challenge. Achieved grade A. Chu Kat Jia spoke arrogantly. Just killed an E-level ghost. Compared to strength, I want everyone to pay more attention to my handsomeness. I am single, healthy, mentally stable. Anyone has sisters, introduce them. Mothers are fine too if they are beautiful. Everyone looked at him speechless. Who asked, thought he was impressive. Turns out his mind has problems. Hurry back to class. Chao Deng sighed. Be quiet. The last one is Jiang Trite. Lasted 4 days. Completed both the main mission and the challenge, grade SS. The whole room froze for a few seconds. Burst out, SS, and still completed the challenge. Vuong Fat was excited. Jiang Trite is too cool. While Jiang Trite was surrounded by praise, Chu Kat Jia narrowed his eyes and observed him. Suddenly the door was kicked open. The man walked in and looked around. All participants are here, right? He roared, who killed my daughter? That was the head of the Deep family, one of the 3 great ghost clans. Deep Truong Than gritted his teeth. Who killed my daughter? Everyone in the room stared at him in shock. He gathered power into his arm. His aura surged. Truong Than shouted loudly, where is the culprit? Come out and pay with your life. Suddenly his hand was pierced by a sharp object. Deep Truong Than, what are you trying to do? Went mad. What am I doing? I must avenge my daughter. The culprit is among this group. Are you trying to hide it? Pham Truong and Luke En Han Dai were shocked. Deep Than Jio was killed. Impossible. She had a very strong ghost spirit. We were not capable. Jiang Trite broke into a cold sweat. His ghost power had reached 160. It turned out he was far from ordinary. Tiu Man explained, his ghost spirit is sea level, a very difficult opponent. Those he brings also all have contracts. With your current strength, you cannot confront him directly. Suddenly, a notebook was slammed hard onto the ground. Chao Deng pointed straight ahead. Deep Truong Than, long time no see, your temper is still this bad. Do you take our ghost bureau as a joke? If you dare touch students, I will handle it according to the law. Being killed in the ghostly world is common. You are also experienced. Do you still need me to remind you? Deep Truong Than was furious and speechless. He was unwilling. The ghost clan might be shown leniency, but the Ghost Bureau is a national force. He could not confront it directly. Deep Truong Than had no choice but to yield. Fine. This time I will give you face. I will withdraw. But this grudge cannot be ignored. After today, whatever I do, you cannot interfere. Chao Deng reminded, killing in the real world will be punished. Deep Truong Than kicked the notebook away. That is none of your concern. Let us go. Chao Deng held his head and sighed. The situation is getting more complicated. If he really makes a move, I may not be able to handle it. Chu Kat Jia said, that scared me to death earlier. Almost lost face. Chao Deng looked at the students and felt all sacrifices were worth it. Results have been announced. You may return. Your performance this time was very good, with recognition from the Ghost Bureau. Sooner or later, you will receive invitations from major schools. No matter where you go in the future, I still hope you remember why we step into the ghostly world, what this world needs from us, and what we must do. Everyone listened attentively. Chao Deng clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. Today we can fight side by side as comrades. Tomorrow you should go to the Ghost Bureau to receive an extra reward, including a demon ring and 500,000 in cash. After receiving the reward, everyone goes home to rest. The trainees walked while discussing. A demon ring worth over 1 million plus 500,000 in cash, truly a fortune. Those who did not participate must regret it, but not necessarily, as Deep Than Jio also encountered danger. Jiang Trite silently followed behind. Thought to himself, the demon ring is a type of equipment embedded with gemstones, like a key to enter and exit the demon world. It can be carried on the body. Its value of over 1 million aside, it is not something you can buy with money. Yet it was given to him. If the matter of Deep Than Jio is exposed, he might be fine, but that man could very likely target his sister. Suddenly Jiang Trite stopped. In front of him was his beautiful sister, her face full of worry. Her hands were clenched tightly, trembling. Jiang Trite called out in surprise, "Sister." He stepped closer and asked, "Tiu Trite, are you hurt?" Jiang Trite scratched his head and replied, "I am fine, do not worry." Jiang Ian pinched his cheek and scolded him. "You still remember I am your sister. What did I tell you before? I told you not to participate, yet you did not listen." Jiang Trite cried out in pain and begged, "Be gentle, sister, I did not volunteer. Besides, I have already passed. The Ghost Bureau and the school gave a lot of money. I will buy clothes for you. We will move to a new house." Jiang Ian shook her head. "I do not need clothes or a big house. I only want you to be safe." Jiang Trite looked at her move. At that moment, Chu Cat Jia appeared. Tiu Trite, we are not cooking at home today. Let me treat you to a meal. Oh, is this the beautiful sister you always mention? Jiang Ian shyly turned away. She turned back and greeted. Hello, are you Tiu Trite's friend? Jiang Trite hurriedly said, Sister, he and I are not. Chu Cat Jia pushed him aside and laughed. Yes, I am Trite's good brother. My name is Chu Cat Jia. No one is home today. Can I come eat at your place? I will wash dishes and clean up. Jiang Trite snapped. Who is your brother? Your face is really thick, and you still want to eat at my house. Jiang Ian thought for a moment, then smiled. She said, that is fine. Tiu Trite has never brought a friend home. The more the merrier. Jiang Trite panicked. Sister, you are too easy to deceive. Sitting down, Jiang Trite said seriously. When my sister goes out to buy things, tell me clearly who you are, why you keep acting close. Your mouth is sweet like sugar. Do you have diabetes? Chu Cat Jia was surprised. How did you know I have diabetes? Jiang Trite was speechless. How old are you to already have this illness? Chu Cat Jia laughed. Just drank too much cola. Jiang Trite froze, not knowing what to say. Chu Cat Jia flattered. Actually, I came to help you. Jiang Trite was suspicious. Help me find a girlfriend. Chu Cat Jia scratched his head. Or let my girlfriend stay with you for a few days. Jiang Trite angrily pointed. Do not talk nonsense. Say what you need to say quickly or get lost. Chu Cat Jia became serious. Deep Than Jio is the only daughter of Deep Truong Than, the precious gem of the Deep family. Now she is dead. He will definitely not let it go. Jiang Trite asked, what does it have to do with me? Chu Cat Jia replied, whether it is related or not is not for you to decide. If I am correct, she had a communication forbidden item on her body. If the Deep family confirms she was killed, the killer can only be one of three people, you Vuong Duc Fap or Duong Tu Duong. But among the three, only you completed the main mission and challenge, and the rewards were distributed differently, wanting to monopolize it. Killing is normal. Therefore, even without evidence, the Deep family will still target you. Jiang Trite shrugged. Without evidence, what can they do to me? But in his heart he thought this guy appeared too timely, not trustworthy. Chu Cat Jia laughed. Do not doubt I am not from the Deep family. I sincerely want to help. Jiang Trite stared at him. Tiu Man said, he did not sign a contract, nor use forbidden items. He has no ghost power. That moment Jiang Ian called from outside. Tiu Trite, I am back. Come help me carry things. Jiang Trite stood up. Coming. Chu Cat Jia also ran out. I will help sister too, otherwise the food will not taste good. Jiang Trite thought, this guy has no ghost power yet still sticks around, and his sister's attitude is also strange. Forget it, eat first. Jiang Ian said, since you are free, Chu Cat Jia stay and play for a few days. I will cook delicious food. Chu Cat Jia was delighted. Really, you are too kind, sister. Jiang Trite was shocked. The next day, Jiang Trite bought buns. Chu Cat Jia yawned and said, I also want buns and soy milk. Jiang Trite turned back. Staying at my house and still demanding food from me. Do you think this is a hotel? Chu Cat Jia said, but I am thinking of ways to deal with the Deep family. Jiang Trite had no choice. Boss, add another portion of buns and soy milk. Chu Cat Jia smiled smugly. He said, speak something useful or you will not eat tonight. Jiang Trite threatened. Chu Cat Jia asked nonsense. Jiang Trite said coldly, I will make you drink glass coffee. You will not be able to speak anymore. Chu Cat Jia laughed. I mean dealing with Deep Truong Than directly. Jiang Trite glared. Are you joking? Chu Cat Jia quickly apologized. He became serious. Or you join the Ghost Bureau. Chu Cat Jia explained. Anyone who completes the challenge well can directly join the Ghost Bureau. The attractive rewards make everyone interested. Jiang Trite thought, is joining forced? Chu Cat Jia replied, no, it must be voluntary. Joining the Ghost Bureau is an honor. No one is forced. Chu Cat Jia said, people from the Deep family do not dare touch members of the Ghost Bureau. You will be safe. Jiang Trite thought, that makes sense, so that is how it is. Tiu Man asked, you are tempted? Jiang Trite said a little. Thought, joining means carrying great responsibility, protecting others. Jiang Trite tightened his grip on the cup. But for him, protecting his loved ones is what matters most. Finding Tiu Man's head is also fine. Jiang Trite said, there is no revival in battle. Death is the end. If I die, what will happen to my sister and the one I love? He looked at Chu Cat Jia. Do we have enough strength to join? Tiu Man said, look over there. Jiang Trite followed her gaze. That is Duong Tu Duong with people from the Deep family. Deep family member turned to look at them. Jiang Trite broke into a cold sweat. Chu Cat Jia said, he is staring at me. Jiang Trite replied, he is looking at me, not you. Deep family member walked over. You are Jiang Trite, right? The two were startled. He said, I am the captain of the Deep family bodyguards. Ta Bat and HU. The master wants to see you. Chu Cat Jia objected. Just because you want me to go, I go. Jiang Trite nodded in agreement. Chu Cat Jia said, who knows if you are a fraud? The bodyguard said, I only need Jiang Trite. He pointed at the car. Your friend is also there. Follow me. This is an order. Chu Cat Jia screamed as if being killed. He shouted, kidnapping people in broad daylight. Crowd gathered to watch. Chu Cat Jia pulled Jiang Trite and ran. He shouted, what are you standing there for? Run. Two ran far away, then stopped to catch their breath. Chu Cat Jia said, He does not dare enter the ghost bureau. I am trustworthy, right? Jiang Trite slapped him. Running like this only makes him more suspicious. Jiang Trite said, at least we should have caused trouble before running. Chu Cat Jia nodded. Suddenly there was a noise. The two turned back. A person was kicked flying out. His face was bruised and swollen. He shouted, I do not want to join the Ghost Bureau. Whether to join the Ghost Bureau is my choice. Why am I being forced like this? Is this not too much? What right do you have to attack me? Gunshot rang out, striking his forehead directly. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia stared in horror at the man being shot dead. Hey, you two, here to receive your reward. The call made Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia jump in fright. Two froze, sweat pouring down as they dared not look. Stammering, we saw nothing. Adida Fat bless us, pretend we saw nothing. Please do not kill us. Their minds in chaos, thinking it is over, someone was killed. They must have wandered into the wrong place. How should they answer such a question? No book ever taught this. Do not worry, he obstructed the mission, so being dealt with is justified. People of the Ghost Bureau always act with reason. We do not kill randomly. That is right, it was because he interfered with the work. He refused to join the Ghost Bureau, and we never forced anyone. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia were speechless. Do you have a bank card? If not, a savings account works too. The promised reward will be transferred to you. I am Hong Lang in the same team as Chu Dung. She turned away as she spoke. Jiang Trite broke into a cold sweat and replied, yes, yes. Thank you, Sister Hong Lang, thinking to himself, killing people in broad daylight. Could it be this Ghost Bureau? Chu Cat Jia excitedly shouted, is this the legendary Ghost World? Hong Lang sat with her legs crossed and replied, yes. This place only opens at sub-level. If normal missions are not challenging enough, you can come here to level up. The way, the ghosts we distribute are all inspected. Anyone who dares to trade them will not escape prison. As for the 500,000, bring your card to the finance room later, and it will be transferred. Jiang Trite asked in surprise, is that all? Hong Lang replied, it is that simple. Someone came this morning as well. We are used to it. Is there any problem? Chu Cat Jia stared at the ring in fascination and asked, is this a couple ring? Jiang Trite replied, two men wearing matching rings. What is there to show off? What are you plotting against me? Hong Lang frowned and asked, you do not like it? Jiang Trite quickly said, sorry, I am very satisfied. I was a bit loud just now. Hong Lang explained, because you came late, only this pair was left. It seems I just forgot something. She rummaged through the drawer and took out documents. Ah, I remember. You both completed the challenge, right? Chu Dung said those who complete it can directly join the Ghost Bureau. Hong Lang tossed the stack of papers onto the table. Here, read it. From today, you are officially our people. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia darkened as they looked at the pile of papers. Hong Lang asked, you will not refuse, right? The two sat silently across from Hong Lang. Chu Cat Jia whispered, Nguyen Phuong, what do you think? With my eyes, of course, not my backside. Jiang Trite thought he really needed a strong backing, but joining the Ghost Bureau was no joke. He said, Sister Hong Lang, doing this is a bit careless. She replied, it is not careless at all. Well, can I ask a few questions? No, you cannot. Jiang Trite felt annoyed thinking they said it was not forced, yet now it is like this. Does refusing mean being shot dead? Is this a trap? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, something is wrong. If they forced people to join, social media would have exploded already. Everything was strangely coincidental. Why let him witness a killing? And that man had his head blown apart. Hong Lang seemed to deliberately convey this message. Hong Lang said coldly, what are you standing there for? Sign it. Refusing means death. Tiu Man appeared behind him and said, you only realize now. That man also had ghost power. In other words, everything was a trap. That moment, Chow Dung pushed the door open and walked in. I told you not to scare the kids. Hong Lang pouted, how boring. Chu Cat Jia cried and clung to Chow Dung's leg. The man widened his eyes in surprise. Complained, if I do not join, will I be killed? I am still young without wife or children, and that perfect girlfriend too. Chow Dung pulled him away and said, do not worry, no one will kill you. I checked your records. You are both single, where would a girlfriend come from, even showing off a doll? Chu Cat Jia argued it is a high-end silicone doll. Jiang Trite looked at him and said, Chu, great hero. He replied, do not call me that, just call me Brother Dung. Jiang Trite seriously asked directly, this was all your plan to force us to join, right? Chow Dung laughed and patted his head, praising him for being smart. This rehearsal took a long time to prepare. The Ghost Bureau is not like what you imagine. Does it feel familiar? Jiang Trite forced a smile. Who would have thought upon arrival he would see a killing, almost being forced in? I thought the Ghost Bureau was very serious. Chow Dung explained the image of soldiers is usually imposing, but in reality, most here are young like you. Everyone likes to tease, chat about all sorts of things, sometimes even argue, leaving the two surprised. Youth only comes once, and we do not live in peaceful times. Ghosts run rampant and disasters are constant. We can only fight or prepare to fight. Joining the Ghost Bureau may not bring wealth, but it is the greatest honor. Youth is short, so dedicate it to the country. The two listened to him with emotion. Jiang Trite interrupted. Chow Dung asked, what is it? Are you moved? No, if you said it in a more natural way, it might be more effective. Chow Dung darkened. Chu Cat Jia nodded. Everyone can read that kind of scripted speech. Chow Dung said helplessly it would have been better to let the captain speak. Hong Lang sneered. Two left the Ghost Bureau, talking as they walked. Chu Cat Jia asked why not join. High salary, good benefits, stable job. Jiang Trite replied, if you want, then go yourself. Jiang Trite raised his middle finger and said, you are pushing responsibility onto me. Chu Cat Jia said awkwardly, you found out. Truly worthy of someone I value. Tiu Man looked at his behavior with disgust and asked, can I smash his head? Jiang Trite turned back and said, we may be from the same school, but we are not close. We are not even related. I do not know why you approached me. I have always been someone who prefers to walk alone like a wolf. Tiu Man behind him was confused. Jiang Trite thought the only teammate he trusts is Tiu Man, a ghost. Chu Cat Jia was stunned, then sighed. Just after wearing matching rings, he thought they could be together for a long time. Tiu Man commented, you two look like the male and female leads in a cheesy romance. Jiang Trite snapped, who would act in that kind of drama with a man. Fine, once you are done, leave me. I will go pick up my sister from work. Suddenly Jiang Trite stopped. He sensed ghost aura, but this is the real world. Not good. That direction is his sister's company. Could something have happened? Jiang Trite ran frantically, worried, thinking the Deep family has already acted so fast. Have they found his weakness? Damn it, he must make it in time. He stopped, looking up at the building in shock. Chu Cat Jia chased after him, panting, and asked what happened. Anyone would think a beast was chasing you. He looked at Jiang Trite suspiciously. Why are you not saying anything? On the rooftop, Jiang Ian was being strangled by a clown, about to be thrown down. Jiang Trite screamed in his heart, calling for his sister. Jiang Ian struggled to grab the clown's hand that was choking her. She groaned in pain. Clown laughed eerily. He sneered, then released his hand. Jiang Ian fell, screaming in terror. Jiang Trite cried out in despair. Do not. Then a loud explosion rang out. He hit the ground, dust and smoke billowing. Everyone around was stunned. Jiang Trite trembled as he called sister, but his beloved sister did not respond. The fall had mangled her body beyond recognition. Tiu Man sensed something wrong and called for him to wake up. This is not real. It is just an illusion. Focus. Jiang Trite jolted awake. It was an illusion. He realized the body had disappeared, immediately understood and cursed it. It really was an illusion. Chu Cat Jia behind him covered his face and cried out, do not die. Jiang Trite slapped him, wake up, this is not real. Chu Cat Jia held his cheek and woke up. It is not real. He cursed, it really is an illusion. Chu Cat Jia trembled and said, we need to withdraw quickly. That clown-like thing is endless terror, a ghost close to reaching C rank. Jiang Trite stepped forward while saying, no, my sister is still inside. I cannot abandon her. I must go in and save her. Chu Cat Jia grabbed his hand and stopped him, saying, are you crazy? People from the Ghost Bureau will come. If we go in, it is just seeking death. Jiang Trite angrily shouted, let go. I cannot gamble. I will go in myself. You stay here and wait for the Ghost Bureau. Chu Cat Jia clenched his teeth helplessly. What a reckless brat. Suddenly he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket, crumpled it and stuffed it straight into his mouth. While running after him, he shouted, wait for me. I am going with you. Wait a bit. Damn it, I am scared to death. The man in a black suit reported over the phone, Captain, endless terror has appeared at Duong Quang Mall. Those two have already gone in. I will lead people in first to try to contain it. The captain stood by the window and replied, understood. Protect those two. We are on the way. Said sternly after entering, immediately seal off the entire mall. This time we cannot let it escape. Inside, the mall was filled with blood and destruction. Jiang Trite stepped in. He looked around and called, Sister Jiang Ian, can you hear me? He felt anxious. Although he saw blood, there were no people. It seemed this had happened a long time ago. Tiu Man behind him said, I observed earlier. There were many people outside, but no one went in or out. They must have all been affected by that ghost. It did not want to pull in more people. It probably had enough hostages and headed straight to the floor where your sister works. Jiang Trite nodded, understood, then asked, why did you not stop me? Tiu Man replied, I understand how important your sister is to you. Tiu Man scratched her head and said, although I do not like her making you rush into danger, I know my limits. Chu Cat Jia ran over shouting, I told you to slow down. Jiang Trite turned around in surprise. Why did you come in here? I told you to leave. Chu Cat Jia panted and handed over a talisman, saying, take this. It is a mind-stabilizing talisman. It can resist mental attacks. Jiang Trite said worriedly, hurry and leave. This has nothing to do with you. Chu Cat Jia stubbornly said, no, our Jia Cat is famous for wisdom. It is only endless terror. We will definitely save your sister. Jiang Trite said disdainfully, it seems you used the idiom wrong. Chu Cat Jia shouted, stop talking. I will definitely take part. Suddenly the sound of high heels echoed. The two turned back. Jiang Trite said, Sister Tu, is that you? He ran over and asked worriedly, Sister Tu, I am Tiu Trite. Have you seen my sister? Where are the others? The Ghost Bureau is coming. Do not be afraid. Suddenly he noticed something wrong. The face before him twisted like a ghost. The ghost lunged forward, growling as it attacked. Chu Cat Jia quickly pushed Jiang Trite aside. The ghost missed its bite. Tiu Man appeared and said this person has become a ghost slave. Jiang Trite asked what is a ghost slave. Tiu Man explained it is a curse. The consciousness is trapped in the body as a slave. The ghost fell down then stood up again. Jiang Trite asked can it be undone. Tiu Man replied once opened it cannot be closed. She has been completely corroded. The ghost twisted its head and stared at Jiang Trite. Jiang Trite summoned his sword. This is not the ghost world, so there is no chance to revive. Hesitation will only put his sister in more danger. Ghost rushed forward very fast. It leapt to attack. Jiang Trite said, sorry, Sister Two, I cannot waste time. He slashed repeatedly. The ghost's body was cut apart. Separated, it screamed in pain. Tiu Man patted his shoulder. She said ghost slaves will feel pain forever. If you know them, you should end it quickly. Cut off the head or pierce the heart. Perhaps before dying, they will regain awareness. Jiang Trite silently raised his sword. Chu Cat Jia tried to stop him, but the sword had already pierced through Sister Two. She regained consciousness and looked at him. She softly called Tiu Trite. Jiang Trite's heart ached in tears. Memories of Sister To flooded back. She once happily greeted him, once called him over to eat buttered popcorn, once told him to bring a girlfriend to watch a movie, saying she once had a younger brother like him. Sister To weakly said, Tiu Trite, thank you. She mentioned Jiang Ian, telling him to quickly save her. Tiu Man saw him silent and called out. Jiang Trite's face turned cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. He held the sword and stood up. Chu Cat Jia shouted, I will go with you. Jiang Trite closed his eyes and said, you do not need to come in. Stay here. If you see my sister come out, take her away. Chu Cat Jia objected he could not abandon a comrade. Jiang Trite smiled faintly and said, I am not your comrade. Consider it me begging you stay. Left with Tiu Man, saying, I rarely trust others. Do not disappoint me. Chu Cat Jia saluted like in the military, saying, I understand. Even if I die, I will protect your sister. Outside, Hong Lang reported the soul sealing incense is ready, but the space is not yet stable. It needs 5 minutes. Do you need more? In front of her was an incense burner. The captain said no. Too much will make it alert. We must wait until the space stabilizes before acting. Chow Dung worried those inside cannot wait. Hong Lang said if they cannot, then so be it. If it escapes, more will die. You are not here to save the world. Chow Dung frowned and said, I know, but I still want to save as many as possible. Besides, those two are still inside. The captain asked, are you worried about them? He said seriously that Brat is a good seed. If he joins the Ghost Bureau, he will be very useful. The captain said then trust him. He assigned a taboo contract with a ghost spirit. At that moment, Jiang Trite advanced toward the cinema with killing intent. He opened the door and called Sister Jiang Ian. Disappointed, he said she is not here. Tiu Man commented this place is very strange. There are no traces of a ghost. Jiang Trite thought if there were signs it would not be scary. Having none is what is worrying. Perhaps before entering the mall that Thing had already noticed them. Suddenly he looked at the screen. The clown appeared waving. Hello, little boy. Did you come to watch my performance? Jiang Trite immediately raised his sword in vigilance. The clown turned away and said, wait a moment. I still need to put on makeup. Jiang Trite thought he appeared on the screen. Then where is the real body? He laughed strangely, then transformed into Jiang Ian on the screen. Jiang Trite was horrified. Tiu Man immediately calmed him. Stay calm, this is just an illusion. Do not be affected. Your sister is definitely waiting. If you are distracted, how will you save her? Tiu Man kept reminding him, but Jiang Trite was still panicking. She said, trust that your sister is still alive. Jiang Trite closed his eyes to regain calm, clenched his fist and struck hard into the cinema screen. He recalled childhood games of hide and seek with his sister. No matter where he hid, she would always find him quickly. But this time it was his turn to find her. Kicked the screen hard. It shattered. The clown laughed and said, not falling for the trap. Interesting. The hostages trembled sitting in their seats. Thought what game should he play before that boy arrives? Then he stood up excitedly and said, got it. Let us play a random game. Mother hugged her child and looked at him in extreme fear. Clown grinned grotesquely, his tone eerie as he asked the mother if she could give him that little doll. The woman hugged the child tightly, trembling as she begged, I will become your puppet. Please do not harm my child. Clown frowned angrily, scolding the disgusting woman for hastily flaunting that fake maternal love. But I will grant your wish. A scream of pain rang out. The child panicked and called for his mother. Mother had her arm severed, trembling as she begged him to stop. The child tried to crawl toward his mother. The clown laughed madly, calling them, this adorable little doll. The next act will surely be wonderful. He reached out to grab the child and wondered what to name the act. At that moment, Jiang Trite kicked the door open and rushed in, his face filled with anger. About calling it the game of stuffing your own head into your own anus. Jiang Ian saw him and called Tiu Trite. The crowd stirred, wondering who he was, whether he came to save them or was from the Ghost Bureau. Jiang Trite cursed in annoyance. So exhausting. Why did I not know this cinema had so many rooms before? Tiu Man mocked, luckily you still found the right one. The clown clapped and laughed in delight, saying the actor has arrived. And let the next act begin. He stretched his neck forward and approached. Jiang Trite cursed in shock. What kind of thing are you? The clown crashed into the wall, then stood up saying how interesting. I like most those puppets who think they are awake like you. He laughed sinisterly in front of Jiang Trite, saying, lowly human, play with me, the trolley problem. This moment the ghost bureau had entered the mall. Hong Lang swung her spear and struck down a ghost. The ghost was blasted far away. Hong Lang panted in exhaustion. Why are there so many? The other ghosts continued to rush forward. The captain reminded, do not injure them. They are not ghost slaves. Although endless terror can turn people into ghosts, it cannot turn hundreds instantly. They have only temporarily lost consciousness. Hong Lang and Chu Deng rushed over. Chu Deng summoned his ghost spirit to restrain the crowd. He broke into a sweat and said, my ghost spirit can control them. As long as endless terror is eliminated, they will return to normal. Leave this place to me. Everyone go in and destroy it. Do not let those two die. Hong Lang said worriedly, old Chu, you must stay alive. I do not like collecting corpses. She turned and rushed up the stairs. Inside the cinema, Jiang Ayan was bandaging the mother who lost her arm, comforting her endure the pain a little. The others were panicking around. She said there is no first aid kit, so she could only stop the bleeding temporarily. Wondering how Tiu Trite found this place and what he had gone through. The woman weakly thanked her, then asked, is the one who just came in your younger brother? Jiang Ayan nodded, saying the ghost bureau should be arriving soon. You must hold on for your child. She worriedly thought that ghost is very dangerous. She wondered if Tiu Trite was injured. Calm down. If I panic, it will only get worse. Going out recklessly might cause trouble for him. Suddenly a strange young man appeared, reassuring everyone, do not panic. I guarantee no one else will die, at least not because of me or the ghost outside. Jiang Ayan immediately became alert and shielded the woman, wondering when he appeared. He pointed to the screen showing Jiang Trite and the clown, saying, watch while we chat. Do not be afraid, I am not a bad person. He said the ghost world has changed humanity a lot, yet humans are essentially just hairless bipedal creatures. He continued rambling. Humans are called higher beings, yet they divide themselves into classes. Everyone in the cinema listened in confusion. The highest class enjoys all privileges, called challengers. He pointed at Jiang Trite on the screen. The lower class struggles to survive, called ordinary people. He said he once lived at the bottom of society. Recounted seeing his sister humiliated by an ranked challenger. His parents knelt begging yet were still killed. He covered his face in pain. He once thought they would be punished, but no. They were protected because they were strong. Jiang Ayan thought he seemed insane. He said this world is rotten. To change it, one must expose the ugliness of challengers. He and the clown shouted together, calling the challenger, knowing he came to save his sister. Grow stronger from fear. You are not my opponent, but I will give you two choices. Jiang Trite raised his sword tensely. One is to kill everyone in the room. Without fear, I will weaken. You can kill me and save your sister. Then you will become a hero. The Ghost Bureau will reward you generously. Two is you die in their place. Jiang Trite frowned. 1 life for 300 lives is a perfect trade. The crowd was stirred and agreed. Two challengers not like being heroes. Dying in their place will make your name remembered. The clown's clone thought humans are truly selfish and foolish. Jiang Ayan shouted, what nonsense are you saying? Humans are not perfect. Your pain is great, but you cannot kill everyone. She urged everyone to stay strong. The Ghost Bureau has sacrificed so much to protect them. Protecting the weak is noble, not an obligation. The crowd began to waver. Jiang Ayan held a knife and said, I am not afraid, nor afraid of that thing outside. Even if you kill me, do not think of threatening my brother. The two siblings spoke in unison. We choose nothing. Sorry, but I have always been unruly. A force surrounded Jiang Trite. His hair turned golden. His eyes went wild. He said, my choice is to cut you to pieces. At 15H44, on the rooftop of Duong Quang building, Shadow stood on the water tank saying, long time no see. When did you notice me? Since you joined the Light Society, we are no longer friends. Engim Dai Bang, captain of Team 3. Engim Dai Bang angrily called him the third executor of the Light Society. That man calmly said, that is right. We are no longer friends. I just said it casually. He jumped down and shrugged. Why be so serious? Engim Dai Bang replied. I know you will not state your purpose, but you have killed too many people. Stop it. He scratched his head and said the goal is only to spread doctrine. Do not find this world boring. What nonsense are you talking about? The world needs evolution and to fight for the light. Engim Dai Bang sighed and said, stop talking nonsense. I do not care about this so-called light. That man turned cold and approached saying, fine. I was planning to leave this noon. Before leaving, I wanted to greet the Ghost Bureau. That man laughed and said I waited since last night and saw no one, but instead met an interesting brat. Engim Dai Bang angrily cursed, you really are a pervert. That is not the key point. What matters is the look in that brat Jiang Trite's eyes. His gaze is filled with brutality. I want to witness with my own eyes if he kills hundreds of ordinary people. I wonder if your ghost bureau will hold him accountable then. Engim Dai Bang asked sternly, is this matter so important to you? That man replied, very important. I want to know in your eyes whether hundreds of lives are worth more or a person with a taboo contract with a ghost spirit is worth more. Engim Dai Bang said, doing this has no meaning. That man immediately refuted. No, it is very meaningful. This is a weighing between ordinary people and challengers. Engim Dai Bang shouted, the Ghost Bureau exists to protect the people. Why force innocent people and a child to bear this responsibility? That man turned away indifferently and said, stop talking. Just wait and see the result. Not underestimate human selfishness. Engim Dai Bang frowned and said, you will be disappointed. He may not want to join the Ghost Bureau, but he is definitely not the kind of person you think. Engim Dai Bang's gaze turned sharp, replying, do not underestimate human kindness. Inside the mall, Jiang Trite used his sword to block the strike of the grotesque clown. One of his arms was cut off. The clown roared angrily, how dare you beat me into such a miserable state? Jiang Trite sneered and reminded that line is usually for those about to die. That man replied, unfortunately, I am not human. Jiang Trite mocked, still able to talk back. With such a big head, you actually have a brain. Enraged, the clown roared, I will make sure your mouth never opens again, then knocked Jiang Trite away. He braced his sword to keep balance. Jiang Trite panted. That strike consumed a lot of strength. He asked Tiu Man if she could increase ghost power further. Tiu Man said it is possible, but his body has reached its limit. Exceeding it will backfire. Jiang Trite's hair returned to black, while the clown's arm, that had been severed, was slowly regenerating. Clearly it had not reached its limit yet. Jiang Trite said helplessly, it is already C rank, yet still not at its limit. It was hard enough to cut off its arm, and it regrew. Tiu Man advised retreat. His mental strength was not enough to sustain for. Jiang Trite laughed tiredly and said, retreat for what? If I run then, what about my sister? Besides, I spoke boldly earlier. If I run now, where is my dignity? Tiu Man looked at him silently, then splashed water on his face and asked, are you sure? Your legs are shaking like Parkinson. If you increase ghost power, the consequences will be severe. Jiang Trite laughed and said, at worst, I will just recover later. When I need more power, you must act immediately. Tiu Man sighed and said, you really are crazy. Jiang Trite gripped his sword and prepared to charge. Suddenly a shout came from behind. Demon, try my yin energy. Jiang Trite turned and saw Chukat Jia rushing over. Throwing a shoe straight forward, he shouted, I am here to save you. The shoe hit the clown's face. That man bit the shoe, full of confusion before growing angry. Jiang Trite exclaimed in shock, you call that yin energy? Chukat Jia put on sunglasses coolly and said, Trite, do you believe in light? Jiang Trite asked, annoyed, are you about to transform? The clown held the shoe. His face darkened and said, you too dare to humiliate me? Suddenly the shoe glowed, causing him to freeze. Tiu Man shouted, that is a high-level forbidden item. Jiang Trite doubted this shoe. A blinding light from the shoe shone onto the clown. Ghost was instantly engulfed in blue flames, screaming in pain. Tiu Man shouted opportunity. Jiang Trite rushed forward. The clown screamed, not understanding what was happening as it burned. Jiang Trite charged with his sword. That man sneered, today, I will show you that words must be matched with action. Unleashed a legendary technique of 1,000 years of pain, stabbing his sword straight into the clown's rear. The ghost froze, feeling an indescribable pain for the first time. Jiang Trite said coolly, I said I would stab, so I stabbed. The clown was drenched in sweat, enduring the pain. Scream echoed throughout the mall. Everyone was horrified, not knowing what happened. Chao Deng and Hung Lang were also startled, not knowing what had changed inside. Clown clutched his rear and cursed angrily, looking at the blood-stained sword. Is this what you call a good seed? Using this method to attack, truly insane. That man roared in fury, then tried to stand up. I am not willing. I will make you taste this pain. Chukat Jia quickly launched another strike at the same spot. The clown nearly collapsed and fell down. That man cursed, you damned bastards. You two lunatics. Who exactly is the villain? Jiang Trite and Chukat Jia sneered, realizing it now is too late. Clown raised his hand and begged the void for help. The two rushed in and beat him together, not giving him a chance to call for help. Hung Lang ran over saying, we found it. He stopped and stared at the scene in shock. The two covered in blood turned and greeted her. She asked, what are you doing? They replied, helping it go to the bathroom more easily. 3 days later, Jiang Trite woke up on the bed confused, asking, where am I? Hung Lang peeled an apple and said unexpectedly, you only fell unconscious for 3 days. She explained he had overused ghost power, but recovered quickly. Chao Deng, Chukat Jia, and Engim Dai Bang walked in praising him as extraordinary. Chao Deng praised him for handling endless terror. Chukat Jia jumped in to claim credit for assisting. Jiang Trite asked where his sister was. He was told she was safe and resting. She had bravely faced the enemy. Hung Lang bit the apple and praised its taste. Jiang Trite tried to stop her but was too late. She introduced this as the captain of Team 3033, Engim Dai Bang. Engim Dai Bang raised his hand in greeting. Hello, Jiang Trite. Because your performance this time exceeded expectations, our Ghost Bureau has made a decision. Jiang Trite waved his hand indifferently. All right, stop dragging me into your business. If you came to invite me to join the Ghost Bureau, then do not waste your effort. I will not join. Engim Dai Bang was about to continue but was interrupted. Decision is to award you a cash reward. Jiang Trite was stunned and coughed lightly. Hoo-hoo. Trite clutched his chest and spoke dramatically. To extinguish the endless terror, I burned away 80 years of cultivation. If not treated properly, I fear I will not live long. But to protect everyone, even if I die here, I have no regrets. Jiang Trite raised his hand to set the price. 1 million, not more, not less. Talking more is useless. If it is less, I will not accept. Engim Dai Bang replied awkwardly. I do not yet know the exact reward amount, but I will try to help you get as much as possible. Cat Jia cut in. I also contributed to this matter. I want a share of the reward too, Jiang Trite replied. Split 80-20, I take 80, you take 20. Chu Cat Jia scoffed. Do you think you are giving alms to a beggar? At least it should be split half. Jiang Trite raised a finger. At most 70-30, a person should know when to be content. Chu Cat Jia immediately nodded. Agreed. By the way, Hero Chu, what exactly was that thing we encountered? Engim Dai Bang explained. You can understand it as a cult organization. They create chaos and disrupt the order of the world. The incident of endless terror is also very likely related to them. The one you encountered is one of the 24 deacons of the Void Radiant Society. This time 2 deacons appeared. Because one of them interfered, the Hongling team could not arrive in time. In short, that organization is extremely cunning and dangerous. Jiang Trite, this time their target is you. Engim Dai Bang rested his chin and analyzed. Jiang Trite was surprised. Because of me. Engim Dai Bang said seriously. Yes, more precisely because of the ghost spirit in your body. Chu Cat Jia laughed. Little Trite, impressive. With such a display, your ghost spirit must be extraordinary. It would be strange if you were not targeted. Zio Man immediately felt proud upon hearing this. HMPH, this girl has good judgment. Of course, this young lady is powerful. Oh, right. Regarding the Yi family, I have warned them. For now, they will not dare to touch you. Jiang Ian quietly stood outside the door listening to the conversation. But this is not a long-term solution. Just because they do not act directly does not mean they will not kill with a borrowed blade. Everyone has weaknesses. You do as well. During this time, I will assign people to protect Miss Jiang Ian. During that, Jiang Ian thought to herself, all of this is because of little Trite, ghost spirit, the Yi family. Jiang Trite tilted his head. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What price must I pay? Join the Ghost Bureau. Engim Dai Bang crossed his arms and looked at him. Perhaps Uncle Dung did not explain clearly. Joining the Ghost Bureau is not as simple as you think. In this world, countless people want to enter the Ghost Bureau, but after countless rounds of selection, very few are chosen. Do you know why such a dangerous place still attracts so many people? Engim Dai Bang's gaze turned cold. Besides ideals and passion, there is another important reason. After joining, the Ghost Bureau will provide special items to protect our families. Jiang Trite was shocked. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a demon trial to test qualification for entry. I have 2 open slots. This is only a test. Passing does not guarantee immediate acceptance. Moreover, before officially joining, you can withdraw at any time. Engim Dai Bang handed over the registration form. Whether to participate or not is your decision. Engim Dai Bang opened the door and stepped out, surprised to see Jiang Ian standing outside. Jiang Ian forced a smile. Are you all done talking? I did not mean to eavesdrop. Engim Dai Bang smiled. It is fine. Jiang Trite has woken up. Go in and visit him. Yes, I will go in right away. Cao Dung scratched his head in confusion. Captain, you could just guarantee his entry into the Ghost Bureau. And that protective item for family members, did you not pay for it yourself? Hong Ling interrupted. I told you to drink more walnut milk, but you would not listen. The captain is using a tactic of retreat to advance, luring that kid. Do you not understand? Cao Dung was surprised. So that is how it is, such an important matter, and you did not say it earlier. Are you not afraid I would mess it up? Hong Ling pointed. You cannot even handle a speech. What is the point of telling you? Engim Dai Bang looked at the 2 arguing and laughed. Ha ha, all right, enough. Prepare, trust me, that kid will definitely come tomorrow in the hospital room. Chu Cat Jia saw Jiang Ian and ran over. I am hungry too. Sister Ian, let me eat with you. Chu Cat Jia asked while eating. Tell me, are we going tomorrow? Jiang Trite thought to himself. Just finished the terror incident and now stepping into the demon world. She will probably worry. I will think about it later. Jiang Ian suddenly called out. Little Trite. Jiang Trite turned his head in surprise. He smiled gently. Do not worry about me. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Jiang Ian thought to herself. I should have understood earlier. Little Trite will walk the path of our parents. I can only support him. Sister, Jiang Trite broke the emotional atmosphere. You are so gentle today. I am not used to it. The next day, at the Ghost Bureau headquarters, Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia had arrived. Hong Ling said, you 2 are here. If you have decided, then follow me. I will take you to the operations room. She crossed her arms and asked, "What level are you two at now?" Jiang Trite said confidently. "I am the strongest king about to reach elite." Chu Cat Jia avoided the topic. "I am stuck and cannot reach gold." Hong Ling knocked both of their heads. "I am asking about your ghost power. You will face target level demons shortly." Both hesitated. "Ah, secret, same here." Hong Ling sighed. "Good intentions met with teasing, but perhaps I worried too much. After all, you even handled the endless terror. However, I must remind you, this trial is not like school exercises. This is real combat." Hong Ling said seriously. "There are even murderers, death row inmates, even outlaws may appear." In a lush, sunlit forest, the participants gathered noisily. "Hey, what are those two doing? Broad daylight and two men like that. It hurts the eyes." Jiang Trite frowned and opened his eyes. "HMPH, you are here." Chu Cat Jia hugged him tightly. "Hee, Hong Ling was right. The closer we stick together, the easier we arrive at the same place." Jiang Trite angrily pushed him away. "Stay away, do not come near me." Turned to explain. "Everyone, do not misunderstand. He and I are not that kind of relationship." Suddenly a notification board appeared. "Main mission. Go to Thai Lin village to find the missing village chief. Challenge mission. Come into contact with the curse. Time limit 12 days. Jiang Trite thought. 12 days. Moreover, the challenge mission was revealed from the start. The notice reminded. The villagers are unfriendly, but building good relations will yield more clues. Second reminder. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Do not violate village rules. Someone shouted, "Wait, I know how this trial works. I have participated in a simulation before." The crowd gathered around. "Is he a favored one? Guide me through and I will pay 100,000, really. Let me follow too. Do not listen to him. I will pay 200,000, just complete the mission." That person said confidently. "Everyone rest assured, I Jiang Zihao will do my best to help everyone pass. But the mechanism is not 100% certain. Each entry still has many changes." The crowd was excited. "It is fine, we understand. Even so, it is better than exploring blindly. This world is dangerous. If anything unexpected happens, we will not blame you. We will not hold you back," Chu Cat Jia whispered. "Little Trite, he is a favored one. Should we follow him?" Jiang Trite asked back. "What is a favored one?" Chu Cat Jia explained. "Simply put, in large-scale trials, those who enter at the correct mission point and have experienced a simulation are favored ones." Jiang Trite forced a smile. "They are not wrong. If you can rely on someone, then rely. But as a king, just watching others perform feels unpleasant." He thought, "Is it not just cheating? I can do it too." He looked at Zio Man. "Tell me about Thai Lin village. You must have heard of it." Zio Man put her hands on her hips. "Why rush? How would this young lady know such a desolate place? Not even birds bother to land there." Jiang Trite sighed. "Makes sense. A rich lady who once had 1 billion ghost currency would not know such a shabby place." Jiang Trite said. "Then keep an eye on the surroundings for me. Report immediately if anything unusual appears. Oh, did you check your head in the book? If you are free, look for it as well." Zio Man hesitated. "Well, I accidentally broke it. It is not my fault. Who would have thought that book would be like that?" Zio Man recalled the question she had written. "Where is my beautiful head in the demon world?" Book replied. "Not in the demon world." Jiang Trite became angry. "You only needed to ask where it is. Why add demon world?" Jiang Trite scratched his head. "No wonder you have been so obedient lately. So you did something bad, forget it. If the head is not here, then it means." Zio Man pointed. "That is right. It is in the real world," Jiang Trite thought. "The key is she remembers nothing about being beheaded, only that she was paying and then died unjustly. So strange. Could it be a demon took her head to the real world? In other words, this demon world truly exists like the human world." This moment at the Radiant Society, the cloaked man asked, "Why bring Jiang Trite's sister here?" The Elder of Annihilation lowered his head. "Lord Void, the hatred of my child's death cannot go unavenged. If it were you, you would understand, right?" The other man continued. "But you already killed one person. I heard you even threw him into a furnace to burn alive. Is that correct?" Truong Than spoke with a vicious expression. "Are you referring to that lowly Yang Tu Duong? Even if I kill 1,000 by mistake, I will not spare a single one." To keep Jiang Trite, those 3,000 people dared to confront the Deep family. Deep Truong Than knelt down and shouted, "Lord Void, please, as long as you bring Jiang Ian here first, I will do whatever you command. That girl is not bad looking either. As long as she is still breathing, you can handle her however you wish." Void turned and said coldly, "Enough, I have no interest in such filthy games. As a believer of Radiance, naturally the Lord of Radiance will protect you. Our plan is at a crucial stage. No mistakes are allowed, just focus on your duty." Void walked past and said, "When the time comes with the Lord of Radiance, avenging your daughter is nothing." Deep Truong Than replied, "Yes, I understand." Void opened a door. "As for Jiang Ian, she has always been protected by Engim Dai Bang. He is not easy to deal with, but I will find an opportunity. You just focus on your task, I understand." Deep Truong Than shouted loudly. The Lord of Radiance is everywhere. Radiance is eternal, saving all beings. I am willing to follow the Radiant Society and fight for it. At this moment at Jiang Trite's home, Jiang Ian was holding the note he left and reading it. Reward money from dealing with the endless terror has been transferred to your account. Feel free to buy bags and cosmetics. Spend as much as you want. Your younger brother earns money easily now. Oh right, Chukat Jia and I are planning to enter the demon world for another round. If I do not come back in time, then I have probably caused chaos there. Do not worry, I am the strongest. Do not miss this handsome little brother too much. Jiang Ian smiled and thought, this annoying brat. Doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Ian turned around. A guest. He walked out and said, I am coming. Opening the door, she asked, may I ask who it is? A friendly white-haired old man said, hello, you are Jiang Trite's sister. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the principal of Than Hoa, Jiang Hui tribe. We share the same surname Jiang. Perhaps we have a common ancestor. Other old man cut in. Hello, Miss Jiang. I am the principal of Beijing, Jiang Enhat fam. Our ancestors are also one family. The two immediately argue. Why are you interrupting? I arrived first. I got into the elevator before you. Both made a scene at the door. Move aside. No, you should move aside. Jiang Ian awkwardly wiped her forehead. Why have the two principals come here? The two quickly smiled and said, of course, everyone says behind a successful man is a woman who sacrifices. Jiang Trite has a sister like you. No wonder he is outstanding. Miss Jiang is both beautiful and capable. Jiang Ian interrupted. Just say it directly. Do not flatter me. He invited them inside. Please come in, let me make some tea. Jiang Hui Tri waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. Plain water is fine. Regarding choosing a school for Jiang Trite, have you considered Than Hoa? Jiang Enhat fam interrupted. Are you stealing my words? If choosing, then my school should be first, Miss Jiang. Water at room temperature is fine. Two began to argue. My school has trained many A-level challengers. Beijing has S-level instructors. S-level instructors who cannot train a level are nothing. You are provoking me. That is because we have more resources. The two argued like fire and water, just chasing achievements. What are you saying? This is a place where elites gather. The argument reached its peak and they turned to ask Jiang Ian, will you choose Beijing or Than Hoa? She was caught off guard and nearly choked on water. He replied, I cannot decide this. It depends on little Trite's wishes. At that moment, there was another knock on the door. Engim Dai Bang stood outside and said, hello, Miss Jiang. I am Engim Dai Bang. Do you remember me? Jiang Ian was surprised. The two principals saw him and said, another one, Engim Dai Bang. What are you doing here? The Ghost Bureau cannot compete with us for him. Engim Dai Bang smiled. I came because Jiang Trite has joined the trial as a member of the Ghost Bureau, so I wanted to come and check on you. Looked smug. You two did not know about this. With Jiang Trite's ability, he can skip university and directly join the Ghost Bureau. If there is nothing else, you two may leave first. I would like to speak with Miss Jiang privately. The two principals were angry. This guy needs a beating, temporary truce. Deal with him together. You are right. Engim Dai Bang, you are really shameless. We will not give up. Engim Dai Bang still smiled provocatively. Jiang Ian thought, my younger brother is truly outstanding, making both prestigious schools and the Ghost Bureau compete for him. She wondered, I wonder if his trial is going smoothly now. In the forest, someone said, we are done. Another fork appeared. Which direction now? Another replied, why worry, Brother How is here. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia looked at him. The notification board appeared. The mountain path is treacherous. The silk ribbon will guide the way back. There is a graveyard in the mountain. Do not get lost. Jiang Trite thought, silk ribbon guiding the way. Jiang Zai How pointed. If I remember correctly, we go right. But I must remind you, I am not sure if things have changed. Even what I say may not be correct, the crowd replied. It is fine, we will follow Brother How. Chu Cat Jia said, having someone guide us is really relaxing. This time no need to think, right Trite. Turned back, why is Trite not answering? Jiang Trite ignored him. Chu Cat Jia shouted, little Trite, you went the wrong way. The crowd was annoyed. Is this guy blind, trying to act different to get attention, wants to be a lone wolf? At this rate he will die and no one will know. Jiang Zai How thought, this person does not fit the team. Staying will only cause trouble, he said. Everyone has their own choice. Those who trust me follow, otherwise go your own way. Crowd said, Brother How is right. Let us go. Ignore him. Complete the mission early. Chu Cat Jia was conflicted. Hey Trite, are you really going alone? He hurried after him. No, Hero, Jia Cat cannot let you go alone. Wait for me. A black-haired girl watched them. These two are really strange. Chu Cat Jia panted. Why not follow for convenience, instead choosing this path? This path looks gloomy and frightening. Jiang Trite said, I want safety. I do not want to die early. The mountain is so vast. If we get lost, we will never see the sun again. Chu Cat Jia looked around. That is true. It was bright earlier, but now dark clouds cover the sky. Jiang Trite said, this is the demon world. Did you forget the mechanics? The more people there are, the less reward. The mission is even announced in advance. Do you think Jiang Zai Hao will split it evenly? Cat Jia said, but everyone came here to enter the Ghost Bureau. There should not be bad people. Jiang Trite snapped. Did you not listen to Hong Ling? He repeated, participants may not share the same goal. Human hearts are hard to predict. You must be careful. As he walked, he said, I have legs. I do not need to rely on others. Cat Jia still followed. Are not people all good? Jiang Trite said disdainfully. Are you a good person? Cat Jia looked around nervously. Suddenly, Jiang Trite noticed something. This Thai Lin village. Ahead was a village with many houses. Cat Jia's eyes lit up. Really, after all that circling, we arrived. Gave a thumbs up. Your navigation is even more accurate than theirs. We got here quickly. Suddenly, a voice called out. The two turned back. Catch ducks, catch ducks. Child was wading in the water. Both were surprised. A child. At the same time, at Jiang Trite's house, two principals said their farewells. We will not disturb further. When Jiang Trite returns, remember to visit my school. They argued again. University is an important experience you must consider carefully. Hurry and leave. Staying will ruin impressions. Who told you to steal my words? Jiang Ian saw them off awkwardly. Engim Dai Bang said, if you have time, you can visit the Ghost Bureau. Our team has someone the same age as Jiang Trite, very friendly. I will take my leave. Here is my card. Contact me if needed. Jiang Ian accepted it. Yes. She closed the door and sighed in relief. It has been a long time since the house was this lively. Jiang Ian looked at the family photo and smiled. Father, mother, little Trite has grown up now. Please bless him. In the forest, the notification board appeared. Side mission unlocked. Catch ducks. Help the child catch ducks. Completion will grant rewards. The boy looked at the two. You two came to help me catch ducks. Jiang Trite and Cat Jia looked at each other. Then said, of course we will help. It is just catching ducks. Easy. How many do you need? The boy raised his hand. One is enough. Jiang Trite asked, where are your parents? Why are they not helping you? The boy wore torn clothes and was dirty. He smiled and said, because they are dead and died miserably. Heh heh. Jiang Trite thought, his parents are dead, yet he still smiles. This kid has a problem. The boy led the way. Come on, I will take you to catch ducks. They are very big. Jiang Trite thought disdainfully, it is just a duck. What is there to fear? It sounded easy, but the moment he saw that duck, he widened his eyes, cold sweat pouring down in fear. The duck, with a body full of bulging muscles like an athlete, stood there openly provoking the two of them. He exclaimed, good heavens, what did this duck eat to grow so monstrously? Two looked at each other, pushing the task back and forth. Its body is like a bodybuilder. Trite. Do we really have to do this? The water is so filthy. But since the mission has started, we have to do it. Something this difficult suits Brother Gia Cat. No, this chance to shine should be for Brother Trite. The boy picked his nose and said casually, stop wasting time. He pushed both of them forward. Hurry and catch the duck for me. He was pushed into the filthy water full of trash. A bra landed on his head. He spat water and cursed. Damn it. He rushed forward and grabbed the duck by the neck. From now on, I swear I hate children. Boy took the duck and said happily, thank you. The duck squawked in panic as its neck was squeezed. A notification appeared. Side mission catch ducks completed. Reward ghost power +10 and a ventilation lighter. The flame from this lighter can spread and illuminate the entire village. He brushed off the trash and said, look at this description. It feels like a fire escape technique from stories. Cat Jia was no less disheveled. So stingy, just one lighter. He said, you do not smoke. What do you need more for? Planning to use it for warmth. Wait, where did the boy go? He had disappeared. Zyro Man appeared behind. That duck just now was not right, he replied. Are you kidding? With muscles like that, how could it be a normal duck? I am not blind. Zyro Man put her hands on her hips. I mean, it had a human scent. Startled, Cat Jia saw him talking to himself and asked worriedly, what is wrong? He turned back. That duck might have been transformed from a human. No wonder it did not look like a duck at all. He reasoned, could it be that failing the instance turns you into a duck? That is even more terrifying than death. Zio Man said, probably not. In my memory, this has never happened. It is likely a special mechanism. He looked at the village. Forget it. Let us enter first. This place is too strange. Finish the main mission quickly. Boy stood behind a bush, watching the two leave. He snapped the duck's wing and grinned wickedly. Another one today. He and Cat Jia entered the village. Cat Jia ran around shouting, anyone there, anyone there. He looked at him helplessly. Did you come here to sightsee? Cat Jia shouted, Trite, come here quickly. There is someone in the well. He walked over. Are you sure? If you dare trick me, you are finished, Cat Jia said. I am not lying. Come look. A cry for help came from the well. Someone save me. It is so cold. Two looked down. Sounds like a female voice, but this way of creating fear feels a bit fake. Exactly, this trick is not scary. Unless it is Sadako, it cannot scare me. Just as he finished speaking, a strand of hair flew up. The hair wrapped around Cat Jia's head. Dragged him into the well. Cat Jia shouted, save me. He cut off the hair that was wrapping. Cat Jia held his face and shouted, damn it, that scared me to death, he said. You are this weak and still passed the earlier trial, Cat Jia replied. That was using spells. A notification appeared. Secret discovered, the girl was thrown into the well by the village chief, cursed by the entire village, once a beauty. Thought, is she an important character? Zio Man said. E-rank ghost, average strength. Chukat Jia said, Trite, it is safer up here. That thing is very strong. But when he turned back, he had already jumped into the well. Chukat Jia broke into a sweat. No way. Ran over and shouted, you really jumped down, that is too reckless. Below the well he looked around. The space is quite large. He saw a woman rising from the water. She stood up. He said, first time seeing someone jump down on their own. Do you want to die? Her body was full of wounds. He said, I came down to warm you. She frowned, I do not need it. He stepped closer. No, you do. She retreated and shouted. I do not. He spoke nonsense. To gain experience, he replied. No, to marry you. He moved close to her. A beauty like you should not stay here. Whatever trouble you have, I will help. Why is your hand so cold? She suddenly grabbed his hand. She laughed madly. So you are a fool, hair tightly wrapped around him. Stay here in loneliness. But she suddenly froze. Why can I not kill him? He smirked. You think I am weak? He broke free from the hair. He wiped the blood. If you do not like it gentle, then we fight. On the ground, Chukat Jia was worried. With that long-haired female ghost, Trite must be getting beaten badly. Scream came from the well. It hurts, be gentler, sorry. The ambiguous voice made Chukat Jia terrified. He thought, as expected of Trite, he does not even spare ghosts. Suddenly he climbed out. Why are you still standing there? Chukat Jia forced a smile. Finished already. He stepped out, finished. Chukat Jia was shocked. So fast, he did not understand what he meant. He asked, what are you thinking again? The others also arrived. Jiang Zihao said, you two came earlier. He noticed someone was missing. Jiang Zihao asked, did you find any clues? A sound rang out. He turned back. What was that? Notification. Night has fallen. No one survives outdoors. Enter a house to hide. He cursed. Feels like a Silent Hill script. Everyone panicked and searched for shelter. All doors were tightly locked. Chukat Jia tried to open a door. This door is even sturdier than an anti-theft door. He said, how about breaking the wall? No need to enter a closed room. He laughed, why break it? He raised a key, I have a key. While opening the door, Chukat Jia urged, hurry up, I am opening it. Click, the door opened. Chukat Jia rushed in. Get in quickly. Turned back and shouted, hurry. Before he could enter, the door slammed shut. He stood there stunned. Zio Man sighed. Truly a legendary teammate. Chukat Jia hurriedly opened the door and pulled him forcefully inside. As soon as they entered, he knelt down and kowtowed, apologizing. Sorry, father, I was truly wrong. Just now a figure appeared behind you. I was scared out of my mind. He shouted angrily. You still dare say that? Is that your excuse for locking me outside? You almost got me killed, Chukat Jia cried. I know I was wrong. It was my first time forming a team. Just instinctive reaction. He smoothed his hair and sighed. Fine, since you called me father, I will spare you for now. Voice cursed outside. Damn it, you locked me out again. Chukat Jia, open the door. Do you want to die? Chukat Jia moved to open the door, blaming himself. So stupid. I locked brother Trite out again. Then he suddenly realized. Wait, I am talking to Jiang Trite in the room. Why is there another Jiang Trite outside? The voice outside kept shouting. Open the door, are you trying to kill me? Chukat Jia trembled as he turned to look at him behind. He said, seems the ghost here is good at imitating voices. It sounds exactly like me. Chukat Jia trembled violently. But how do I know which one is real? He knocked his head. Are you stupid? Does your treasure not glow when it meets a ghost? Take it out and try. Chukat Jia rubbed his head and rummaged through his things. Haha, I almost forgot. But last time it was not a chain, just a trick. Ah, here it is. Raised the glowing ring. The light shone on his face, revealing a sinister smile. Chukat Jia panicked. Ah, he looked at the light and said, it is brighter than before. It is fine. You are real. Do not scare me. He looked at the ring. This thing is useful, can both illuminate and hit people. What is it called? Chukat Jia avoided the question. Do you believe in light? He replied. Stop talking nonsense. Say the name. Chukat Jia repeated the question. He shouted impatiently. I believe. Now tell me the name. Chukat Jia replied. Its name is Do You Believe in Light? He was speechless at the strange name. Sighed, whatever, Chukat Jia said. I am not lying. When you unlocked it, there really was someone behind you. He nodded. I believe you. What did that person look like? Chukat Jia stammered. I did not see clearly. He sighed. Forget it. Put away your smelly ring, Chukat Jia asked. Why put it away? I am afraid of the dark. He pointed behind. Turn around and see what your light has attracted. Chukat Jia turned his head. Outside the window, countless red-eyed shadows stared intently. He panicked and immediately put the treasure away. He asked, Trite, where did you get the key? He replied. Took it from a ghost. Chukat Jia was surprised. So you grabbed the key back then. He thought, the female ghost in the well remembers nothing about the secret. I probably need to find more clues to restore her memory. Chukat Jia smelled something burnt. He said, Trite, something smells burnt. There is movement outside. He replied. Ignore it. Staying inside is safe. We'll rest for a bit. You count how long the night lasts, Chukat Jia said. Understood. 332 seconds have passed. He kept counting all night. 333, 334, 335. The next morning, the village was eerily quiet. Chukat Jia stood straight and reported. A total of 1800 seconds. The night only lasted 30 minutes. He looked at the clock. That is about right. Check the house, then go outside. Being called here all night makes no sense. Outside, the villagers laughed loudly. Ha ha, my turn, no, my turn. He opened the door. What is all this noise? The two looked at the scene before them. This place is lively. The villagers laughed eerily. Hee hee. Chukat Jia hid behind him. Trite, these people look like monsters. Can we beat them? He said calmly. All weak, not even F-rank. An old woman laughed. You must be hungry. Come eat at my house. An old man rushed out and kicked her. Move aside. Said, your house already has guests. These two are mine. Then he changed his attitude and grabbed his hand. Guests must be treated well. Come to my house. My daughter will cook. Another person cut in. No, come to my house. I know how to cook imperial dishes. My house prepares a full imperial banquet. Chukat Jia whispered. Such enthusiastic hospitality, even preparing a feast, he replied. Are you sure they are inviting you to eat or turning you into the dish? The old man shouted. Silence, let them choose themselves. The two were startled. The crowd stared as if to devour them. Choose. Chukat Jia trembled. Tried, I cannot choose, you choose. Raised his hand. No need to choose, I have a better idea. He proposed, hold a cooking competition, whoever is better we go to their house, fair and clear. The villagers thought and agreed, this method is reasonable. An old man shouted, do not be led by this kid, remember the original purpose. Surprised, there is someone here who can think, the man shouted. Who are you looking down on? He said, no more talk, just divide their meat. Chukat Jia was worried. Trite, let me handle it, he replied. If we kill them all, where do we get clues? He said, do not be afraid, today I will teach them a lesson. He said, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, then struck the old man. He grabbed the man by the neck, preparing another blow. He said, crime of pretending to be smart. The crowd watched in fear at the brutality. Another old man quickly intervened. Stop. He said, inviting guests is our custom. If anything is wrong, please forgive. System reminder. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Do not break the rules. He stopped. Release the man. It is fine. He knows he was wrong. I will spare him. The old man thought, almost beaten to death, and he says spared. He smiled and said, I am the village chief. It is not good to stay outside at night. Come rest at my house, he replied. All right, let us go. Thought, following the village chief might be more reliable. I do not see Jiang Zaihao's group. Chukat Jia whispered. Seems someone from the team is over there, he asked. Where? Look over there. He saw a woman on the second floor hanging clothes and thought, has someone already used up their revival chance? The old man said, we have arrived. In front was a large, luxurious house, he said. The house is a bit shabby, please do not mind. He said, you call this shabby? Red-haired woman said, honey, you are back, do we have guests? The old man introduced, this is my wife whom I NHI. She smiled in greeting. Two were stunned. Such a beauty married to an old man, hard to believe. He said, my NHI, take the guests to rest, prepare many dishes tonight, she replied. Yes. He held his arm. Come, I will take you. Chukat Jia was stunned. He watched her pull him inside. Chukat Jia was left behind. Why did she not pull me? She said, you two rest well. If you need anything, just call. I will satisfy it. Chukat Jia's eyes lit up. Really, anything is fine. He looked at him speechlessly. She winked. Yes, anything is fine. He coldly shut the door. She shouted, I just fixed my nose. Chukat Jia said angrily, what are you doing, such a beauty? He immediately threw a punch to wake him up. Have you been bewitched by that fox? You do not even spare demons. Do you think you are Zhu Beijing? Chukat Jia retorted, you are no better than me. When she held your arm, you did not avoid it. You must have been enjoying it inside. He angrily kicked him. Seems I need to teach you a lesson. Zio Man spoke. That woman just now was not simple. The villagers as well, although only F-rank, their aura is very strange. He turned and asked, what do you mean? At that moment a sound rang out. Again, the wall in front of them cracked open. The surface charred black as if burned by fire. Chukat Jia panicked and quickly took out his treasure. The item in his hand emitted light. Chukat Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there is still a life-saving artifact. No wonder the room smelled strongly of burning. It turns out the entire village had once been consumed by fire. Chukat Jia said, night does not appear on a fixed pattern. The mission is to break the curse of Thai Lin village. It must be related to the night. He looked at him in surprise. You finally decided to use your brain? Try analyzing it with the Jia cat family intellect. He thought the Jia cat family is famous for their exceptional intelligence. In this eerie world, the mind is even more necessary. Although Chukat Jia is somewhat foolish, a great father does not raise a useless son. He can still be trusted to some extent. Chukat Jia took on the role of Sherlock Holmes, his voice low as he analyzed. All right, let me explain. The reason the villagers are excessively hospitable is actually easy to understand. They just want to lure us back and cook us. Such bizarre behavior likely comes from some kind of curse. The mission requires finding the village chief. which proves he has disappeared. But why did he go missing, and how did it happen? In this remote place where no one comes, there is an old man living in a large villa, wealthy enough to marry a young wife the age of his granddaughter. No matter how you look at it, it is suspicious. Moreover, the villagers seem very wary of this deputy village chief. He is very likely related to the disappearance of the chief. Maybe he wants to seize control. Jiang Trite was stunned listening. So our next step is to tie up that old man, interrogate him about the village chief, then pretend to be saviors and ask the villagers what the curse really is. Chukat Jia's eyes lit up as he spoke excitedly. Thinking too much is worse than acting. Let's go find that old man now. Wahaha, a D-rank mission is nothing more than this. He laughed smugly. Jiang Trite held his forehead in frustration. Believing this guy, I was truly stupid. Then how do you explain the ritual altar we saw on the road? What about the woman in the well? And who was behind the first night? Chukat Jia was left speechless by the questions. If the villagers really wanted to cook us, then the deputy chief would be the same. So why arrange lodging? Wouldn't it be simpler to act immediately? If you were the culprit, would you display a big villa and a young, beautiful wife in front of others? It is like writing on your face that you are the killer. Chukat Jia was completely silenced by Jiang Trite's reasoning. Jiang Trite deduced, the darkness coming so quickly may indeed be due to the village's curse. Our task is to find the one who created it. He pointed out that the system reminded them to build good relationships with the villagers. Perhaps from the deputy chief they could find clues. Those villagers might do something that terrifying. We must be extremely cautious. I do not want to be skinned and hung up. Chukat Jia said while trembling, but didn't you say they are only F-rank monsters? Suddenly a scream rang out. Ah no, do not kill me. Please spare me, I really know nothing. Ha ha ha, do not expect anyone to escape. Jiang Trite and Chukat Jia rushed to the window, but the windows and doors seemed sealed shut, impossible to open. Dio Man warned from behind, do not seek death. The thing outside is very strong, you are not its match. Jiang Trite was worried. Is it a monster or a participant in the trial? That voice sounded like a child. Zio Man replied, just treat it as a monster. In short, do not go outside. Jiang Trite was surprised. Even Zio Man is wary. He frowned as he looked at the light shining in. The door of the next room suddenly opened. Nhi in her tattered monster form said, honored guests, the meal is ready. Please come downstairs to dine. The system displayed a notice. Please do not violate the village's customs anywhere. The villa was now submerged in gloomy darkness. Chukat Jia held a glowing artifact, trembling. Do we really have to go down? She was terrifying just now, yet still calls us to eat. Jiang Trite remained calm, even burned like that she still remembers to call us for a meal. Truly touching. Chukat Jia shouted, are you bewitched? What is there to be touched about? Charred deputy chief sat there and said, you are here, sit down and eat. This is the village's custom. Jiang Trite looked at the charred food on the table. No need, we will stand while eating. My teacher said eating while standing makes you taller. He thought, even the deputy chief is burned, so he is not the culprit. The old man nodded. Fine. Jiang Trite's hand suddenly burned painfully. Not good, the temperature is too high. Staying at 40 degrees is already dangerous. This place is at least 50 and still rising. My Nhi brought the food over. Eat quickly or it will burn away. Jiang Trite patted Chukat Jia's shoulder. Sorry, sister, I prefer cold food. Chukat Jia, this hot dish is for you. Chukat Jia was pushed forward as a shield, trembling. Nhi brought another black plate. This one is already cold. She looked at the two of them. What do you not want to eat? The system warned. Fire and ashes grant them power. If there is rain, it may neutralize it. Jiang Trite was sweating. Infinite power. Are they at their strongest state? I cannot eat charcoal. If I had that ability, I would not be suffering here. Jiang Trite asked, do you have water? Chukat Jia replied, do you think I am in the mood for that now? Jiang Trite snapped, I asked for water to put out the fire. Chukat Jia misunderstood and said, mine is not that much. Jiang Trite glared, what are you thinking? Do you want me to hit you? Chukat Jia stammered, would saliva work? The two noticed my Nhi crackling with flames in front of them. He spoke, you two dare to reject our hospitality. Jiang Trite lit a lighter in front of her. My Nhi panicked, fell down covering her face and screamed. Jiang Trite thought it was as expected. Chukat Jia was puzzled. They are afraid of fire. Jiang Trite explained, like a person bitten by a dog will fear dogs. Because they died in fire, they are extremely afraid of it. Chukat Jia excitedly snatched the lighter. Brother, you are amazing, let me borrow it. Nhi retreated in fear. Do not come closer. Chukat Jia grinned wickedly. Scream, no one will save you. The deputy chief rushed forward shouting, are you not afraid of death? Jiang Trite reacted quickly and punched his face aside. He said coldly, you are already weak and still dare to confront me. Jiang Trite thought the temperature of his body had dropped. The night was about to end. Jiang Trite drew his sword to threaten him. Why is the night sometimes long and sometimes short? Why was this place burned? Was there someone who set the fire? The old man trembled and said he did not know. Jiang Trite sneered, if you do not speak, do not blame me. This sword has killed quite a few people. Everything in the villa suddenly returned to normal. A full meal appeared on the table. NHI returned to normal. She was angry. What did you do to me? Chu-Cat Jia laughed perversely. Jiang Trite wiped his sword. It is done. Chu-Cat Jia protested. I have not even started. As a man, you cannot be that fast. Chu-Cat Jia saw the deputy chief lying motionless and panicked. Did you finish him off? Jiang Trite said calmly. After interrogation, he remembered nothing. Seems like amnesia. The deputy chief stood up, clutching himself in pain. He muttered and then remembered. Dinner. Jiang Trite looked at him with suspicion. The system reminded. The dead keep secrets, but he is not dead. His memory has been erased a lot. The deputy chief called the two to eat. NHI leaned close and whispered, Handsome, do you find the food all right? She blushed seductively. I am in the next room. The old man sleeps very soundly. You understand what I mean. Jiang Trite coldly closed the door, leaving her outside. My NHI said resentfully, You ate my food yet still act cold. Behind the door was her terrifying, long-tongued ghost form. She muttered that if he got hungry, he could find her. Chu-Cat Jia said, Trite, the opportunity has come. Jiang Trite asked, What opportunity? Chu-Cat Jia replied, The opportunity to investigate. At night, we are forbidden to go outside, so we can only search inside the rooms. Chu-Cat Jia calculated, You investigate the deputy chief, that beauty I will handle. Is that loyal enough? Jiang Trite was speechless. Jiang Trite said he had already asked. The deputy chief knew nothing. Chu-Cat Jia doubted, what if he lied? Jiang Trite smiled. Knowing the result is enough, do not ask too much. He thought he could not say he cheated. Jiang Trite lay down to rest. When night falls, the clues will appear. He told Zyro Man to warn him if anything strange happens. Clock ticked along with my Enhai's singing. Forget it, forget everything. Jiang Trite opened his eyes and woke up. He asked the time. Zyro Man replied it was 11 o'clock. Chu-Cat Jia was still sleeping soundly beside him. Jiang Trite woke him and went to the next room. Chu-Cat Jia jumped up excitedly. Jiang Trite looked at him sleeping naked and felt helpless. Chu-Cat Jia peeked through the door. Dim light and fragrance spread. NHI turned and said, You two are here. I am shy. Come in one at a time. Chu-Cat Jia volunteered to go first, leaving Jiang Trite to wait behind. Jiang Trite said to Zyro Man, This guy has been single too long. Zyro Man mocked him. Not long after, Chu-Cat Jia's scream for help rang out. Jiang Trite rushed in. If anything, come at me, do not touch the child. NHI revealed her ugly ghost form, dragging Chu-Cat Jia's leg. He cried and begged for help. He hurriedly ran and hid behind Jiang Trite, muttering that the Napoleon legend was indeed true. The one who steps in first will surely bleed. Jiang Trite looked at him with disdain and asked if he could be any more embarrassing. The three-tongued demon, my NHI, roared in anger, truly useless trash. If tonight the two of you do not satisfy me, do not even think about surviving. The system issued a warning that because the deputy chief was powerless, this woman had not been satisfied for a long time. Her mind had twisted. Only pain could bring her comfort. Jiang Trite drew his sword. Zyro Man quickly stopped him. What are you trying to do? Her power is about to reach D rank. Zyro Man and Chu-Cat Jia immediately retreated. Without hesitation, Jiang Trite thrust his sword straight into my Enhai's chest. She shouted in fury, You dare attack me. Jiang Trite was stunned, thinking it has no effect. Could this ability have backfired? Suddenly she grabbed Jiang Trite's hand tightly. NHI licked her hand and revealed a look of pleasure, saying it felt wonderful, like a forbidden scene. Do not stop, continue. Why are you standing there? Jiang Trite coldly slapped her. My NHI became even more excited. It turned out she liked violence. Striking her, Jiang Trite asked if she could answer a few questions. My NHI said she would say anything if he satisfied her. Jiang Trite asked about the village chief, making Chu-Cat Jia shiver. She replied that when she was satisfied, she would reveal it. Next morning, Chu-Cat Jia was sweating and said it had already lasted the whole night. He sat outside clutching his head in shock, worthy of Jiang Trite. His strength was astonishing. Zyro Man could only remain silent. NHI moaned in pleasure as her throat was gripped. Jiang Trite smiled gently and asked if she could answer now. She blushed and said she would reveal it out of regard for him. The village chief entered the mountain and never returned. Next morning, the village returned to peace, as if nothing had ever happened. Young Zihao returned and saw Jiang Trite and Chu-Cat Jia approaching. He called them over, said he was glad they were still alive, and proposed cooperation. Jiang Trite looked at him with disdain, saying he sounded happy but could not even smile. Chu-Cat Jia also mocked him, telling him to try smiling. Young Zihao scratched his head and forced a laugh, then turned serious and asked if they wanted to hear his opinion. The two showed boredom, saying if his opinion was not good, no need to hear it. The group following, Jiang Zihao, was dissatisfied and questioned their attitude. Jiang Trite and Chu-Cat Jia replied that where they went had nothing to do with them. Jiang Trite thought the number of people had dropped quickly after just one night. Zyro Man warned him to be wary of Jiang Zihao. There was a smell of blood on him. Jiang Zihao said everyone should unite. and as long as they completed the main mission, they could leave early. Two girls were worried as there were no clues about the village chief, and the mission was too dangerous. One of Jiang Zihao's subordinates shouted loudly, saying the weak deserved to die. Others opposed, saying Jiang Zihao was also afraid yesterday and could not be trusted. Subordinate continued to provoke, but Jiang Zihao pretended to mediate. He turned to Jiang Trite and said the village chief entered the mountain before disappearing, proposing they go check together. Jiang Trite was surprised he knew this clue. Chukat Jia mocked that he must have been eavesdropping. Chukat Jia even suspected he peeked while others changed clothes, leaving Jiang Zihao speechless. The group began to move into the forest. Jiang Zihao thought about those two, suspecting they had their own clues. Chukat Jia asked if they should go together. Jiang Trite said he just wanted to see if he was a chosen one. Jiang Trite analyzed that whoever led would gain benefits, and pretending to be a chosen one was the best way to guide others. Chukat Jia tugged his sleeve and said he had just thought of a good plan. Jiang Trite doubted him since he was too lazy to climb mountains. Chukat Jia proposed burning the entire mountain to force the village chief out. Everyone broke into sweat hearing it. The group looked at him like a fool. Jiang Zihao tried to calm things down. Jiang Trite smiled slyly and raised a lighter, showing agreement with the plan. Jiang Zihao panicked and told everyone to stop him. He questioned where the lighter came from, worried the village chief would be burned to death. Jiang Trite looked bored. Jiang Zihao said they should not cheat because the system might detect it. Suddenly, his foot stepped on something. Looking down, it was a decomposed corpse. In front of them were numerous corpses. The system announced the graveyard had been unlocked. Jiang Trite remarked the corpses were all missing parts. Chukat Jia covered his nose because of the stench. Zyro Man said the corpses were problematic. They seemed to still be active. An arm began to move. A sound rang out signaling nightfall. Jiang Zihao shouted for everyone to find fire. He used a rare fire stick and said monsters feared fire, so staying close would be safe. Chukat Jia whispered that it did not seem reliable. Subordinate cursed Chukat Jia as useless. He clung to Jiang Trite in fear. Jiang Zihao thought with disdain that the two were useless. Chukat Jia was worried. Jiang Trite said his instinct was correct. The villagers died burned, so they feared fire. Chukat Jia asked further. The system reminded to return the heart. Corpses howled, demanding their organs back, and began to stand up. Jiang Trite said these ones did not die from fire, so they did not fear it. Undead advanced. The black-haired girl drew her sword and warned of danger. Jiang Zihao was worried, yet still told everyone to stay near the fire. But the corpses kept advancing without stopping. They rushed to attack, causing everyone to panic and flee. Jiang Zihao still tried to remain calm and reassure everyone, but his eyes were full of calculation. A sword flew over and pierced a corpse behind him. The black-haired girl warned him not to play tricks. Jiang Zihao was furious at being exposed, deluded himself that the girl was interested in him. He decided to display his strength and summoned an F-rank weapon. The subordinate also summoned a weapon, preparing to fight. Another person joined the battle with their weapon. Jiang Trite stood aside observing, remarking they only had low-tier equipment. Chukat Jia rushed forward boasting his strength, leaving the corpses confused. Corpses suddenly burst into flames and screamed. Chukat Jia was proud, but was criticized by Jiang Trite. Jiang Trite was puzzled why he threw weapons around randomly. Chukat Jia regretted it. Jiang Trite scolded him for using them incorrectly. Jiang Trite removed his shirt, revealing his physique, declaring he would take action. The black-haired girl continued fighting without pause, but no matter how many they killed, the undead kept surging forward. The girl frowned in annoyance, muttering that it was troublesome. Her swordsmanship erupted, each sharp strike sweeping through the horde of zombies. The undead turned to look at each other, laughing loudly, asking why their faces were full of wrinkles, then mocking each other again. Immediately after, their bodies were cut into pieces. The girl wiped her sword, thinking she could still hold on, but their numbers were too great. The others could not even stand steady, their limbs clumsy. Other players panicked and fled, shouting for help as they ran. She felt disdain. They did not even have basic skills. She did not understand how they were allowed into the trial. Suddenly her gaze stopped on Jiang Trite. The tree, Jiang Trite in disguise was chatting with zombies, talking about infection and suggesting hospitals. Chukat Jia trembled under his clothes, relying on the disguise to blend with demons. Zyro Man stood behind, praising his quick thinking. Jiang Trite proudly said with this outfit he could win just by lying down, yet still wondered why his weapon was not as impressive as others. Zyro Man explained that forbidden items could be fused. If he had two, he could try combining them. But this required a professional artifact refiner because the state was very unstable. Jiang Trite smiled helplessly, not knowing where to find such a refiner and afraid it would be ruined. Suddenly he thought of something. He remembered he once drew Xiao Man's ability with a refining option, meaning she could do it. Jiang Trite gave Xiao Man a thumbs up and handed the fusion task to her. Xiao Man could only sigh. At dawn, Jiang Zaihao's group was exhausted after the battle. They breathed in relief as the night had passed. Black-haired girl checked the zombie corpses and saw no changes. Meanwhile, Jiang Trite changed clothes. Chukat Jia asked to borrow that outfit. Jiang Trite suddenly noticed something. He saw a piece of paper on a corpse and wondered if it had been there before. Jiang Trite recalled clues such as the child catching ducks, the woman in the well, the fire, and the sound of a child crying. Those details did not seem connected. While putting on his clothes, he noticed Jiang Zihao and the black-haired girl behind him. Jiang Zihao asked where she was going. She coldly replied she would return to the village. He suggested going together, but she showed displeasure and asked who believed he was a chosen one. Jiang Zihao froze when exposed. She stated her intention clearly and told him to move aside. He was speechless. His subordinate prepared to attack her. A pink-haired ninja appeared, saying people trusted him. But his behavior over the past 2 days showed he was either useless or had bad intentions. This person declared they would act independently. Jiang Trite thought this trial still had a few clear-minded people. Jiang Zihao tried to maintain his image, saying he acted for everyone. But Jiang Trite realized he bore great responsibility for the losses. Jiang Trite suspected he wanted to monopolize the reward, and also noticed the young girl had impressive skills. The girl left without caring. A subordinate noticed Jiang Trite and asked what he was hiding. Jiang Trite pretended to be naive, saying he just put his hand in his pocket for personal reasons. That man advised sharing clues to increase survival chances. Jiang Trite refuted that leading everyone into danger was killing them. Chu Kat Jia echoed him. That man continued pressuring, but Jiang Trite mocked him, saying he did not want to be teammates with him. He became furious and drew his weapon to threaten. Jiang Trite said coldly they only knew how to speak empty words. He focused his power, preparing to summon his weapon. The sword activated, boosting all attributes. Xiao Man was delighted. The fusion product was successful. Jiang Zaihao's group was shocked by the power nearing D rank. Chu Kat Jia marveled. Everyone realized Jiang Trite was not weak at all. Jiang Zaihao's group retreated in fear. They hurriedly fled, frightened. Jiang Trite was disdainful, regretting not being able to act. The black-haired girl said they should kill them all. She introduced herself as H and extended her hand. Jiang Trite shook hands but used the name Chu Kat Jia, leaving her confused. To Tiu Ken realized revealing real names was not beneficial. Jiang Trite smiled, saying it did not matter, and noticed her hands were full of calluses. He explained that since faces were already revealed, names did not matter. Chu Kat Jia remained suspicious of her. Jiang Trite became serious and asked her purpose. She said she had something to say. She wanted to exchange information. Jiang Trite looked puzzled. He asked her to speak first. She said she heard children's voices in many houses. Jiang Trite recalled hearing children last night, but could not determine the direction. He asked for specifics. She pointed to the house they had stayed in. Jiang Trite handed her the paper, surprising Chu Kat Jia. Chu Kat Jia worried because he had not read it yet. Jiang Trite said it was just a price list. The organ trading price list made Jiang Trite deduce the truth. He realized the secret of the village was not simple at all. Chu Kat Jia looked at Tatiukan with suspicion. Jiang Trite asked why she was following. She said she could not enter that house. He asked how that was related. He had already given the clue. Jiang Trite teased her, saying she needed to be more sincere. Tatiukan became flustered. She forced a smile and asked to follow along but was refused. She insisted she would just stay outside, but Jiang Trite did not agree. She offered to pay to be taken in. Jiang Trite laughed and recalled a similar situation before. That person had been killed by him. Tatiukan was startled. The door slammed shut in front of her. Her ghost spirit warned that it was fortunate she had not acted. Since Jiang Trite's aura was very strong, Tatiukan turned away, deciding to continue gathering clues. Chu Kat Jia excitedly guessed she liked Jiang Trite. He felt regret that such a girl had been rejected. Thinking back, it feels strange. Did we not already enter this house before? At that time, there was no child at all. Clearly something is wrong. Chu Kat Jia glanced around and said, I remember now. When night fell, I used a forbidden item to light this place. At that time, the room was not burned and the temperature was normal. Jiang Trite nodded. That is right. At night, the house did not change. There must be a problem. Next, we just need to sit here and wait. Chu Kat Jia asked in surprise what they were waiting for. Waiting to verify whether the clue Tatiukan gave is truly useful. Jiang Trite looked at the clock. It was already 3 in the afternoon and still nothing had happened. Could it be they had to wait until night, or was there still some condition not yet triggered? Chu Cat Jia squatted in boredom. Suddenly, the sound of a child came from inside the house, startling both of them. They pulled back the curtain and saw a child reaching out toward them. Child complained it was too cramped, his voice full of irritation. He crawled out from the toilet. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia stared at the child in shock. The boy ordered impatiently, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and pull me up." Two frowned in disgust. It turned out to be just a brat. The boy let out a sigh of relief, thanked them, then said it had been a long time since he met strangers. Behind him were 3 other children. Jiang Trite asked about Aunt Chu, realizing it was the woman in the well. Chu Cat Jia trembled at the thought. The boy laughed and said if Aunt Chu introduced them, then they were at ease. His gaze suddenly turned vicious. He told them to clean up and then play a game with him. The boy introduced himself as Dai Cow. The others were Nhi Cow, Tam Cow, and Tu Cow. The names sounded strange, as if they were made up randomly. The cow asked what their names were. The system reminded that ugly names are easier to raise, making these children more sympathetic to those with similar names. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia quickly claimed names that also contained cow. Children were delighted to share names. Jiang Trite even clapped hands with Dai Cow. Chu Cat Jia could only force a smile. Jiang Trite asked what game they would play. Dai Cow took out a notebook and said they would play role acting. He said since they were new, they would be given simple roles. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia looked at each other helplessly. Jiang Trite explained role acting was a game of taking roles to find the culprit based on a script. He opened the script hoping to find clues, but saw blank pages, leaving him stunned. Two looked at each other in shock. The script was completely empty. Dai Cow laughed and said their roles were so simple they had no script. Jiang Trite was annoyed. Beer bottle fell to the ground and shattered. Dai Cow took on the role of the father, smoking while scolding his wife. He called his wife shameless. Another child took on the role of the wife and retorted, calling the husband useless. The two argued fiercely about money and life. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia could only watch. Jiang Trite commented the opening was too dramatic. Chu Cat Jia said the plot felt familiar. The two continued arguing about poverty and infidelity. Dai Cow pushed the wife to the ground, acting so vividly that the two were shocked. The wife cried bitterly, then left. Jiang Trite felt the script was too realistic. Chu Cat Jia remarked the acting was decent. Jiang Trite suddenly smelled something strange. Chu Cat Jia foolishly asked if he had smelled wrong. Jiang Trite irritably told him to smell carefully again. Chu Cat Jia said it smelled like gas. A loud explosion sounded from the kitchen. The two immediately rushed over. Wife lay on the floor burned black. The husband cried out in grief. The child said the mother caused the explosion. The father turned back in agony. Jiang Trite was horrified by how realistic it was. Chu Cat Jia also got into character and cried. Dai Cow continued acting, admitting he was useless and promising to change. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The person outside asked what happened. The father said it was the village chief. Jiang Trite realized this was an important clue. The father quickly pushed the two into a room. Jiang Trite stayed in character, wanting to remain with his father, but was refused. The door was shut. Chu Cat Jia asked what to do. Jiang Trite said they had to peek. The two opened a crack in the door to observe. The village chief entered, saw the wife's corpse and asked what happened. The father recounted the incident in a roundabout way. Village chief proposed taking him to the city and taking care of the children. The father was grateful and promised to repay him. The village chief was speaking when he stopped as a masked person appeared behind. That man injected something into the father's neck. The village chief revealed his true nature. The father collapsed. Jiang Trite realized the villain had appeared. The father was placed on an operating table, surrounded by tools and blood. The village chief said it was good stock. That man agreed. The village chief promised to handle the body. That man complained about the low price, holding a heart with a terrifying expression. That man said he would provide a new price list. The village chief took the body up the mountain, where many similar corpses were. That man wiped his sweat and asked about the price. That man handed over a new price list. Village chief read it and was surprised it was no different from before. That man laughed and took out something else. That man pulled out a knife and immediately beheaded the village chief. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia hid behind a tree, witnessing the scene in horror. Both of them widened their eyes in terror. Only one thought in their minds: this truly is a horror role-playing game. These children act too well, frighteningly professional. From that, it can be deduced that the headless male corpse is very likely the village chief. He colluded with that mysterious man to harvest the organs of young villagers for sale, and in the end was killed by his own accomplice. When encountering the headless corpse without the mission being completed, it proves that finding only the body is not enough. They must also find his head. The next step is to determine where the head was taken. At that moment, a warning sound rang out. Jiang Trite was startled. Why is there an alert at such a crucial moment? Immediately, the children along with Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia returned to the original house. Jiang Trite looked at the child playing the village chief as he reattached his head. The children were about to leave. Jiang Trite hurriedly called them back and asked why they were not continuing the act. The children crawled into the toilet and replied that night had fallen. They had to return, otherwise their siblings would worry. They all said goodbye together and disappeared. Jiang Trite could not stop them in time. Chukat Jia stuck his head into the toilet and called out, but it was useless. He turned back and reported they had completely vanished. Jiang Trite thought about the laughter of children he had heard, the young people being killed, only the elderly remaining, so where did the children go? Were they related to those just now? Jiang Trite told Chukat Jia to stay inside the house, wait until morning, then continue searching for clues. Titiukan stood outside and saw the door open. She asked if they had come out. Jiang Trite wondered why she had come. He stepped closer and said she had new clues to exchange. Jiang Trite told her to wait. He said he needed to think about how to exchange, making her annoyed as she asked how long she had to wait. Titiukan insisted she could help complete the main mission with high probability. Jiang Trite was suspicious and asked if she also claimed to be a chosen one. She angrily denied it and said she could lead them there immediately. The condition was that after completing the main mission, they must help her complete her personal mission. Jiang Trite replied he would consider it after finishing. Titiukan immediately led the way. Chukat Jia whispered nervously. He wondered why she was so confident, daring to stake it on the main mission. Titiukan said she had heard about Thai Lin village from a previous trial, making Chukat Jia surprised. He explained the village chief was killed, and his body split apart. The headless corpse at the graveyard was him. According to the information, the village chief's head was still in his house. Jiang Trite understood. Rumors spreading in this world was normal. Titiukan suddenly stopped. Jiang Trite asked if they had arrived. She warned there was danger. Nearby, a ghost of D rank or higher appeared, startling them. A woman in red clothes stepped out. Jiang Trite felt that figure looked familiar. Turned out to be Tun Tiu Tiu, the head nurse of Huang Quan Hospital. Jiang Trite was startled and called her name. He asked why she was here. She asked back instead. He walked closer and asked why he had appeared here. Looking at the two behind him, she smiled and said he had many new companions. Her teasing made the atmosphere more relaxed. After that, the group went to the village chief's house. Tun Tiu Tiu sat down and said it had been a long time since they met. Jiang Trite awkwardly responded. She mentioned that a sacrifice ceremony was about to take place. Jiang Trite was startled upon hearing about it. He hesitated and asked about her condition. Tun Tiu Tiu explained she was not dead, just merged two personalities. She thanked Jiang Trite for helping her before. Jiang Trite forced a smile and asked why she came here. Zio Man appeared and interrupted. Tun Tiu Tiu said the hospital lacked organ supply, so she came to investigate, treating it like a stroll. Jiang Trite thought about the connection between the village and the hospital. Tun Tiu Tiu said the village chief was dead, his head still in the house. She also told about the great fire in the village. Jiang Trite asked about the cooperating doctor. She denied and became cautious. She revealed the deputy chief's son handled organ harvesting and warned it was dangerous. Jiang Trite was surprised, as he had never seen this person. The door opened. Chukat Jia and Titiukan looked at him. Tun Tiu Tiu said she would stay for a few days to investigate. She even suggested they could sell organs to her. Chukat Jia nervously asked Jiang Trite. At that moment, he was holding the village chief's head. He even joked that if something happened, he wanted to end up like that. Titiukan asked if they knew each other. Jiang Trite said they were just acquaintances and tossed the head to her. He said they had enough, so they should return to the graveyard. At that moment, a voice sounded behind them. Jiang Zihao appeared with his group and asked about the item they held. That man suggested completing the mission together. Titiukan coldly said more people completing it would reduce the reward. Jiang Zihao angrily cursed her. Titiukan handed the bag to Jiang Trite and prepared to act. Jiang Zihao confidently believed he could win, but before he could react, she struck with extreme speed. The single slash, his head fell, causing the other two to panic. Jiang Trite was shocked by that speed. Chukat Jia was amazed. Zio Man explained it was not entirely the power of a ghost spirit. Jiang Trite doubted it because the level gap was too large. Zio Man analyzed. She far surpassed ordinary people even at only E rank. That proved she had undergone extremely harsh training. Jiang Trite recalled her hands full of calluses. Titiukan raised her sword and ordered the remaining two to retreat. She coldly declared that otherwise she would act, and she immediately swung her sword to finish them. Ruthless slash split both the glass and the thug's head into two pieces. The survivor trembled and stammered, I will retreat, I will leave immediately. Unfortunately, before he could escape, his head exploded, brains splattering everywhere. Jiang Trite and Chukat Jia witnessed the scene in panic, clutching each other. Titiukan calmly said, my master once taught me, meet a Buddha then wear a cassia, meet a ghost then wear paper clothes. Jiang Trite shouted, can you ask that northeast teacher to reteach you pronunciation? Girl picked up the head again and casually walked forward. Let us go. All right, yes, miss. Chukat Jia and Jiang Trite replied obediently. The two returned to the village chief's corpse, placed the head back properly. A notification appeared confirming the main quest was completed, and the reward would be received at the end. Jiang Trite looked at the notice and said, "It is finished already. Thinking about it, it really was quite easy." "Hey, why are you burying the village chief?" Jiang Trite asked when he saw Tatiuken covering the body. She replied it was to erase traces, to prevent Kuang Tu Hao from exploiting it after revival. Jiang Trite thought, saying not to leave traces but piling it up like that, anyone would notice. "All right, I have helped you complete the main quest. Now it is your turn to reveal the clue in that room." Jiang Trite turned hostile and said, "I only said I would consider it. I never promised to reveal it." Chukat Jia teased that Trite was an unmatched master of deceit, while Jiang Trite thought this girl was not simple and should not be told the truth. "I understand what you are worried about," Tatiuken said. "This is a D-rank quest. I cannot complete it alone. We should cooperate." Jiang Trite showed arrogance. "Cooperate? Honestly, I do not trust you, nor that guy. I originally intended to use another method to force you to speak, but my ghost spirit said the ghost spirit in you is too strong. It cannot win." Tiu Man proudly said this girl knows her place. Jiang Trite covered his face in disappointment because he thought he was spared due to being handsome. "Moreover, you cannot harm me either. If I am missing, you will not receive the quest reward." Jiang Trite pointed and replied that is not certain. His ghost spirit is very powerful. Tiu Man panicked and covered Jiang Trite's mouth. "Do not rely on me. At night, my power is suppressed by something." Jiang Trite pulled her hand away and complained, "Such an important matter. Why not say it earlier? What strange mechanism is this for game balance?" Jiang Trite held his head in pain. He had just refused proudly and now wanted to cooperate. Chukat Jia raised his hand, suggesting they could consider it. Jiang Trite immediately seized the chance. "Since you said so, I will reluctantly agree." Truly perfect timing. Tatiuken said, "Perhaps you too misunderstood. To complete the quest, only you and I are needed. That white-haired guy only reduces the reward." She drew her sword. "Choose. Either tell him to leave, or let me send him on his way." Chukat Jia became angry. "Who are you calling a burden? I even praised you for being cute." Tatiuken said coldly, "It seems you also want me to act." Chukat Jia took out talismans. "If you want to fight, then come. Today I will teach you a lesson." Jiang Trite spoke to stop them. "Enough. Chukat Jia, do not cause trouble. Perhaps she is right. At first glance you do seem useless." Chukat Jia asked in pain if he also thought so. "But he is my teammate. If we cooperate, then all must be included." Jiang Trite affirmed, though still doubtful. He remembered that in a critical moment it was him who helped. Chukat Jia was moved and said, "I knew you would not abandon me." Without his support at the crucial moment, victory would not be certain. "I am not a saint, but I am not ungrateful." Jiang Trite said sternly, "Either all three go or cooperation ends here." Tatiuken thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Since we are cooperating, I will say first, the villagers fear the child ghosts in Dong Miu, so they often perform sacrifices and forbid going out at night to avoid them. If the guess is correct, eliminating those child ghosts will break the village curse." Jiang Trite nodded. "If the clue is correct, then that is the origin of the curse. Tonight at 8 meet at Dong Miu. Besides, there is another clue. The village chief was beheaded by the deputy chief's son. That person is now missing and is said to be very strong." Tatiuken turned back and replied, "Understood. I will be careful." Jiang Trite and Chukat Jia worried. "Do we really have to deal with those weak children?" Jiang Trite said in confusion, "They only look like children but are man-eating monsters. We are their natural enemies." Chukat Jia forced a smile. "All right, I understand. Let us go. It is getting dark. See if there are more clues." Jiang Trite thought, his attitude seems off. Did Tatiuken's words shake him? My Nhi crossed her arms at the door and said, "Why are you looking for his son?" He said his movements are erratic, but tomorrow at the sacrifice he will appear as the priest. She winked and said, "Instead of looking for him, you might as well spend time with me. I am always waiting for you in the room." Next time for sure." Jiang Trite thought, that kind of person acting as priest is truly ridiculous. But if the quest is completed tonight, tomorrow's sacrifice will no longer matter. The clock ticked, 20 minutes left until 8. Jiang Trite and Chukat Jia opened the door and looked outside. Chukat Jia said, "It does not seem that scary." Suddenly a child's voice sounded, "Good evening." A boy dragged a woman's head and asked, "Can you play ball with me?" Chukat Jia trembled and grabbed Jiang Trite's hand. "That head seems to belong to another player." The boy said, "My ball is old," dropping the head and asking to borrow yours to kick because it is beautiful. Jiang Trite calmly replied he could lend it, but reminded that your kicking style would never make the team. The boy became angry. Jiang Trite stepped forward and squeezed the boy's face, asking if he understood what it meant for man and ball to be one. After saying that, he twisted the boy's neck and handed the head down to him. Jiang Trite patted the boy's head, saying, "Your head is the perfect ball. That is the highest realm of football." The boy was stunned. The boy took his head and ran away thanking him. Jiang Trite replied, "No need." Chukat Jia was shocked and could not understand this way of thinking. Chukat Jia asked, Were we not supposed to kill the child ghosts? Jiang Trite held his sword, then suddenly realized he forgot because he was busy thinking how to get him into the team. At this moment, a man's shadow appeared by the well. He placed his hand on the well mouth, grinning sinisterly, saying he would not let anyone disturb them. Time 20:07, location Dongmiu. Tiuken in her true form said, "You two finally arrived." Chu Cat Jia asked in shock who she was. Jiang Trite was equally stunned, thinking she could change appearance. She turned and said that was only a disguise. "This is my true form." Jiang Trite shouted in shock that she was already a level 5 player. Chu Cat Jia asked why she hid it from them. To Tiuken replied, "Consider it an apology for this morning's words." Suddenly, a child's voice asked if anyone had seen his parents. Child said it was hot and asked where his parents were as the temple began to burn. The children cried, calling for their parents, saying they were abandoned, then transformed into ghost shadows emerging from the sea of fire. Voice sounded reassuring them that there was no need to be afraid. "We are together." They hugged each other, saying they were family and must protect one another, then wailed from being abandoned. "We brothers are one family." All three shuddered at the scene as they saw them tearing each other apart. Jiang Trite shouted, "What is this?" Tiuma explained that many types of demons exist. These were originally resentful spirits, but were altered and fused. Their power fluctuates between D rank and can rise to C rank. Kill them, drag them into joining us. The children clung together and danced as a grotesque mass. The creature's giant hand slammed straight down at Jiang Trite and his teammates. Tiukan and Jiang Trite leapt up to dodge and immediately counterattacked. Arms were severed and fell. The monster howled in pain, crying and calling for help like children. Jiang Trite looked up and asked how the situation was. Suddenly, the severed arms reattached themselves. This thing's regeneration ability was truly terrifying. Tiu Man spoke up to support, saying the monster had reached C rank and also caused mental interference, but she could not unleash her full power. Jiang Trite activated ghost power. His hair lengthened and turned a blazing gold. The Tiuken's ghost spirit charged forward to attack, warning this would be a brutal battle. Jiang Trite nodded in response. She immediately joined the fight without hesitation. Two coordinated to cut off each arm, not giving the opponent time to recover. Cat Jia saw the monster formed from merged child ghosts and froze in fear. In his mind appeared the scene of being torn apart. Death seemed close at hand. A flood of negative thoughts struck, seeing himself as useless, only a burden and needed by no one. On the other side, Jiang Trite began to exhaust himself due to the monster's rapid regeneration. Cut one arm and immediately three others rushed it. Fortunately, Tiuken provided timely support. Her sword was sharp, but could not withstand the overwhelming numbers. The monster continued to press her relentlessly. Jiang Trite waited for an opening. When the monster faltered, he charged in with fierce attacks. As expected, when striking the faces at the center, the regeneration speed clearly decreased. He immediately reported this discovery to Tiuken. Tiuken was still stunned when she hurriedly shouted a warning of danger. Before she could finish, Jiang Trite was struck directly in the face by the monster. The blow sent him spinning several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Trite held his face and complained, "Getting hit in the face is too much." Tiuken could only stay silent because he had attacked its face first. Jiang Trite sprang up irritably, deciding to keep targeting the weakness, but Tiuken believed it was ineffective. He still rushed forward to fight, believing there must be a mechanism to kill the monster. If not dealt with before dawn, it would be dangerous. Jiang Trite still trusted his deduction despite being heavily injured from the previous blow. At that moment, the system gave him a private hint. The hint emphasized unity, treating each other like family to overcome all danger. Jiang Trite deduced that perhaps all the ghost faces must be destroyed at the same time. Meanwhile, the monster continued its relentless assault onto Tiuken. He nimbly dodged continuously, maintaining the situation. Jiang Trite observed that to strike the core, all limbs must be dealt with first, but the regeneration speed was too fast for the two of them to handle. At this moment, he suddenly remembered there was still one teammate. Cat Jia, with his wide area magic ability, could counter the monster. Jiang Trite immediately shouted loudly, but Cat Jia did not respond, just sat motionless with empty eyes. Jiang Trite shouted worriedly again and again, urging him to wake up. Man appeared and explained that he was suffering severe mental damage. She said only he could overcome it himself. No one else could help. Realizing the weakened target, the monster shifted its focus to Cat Jia. It ignored Tiuken and rushed straight toward him. Jiang Trite shouted in panic. He told Cat Jia to dodge, but he remained still, despairingly waiting for the blow. The distorted child faces of the monster reflected pain similar to his past. Painful memories surged back, making him even more insecure and desperate. Negative thoughts made him want to give up and merge with the monster. Suddenly, a faint shadow appeared, embracing him and calling his name. His mother's voice affirmed that he was not weak, but very strong. She reminded him to believe in himself, ignore others' words, and live with worth. Cat Jia burst into tears calling for his mother. The figure gradually faded, but left behind a promise to meet again. That moment became the motivation for him to stand up. He regained his spirit and affirmed he was not useless. This time he had always tried and would continue to do so. The attack came, but he dodged in time. Cat Jia drew talismans, declaring he would show the monster his power. He threw a series of talismans toward the monster. Talismans took effect, causing the monster's body to corrode as if by acid. He shouted loudly, calling Jiang Trite to attack. At the same time, he threw a light orb into the air to restrain the monster. Light spread and bound its body tightly. Ken was astonished by his power, while Jiang Trite showed satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Trite rushed in to finish it. The child faces begged for mercy, saying it was only out of fear. They pleaded not to be hurt anymore. Despite some pity, Jiang Trite still struck because he could not let them harm people. The finishing strike cut down the monster. The monster disintegrated. The small ghosts returned to their original forms scattered around. They weakly called for their parents in despair, hoping to return home. Then their souls gradually dissipated and drifted across the village. The mission panel appeared confirming completion of a hidden quest, along with the corresponding reward. Jiang Trite was surprised because it was only a side quest, while Cat Jia laughed proudly, pointed at Ken and teased, recalling her earlier words to refute, affirming that without him, all would have died. Just as he finished speaking, Cat Jia became dizzy and collapsed unexpectedly. Jiang Trite guessed he had fainted from exhaustion and decided to carry him back. As soon as he returned to the room, Jiang Trite panted in exhaustion, complaining why he was as heavy as a pig carcass. Next time he would definitely make that guy lose weight. Ken's ghost spirit appeared, reminding that she had 3 broken ribs, severe internal bleeding, and if untreated it would be life-threatening. Moreover, she had previously conflicted with Jiang Trite. In this state he could easily kill her, making even the ghost spirit criticize her for trusting others too little. Seeing Ken secretly glancing at him, Jiang Trite guessed she needed medicine. He casually tossed the medicine to her. Use it, do not be polite. The unexpected action left Ken stunned. Seeing her standing blankly, Jiang Trite asked in confusion why she was not treating her wounds. If she did not need it, then return it. Ken hesitated and replied that she needed it. While tending to her injuries, she asked why he helped her. Jiang Trite casually said because they were cooperating. The mission was not finished, and if she died, he would lose his advantage. Her ghost spirit laughed, saying she had misunderstood him. This guy may be cold, but he was not bad. Jiang Trite leaned against the wall and sighed, remarking that after fighting the boss for so long, it turned out to be just a hidden quest, but the reward should not be bad. Ken sighed, saying there were currently no more clues. Suddenly she remembered there was still one clue unclear. Jiang Trite also thought of the deputy chief's son, the one who beheaded the village chief. The next morning the villagers wore strange black clothes. The leader wore a demon mask and scattered paper money, as if performing a ritual. The 3 stood observing from afar. Cat Jia kept boasting about last night's feat. The other 2 ignored him, focusing on analyzing how the children had been eliminated, but the sacrifice still proceeded normally. Jiang Trite warned Cat Jia not to approach Dong Miu, but he still confidently bragged about his strength. Jiang Trite had to coax him, saying there was an important task only he could do. He analyzed that all villagers were outside, so the village was currently empty. He recalled the autopsy room they had seen and asked Cat Jia to search for clues there. Cat Jia clenched his gem, suspecting he was being assigned a dangerous task. Ken was also doubtful. Jiang Trite admitted he was only about half certain, but the 2 shared the same guess. Ken nodded in agreement and decided to proceed with the plan. Jiang Trite smiled slightly, noticing she seemed quite confident. Ken denied it, making Jiang Trite confused since she had just nodded. Concluded they would try first. If it failed, they would retreat since the main quest was already completed. The 2 split up. Jiang Trite disguised himself as a villager with the help of Ho Mi Enhai's charm. At the altar, the masked figure declared the sacrifice had begun and ordered everyone to keep order. Man whispered, advising to retreat while there was still time. She explained the masked man was a C-rank monster. Jiang Trite wondered since he had faced C-rank monsters before. Man said the previous ones only reached C-rank through special methods, not true rank. This one was a true C-rank. High-level monsters protect their weaknesses well and may possess a special ability called Ghost Domain. Man explained ghost domains were very complex, requiring the correct mechanism to break, and it was unclear whether the opponent had won. Jiang Trite asked if she had a ghost domain. Man boasted about her strength, making him more confident. Man angrily said he was not yet strong enough to use that ability. As they argued, the ritual officially began. The masked figure continued chanting. Suddenly, the offering plate shattered. The 3 incense sticks also snapped in half. Villagers panicked, asking what happened and whether they were being punished. The masked figure said the children were angry from being disturbed. The villagers frantically searched for the troublemaker and feared disaster. He claimed there had never been mistakes before, but recently, strangers had appeared. He accused them of disrupting their lives and said the culprit was among the crowd. He pointed directly at Jiang Trite, who was mixed in. Villagers grew furious, their bodies charred, demanding to kill Jiang Trite. He hurriedly defended his identity. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him. Tun Tiu Tiu stepped forward, blocking in front of Jiang Trite, saying she would help him hold them off. Villagers became even more enraged, believing she was a traitor. The masked figure questioned her, asking why she was helping humans. Tun Tiu Tiu smiled and replied she was not helping anyone. She was merely carrying out a task to find supply for the hospital, and this place had plenty of goods. Tiu Man assessed the situation, noticing the villagers' strength was increasing, and there were many powerful monsters. This battle would determine the success or failure of the mission. Jiang Trite took a deep breath and shouted that the children were not dead yet. Everyone heard and was confused. The masked figure was also stunned before immediately giving orders. He incited the villagers to attack and eliminate the disruptor. Chaos erupted as the villagers charged forward regardless of danger. Before fighting, Tun Tiu Tiu reminded Jiang Trite not to damage the goods. She also warned that if there was damage, he would have to compensate. Jiang Trite defended while shouting that the children's parents were not dead and had not abandoned them. He tried to persuade that they would return. His voice echoed throughout the area, reaching deep inside the temple. There was no response except an eerie silence. Jiang Trite began to worry. If his judgment was wrong, then the mission would be considered a failure. While stalling for time, Tun Tiu Tiu also gradually fell into disadvantage. He was surrounded on all sides by villagers. Tiu Man advised retreat since the situation was unfavorable, and the C-rank monster had not yet acted. She said no one was invincible. This world always had its own rules. Their mechanisms were more important than strength or wealth. Nothing could surpass the system's rules. Jiang Trite still did not give up, continuing to call the children and promising to take them to find their parents. This is the only chance. Let me take you to see your parents again. They are still waiting for you to return. Home, a little ghost hesitantly asked. The masked man jerked his head around in shock. From inside the temple, a child poked his head out and asked innocently what home was, and what place could truly be called home. Villagers stopped when they saw the little ghosts, confused by their sudden appearance. Jiang Trite let out a sigh of relief. The mechanism was finally activated. The masked man hurriedly spoke to explain. He said Jiang Trite was deceiving them. The children's parents were dead and had abandoned them long ago. The little ghosts gathered and refuted, accusing him of lying and saying he was the one who imprisoned them. The masked man clutched his head and screamed, demanding everyone be silent. He raved in madness, cursing that they deserved to die and should go to hell. As he lost control, his body began to burn. Jiang Trite doubted his identity, and Tiu Man judged him to be just an ordinary C-rank. Jiang Trite continued thinking, feeling this deduction was not entirely correct. The masked man collapsed to his knees, laughing crazily. He lost all reason, continuously blaming and cursing everyone. A little ghost pointed at him in annoyance, his tone mocking. Immediately after, rocks rose up and restrained him tightly. The villagers hid in fear. Jiang Trite realized the children could suppress him, but there were still many doubts. While thinking, a little ghost tugged at Jiang Trite's clothes. It asked if Big Brother would really take them to find their parents. Immediately, dozens of other little ghosts appeared and surrounded him. All of them asked about home and their parents. Tiu Man warned that time was running out. Jiang Trite decided to continue. The children appeared, the villagers stopped attacking. Tiu Tiu also felt relieved. She took the chance to collect body parts, frightening the villagers. Jiang Trite asked why she helped him, even joking about whether she wanted to become his ghost spirit. Tiu Tiu turned away and said it was just repaying a favor, and she did not want to owe humans, also inviting him to visit Hong Tian Hospital. Jiang Trite shuddered upon hearing it, feeling the invitation was not pleasant at all. After that, he began leading the children to find the place called home. Everyone had different definitions of home, but the path back was only one. Arriving at a village, a little ghost recognized it as his former home, but his parents were no longer there. Jiang Trite comforted them that they would soon meet their parents, no matter where they went. As long as there were loved ones, that place was home. He led them inside. Before the gate were numerous incomplete corpses. They were the parents of the children. The scene evoked memories of family and the children's deep longing. Seeing their parents' bodies, the children could not hold back their tears. System announced the mechanism activation. Completion progress reached 33%. When the mother's spirit appeared calling her child, the progress increased to 66%. The child burst into tears, the longing never fading, and the progress reached 100%. The children cried uncontrollably, then rushed toward their parents. Jiang Trite and Tiu Kan stood watching, moved by the reunion. Jiang Trite teased, asking if she also missed her parents. Tiukan calmly said they were dead. Jiang Trite apologized, and she said she was the one who killed them, leaving him speechless. He asked again in surprise, and she calmly confirmed. Jiang Trite could only remain silent, both shocked and fearful inside. Tiukan changed the topic, saying thanks to Jiang Trite they broke the deadlock and analyzed the wreath. He explained the village chief imprisoned the children in the temple while the parents' bodies were at the graveyard, preventing them from meeting. But the current big problem was that Chu Cat Jia had not returned, making Jiang Trite startled. Returning to half an hour earlier, Chu Cat Jia found a wooden house. Inside were many medical tools, exactly what they were looking for. He searched everywhere, complaining because he did not know what the clue was, unaware someone was watching him from behind. Finally, he found an important bag of documents. Immediately, an axe was pressed to his neck, demanding he hand it over. Chu Cat Jia recognized Kuang Tu Hao and mocked him for returning again. He became angry for being called the wrong name. Kuang Tu Hao demanded the documents through gritted teeth. Chu Cat Jia turned and refused, not caring who he was. Tu Hao laughed crazily, saying death felt as painful as real. Chu Cat Jia still did not understand. He angrily blamed others, while Chu Cat Jia retorted it was because of Tiu Kan. Being interrupted repeatedly made him even more furious. Unable to restrain himself, he threw the axe toward Chu Cat Jia. Chu Cat Jia hurriedly lowered his head, apologized, and stayed silent. Tu Hao nearly went mad, lamenting his inability to complete the mission. He declared he would stop acting and warned everyone. Chu Cat Jia observed and realized the documents in his hand were the key. He stood up to resist, showing he was not easy to bully. But before he could finish speaking, Tu Hao slapped him hard, leaving him dazed. He was hurled hard into the wall, his front teeth shattered. He clutched his mouth and sobbed, "My teeth! Do you know how expensive porcelain crowns are now?" Tu Hao widened his eyes and threatened, "Still not handing it over, no matter. Once you die under my axe, the clue will be mine anyway." His hand rose as if gripping an axe. At that moment, Tu Hao noticed something unusual. Cat Jia looked up at the wall and suddenly remembered. The axe Tu Hao threw earlier was still embedded in the same spot. Cat Jia curled his lips into a smile, gathered strength, and yanked the axe out. He laughed coldly. "In this cursed world, there is no tetanus vaccine, kid." Back to the present, Jiang Trite paced restlessly. Why has Cat Jia not arrived yet? Could something have happened? Tiukan calmly said, "Look, he is here." From afar, Cat Jia, covered in wounds, approached, holding the documents and shouting for Jiang Trite. As he got close, Cat Jia collapsed from exhaustion into Jiang Trite. He asked in surprise, "Did you just fight? The villagers are not here." Cat Jia wearily said, "It was Kuang Tu Hao. He tried to snatch the clue, so I had to fight back. My whole body aches." Jiang Trite sighed. "You were beaten badly and you even lost the axe." Cat Jia gave a wry smile. "He is crazy. Even if I had the axe, he still fought desperately." Jiang Trite asked, "Then where is he?" Cat Jia replied, "I did not dare kill him because he cannot revive. I only tied him up." Cat Jia raised the documents. "Stop talking. Check the clue. I risked my life to bring it back." Jiang Trite smiled and said, "You worked hard." In the documents, there was a photo of 3 people. The older man's face was heavily crossed out. The child in the photo made Jiang Trite realize it was the boy who caught ducks the other day. On the back, there was also a sheet of paper clipped, but the content was not clear. After reading, Jiang Trite's expression changed. "Perhaps this time we can truly get through." Cat Jia patted his shoulder. "Trite, do not celebrate too early." Even Tiu Man said to beware of plot twists. Jiang Trite corrected himself. "Perhaps this time we have a high chance to clear the stage." As he finished, someone appeared. It was the ghost mask. He growled, "This reunion is disgusting. If not for you, things would not be like this. Those whose organs I dug out can never return to the village. They can only rot on the mountain. The children locked in the shrine die slowly of hunger and thirst, never knowing family affection." The more he spoke, the more furious he became. "Why do they get to reunite? Why do they get a good ending? They do not deserve it. It is all because you interfered." He stared straight at Jiang Trite's group, ignoring the other spirits. Cat Jia panicked. "Damn it, he is targeting us." He pulled out talismans and said confidently, "A C-rank ghost is strong, but if we join forces, we can still win." Would have thought when he turned back he saw Jiang Trite already running away. "How can you betray so fast?" Jiang Trite even smiled brightly and waved. Cat Jia angrily cursed him for betraying his teammates. Ghost Mask was startled when he saw Jiang Trite run. "Wait, that direction is." He immediately chased after, leaving Cat Jia and Tiukan behind. Cat Jia widened his eyes. So he was not betraying, but deliberately luring the enemy away. While being chased, Jiang Trite still smiled calmly and teased. "I am different now, stamina max with ghost power support. Do you still want to chase?" It turned out the direction he ran to was, well, where he once met the female ghost. He leaped up and stood on the rim. Jiang Trite smiled meaningfully. "Seems I have to call someone." As he finished, the ghost mask trembled. "You dare." Jiang Trite bent over the well and shouted, "Auntie, come up, someone is looking for you." But there was no response. The atmosphere became awkward. He called again, "Aunt Chu, there is salary now." Hearing about money, the female ghost immediately surfaced. "Salary? Where is the salary?" As soon as she came up and saw the ghost mask, she froze. "Is it you?" She stammered. "You finally came to see me." Ducat Jia ran over to watch. "Why suddenly so silent? You were crying just now." This was Jiang Trite's plan. From earlier hints, he deduced Aunt Chu was a beauty held secrets, and the key was in her body. Combined with the clue Ducat Jia found, the paper was a report accusing the village head and deputy of trading organs under the guise of job placement. Aunt Chu's mother was a prostitute, left after giving birth. She did not know her father and was scorned by villagers. After discovering the secret, Aunt Chu told her lover, who was the deputy's son. The two had a conflict. She intended to take the children away, but the deputy overheard. The deputy despised her, so he colluded with the village head to push her into the well to silence her. Ghost doctor killed the village head, likely not for money, but to avenge his lover. The story ended. Returning to the present, Aunt Chu's spirit appeared. She asked the ghost mask, "Why are you not speaking? Is it because I am no longer beautiful, or you have abandoned me?" The ghost mask stayed silent, then slowly removed the mask, lowered his head, and kissed Aunt Chu on the lips. Ducat Jia and Tiu Ken blushed and quickly turned away. The ghost mask explained, back then he was weak and betrayed her, but he did not kill the children. He only had the villagers sell them. The shrine collapse and fire were accidental. He also died in that fire. Yang Trite shouted, "See, I told you." A child's voice came from behind. It was me. A little ghost stepped out, saying it had destroyed the shrine and burned the village. It had peach-shaped hair. Its body emitted dense demonic aura, admitting everything. It pointed at the two and scolded, "You are truly a coward." Flushed with anger, "If you would not accept me, then why give birth to me, leaving me and my mother to be humiliated by villagers?" Suddenly the ghost mask collapsed in pain and groaned. The little ghost laughed eerily. "Since everyone is gathered," it raised its hand. Demonic aura surged like wings behind its back, shouting, "All of you die in pain and resentment." Demonic aura surged like a huge wave, crashing down. This negative energy stirred the deepest pains. Tiu Ken was affected, fell down apologizing to her parents for not being the culprit. Ducat Jia sobbed, blaming his father for abandoning his mother and him. Space filled with resentment, self-blame, and longing to be loved by family. Jiang Trite turned pale, realizing the little ghost was the source of the curse and the darkness of the village. His mind was affected. He heard a familiar voice calling his name. Jiang Trite's sister appeared, blaming him for causing disaster that left her like that. At home, Jiang Haiyan was standing washing her hands. Suddenly, her whole body turned ice cold. She shivered, clutching her chest in panic. "What is happening to me? My heart is beating so fast." She hurried out of the restroom, reassuring herself it was just anxiety because Tiu Trite was not home. But she did not notice her reflection in the mirror remained still. Reflection revealed a twisted, eerie smile. That smile did not last long, for a punch shattered the mirror into pieces. It turned out to be Chow Dung. He used a paper effigy to subdue the ghost in the mirror and shouted, "Drop that ridiculous smile." He casually burned the effigy. This is just a low-level trick, unclear if it belongs to the Deep Family or the Bright Light Association. Jiang Trite is still trapped in the ghost realm, and they are already targeting Jiang Haiyan. That moment his phone rang. It was Hong Lang calling. There was a summons for judgment, requiring immediate departure. Chow Dung was shocked and could not understand what was happening. While still on the phone, a middle-aged woman entered the restroom, saw him, and screamed loudly. Chow Dung awkwardly imitated a female voice. "Oh my, why scream like that? You scared me to death." He quickly ran off while still acting. "I was just using the restroom. Have you never seen a flamboyant guy before?" The woman stood there staring in confusion. Hong Lang on the other end heard everything and burst out laughing. "Your voice sounds like you enjoy that role." Chow Dung sighed and said it was just for work. Hong Lang returned to the main topic. "This summons is for all captains nationwide. Hopefully the situation is not serious." Before leaving, the captain instructed to keep an eye on Jiang Haiyan. The Deep Family may have allied with the Bright Light Association. Chow Dung replied, "If I cannot even protect an ordinary person, then all these years have been meaningless." After hanging up, Hong Lang told the person across from her that Chow Dung's side had no issues, and they should move to another area. Sitting before her was Tiu Lam from Team 3033, a petite girl with pink hair. She worriedly asked if the captain could return. Another person clenched his fists angrily. 3 years ago, a summons caused many captains to sacrifice themselves. Now it is happening again. Tanla scratched his head and asked if they could go along to help. Are they really that useless? Girl lying on the sofa sighed. This order is only for captains. Even if dying, they would be taken away by plane. She was Nam Kung Tiu. Captains are the strongest. If we follow, we only increase the risk of death. The room fell into heavy silence. Hong Lang spoke. Stop thinking about it. Have you forgotten the captain's words? Remember your identity. Build the wall with bones. Carve the boundary with blood. Use your whole life to protect this world. Let us go, the mission awaits. Hong Lang led everyone away. At the same time, in a dark space, Jiang Trite muttered about the meaning of existence, about his parents and failing to protect his sister, while Tiu Man kept calling for him to wake up. His thoughts became increasingly negative. What is the point of living? Tiu Man shouted in despair. If you die then I am done too, wake up now. Jiang Trite did not listen. He even thought of various ways to kill himself, then complained they were painful, cold, or ugly. In the end, he decided to sit still and wait for death. Tiu Man did not know whether to laugh or cry. His willpower and vanity were stronger than normal, so there was still a chance to save him. The danger temporarily passed. Tiu Man shook him. If you do not wake up, I will terminate the contract. But Jiang Trite remained motionless. Tiu Man then said, Today I am wearing black fishnet stockings. Hearing that, Jiang Trite opened his eyes and asked where they were. Only then did he realize he had fallen into the ghost domain illusion. This illusion was not very strong. He quickly broke free. Tiu Man secretly laughed at his lustful nature. The little ghost saw him awake and laughed. Duck-catching brother, why are you not affected? The system mentioned the unfairness of affection. Jiang Trite sighed, both hateful and pitiful. Tiu Man explained the little ghost grew stronger by absorbing despair. As long as it is killed, the ghost domain will disappear. Little ghost shook its head. Everyone is in despair, you must be the same. It angrily rushed forward to attack. Small punch, but with immense force forced Jiang Trite to struggle to defend. The little ghost sneered. You can still endure, but I will not kill you easily. It said it would torture him, kill his friends, then torment his family to disgust him. Jiang Trite felt nauseous, wanting only to cut it down. Tiu Man reminded him not to be provoked. Jiang Trite replied he knew but still wanted to fight. He demanded ghost power to counterattack. Tiu Man refused because backlash was dangerous, but Jiang Trite insisted. Helpless, she transmitted ghost power to him. Possessed, Jiang Trite's hair turned golden. Tiu Man warned him to be careful because their lives were linked. Jiang Trite roared and charged to attack. A powerful slash, but the little ghost blocked it easily. It stepped back and mocked him. It asked what that gaze meant. Courage to protect family. Jiang Trite silently stared. The little ghost became furious at being ignored, shouting and accusing him of hypocrisy. Jiang Trite calmly said he was just jealous. He analyzed that the little ghost envied others for not having a family, so it wanted to destroy everything. He raised his sword. I understand, but you have gone too far. The little ghost was touched at its pain and angrily denied it. Charged forward, the battle erupted. On the other side, Tiu Ken and Ducat Jia were still panicking. Tiu Ken held her sword, the blade cutting into her hand. The flowing blood gradually brought her back to clarity. Ducat Jia also regained his senses when he touched the glowing bracelet. Seeing Jiang Trite fighting, he was surprised that he had awakened. Tiu Ken immediately rushed in to assist. Ducat Jia stared at the blood-covered sword in shock. When Jiang Trite was about to fall into disadvantage, Tiu Ken appeared to save him. Jiang Trite let out a relieved breath. Now that both were awake, the task was to find the opponent's weakness. Tiu Man guided them to strike the neck as it was the weak point. Wherever it is hit will reduce its strength. The little ghost went mad with rage, shouting it would tear everyone apart. Tiu Ken infused ghost power into her sword, executing a sealing technique, temporarily gaining the upper hand, but still unable to deal significant damage. The little ghost sneered. Taking advantage of its distraction, Jiang Trite leaped up for a sneak attack and demanded more ghost power. Ducat Jia also rushed in to help. Jiang Trite, let me assist you, break its teeth. Little ghost lost focus when attacked from both sides at once. Even Tiu Ken withdrew her sword, then struck again. Little ghost's parents could only cover their mouths in worry at the scene, unsure which side they should stand on. Three directions pressed in at the same time. The little ghost could only grit its teeth and endure. A loud explosion rang out. Dust and smoke filled the air. The three could not tell whether they had defeated it. Unexpectedly, all three attacks were blocked. The one taking it all was the ghost mask, its father. The final strike was completely neutralized. Jiang Trite collapsed backward from exhaustion. The little ghost was also stunned by the result, not understanding what had happened. Ghost Mask took the full attack. His ghost power nearly dissipated. Only a trace of consciousness remained. He admitted his fault for failing to protect his family. In the end, he could not hold on. His body began to disintegrate. He reached out to stroke his son's face one last time, saying this was perhaps the best ending since he could protect him. Ducat Jia shouted at the scene. Jiang Trite, run now, that kid will definitely go mad. Pulled the two of them to leave, but Jiang Trite stood still without reacting. His face turned pale. Tiu Man clung to his shoulder, saying the backlash had begun. His body would suffer severe damage. Moving now would be even more dangerous. Seeing his father about to disappear, the little ghost became agitated, accusing him of abandoning it. Grabbed his clothes, shouting that he did not deserve release, while pouring ghost power into his body. The ghost mask was shocked as his soul was restored. Little ghost grew gaunt, still shouting that it would not let him leave peacefully. Its ghost power restored his father but weakened itself. The ghost domain also dissipated. Sky gradually brightened again. It collapsed into its father's arms, saying it only wanted a family, but it was destroyed, filled with resentment. The remaining three watched in shock. Tiu Man analyzed that father and son had a special link. The power lay in the child, Just now the father was only low level so he could not block the attack. Jiang Trite simply concluded that the previous attack had not killed anyone. Yu Man continued. Currently one is D rank and one is F rank. The teammates can still fight. At that moment a beauty appeared. It was Aunt Chu who had regained her appearance. He ran over and embraced the father and son. Happy they were safe. Little Ghost looked up and asked if his father would not abandon him anymore. The ghost mask smiled and affirmed he would never do that again. Jiang Trite sighed, saying he spoke of hatred but still used his life to save his father. In truth, he only needed an apology and a promise. Yu Man reminded him not to talk too much. His body was heavily injured. Jiang Trite coughed blood but still endured. The system displayed a notification of mission completion. Rating A, level up, and additional ghost power gain. Reward included a resurrection effigy, plus 5,000 ghost coins from the villagers, a jar of bone essence, a burned corpse as an item. Jiang Trite felt a bit disappointed at only achieving a rank, but still accepted the result. Chukat Jia happily shouted, because they had finally completed it. Jiang Trite checked the rewards, regretting there was no healing medicine. While celebrating, the little ghost called out, startling all three. It took out a red flower branch, then threw it toward Jiang Trite. He looked at the soft red branch in confusion. System explained it was blood essence grass used to exchange benefits. The little ghost said it was a ghost item grown on a corpse, thanking him for helping reunite its family. It smiled lightly and said no need for courtesy. Jiang Trite shamelessly asked for more for his teammates, but such precious items were few. The little ghost's family quickly left after saying goodbye. The little ghost turned back and asked if he wanted anything else. Jiang Trite told it to remember to buy genuine items for his father, because what he was wearing was fake. The ghost domain disappeared. Everyone else also woke up and returned home. The scenery became peaceful. Hoping this place would always have somewhere to return to, Tiu Man saw the blood essence grass and told him to use it immediately. Jiang Trite also realized it was a precious item. Tiu Man explained it was an extremely rare medicinal herb, helping heal injuries and increase vitality like 1,000-year ginseng. Even so, Jiang Trite stuffed it straight into his mouth and chewed it like a snack. Cat Jia was shocked that he ate it directly and even complained it tasted bad. As the medicine entered his stomach, Jiang Trite clearly felt its effect. The taste of blood and spice spread, like fire burning throughout his body. His muscles and bones gradually recovered. The pain also eased. Jiang Trite shouted from the refreshing sensation. Cat Jia shouted even louder, scolding him for eating something worth millions. He shook Jiang Trite, demanding he spit it out, because it should have been soaked in alcohol. Jiang Trite lay back, saying he had swallowed it all. Cat Jia still lamented the loss. Seeing the two arguing, Tiukan said she would leave first. Cat Jia ran after her asking for information, but she answered vaguely. Tiukan said goodbye and said they would meet again soon. After she left, Cat Jia pretended not to care, suggested helping Jiang Trite leave. While walking, he said only he would always help. Jiang Trite asked back, then brought up the matter of stealing the medicine, making Cat Jia stammer. The two walked while chatting and laughing. Finally, they returned. Cat Jia lay sprawled on the sofa, complaining the mission was too dangerous. Looking around, they realized no one was at the bureau. Hong Lang suddenly opened the door and walked in, asking if they had returned. Seeing Hong Lang panicking, Jiang Trite curiously asked what happened. Cat Jia even joked if it was a stomachache. Hong Lang quickly said, "Come with me now, the Deep family has made a move. We must return immediately to protect your sister." Jiang Trite was stunned upon hearing this. Elsewhere, someone was reviewing footage of Jiang Trite fighting against fear. A subordinate of the Deep family reported that the blade in Jiang Trite's hand was a forbidden item, possibly the weapon that killed the young lady. Before finishing, that man crushed the phone in anger, making the person beside him regret the expensive device. That man was Deep Truong Than. He ordered that Jiang Trite be forced to kneel before him before nightfall. Upon learning Jiang Trite was still in the ghost realm, he changed his target to capturing Jiang Ian to force an apology. He threw the shattered phone at the subordinate, who immediately left to carry out the order. A team was immediately deployed to execute the mission. The team had multiple ranks, led by a scar-faced man smoking a cigar, confident due to their strong force. In the car, Bat and HU was still lamenting the phone, making the scar-faced man annoyed. But he understood the master was furious, so he did not say much. While talking, a red blade stabbed into the car roof. The one who appeared was Jiang Trite. Cat Jia recognized the opponent and teased, as if meeting an old acquaintance. Jiang Trite coldly asked what they were doing at his house. Seeing the outfit, Bat and HU immediately recognized him. It was Jiang Trite who had smashed the car. The scar-faced man stepped out of the car to confirm his identity. Bat and HU laughed loudly at the unexpected gain and warned Jiang Trite to behave if he did not want to suffer. As the fight was about to break out, a security guard appeared to stop them. The guard declared he was maintaining order in the area. Before he could finish speaking, he was knocked flying. The scar-faced man ordered his men to capture Jiang Ian. Perverted subordinate walked while grinning sinisterly, intending to make a move on the girl. Jiang Trite immediately told Chu Cat Jia to go save his sister and contact support, instructing him to protect Jiang Ian. The scar-faced man stopped his subordinate from chasing, believing Chu Cat Jia was not a threat. Jiang Trite worried about the guard and realized this place was not suitable for battle. The scar-faced man misunderstood it as fear and sneered, listed their forces, and threatened Jiang Trite to surrender. Jiang Trite responded with disdain, saying they were just trash. After speaking, he turned and ran, provoking them to chase. The scar-faced man slapped a foolish subordinate, then decided to pursue Jiang Trite. The whole group immediately gave chase. Jiang Trite ran into a dead-end alley. The group rejoiced, thinking they had cornered him. The scar-faced man laughed smugly. When they went deeper, Jiang Trite was nowhere to be seen. No one noticed he was hiding above. Jiang Trite suddenly struck down from above, but was blocked by red armor. He sneered coldly, saying they were the ones who had walked into the trap. The two sides clashed. The scar-faced man mocked him. Keeping distance, he called out Jiang Trite's name. He said killing must be repaid with life. Jiang Trite showed disdain, saying no one was foolish enough to stand still and die. The scar-faced man thought and realized Jiang Trite's strength came from a ghost spirit. He still tried to suppress him with words, claiming Jiang Trite could not escape. Jiang Trite gathered ghost power, his hair turning golden, and shouted back. The scar-faced man recognized it as a ghost spirit state. The power was unstable. Jiang Trite asked Tiu Man and learned his body could not handle it, making him worry. Seeing this, the scar-faced man sneered, thinking he was just bluffing. He ordered his subordinates to attack first. Jiang Trite fell into a disadvantage. One man charged in using knuckles. Jiang Trite kicked him away, mocking that his arm was shorter than his leg. He continued to ridicule the others, and delivered a kick to a vital spot, causing intense pain. That man collapsed after the series of blows. Jiang Trite easily took down two, proving he was still strong without the ghost spirit. The scar-faced man seized the chance, using a subordinate as bait before launching a surprise attack. Jiang Trite noticed in time and dodged. He laughed, not easily taken down by such a familiar trick. The scar-faced man warned that he could still kill him if needed. He set up a red formation, his team standing in formation, their aura rising. Jiang Trite felt annoyed at being overwhelmed by numbers. Tiu Man also admitted the situation was unfavorable. Jiang Trite asked if increasing ghost power to C rank would allow victory, but it was currently impossible. The situation became critical. He thought of a final option, taking out a strange mask and putting it on. At the same time, Hong Lang's group had arrived at the church area. They blocked Deep Truong Than, said he had evidence that Jiang Trite was the one who killed his daughter. He demanded they move aside because he did not want to shield a criminal. Tiu Lam expressed sympathy, but reminded him that death in the ghost realm was common. One could die by ghosts or be killed by others. This world no longer had laws of life for life. Only the strong devour them. Truong Than grew even more furious, saying he had the right to take revenge. Hong Lang drew her weapon, pointed it straight at him, and said if he had the strength, then he could try. Truong Than knew he did not have enough force to confront them. Tanla laughed, saying this was exactly the rule of the big fish, eating the small fish he had just heard. At this moment, Tiu spoke up to argue. When the head of the Deep family killed Duong Tu Duong, did he ever put himself in the victim's family's position? It was his daughter who sought favor from demons and caused the deaths of 13 people, yet he still praised her. Parents of those 13 people all carry the pain of losing their children. They also want revenge, even wishing to kill everyone without leaving anyone behind, wishing they could tear father and daughter apart to ease their hatred. To them, the Deep family is too powerful. If they resist, they will be retaliated against, so they can only endure. What does he intend to say to them now? Her sharp words made Hong Lang smile in agreement. This world has always been one of unpredictable life and death. Having his pain touched, Truong Than's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, the world is ruled by the strong devouring the weak, but the hatred of a child's death cannot be ignored. As long as he has the chance, he will kill Jiang Trite to the end." His killing intent made Tanlo and Tiu change expressions. He pointed at Hong Lang, saying he knew the Ghost Bureau had intervened, but she denied it, and he refused to believe that without them the bodyguards would have already finished the job. Hong Lang remained calm, saying whether he believes it or not is up to him. She does not need to prove anything. From the communicator came Chow Dung's teasing voice about her lying. Hong Lang immediately told him to be quiet. On the other side, Chow Dung was extremely happy upon hearing Jiang Trite had completed the mission early. Jiang Ian also felt relieved when she learned her younger brother had returned. Chow Dung reassured that the area was under strict control. Just then there was a knock on the door. He signaled everyone to hold position, then went to open it himself. As soon as the door opened, Chu Cat Jia rushed in and hugged the person in front, thinking it was Jiang Ian. He could even feel the soft warmth, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Ian standing further away. Turned out the one he hugged was Chow Dung, making him almost spit blood. He quickly let go. Chow Dung adjusted his clothes and asked where Jiang Trite was. Everyone did not know his situation. Outside, heavy rain began to fall. In the alley where Jiang Trite was surrounded, blood stained everywhere. The radio crackled with calls for help. The bodyguards panicked, realizing the opponent was abnormal, and quickly reported back. Two strongest were severely injured and fled, calling for the master because the opponent was too terrifying. The rest had all been killed. Before they could run far, a shadow descended from the sky. The scar-faced man reacted faster, pushing a teammate forward to take the blow. That person was instantly cut down on the spot. The scar-faced man witnessed it and was terrified. The blood drained from his face in horror. Before him stood a killing god, a completely different Jiang Trite, wearing a ghost mask, his voice cold like. Corpses were scattered all around. The scar-faced man was also on the verge of death. One of his hands had been severed. Jiang Trite even joked about eating his flesh. He trembled and begged, saying everything was ordered by Deep Truong Than. Jiang Trite shouted back, was sacrificing teammates also an order, apologized repeatedly in pain. Jiang Trite laughed savagely, saying regret has no value, tore out his tongue, leaving only muffled sounds. He picked up the phone and mocked, forcing him to report back to his master. On the other side, they only heard groans begging for death. Truong Than could not believe Jiang Trite had become so strong. Hung Lang worriedly asked about the situation. Chow Dung said he was chasing Jiang Trite, hoping to reach him in time to save him. Hung Lang sensed something was wrong. Perhaps he had already resolved it himself. Four Eyes checked the cameras but found no trace. Chow Dung guessed the location without cameras was the northern app. The group immediately headed there. Upon arrival, they saw only a horrifying bloody scene. Stench of blood was overwhelming. Jiang Trite stood in the corner, tending to a dying man. He even complained the opponent was too weak. He even evaluated the man's flesh like food. Tiu Man panicked and called for him to wake up but was threatened. She was frightened and did not dare say more. Instead, she lowered her head and admitted fault to please him. Jiang Trite asked if she wanted to eat, then forced her to feed him. Suddenly, he sensed danger behind him, but this time there was no fear, only anger. He threw the blade and shattered two mummies. It was only a trap. Bandages wrapped around his body, restrained his weapon, leaving him immobilized. Four Eyes appeared and mocked the mask as ugly. Jiang Trite angrily threatened, but was approached by Four Eyes. Four Eyes placed a hand on his head, releasing mental waves. Then he collapsed unconscious from exhaustion. Chow Dung explained his ability. Jiang Trite thought he was free, but felt something wrong with his body. His hands automatically removed the mask. He shouted that he did not want to stop. In the end, the mask was removed, covered in strands of blood. He threw it to the ground, shattering it. Chow Dung reported the situation was stable. The smell of blood gradually brought Jiang Trite back to consciousness. His head throbbed as if struck by a hammer. He suddenly woke up and realized he was sitting on a trash can. Around him was the wreckage of a massacre. Chow Dung stood beside him, exhaling smoke. The chaotic air was suffocating. Chow Dung curled his lips, clicked his tongue, and said, "Oh, the kid is awake." Seeing Jiang Trite open his eyes, Tiu Man immediately rushed over with concern. "Oh my God, my great Jiang Trite-sama has finally awakened. You were so terrifying just now. I was scared to death. How about we cancel the contract? What do you think, master?" Jiang Trite frowned and replied, "Stop making trouble." Tiu Man pouted. "Wasn't master so domineering just now? Now you want to hold on again." Jiang Trite held his head and said tiredly, "Be quiet for a moment. Let me recall what happened." He tried to piece together his memories. The Yi family intended to capture him, so he had to wear the mask of torment to increase demonic power. What happened after that? He tried to remember, but his mind was filled only with insane images. Bodies torn apart, ripped into pieces, heads falling, blood flowing everywhere. Jiang Trite's face turned pale. His throat still felt nauseous. "Did I eat?" Jiang Trite could not hold back and vomited violently. Tiu Man crossed her arms and said, "The good news is you threw up. The bad news is you already chewed it several times." Chow Dung frowned. "This time you acted too recklessly. Luckily, Bon Mat's ability countered your forbidden item. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Reminded him further, "The dark side of humans is far more terrifying than we think, so use that thing sparingly." Jiang Trite understood and nodded. This time it was unavoidable. But this D-grade mask is truly more terrifying than imagined. Just thinking about it made him sweat. If not for Brother Dung, he might have lost control and caused disaster. He turned to thank Chow Dung and the man accompanying him. Bon Mat stepped forward, his tone slightly displeased. "Did you just call me Four Eyes?" Chow Dung patted his shoulder and laughed it off. "That is Takin Thak, nickname Bon Mat, just joking." Jiang Trite laughed awkwardly. "Haha, I did not mean it earlier, sorry." At this moment, a staff member in protective gear came in and reported it was handled. Chow Dung nodded. "All right. Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Afraid he did not understand. He explained this was the logistics team specialized in handling scenes. If you choose this path, there will be many such things, so you must get used to it. After hearing this, Jiang Trite felt relieved, because if he did not kill then, he would be killed. Suddenly he remembered, is my sister safe? Where is Chu Cat Jia? After that, Chow Dung took him home. As soon as she saw him, Jiang Haiyan ran out joyfully. Tiu Trite. She asked worriedly, earlier they suddenly left saying they were looking for you. Chu Cat Jia said you were fine. Is that true? Let me check if you are injured. Jiang Trite felt warm. I am fine. What about you at home? Did anything happen? Chu Cat Jia sat nearby, patting his chest confidently. Do not worry. With me here, even a fly cannot get in. Despite trying to show off, the siblings continued talking privately. Sister, did your phone just ring? Yes, it did. Jiang Haiyan opened her phone. It turned out to be the principal of Qin University. She answered, Principal Jiang, this is Jiang Haiyan. What is the matter? The voice on the other end was urgent. I heard Jiang Trite just came out of the ghost world. Last time I did not have the chance to visit. This time I want to invite you both to a meal. He asked when they were free to reserve a table at a big hotel. Seeing the expectant eyes of the two younger ones, Jiang Haiyan immediately agreed, then tomorrow. Hearing that, Chu Cat Jia excitedly slung an arm over Jiang Trite. Oh my God, the principal is inviting us to the best hotel. Chow Dung overheard and frowned. These two old men are really quick. Night fell. Jiang Trite slept in the same room with Chu Cat Jia. This guy kept tossing and mumbling in his sleep. Brother Dung, I do not have any intentions toward you. Meanwhile, Jiang Trite, as he fell into sleep, returned again to the familiar prison. This time he entered the second room, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not open it. He called Tiu Man. She appeared with a sweet voice that made him shiver. Stop talking like that, be normal, she replied. I thought Master liked it. Jiang Trite asked seriously, do you know what is inside the second room? Tiu Man shook her head. My range here is very limited, not as good as Master. He thought, how can I open the second room? To deal with the Yi family, I need a stronger card. Looking at Tiu Man, the system displayed affection level 89. Reaching 100 will unlock a new skill. He asked, staying here must be boring. Do you want anything? Tiu Man thought and said, I am used to it. But if speaking of wishes then. After a moment of silence, she answered, I want comics. Jiang Trite agreed immediately. She added she wanted to go to a comic exhibition. He instantly promised to take her tomorrow morning. Seeing him so easygoing, Tiu Man asked for the previous reward. Jiang Trite wondered what she needed it for. She only said it was useful. He curiously said it was already burned, so what use is it? Tiu Man had to explain that eating it would increase strength, then scolded him for thinking improperly. Not long after they arrived at the exhibition, many cosplayers were attracted by a strange scene. At the center of attention was headless Tiu Man walking with Jiang Trite. Everyone thought it was cosplay, so they kept asking for photos and how it was done. Tiu Man proudly said it was a special prop. Jiang Trite felt uncomfortable being crowded, thinking these people were really lacking vigilance. A little girl cosplaying Snow White curiously asked if it used a mirror, saying she had seen it in a case. Tiu Man smiled and said the kid was also smart. Jiang Trite could only be speechless. He pulled her away irritably. Let's go find something to eat. Too crowded, I cannot breathe. Tiu Man said she did not need to eat. On the way, she noticed a very beautiful tight outfit. Jiang Trite stood waiting outside the women's restroom, asking, are you done yet? Inside, Tiu Man replied, almost done. Seeing she liked it, he did not hesitate to buy the outfit for her to change. After changing, she confidently showed off. Sister Man has appeared. Is it beautiful? The tight outfit highlighted her seductive curves. Jiang Trite immediately got a nosebleed. His face flushed red. He praised it as very beautiful. Tiu Man fantasized. If I find my beautiful head again, then whatever I wear will make others fall for me. Jiang Trite asked why she wanted to come to the exhibition. Does the ghost world have such activities? Tiu Man suddenly became quiet. Explained that ghost spirits like her are rejected by both worlds, having nowhere to belong, losing freedom and being looked down upon. She added that manifesting consumes mental energy, so she rarely gets to go out. So this opportunity is very precious. Hearing this, Jiang Trite also felt sympathy for them. Tiu Man said she rarely gets to go out, so she cannot miss it. She has hidden her aura so no one can detect it. Jiang Trite rested his chin and thought. Seeming to think of something, he ran off telling her to wait. After a while, he returned with a satisfied look, praising his own eye, though the helmet was quite expensive. It turned out he bought a bunny ear helmet to help Tiu Man disguise herself. Tiu Man asked blankly what it was for. He explained wearing it would allow her to go out normally, but she must ask permission first. After saying that, he asked Tiu Man, do you have a surname? Tiu Man misunderstood and blushed. Why are you asking such a private matter? Jiang Trite was surprised. Is this a sensitive matter? Realizing the misunderstanding, he explained he meant her name, not that, then blamed her for overthinking. Tiu Man said irritably she could not remember her name anymore. Jiang Trite softened. Then from now on, take my surname. You will be called Jiang Tiu Man. She asked in surprise why he treated her so well. A name is very important. He replied she is his ghost spirit. If not good to her, then to whom? They are not just a contract, but family. His words touched her heart. Affection level increased sharply. Tiu Man emotionally hugged him tightly, causing Jiang Trite's heart to race. Being hugged, he blushed and had a nosebleed, stammering, "Do not be so polite." When the affection level reached 100, a roulette wheel appeared before his eyes. This was Tiu Man's final skill draw. Jiang Trite was nervous, while she did not understand anything. Knelt down to pray, "Please grant a powerful skill." The roulette wheel slowly stopped. The pointer landed on a skill named Infinite Duel. Soon after, everything continued once again. As soon as he got home, Jiang Trite saw Chu Cat Jia jumping beside him, complaining, "Brother Trite, you have been hiding things from your brother, and that really makes me sad." Jiang Trite snapped impatiently, "If you have something to say, then say it directly." As if given the chance, Chu Cat Jia immediately changed to a fierce expression. "You went to a comic exhibition today, right? And even went with a girl. Going out without inviting your brother is one thing, but having a girlfriend and not saying a word." Veins bulged on Jiang Trite's forehead. He drank water and replied, "Do you even have any shame blaming me? I called you all day and you would not wake up. You said you had a nightmare last night. Seemed like you dreamed Brother Dung did something to you." Chu Cat Jia kept pestering, asking further, "So when exactly did you meet her? Introduce her to your brother." Jiang Trite played dumb. "What sister-in-law who told you that?" Chu Cat Jia shouted loudly, "Our classmates saw you at the exhibition and even sent me photos. Hurry and explain clearly. Just by looking I can tell she is a beauty. Does she have a single friend? Introduce one to me." Jiang Ian, sitting nearby, overheard. She immediately ran over, eyes lighting up. "What, Tiu Trite already has a girlfriend?" Jiang Trite was cornered. One side his sister, the other his best friend, both kept interrogating. "Where is the photo? Show it quickly. Wait, I will send it." "Sister, do not be so nosy." Jiang Ian immediately snatched the phone from Chu Cat Jia. Inside was a photo of Jiang Trite taken with Tiu Man wearing a helmet. She exclaimed, "The photo is so clear. Even with the helmet she still looks like a beauty. You standing next to her also look decent." Jiang Ian smiled. "How old is this girl?" Jiang Trite thought for a moment, then answered randomly, "Around 36. Hearing that, she was surprised. "Why so old?" Tiu Man put her hands on her hips and snorted. "How could this lady be only 36 years old?" Chu Cat Jia blushed because his sister was dragged into it. Since she was someone Jiang Trite liked, Jiang Ian was not too strict. She said, "When there is time, bring her home for a meal." She also seriously reminded, "In a relationship, you must know how to behave properly and be responsible to her. Remember well, do not get pregnant before marriage. Otherwise, I will not acknowledge you anymore." Jiang Trite broke into sweat. "Sister, you are thinking too far. Forget it, prepare to eat." He thought to himself that things between humans and ghosts were truly unimaginable. In the evening, the two principals knocked on Jiang Trite's door. Before entering, they even rehearsed their greeting. "Hello, Student Jiang, Student Chu, and Miss Jiang as well. Long time no see, you are becoming more and more beautiful." As soon as they looked around and saw Chao Deng, the Beijing principal was startled. "Why are you here?" Two spoke in unison. "Why is it you? What are you doing here?" Chao Deng calmly replied, "Here to invite Jiang Trite to dinner." Nhat Pham forced a smile. "So he has already returned." Chao Deng snorted. "You did not know about this." The two principals hurriedly denied. "How could that be? We did not know." Chao Deng continued, "Then why did you say welcome Jiang Trite when opening the door?" Nhat Pham broke into sweat, just a slip of the tongue. "We came to invite his sister to dinner." Chao Deng smiled, then turned away. "Then you invite her." "We invite Jiang Trite." The two principals quickly corrected themselves. "Let us eat together for fun. After all, we are all family." Chao Deng nodded. "Are those words true?" The two quickly affirmed, "Of course." He then told everyone to come in. The words "everyone" made them uneasy. Sure enough, the whole group rushed into the house. The Hong Lang group entered and saw the large dining table. "Wow, the room is really spacious." Someone teased that it was because she was small. He reacted, "What did you say?" The two principals finally realized the situation. "Why are there so many people? This is a high-end restaurant." The principal asked, "I thought your team was on a mission." Chao Deng replied calmly, "We are indeed on a mission." He smiled and said, "Jiang Trite and Jiang Ian are protection targets of the Ghost Bureau. You are friends, so you were not informed." The two principals had ugly expressions, wondering how they knew about today. While talking, they heard footsteps. Two figures, one in black, one in white, walked in. One in black with slick hair, wearing sunglasses, looking extremely cool, was Jiang Trite. The one in white, dressed flamboyantly, shining brightly, was Chu Cat Jia. Two entered like celebrities, laughing loudly, apologizing for making everyone wait. The main characters have arrived. Did not expect Brother Dung to be here. Immediately after, both were knocked on the head painfully. Jiang Ian acted, forcing them to return to normal immediately or bear the consequences. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Afterwards, everyone sat at the table. 11 people, all members present. Chu Cat Jia looked at the menu and asked if there was stinky tofu, snail, vermicelli, or grilled durian. Jiang Trite hinted, It is rare to eat in such a place, order something expensive. Under strange gazes, Chu-Cat Jia ordered dishes that sounded more luxurious. Two principals tried to praise Jiang Trite as a rare talent, their words flowery enough to make Chow Dung feel embarrassed. The two being praised narrowed their eyes and smiled, pretending to be modest. Jiang Trite put his foot on the chair, bragging, D-grade missions or C-grade ghosts all handled within 5 days. Chow Dung laughed. If you can even complete the side mission, then I will stand on my head and eat dirt. As soon as he said it, the whole team looked at him with strange expressions. Hung Lang calmly asked if he had not read the report. Chow Dung broke into sweat, saying he had not had time. Jiang Trite called the waiter to bring more hot dishes. Chu-Cat Jia whispered that his stomach hurt. Chow Dung felt something was off. Stammering, could it be that you really? Hung Lang nodded. They had completed both the main and side missions, achieving an A rating. The statement made the two principals freeze. The whole room immediately became chaotic. Even the staff were startled. The Beijing principal jumped onto the table shouting they must join his school, even taking out a detonator. Tsinghua principal was even more intense, revealing explosives in his clothes, threatening to destroy the city if not chosen. Chow Dung also stood up to stop them, saying they had already joined the Ghost Bureau. But the two kept arguing endlessly, leaving him helpless. Jiang Ian smiled bitterly. How did it turn into a fight? Tiu reassured it was nothing serious. In this era of demons, many people participate, but truly strong ones are rare. Reaching this level in just 1 month is something not many in the whole country can achieve. Chu-Cat Jia blushed, thinking they were fighting over him. Jiang Ian laughed, seeing her younger brother was even more capable than expected. Jiang Trite thought for a moment and came up with an idea. He stood on the table telling everyone to be quiet and listen to him. Proposed joining both the Ghost Bureau and the 2 major schools, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing that, everyone made awkward faces, too greedy. Even the Hong Lang team was speechless. Only Jiang Trite remained confidently smiling, as if nothing was wrong. Beijing principal tried to explain that this was not easy to accept. Jiang Trite immediately threatened to transfer to New Oriental, making the Tsinghua principal quickly give in and agree. He said he was willing to break the rules if he chose his school. The other one refused to lose as well. Both were willing to compromise. Chow Dung looked on, feeling weary. He wondered what Jiang Trite was planning. Jiang Trite turned to ask about the Ghost Bureau. Chow Dung said it must be decided by the captain. He asked the others, but they all said the decision belonged to the captain. The 2 principals also agreed. Not fully satisfied, Jiang Trite thought building ties with the Ghost Bureau was very important. He suddenly asked why the captain was not present. Chow Dung said he had gone to a meeting in Ma-Du, possibly already at Tran Du Sun, which shocked the 2 principals. Jiang Trite asked what list that was, what happened in Ma-Du. Hong Lang explained that Ma-Du had a phenomenon of ghost domain spreading. She said it was an area where the ghost world invaded reality, forming a special space. For example, you might be sleeping at home, but in an instant the bed turns into a coffin. This is a large-scale invasion. With coverage and assimilation, you can understand it however you want, but every ghost domain definitely contains at least 1 S-grade demon or higher. Hong Lang's voice grew heavier as she spoke. Chow Dung nodded in confirmation. That is right, based on the current situation. The infected area definitely has more than 1 demon. If the captains cannot resolve it, I am afraid the entire Ma-Du will fall. Hearing this, Jiang Trite felt a chill down his spine. That was Ma-Du, not a place that could simply be abandoned. His face turned pale. It turned out this world was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Looking at his sister, his heart was in turmoil. If one day a ghost domain appeared in Thien Than, then what would happen to her and all the people? Cat Jia trembled. Is it that terrifying? Would your team all die? Ah no. Is it extremely dangerous? Chow Dung spoke seriously without hesitation. Military orders are like mountains. An oath cannot be broken. Protecting the world is our responsibility. The Tsinghua principal felt heavy after hearing this. Although the 2 sides competed for talent, these words made him admire them. He raised his glass but could not drink. This time the ghost domain spread. Many comrades who once fought side by side volunteered, but in less than half a day they had already lost contact. Beijing principal continued. Our school also sent a team of elite students to assist, all the best among them, but after just 1 day only 2 survived. Hearing this, Jiang Trite and Chu-Cat Jia could only swallow dryly. Tiu Lam added, the captain and everyone are willing to sacrifice because behind them are people who need protection. They are heroes. Tiu continued, there has never been a peaceful day. It is just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Dinner passed in a heavy atmosphere. Night fell. Jiang Trite lay thinking, once sworn must one sacrifice everything. He wondered if he could forget himself for the sake of strangers. Suddenly a soft voice called, Brother Trite. turned and was startled to see Chu Cat Jia lying beside him like a ghost. Startled, Jiang Trite angrily knocked his head. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Chu Cat Jia smiled awkwardly. "Brother Deng said Deep Truong Than has evidence, so he will try to kill you. You are worried, right? I have a good plan." Jiang Trite was annoyed. "What scheme are you coming up with again? Just do not drag me into trouble." Chu Cat Jia suggested, "How about you challenge him directly? A fair life and death duel." Jiang Trite did not bother replying, pretending to call a veterinary hospital about putting down a pet, making Chu Cat Jia quickly apologize. He explained, "Based on my understanding, large families like the Deep family always prioritize benefits. Even if Deep Truong Than wants to risk it, the elders would not agree. Moreover, killing in the demon world is not bound by law, but causing trouble with the Ghost Bureau would bring him great pressure from the family. If you take the initiative to challenge, it will give them a chance to reconcile, even if you win. As long as the Ghost Bureau protects you, the new family head would not dare act." Jiang Trite praised the plan as not bad. Chu Cat Jia felt proud of being from the Jia cat lineage. Jiang Trite reconsidered. Facing one person was still easier than an entire family. Chu Cat Jia's words made sense. After thinking it through, he decided to follow the plan. Not long after, at the Deep residence, Deep Truong Than knelt before a silver-haired elder. He was mocked for causing trouble, resulting in heavy losses of talented members in the family. Truong Than remained silent, unable to refute. The white-haired elder said the past need not be mentioned. The important thing is, Jiang Trite is protected by the Ghost Bureau, so he cannot be killed. As for children, they can be born again, not worth worrying about. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Truong Than. He angrily stood up. His daughter was his flesh and blood. How could they be so indifferent? He swore that if he was still alive, he would definitely kill Jiang Trite, no matter who tried to stop him. The two elders were extremely displeased hearing this. They believed he was too foolish. The white-haired elder tapped his staff, saying he was not fit to be family head. Countless ghostly eyes appeared on the staff. Truong Than was terrified. Behind him, a blue-haired ghost spirit appeared. The elder sighed in disappointment. Frost spread beneath Truong Than's feet, the temperature dropping rapidly. Just then someone rushed in reporting that Jiang Trite had arrived, interrupting the situation. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia were strolling in the Deep residence courtyard. The luxurious scenery made him take photos to show off. While enjoying themselves, Chu Cat Jia suddenly panicked and hid behind him. Deep Truong Than appeared with killing intent, roaring that he would kill Jiang Trite for revenge. Chu Cat Jia was terrified, while Jiang Trite remained calm, reminding that the idea was his. Chu Cat Jia cried out, "I told you to find an opportunity, not walk into the tiger's den." Jiang Trite smiled, saying he had prepared. Truong Than gathered power, preparing to attack. A loud bang sounded. Something struck his forehead. The bullet fell to the ground. Although it did not cause much damage, it interrupted the attack. Shooter was Chow Dung. He warned that killing in the real world is illegal. Next time it would not be so simple. Hong Lang immediately pulled Jiang Trite over and scolded him, daring to come here and cause trouble. He cried out in pain from his ear being pulled. Chu Cat Jia asked blankly why everyone was here. Hong Lang handed over the phone for him to see. It was full of posts from Jiang Trite about going to the Deep residence, making it impossible for them not to know. Hong Lang angrily pulled his hand. "If they had not come, were you planning to die here?" Jiang Trite quickly apologized. Being stopped, Truong Than was furious. The elder immediately restrained him. Calculated that, with many parties present, it was impossible to cause a major incident. The elder shifted to a conciliatory tone, saying this might be a misunderstanding, and asked Jiang Trite his purpose. Truong Than still roared that he would take revenge, even targeting his family. Chu Cat Jia immediately suggested charging him. The two principals also supported it. Jiang Trite spoke bluntly, always talking about killing. "Do you think you are a king?" He asked whether hunting him had the elder's approval, leaving Truong Than speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Trite proposed a life and death wager. He set the condition. 1 month later, they would fight, just the two of them fighting to the death. Everyone was shocked. Only Chu Cat Jia looked pleased. Deep Truong Than gladly accepted. Back home, Hong Lang made the two take punishment and asked who came up with the idea. Chu Cat Jia immediately blamed Jiang Trite. Chow Dung scolded him for being foolish. Using E-grade to fight C-grade, how could he win? Advised taking his sister away from the city to avoid danger. Only then did the two realize the seriousness. Chu Cat Jia also panicked. Jiang Trite spoke in a low voice. "This is my home. I will not leave, nor do I want my sister to be threatened." Hong Lang understood, but still blamed him for being too reckless. He could not rely only on the mask. Jiang Trite said they did not need to pay such a price for him. He admitted he was selfish, not wanting everyone to sacrifice for him. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. He stood up and said he would definitely defeat Deep Truong Than after 1 month. He asked if he could use the combat room to train and enter the demon world to gain experience. Finally, he asked whether it was possible to look up information on other challengers, because he wanted to find someone. Seeing Jiang Trite asking so carefully, Chao Deng felt a bit worried. Who are you trying to find out about? You are not planning to cause trouble again, are you? Jiang Trite quickly waved his hand, of course not, just asking casually. It is a girl named something like. At this moment, Tiu Kan was in the bathroom. Suddenly a voice called out, Tiu Kan, where are you? She immediately recognized it as her master's voice. Sure enough, her master walked in, holding a stack of documents, saying that the matter she asked about had news. I heard they are preparing to return to the demon world. Do you want to join? Her master is Duong Than Than, captain of Team 3206. Back at the Ghost Bureau, Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia had already entered the demon world. Although Chao Deng had helped the two, he still felt frustrated, not understanding why it was not appreciated. He was annoyed by what Jiang Trite said, punching the wall hard and shouting, "Selfish, all the effort I put in all this time turned out to be meaningless. What an ungrateful brat." Hong Lang was calmer. Perhaps he is also confused. Chao Deng did not understand. She explained he said that because he did not want everyone to sacrifice for him. He knows everyone is protecting the two siblings. He also understands both himself and Deep Truong Than have their reasons. From his perspective, it is self-preservation. As for Deep Truong Than, he wants revenge for his child. With such deep conflict, if the Ghost Bureau intervenes, it would bring criticism. Hong Lang's analysis left Chao Deng unable to refute. She added this is a private matter between the two sides. Only they can resolve it. Moreover, Jiang Trite may be thinking even further than all of them. We protect him because we see potential. But what if he does not grow? If he has no value, then who will protect him? Hearing this, Chao Deng said as long as they are here, that will not happen. Hong Lang interrupted, value must be proven by oneself. He has made his choice, so let him do it. Moreover, he does not want to owe favors. Even so, Chao Deng was still upset, saying Jiang Trite has already received many benefits. This matter also involves the Guang Ming Association. Hong Lang countered that he does not even know those things. Besides, you were the one who forced him to take the items. You complain about ingratitude, but keep giving him things, truly saying one thing and doing another. Chao Deng waved it off, unwilling to listen, but still said he liked the kid. He changed the topic, asking who she had just called. Hong Lang replied it was Duong Than Than. She once owed her a favor. Chao Deng heard the name and asked, is that not the captain of Team 3206? Why call her? He suddenly remembered that the Tiu Kan Jiang Trite mentioned is her disciple. Hong Lang smiled, saying you only realize it now. She added that girl is pitiful. She once killed her own parents. Her mental state is unstable. She hopes meeting Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia will change her. The scene shifted to Hong and Gayat Station. The broadcast welcomed passengers. Train departing from Hong and Gayat, final destination. Travel time 10 hours 30 minutes. 5 minutes until departure. Staff gather at the dining car. Tiu Kan blended into the crowd, boarding the train. Before boarding, she already heard two familiar voices discussing. Does the demon world also have trains? It even has motorbikes and taxis. This is the demon world. The mission is to survive until the final station. Identity is train staff. Duration 6 days. Chu Cat Jia cheerfully said, let us support each other. Jiang Trite calmly refused. He was busy thinking about something else. The demonic power from the blood essence herb only increased by 20 points, which dissatisfied him. The number 250 did not sound good. Tiu Man reminded that the blood essence herb is mainly for healing. If you want to increase demonic power, use the spirit root that Chao Deng gave. Spirit root, although degrade, can gradually increase demonic power without putting pressure on the body. Tiu Man commented that Chao Deng must have done many missions to have it, clearly wanting him to grow stronger. This item is not cheap. Jiang Trite recalled how Chao Deng forced him to accept it. Even saying refusing would be disrespectful. Told Tiu Man that if she found any suitable items to inform him, so he could buy them to repay the favor. At this moment, a familiar voice called out. Jiang Trite turned and smiled. That sounds familiar. He crossed his arms and greeted. To Dai Quang, long time no see. Tiu Kan said annoyed it has not even been a week and she is to Tiu Kan. Jiang Trite curled his lips, teasing to Tiu Kan. What name he used did not matter. How did she know the real name of this handsome guy? Was she investigating him, or secretly liked him already? Tiu Kan calmly replied that he had also gone to investigate her. Being hit right at the truth, Jiang Trite felt a bit embarrassed and turned away. Fine, then they were even. He prepared to head to the dining car, then whispered softly. Why did she only ask about him? Could it be because he looked too cold and handsome? Even though Jiang Trite had left, Tiu Kan still watched him, making the ghost spirit curious and asked if she was paying attention to him. because it had never seen her care about anyone like that before. Could it be just meeting again made her heart stir? Tiu can explain that when facing a carriage-level demon, the power he displayed was very great. The ghost spirit was surprised and said that was all. His power came from the ghost spirit. His skills and strength were not equal to hers, but Tiu can still felt there was something else. The ghost spirit affirmed there was nothing else. If anything more than it was his will, which made Tiu can surprised. The ghost spirit nodded in confirmation. Because of his firm will he escaped the illusion quickly, and because he wanted to protect his loved ones, he did not hesitate to increase ghost power even at the cost of his life. Tiu Ken murmured that it was the will to protect others. At this moment, the train began to move. In one carriage, there were 4 people chatting. The Kim 2 group was nowhere to be seen, probably moved to another instance. This group included a bald man, one with glasses, a girl with a bow, and a strong young man. Jiang Trite paid attention to this group, realizing they seemed to know each other, likely also traveling in a team like him and Chu Cat Jia. While thinking, Tiu Man reported that a sea-level demon was approaching. Jiang Trite was startled. Another sea-level again. A female demon dressed like a witch walked in from behind, showing a strange smile greeting the staff. Claimed to be the conductor, requiring everyone to perform their duties properly, her body nearly 3 meters tall. She had to bow her head when passing the door. Her alluring figure made men swallow nervously. She narrowed her eyes, saying she would briefly introduce their work. The system displayed a notification. You have become a ghost-trained staff member. You must complete tasks, receive praise from passengers. Difficulty level D. Jiang Trite silently calculated the conductor's height based on the 2-meter door and various calculations, finally estimating about 2.7 meters. The conductor gathered all players to assign tasks, a total of 8 people including 6 men and 2 women. She assigned the 2 girls to sell food. Each day must reach 200 ghost coins. Tiu Can remained cold while the cat-eared girl happily accepted. 2 young men in dragon shirts were assigned cleaning duty, especially the toilets. They could even throw dirty passengers out, making them grimace at their bad luck. The one with glasses and the curly-haired one were assigned as kitchen assistants. When it was Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia's turn, she hesitated, frowned, muttering that these 2 made her feel inexplicably disgusted. Her words were like knives stabbing, hurting the confidence of the 2 who were proud of their looks. The others also looked over, sighing internally that they were targeted from the start, just unlucky. Conductor continued observing the 2 carefully, without assigning work. Her gaze made Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia feel chills down their spines. Finally, she shook her head and assigned them to deliver meals. 3 meals per day, take food from the kitchen, then distribute from carriage 3 to 14. Each person only eats once. They could ignore them or let them eat themselves if they wanted. Hearing this, both turned pale. Chu Cat Jia trembled, saying he was smelly and could not be eaten. Jiang Trite also refused, saying he would not sacrifice himself for others. Conductor did not care, saying as long as they wished. Besides tasks, they must also pay attention to passenger needs, report before 5:30, and after 7 they could rest. Before leaving, she reminded them the office was in carriage 1. They could look but not disturb. The cat-eared girl happily responded. After she left, everyone returned to their spots. No one wanted to communicate. Jiang Trite understood that in this world keeping distance was safety. Who knew when betrayal would come? Tiu Can suggested dividing the work and meeting later. Jiang Trite nodded. Chu Cat Jia fantasized again that she liked him, but Jiang Trite reminded him not to think nonsense because the challenge had begun. The conductor was sea-level. Hearing that Chu Cat Jia was shocked, he complained that a D-level mission encountering a sea-level was like exploitation. Jiang Trite sighed, telling him to just do the task. While working, the man with glasses wore gloves, his face twisted in disgust at the food. In front of him was food made entirely of rotten organs. Both sight and smell were unbearable. The curly-haired one covered his nose, yet still could not endure it, saying it was worse than cleaning toilets. The chef angrily shouted at them to clean properly, otherwise he would turn them into food. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia arrived. The chef told them to take the cart if they were taking meals, otherwise the passengers would go mad. They were assigned to deliver food to carriages 3 to 13. Even seeing the others suffer, they could not help. Tiu Ma reminded that the chef was also sea-level. Jiang Trite sighed, because a D-level mission having 2 sea-levels was too unreasonable. He asked what carriage 14 ate. The chef said disdainfully that those things were not worthy of eating his food. He kicked a bucket in the corner. Inside the bucket were spoiled organs. That was the food for carriage 14. The 2 continued delivering food. While working, Jiang Trite analyzed the train structure, including kitchen, sleeper cars, and hard seats, estimating the number of D-level demons. After carriage 14 should be the luggage carriage. When preparing to open the last carriage door, suddenly there was a noise. Many blood-covered hands appeared on the door. Jiang Trite panicked. Inside came sounds of hunger. A painful face appeared asking for food. Cat Gia was frightened and asked to skip this carriage for safety. Suddenly someone behind reminded them not to be afraid because there was still food. That person said as long as there was food, they would not make things difficult, which surprised Jiang Trite. Cat Gia was suspicious, saying demons often deceive. They should not open the door. Jiang Trite believed she was not lying. The system also reminded that the train had prepared plenty of materials and hoped there would be no casualties. He was shocked because the train staff were them. It seemed the demons did not want to harm them. This went against logic, because demons should want to harm humans. Trusting his never-wrong golden finger, Jiang Trite decided to believe the hint. He decided to investigate the abnormality and open the door. Cat Gia panicked, trying to stop him. When the door opened, the ghost ran inside in fear. The light shone in helping them see clearly inside. Inside were countless weak ghosts, constantly crying out in hunger. Stench rose, making them unable to endure, like a pigsty. Ma warned not to go inside. Inside, there were more than 100 F-level demons, but something stronger than her. Man continuously warned of danger. Never had such a bad premonition before. Jiang Trite decided to only throw the food inside. Cat Gia agreed and happily did it. A bucket of food was filled with rat corpses. After throwing it in, the space fell silent for a few seconds. Then the entire carriage became chaotic, the ghosts scrambling to eat. In just a moment, the food was gone. The bucket was returned. Cat Gia swallowed nervously. Jiang Trite smiled, telling them to remember to give a good rating. At 7 in the evening, everyone gathered. The conductor praised them for doing well. She took envelopes from her chest and gave each person a salary of 1,000 ghost coins. Cat Gia was delighted. Everyone celebrated. The conductor left and told them to rest early, looking forward to tomorrow. The bespectacled man kept staring intently at the envelope of money, thinking about something that made Jiang Trite feel it was strange. Was he suspicious of something? Cat Gia pouted, saying if he did not like money, then give it to him. He would gladly take it. Four-eyed man smiled kindly, then said, although everyone is experienced, he still wanted to remind a few things. He felt this trial was not normal. Today everything seemed smooth, right? But did they not feel something was off? The whole group immediately focused on listening, because this was a D-level instance. These words also struck Jiang Trite's doubts. Clearly it was D-level, yet there were 2 C-level demons. That alone was strange. The difficulty should have been very high, yet everything so far had been unusually easy. Seeing everyone paying attention, the four-eyed man began analyzing. First, he talked about their kitchen area, just call him Tiu Duong. Their job was quite simple, washing dishes and preparing food for passengers. The curly-haired man continued. Although the head chef looked fierce and the food was disgusting, he did not harm them at all. Before finishing work, he even worried they would be hungry and took the initiative to let them bring food back. The 2 young men in tiger shirts also said they were in the same group as Tiu Duong and had not encountered any danger. Cat Gia looked at their sturdy bodies with envy, secretly cursing their luck. They continued that when passengers saw them cleaning the toilets, they found it disgusting and dirty. Some even helped wipe and forced those who did not flush to come back and clean up. Cat-eared girl also noticed something strange. Her task and the other girls were very easy. Passengers obediently bought snacks and even competed to pay. Although the requirement was only 200 ghost coins, they had sold up to 1,000 ghost coins. Cat Gia spoke on behalf of Jiang Trite. The food delivery also went smoothly. Only carriage 14 was a bit strange, but thanks to the reminder and his direction, they completed it well. After exchanging information, everyone fell silent. Tiu Kan suggested that if there were no more clues, she would go to sleep, making the curly-haired man surprised and asked why not continue discussing. Jiang Trite only smiled inwardly, because she always acted according to her own will. In the end, everyone dispersed and returned to their places to rest. While he was sleeping soundly, Tiu Man shook Jiang Trite awake. Jiang Trite drowsily asked what was wrong. Tiu Man anxiously said the situation had changed, yet he was still sleeping. He said Tiu Kan had just secretly gone out, seemingly heading toward carriage 14, making Jiang Trite startled. Tiu Kan stood in front of the door of carriage 14. Her hand hesitated, not daring to act yet. Teasing voice sounded from behind. At such a dangerous night, where was she going? Tiu Kan turned back and saw Jiang Trite. He was wearing a seductive female nurse outfit. That appearance made her freeze, not expecting he had such a strange hobby, while Jiang Trite was completely natural and did not understand why she was silent. Tiu Kan frowned, asking if he liked wearing women's clothes to wander at night. Jiang Trite calmly replied it was his personal hobby. She turned away, saying it looked uncomfortable. Jiang Trite felt slightly annoyed at being judged so harshly. Returning to the main matter, Tiu Kan asked if there were any clues yet. Jiang Trite replied that aside from carriage 14, there was nothing unusual. He warned that if she did not want to be eaten, she should not enter carriage 14 at this time. The ghost spirit immediately agreed. saying that carriage had a big problem. Even someone with a strong ghost spirit like him did not dare to enter. Tiukan understood and turned away. Jiang Trite asked what she intended to do. She looked out the window and said if there were no clues inside the train, then they had to try another way. Jiang Trite guessed she wanted to go outside. She nodded and asked if he would come along. He wondered how to get out if the window could not be opened. Tiukan said nothing and drew her sword, making him startled. He quickly stopped her because he feared she would cause noise and attract demons. Suddenly, a voice asked what they were doing. A ghost appeared. The system warned that it wanted to kill them. A bald ghost with 3 horns and 4 eyes looked ferocious. The system reminded that it had nothing left to lose. It immediately rushed toward Tiukan. It raised its claws, intending to attack, and said it wanted to eat her flesh. It was about to reach her. It was pierced through and killed by another hand, purple blood splattering everywhere. A ghost wearing glasses made the move, then said rules must not be broken even among their kind. It adjusted its glasses, then complained that this group made the conductor displeased. Turned to ask Tiukan if she was a sales staff member. It said this area had already been cleaned. She should go back to rest. It told Jiang Trite that even if hungry, they must not touch humans. Because of his outfit, it thought he was one of them. The more Jiang Trite thought, the more confused he became. Demons killing their own kind to protect humans. Tiukan also realized this place definitely held a secret. Seeing the bespectacled ghost distracted, Tiukan had the thought to attack. Jiang Trite immediately stopped her, pretended to say he would not eat her anymore, and told her to return to her room. As he spoke, he signaled for her to understand. Since he was not used to it, the gesture looked quite awkward. Tiukan left wishing him good night. Jiang Trite responded. The 4-eyed ghost called him to help clean up. He immediately agreed. Two spent quite a long time finishing the work. The bespectacled ghost wiped its hands, then prepared to leave. Jiang Trite took the chance to ask why they had to protect humans, pretending to forget to probe for information. Hearing that the ghost turned back to warn him, that thought was very dangerous. Humans were not foolish. It only emphasized that humans must not be harmed, and that was all. Then it left, leaving Jiang Trite alone. He felt annoyed because he had not learned anything. In the end, he could only sigh because it was too hard to extract information. Suddenly, he remembered he had not used the treasure jar yet. Thinking it was useful last time, he decided to open it again. He obtained a villain mask, a resurrection ticket, and a universal key only usable for locks. In addition, there was cold meat, 2 C4 bombs with a very humorous note. Jiang Trite turned pale upon seeing the C4. Could it be the system wanted to destroy the entire train? The scene shifted to the real world. Trandu-sun was engulfed in flames. Everywhere were corpses and demons. Medical staff ran in chaos searching for bandages. From the medical tent came a shout about a severely injured patient. Captain Engim Dai Bang supported the injured man and ordered ghost items for bleeding control and painkillers. He placed the victim on the bed. Dai Bang reassured him he would be fine. Injured man refused because he did not want to waste resources. He muttered deliriously that he could no longer see anything. Dai Bang tried to calm him. The man regretted that he had promised to donate his corneas to a little girl, but now could not fulfill it. He weakly called for the doctor. The female doctor responded and listened to his final words. He asked the female doctor if he was about to die, asking her to check if any parts of his body could still be used. On his body, purple marks began spreading from the wound. Hearing that, the female doctor was so moved that tears fell. She quickly said there was still something. His heart had not been corrupted yet. She choked up, telling him not to give up. There was still a chance to save him. The soldier smiled in relief after hearing that. That was good then. He told her to use his heart to save others, then breathed his last. The entire room fell silent. Another doctor rushed in, urging that there was a new patient. Everyone needed to act quickly. The female doctor wiped her tears, then quickly returned to work. Dai Bang had not yet recovered when someone called him, saying the commander wanted to see him and the captain of Team 3. He went to meet the commander and asked about the new situation. Seeing only him, the commander asked where old Wang was. Dai Bang said sadly that he had already sacrificed his life. The news that all of Team 3 had fallen stunned the commander. He silently removed his hat. Then he said he suspected there was a traitor in the camp, which shocked Dai Bang. He explained that the enemy clearly understood the deployment of forces, causing the A and S level teams to fall into disadvantage. Demons knew each person's abilities, even grasping weaknesses and battle distribution. Therefore, he concluded there was a betrayer, which made Dai Bang worry. He suddenly remembered something and told the commander about what he discovered while retreating. He said the ghost domain seemed connected to the demon world. Enemies that were eliminated were continuously replenished. If that connection could not be broken, the battle would continue endlessly. During that, the commander became serious and said he would send people to investigate. He looked at the map and wondered why the demons gathered in such a remote place. He suspected that place had something attracting them, his hand resting on the area marked as a burial site. This location also coincided with the clue Jiang Trite had heard before. At this moment, Jiang Trite was sitting eating with the four-eyed ghost. It said before reaching the burial site they must protect the players. It asked if there was anything else he wanted to know. In exchange, it wanted more cold meat, clearly taking advantage of the opportunity. Thanks to that, Jiang Trite obtained his first clue about the final destination. He smiled, saying yes, but he planned to bring food to Carriage 14, where they were only allowed to eat rat corpses. Hearing mention of Carriage 14, the four-eyed ghost angrily cursed that they were unworthy, revealing the second clue. Jiang Trite pretended not to remember and asked again, inwardly pleased because the useful item helped gather information. Four-eyed ghost spoke, while eating, that it would reveal more. It explained that the mission was to protect humans and transport items from Carriage 15 to the burial site, while Carriage 14 was only guards. Jiang Trite was startled upon learning of Carriage 15. He did not expect there was an even deeper level. The system updated a new clue about Carriage 15. The keyword sacrifice appeared, making Jiang Trite think of previous missions. Pretended to go to the toilet, leaving the four-eyed ghost with the meat, making it not suspicious. He went into the restroom to change clothes. In his mind, he analyzed the two clues, Carriage 15 and sacrifice, but could not connect them yet. Although there was a lot of information, it was still scattered, so he needed to find more. When returning to the room, he saw a commotion. Tiu Ken was being blocked by 3 people. Tiu Duong questioned where they had just gone. The atmosphere grew tense as the group split into 2 sides. Jiang Trite and Tiu Ken faced them. He warned them not to interfere in personal matters, while Tiu Ken bluntly said there was no need to explain. Tiu Duong became angry at being looked down on. He said they shared the same room, so careless actions could endanger everyone. Everyone agreed. Cat-eared girl tried to mediate, telling everyone to calm down. Tiu Duong was most upset that they went out without closing the door, a taboo in horror games. This reason left Jiang Trite and Tiu Ken unable to argue. Tiu Duong calmed down, saying they could look for clues later, but now they should focus on the main task. At this moment, Chu Cat Jia finally woke up. He yawned and asked what was happening. Still groggy, he could not see clearly. He mistakenly thought Jiang Trite was holding Tiu Ken's hand. He angrily questioned what they were doing. Chu Cat Jia, filled with jealousy, demanded an explanation. Jiang Trite reacted irritably. Others had to intervene. Tiu Duong continued advising everyone to think for the group. He said unnecessary conflict should not be created. Cat-eared girl proposed that everyone temporarily make peace and focus on the task first. She believed that since there was no danger yet, they should complete the task first, then consider later. Such an easy task opportunity should not be wasted. Jiang Trite also understood this. He realized most players were at a disadvantage, so avoiding conflict was reasonable. In the end, he agreed to a temporary truce. Tiu Can, though surprised, also lowered her weapon. Tiu Duong happily shook hands to reconcile and invited them to visit. When asked about the group name, Tiu Duong appeared proud. He and his teammates introduced themselves as belonging to the Quang Kai Association. Then he asked which group Jiang Trite belonged to. Jiang Trite joked that they were the handsome squad, each person claiming a humorous role. Chu Cat Jia was about to continue, but realized something was off. Tiu Duong burst into laughter, saying they were interesting and the guild leader would like them. The group continued chatting. Jiang Trite asked about the guild leader. Cat-eared girl was curious about the guild leader's work. Tiu Duong said they were not part of any official organization, but the guild leader had gone to support Tran Du Sun. He laughed awkwardly, saying if he were stronger, he would have gone too, because of shared responsibility. Jiang Trite felt subdued hearing that. Those words reminded him of someone he knew. Chu Cat Jia asked more about the Ghost Domain's secret realm. The cat-eared girl replied that it was the S-level Tran Vong Lin, a place that had buried countless people. The young man in the dragon shirt frowned, saying that was why that place was also called the final resting place. The 3 words burial place made Jiang Trite startled and alarmed. He immediately asked again, what did he just say? Jiang Trite asked tensely. The secret realm of this ghost domain invasion was the burial place. Tiu Duong looked confused at his reaction. Yes, what is wrong? Only then did he speak. According to the clues he had gathered, the final stop of this train was the burial place. The whole room fell silent. Tiu Duong's expression gradually changed. Sweat began to form. Did he mean this train would arrive at Tran Du Sun in the real world? Jiang Trite no longer hid it, saying he had activated the sacrifice mission. Chu Cat Jia immediately complained about being kept in the dark. Cat-eared girl cried out in fear. That was Tran Vong Lin, a place with countless S-level demons. Did sacrifice mean sacrificing them? Tiu Man suddenly appeared, reminding Jiang Trite that she had just remembered something. Among the spirits, there was an SS-level existence called the Lord of Spirits, with many S-level subordinates, and still evolving toward SSS. Jiang Trite panicked, asking about Engim Dai Bang. Tiu Man replied that even though he was strong, it would be hard for him to survive against that force. The curly-haired man tried to ease the heavy atmosphere, saying when they reached the station the mission would be complete. Do not think too far ahead because the enemy was too strong. Chukat Jia also agreed, saying there were still 6 days left in the mission, so they should keep observing. Before he finished speaking, the system announced a mission change. The time was reduced to 2 days, and the destination was the burial place. The cat-eared girl panicked, while Chu Cat Jia complained that if there was an SSS level, he would go insane. Suddenly, the door opened. The conductor poked her head in with a strange smile. He announced there was bad news and good news, then continued speaking regardless of everyone's reaction. The bad news was the route had changed. The good news was that they found a backup route. Although old, it was still safe. Thanks to that, the time was shortened. In 2 days, the train would reach the station. Whether they wanted to leave or stay was up to them. She smiled with fake friendliness. Jiang Trite's personal system displayed contemptuous thoughts toward humans, making him curse the conductor's hypocrisy. After finishing the announcement, the conductor left and told everyone to do their jobs well. After she left, Cat Jia panicked, asking what to do now that the mission had changed. Jiang Trite remained calm and analyzed. He said this was not yet a nightmare instance. Only the time was shortened and the endpoint revealed. Another day passed. In the evening, the conductor distributed wages again. Cat Jia happily received the money. The conductor handed it out to each person. He distributed it back to everyone, even intending to keep it if someone refused. Conductor left after reminding them they still had to work tomorrow. If they were lazy, they would be dealt with. Cat Jia looked confused, not understanding her meaning. The time was 2012. After a while, the cat-eared girl wondered why the system had not issued any further warnings. She optimistically thought they could complete the mission easily, but others did not think so. Yu Duong appeared worried about the situation. He analyzed that the burial place was already connected to Trandu Sun. The battle outside was still ongoing. He believed the sacrifice mission required abandoning the main task to prevent the train from reaching the destination. Curly-haired man was frightened, asking if they really intended to stop the train. He said the conductor was too strong, they could not fight her. Curly-haired man continued urging everyone not to take risks, because experts outside could handle it. Jiang Trite understood, but knew the real goal was transporting items in carriage 15. Those were extremely important items to the demons. Thinking of the people fighting outside, he could not ignore it. Decided to change his mind, apologizing for previously advising to stay passive. Tiu Duong also understood the seriousness at Trandu Sun. Said even if there was only a small chance, he would still help. Those words made everyone fall silent. He smiled, saying if they failed, they would lose rewards, but it would make up for it. Jiang Trite immediately agreed, saying the main reward was not worth much. Difficult missions were what mattered. He took out the C4 block and said they only needed to stop the train. Jiang Trite held up the C4 to show it, making Chu Cat Jia terrified. Yu Duong was also surprised and asked where he got it. Jiang Trite smiled, saying the source did not matter, only whether they would use it. Tiu Duong agreed immediately. He proposed destroying carriage 14 or 15, because that was where transportation occurred. Tiu Kan agreed to choose the nearest carriage. The group began planning. Ignoring the others' astonishment, the group decided to act immediately at night. The cat-eared girl reminded them that doing so would lose the main reward. She also decided to join, because they could complete a side mission. The 2 young men in tiger shirts also joined. Only the curly-haired man opposed. Seeing everyone determined, Jiang Trite smiled in satisfaction, called out to move forward for the mission reward. The group secretly advanced toward the carriage. They smoothly reached carriage 14. Upon arrival, everyone breathed a sigh of relief from the tension. Jiang Trite looked inside and saw the demons were still awake. He concluded that breaking the door would cause noise, and they would be discovered. Tiu Kan suggested killing them all, but was stopped because it was too dangerous. The cat-eared girl proposed the idea of hypnosis. Took out a heart-shaped microphone like a treasure. She explained it only worked on low-level demons. Shyly asked if she could start singing, making Jiang Trite confused. She began singing softly. The sound spread throughout the carriage. Demons were drawn in and gradually lost consciousness. The space became quiet. All the demons fell asleep with satisfied expressions. He let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Trite was also affected, feeling slightly dazed. After that, Tiu Kan broke the train window. Jiang Trite took on the task of planting the bomb and told everyone to wait. He observed his surroundings, then climbed onto the roof of the train to act. That moment, he noticed Tiu Kan and Chu Cat Jia were also following closely behind him. The 2 arrived as well. Jiang Trite asked in surprise. Tiu Kan immediately signaled to stay in place and not move. As soon as she finished speaking, A violent surge of demonic energy rose from beneath the train car where the three were standing. That energy gathered into two gigantic arms that reached up to attack. This was a new clue about the ghost hands on the train. Yang Trite's expression changed. Realizing this might be the defense mechanism of Carriage 15, or their actions had been discovered, they were intercepted before they could approach. Chukatjia screamed as he slipped and nearly got hit, luckily dodging the attack. Tiukan seized the chance to cut off a ghost arm, but new arms kept growing as if fueled by the train. At the same time, they discovered another clue that the train consumed blood. She turned and told Jiang Trite to go plant the bomb. The two of them would hold it back. Chukatjia also took out his necklace to fight. Jiang Trite nodded and immediately acted. He ran to the connection point between the two carriages. According to his calculations, destroying this point would separate Carriage 15 and disrupt the transport plan. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. The system displayed a notification that he had discovered another clue related to a beating heart. On the other side, the two struggled and shouted as too many ghost hands attacked, urging Jiang Trite to hurry. After a while, he returned saying the bomb had been planted, but there was still a countdown. Chukatjia sighed in relief hearing there was still time. But when he learned it was 72 hours, he immediately got angry because the train would arrive tomorrow. Jiang Trite quickly adjusted the detonation time. After finishing, he said there were only 10 seconds left. The three immediately turned and ran. They rushed away before the bomb exploded. Chukatjia shouted while running. The countdown ended. The explosion occurred just as they escaped the danger zone. The three were blown onto the grass. Chukatjia was the most battered. He laughed foolishly talking about art, saying beauty lay in the moment of explosion. His eyes, the explosion was like a brilliant painting. Everything disappearing in an instant was the meaning of art. And art was a violent explosion. The explosion originated from the connection between carriage 14 and 15. The shockwave spread, destroying several other carriages. Conductor rushed out in disheveled clothes, asking in panic what had happened. A staff member reported that the rear section from carriage 11 to 15 had been destroyed. Those carriages were thrown off the tracks. Demons inside were dead or injured, screaming chaotically. The conductor dressed properly again and was determined to deliver that item at all costs. Jiang Trite hid nearby, thinking it was fortunate they had stopped it in time. Otherwise, they would have been crushed. He believed the train could not continue running. Tiukan suddenly appeared beside him, making him startled. He looked around and asked where Chukatjia was. Tiukan pointed over. He was stuck headfirst in the ground, unclear whether alive or dead. Jiang Trite pulled him up and slapped his face, asking about Chukatjia's condition. He remained unconscious. Jiang Trite immediately lied that Tiukan's skirt had been lifted. Hearing that, Chukatjia woke instantly and asked, but then realized it made no sense because Tiukan was not wearing a skirt. Meanwhile, the conductor led staff to search for the important item. The demons panicked at the scene. Jiang Trite's group tried to sneak away, but were discovered by the conductor. She asked why they were here with killing intent in her eyes. Chukatjia and Tiukan immediately prepared to fight. Only Jiang Trite received a reminder about the conductor's mission. He quickly explained that they were caught off guard by the explosion. He even pretended to ask for tissue. Chukatjia added more, making the story even more bizarre. Jiang Trite felt annoyed because he talked too much. Conductor coldly ordered them to return to their carriage. The three successfully returned to their room and rested. Chukatjia sighed in relief at escaping danger. While resting, someone entered. It was Tiu Duang's group. Tiu Duang angrily scolded Jiang Trite for nearly killing the whole group. The cat-eared girl had to step in again to mediate, but the speaker announced that the train had encountered a malfunction and would be repaired within 10 minutes. Everyone was stunned by this announcement. Chukatjia could not believe the train was so badly damaged, yet could be fixed so quickly. Jiang Trite realized the mission was not yet complete. He planned to use the remaining C4, but Tiu Duang thought doing so was useless and dangerous. Jiang Trite came up with another bolder plan. He decided to enter carriage 14 tomorrow to investigate directly. A peaceful night passed. The next morning they continued their tasks and arrived at carriage 14. Jiang Trite opened the door and declared they would face danger. The door opening made Chukatjia frightened. Inside were countless starving ghosts. They crawled forward clinging to Chukatjia's legs, begging for food. They pleaded for just a bit of rotten meat. Chukatjia panicked, shouting that he smelled terrible. Jiang Trite patted his shoulder to remind him, "Why are you standing there frozen? Use your skill." Chukatjia was stunned, then came to his senses. "Right, I am a mage." Then he stepped forward. Chukatjia took out a glowing necklace, raised it, and shouted, "Wherever I am, there is light." A halo burst forth, illuminating the terrifying faces. Those hungry ghosts, making Chukatjia, who was still calm, hesitate. Frightened out of his wits, he panicked and threw the glowing necklace away. He shut his eyes tightly and cried out, "Oh no, I lost my weapon. I am doomed." The ghosts who were wrongly blamed stood frozen in place. One of them even picked up the necklace and returned it to Chu Cat Jia to avoid misunderstanding. He quickly took it back. As soon as he touched it, the necklace immediately emitted a blinding light. Once ferocious, hungry ghosts suddenly shrank back, kneeling on the ground like refugees before the light. They whimpered, begging for mercy. "We were wrong. We know nothing. Please spare us." Chu Cat Jia, not understand what was happening, turned to ask Jiang Trite what is going on. But as soon as he turned, he froze in shock, seeing Tiu Man. Tiu Man slowly walked toward compartment 14. It turned out those hungry ghosts were completely suppressed by her powerful. Chu Cat Jia widened his eyes in astonishment. "My God, Jiang Trite, is this your ghost spirit?" Jiang Trite replied calmly, "If not mine, then whose?" Chu Cat Jia laughed excitedly. "True love transcends all boundaries. From now on, you are my father. But this girl looks familiar." Jiang Trite snapped. "What nonsense are you saying? How could I give birth to someone like you? Are you delusional?" Jiang Trite stepped toward a seemingly agile ghost and asked directly what is in compartment 15. With Tiu Man here, the interrogation became easy. The ghosts all shook their heads. "We do not know. We are only the fuel of this ship." The system announced a new clue unlocked. The pitiful ones cried, "We are only used as fuel, just something to be burned." Jiang Trite analyzed, "Though they are demons, they still have human forms. This ship feeds on human blood. No wonder the compartment bleeds. It turns out they are used as fuel. That is also why the number of people dropped sharply." Tiu Man advised, "Do not ask anymore. It is useless. They have been heavily traumatized. They only know fear and survival." Jiang Trite confirmed again, "So these are truly E-rank, not dangerous, right?" Tiu Man nodded. "Since entering here, I can clearly sense it. They are harmless. What worries me is compartment 15. Jiang Trite looked at the monsters shrinking on the ground, frowning in thought. Not sure what method the captain used, but without fuel the ship cannot run. He decided. Jiang Trite drew the sin bone blade and dealt with the monsters in the compartment. Chu Cat Jia shivered as he watched. Truly Jiang Trite, cutting monsters like slicing melons. Jiang Trite exhaled softly. "Amitabha, Chu Cat Jia, let us go. Quickly check what is inside compartment 15. Chu Cat Jia answered eagerly. The three stood before the door of compartment 15. Jiang Trite sighed, so many locks, clearly hiding something important. Chu Cat Jia scratched his head, "But we do not have a key. What do we do now?" Jiang Trite took out a key and said confidently, "Who says we do not?" With a click, system-issued key actually opened the compartment door. As he prepared to step in, Jiang Trite became serious. Tiu Man, worried about an ambush, hugged him from behind and said, "Let me assist." In an instant, she merged into Jiang Trite's body. His hair changed color. The two entered compartment 15, but nothing happened. This made it even more abnormal. In the center of the compartment, there was only a strange box emitting demonic aura. The amount of demonic aura was abnormally dense. As soon as Jiang Trite saw it, his heart clenched. The ghost spirit state was forced out. His hair returned to normal. Jiang Trite was horrified, immediately turned and shouted, "Chu Cat Jia, run." The two hurriedly retreated. Chu Cat Jia, reminded not to breathe. Tiu Man analyzed. "This is SS rank." "No, it is SSS rank." Jiang Trite turned pale. "SSS rank." Tiu Man intended to help, but the link was suddenly cut. The two panicked and fled. Not a second could be delayed, but the more they ran, the door seemed to grow farther away, impossible to reach. Suddenly both exploded, turning into two pools of blood. Just like that, Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia died on the spot. "Ah, damn it!" Jiang Trite shouted and woke up, quickly calling Tiu Man. She was still there, safely replying, "I am here. It is fine, calm down." Jiang Trite recalled the death. What was that box? That laughter was so strange. Before even getting close, they were killed. Tiu Man saw him thinking and said, "I have seen this kind of box before, used to seal demon parts, based on the patterns and aura just now, if I am not mistaken. Inside is the heart of an SSS rank demon." Jiang Trite shuddered. An SSS rank heart in a D rank stage, too unreasonable. But he dismissed the thought himself. This world does not follow logic. Just an instant he lost a life. Jiang Trite looked at Chu Cat Jia still sleeping soundly. He thought he still had a substitute doll, still had a chance to revive, but Chu Cat Jia was uncertain. Is he too reckless? No, this is a D rank stage. Even borrowing Tiu Man power, he should not die instantly. Like a beginner facing an absolute master, completely overwhelmed. Thinking back still made him sweat. Tiu Man placed her hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Do not think about it for now. Regulate your breathing." Jiang Trite followed. In any case, he had to stay calm first. Then he took a syringe from the system and injected himself. After using the medicine, his stamina gradually recovered. Tiu Man checked briefly, then injected Chu Cat Jia with him. She asked, "Did the two of you just die once?" But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted. Io Duong group entered. He greeted, "Just now I was scared to death." Before he could finish speaking, a sword was already pressed against Xiao Duong's forehead. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. Jiang Trite realized Tiu Man misunderstood and explained it as fine. We died, but not due to infighting. He recounted that as soon as they entered compartment 15, they were instantly killed by the power inside. There was only a wooden box inside, and most likely inside was the heart of an SSS-rank demon. Words light yet heavy as a mountain. Xiao Duong was shocked. Are you joking? How could SSS rank appear here? Jiang Trite added, in the tomb there is an SS monster called Undead Lord about to evolve. It only needs this heart to become SSS. Chu Cat Jia gradually woke up, while Jiang Trite continued analyzing. Devouring an SSS rank heart carries extremely high risk. Therefore, to complete this challenge, he must stop the train. His intention is clear. He must block the demons from moving forward, prevent the train from reaching the final station, and not let the Undead Lord obtain the SSS rank heart. Chu Cat Jia raised his hand after hearing this and asked, wait, where is my buff? Jiang Trite turned and slowly said sorry. Because I suggested entering compartment 15, it caused you to lose a life. Now on it will be extremely dangerous. You should retreat first. Jiang Trite spoke very seriously, but Chu Cat Jia became annoyed after hearing it. If I leave, then what will you do? Jiang Trite replied coldly, I can take care of myself. Chu Cat Jia got angry. Who are you looking down on? I know my limits too. I mean, I know what I can do. Hearing this, Jiang Trite only sighed, fine. He may have died once, but it is not without gains. This train operates by consuming demons, and we have cleared all the fuel in that compartment. Tiu Duong also shared his discovery. They obtained a similar clue from a ferocious passenger. That means everyone has realized the number of demons on the train has clearly decreased. Chu Cat Jia nodded. That is true. Compartment 14 is almost empty. The clues pieced together further confirmed Jiang Trite reasoning. Turns out the train repairs itself by sacrificing passengers. The more sacrificed, the faster it recovers. Therefore, if the demons are not completely eliminated, then no matter how the train is damaged, it will not stop. If that is the case, then only the simple and brutal plan B remains. Everyone looked toward the other compartments, their eyes cold. Time passed silently. Curly Hair secretly approached the resting spot of a red demon, drew a knife, taking advantage of the opponent's carelessness. He stabbed straight into its chest, but the blade only pierced slightly, before being blocked by muscles as hard as steel. The monster roared angrily, you filthy rat, I should have killed you earlier. Curly Hair turned pale with fear. As expected, an F-rank weapon could not harm an E-rank demon. Broadcast echoed throughout the train, all passengers please note, this is a friendly train. But dangerous elements have now appeared. They are threatening everyone lives, and affecting the safety of the entire train. As the conductor, I officially announce, eliminate all these insects, ensure the train reaches the final station at all costs, and enjoy the delicacies on the train. A horrifying voice echoed, kill them all, enjoy everything on the train. At this moment, a fuck was being strangled by a monster and pinned to the wall, suffocating. He struggled to open his eyes to look at the one in front, drool dripping. The monster grinned sinisterly, do not worry, I will slowly pull out your intestines to enjoy, as repayment for that stab earlier. Focused on the front, it did not notice the burly man behind launching a sneak attack. One powerful swing severed the monster arm. Blood splattered everywhere, it howled. A fuck was temporarily saved. The man grabbed a fuck collar and asked, are you still alive? A fuck coughed violently, trying to breathe, and thanked him in broken words. Kwang Tu handed him another blade and said the assassination plan has been exposed. Now we switch to cleansing. That knife is useless. Use this. Demon clutched its wound, blood pouring out, yet it laughed. How ridiculous. In this world, strength is everything. Yet humans think they can defeat the strong with the weak. We spared you, yet you dare disrupt Lord Undead plan. Truly foolish. You will pay for this action. It roared. Kwang Tu tensed up ready to fight, yet still sneered, too much talking. At this point, just fight. The monsters rushed in attempting to surround them. In the monster dormitory, one rushed in waking the others. There is fighting in the next room. Hurry, go support. A large hammer had already appeared at the door. Not a divine weapon, but enough to smash them. The monsters froze, because if there is a hammer, there must be someone holding it. Manhwa stepped in, a cigar in his mouth, smiling and saying, where do you think you are going? Your opponent is me. Normally, demons are stronger than humans. It takes 3 people to fight one equal rank monster, but now it was reversed. He exhaled smoke. In this world, there are always impossibilities, and they create miracles. The cigar fell. He hoisted the hammer onto his shoulder, provoking the monsters. If you have the guts, then come. Elsewhere, demons were also being swept away. Inside a closed room, corpses of monsters lay everywhere. Some missing arms, some missing legs. Purple blood splattered. Tiyukan stood there with a katana, expression cold. Angela sighed in relief, wiping sweat, and said thanks to the hypnosis microphone they managed to handle it. Tiyukan only said next compartment, then left, leaving Angela muttering her throat hurts so much. In another compartment, Tiu Duong faced the remaining demons. According to the plan, Dai Kwang handled D-rank demons. Angela and her sister swept from compartment 13, while he was responsible for support. But facing so many like this without reinforcement, it was hard to hold. His hands trembled non-stop. Monster mocked. Look at him shaking, about to wet himself. The smell must be like human food. But underestimating the enemy is suicide. The one who just laughed was immediately stabbed through the heart. Tiu Duong's bandaged hand remained on its neck. The remaining monsters were stunned, not understanding what just happened. Despite the fear, Tiu Duong felt excitement instead. A cold smile appeared. He kicked one away, pulled his sword back, telling himself not to be afraid. This is only the beginning. He will kill them all. Then charged forward to attack. But everything has limits, and so does the cool moment of a side character. Tiu Duong turned pale. That monster somehow was still alive. Its hand pierced through him, blood flowing down. Tiu Duong stammered in horror. How is this possible? The monster laughed, not bad courage, worthy of praise. It grabbed its own clothes, ripped them apart, revealing a wound already healing. Humans are just ants. Elsewhere, Chukat Jia received a timed bomb and the train map. His task was to detonate. He accepted eagerly. Jiang Trite nodded, saying everything was prepared. In his hand appeared golden glowing nether roots. Eating it would increase ghost power. Jiang Trite did not hesitate and swallowed it immediately. His eyes lit up as if evolving. His body emitted golden light. He wiped his mouth and said it is his turn to act. His ghost power surged. Jiang Trite called Tiu Man. A rabbit wearing a hat appeared. It merged into his body, greatly enhancing his strength. Ghost power 299 and 300 are completely different. Reaching 300 is a major leap. Now he could fight C-rank demons, and he had turned into a blonde-haired young man. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned back. Chukat Jia gave a thumbs up and praised, long hair suits you. Jiang Trite coldly told him to be quiet. Chukat Jia laughed and said, I like this personality. This moment Tiu Duong revived and appeared, mistaking him for a girl. Jiang Trite angrily shouted, I am a proper man. After the emotional outburst, he quickly regained his usual calm demeanor. Jiang Trite asked what just happened. You died, so you revived that quickly. Chukat Jia exclaimed in shock, impossible. The strongest died first. Tiu Duong shrugged and replied there was no choice. The conductor discovered too quickly. The number of demons was overwhelming. Moreover, the ones I encountered had no hearts. Jiang Trite frowned and asked, what do you mean no hearts? But last night when going with to Tiu, can those mad demons still had hearts? This is too contradictory. Could it be because of the SSS rank heart in compartment 15? Jiang Trite asked again, so you are out of revives, right? Tiu Duong nodded in confirmation. Jiang Trite said, all right, next you and Chukat Jia go find the generator. Leave the demons on the train to me. Tiu Duong asked worriedly, are you okay alone? Do not be reckless. Chukat Jia waved with a laugh. Do not doubt Jiang Trite's destructive power. Let us go finish our part. On the other side of the train, a fuck was being pinned to the ground by a giant demon. Huang Tu lost one eye but still gripped his weapon tightly, looking at the monsters surrounding them and cursed, damn it. No matter how I stab, it will not pierce. Suddenly a loud sound rang out. A fuck lying on the ground was also startled in panic. It turned out the demon pinning him had been decapitated. Jiang Trite appeared with long blonde hair and a strange weapon, smiling and saying sorry for being a bit late. His aura no different from a protagonist. He raised his weapon and confidently said next he would resolve it quickly. The door of the adjacent compartment was kicked open. The demons, eating human flesh, stared blankly at the one who appeared. Before they could react, a beam like a laser swept over. Immediately their heads were severed. Blood sprayed. Another person was saved. Huang Tu ran over and asked. Lam Hoa said in shock, what was that just now? Like a Pikachu rushing past. Unbelievable, we were exhausted and could not finish them. Yet he cleared everything in one move. Huang Tu shook his head, not exhausted but almost dead. A fuck forced a smile and said that was not Pikachu. It was Jiang Trite. I saw his face clearly. Lam Hoa and Huang Tu were shocked. Changing hairstyle makes him that strong. Jiang Trite continued advancing. Overwhelming aura. Wherever he went, monster heads. Everyone was horrified. They had only reached the second compartment, yet he had already cleared up to here. A fuck also swung his sword along. Each movement took a head. The number of monsters killed was countless. After killing a wave, Jiang Trite stopped and exhaled lightly. Suddenly a monster lunged from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Jiang Trite reacted extremely fast, turning his sword and piercing through its body. After finishing it, he coldly said next, not a drop of blood on him. Chukat Jia along with Huang Tu and Lam Hoa ran over reporting the bombs had been planted, coming to assist. But before their eyes, all demons had already been wiped out. Not a single one remained, while the culprit stood calmly as if nothing happened. It is already done so quickly. Tiu unsheathed her sword and said almost all were done by him. Huang Tu awkwardly asked, I have a question. This hairstyle of yours is... Yang Trite immediately retorted, if I used my true strength, I would be the strongest on this train. Have you never seen a ghost spirit merge? You can doubt strength, but do not doubt gender. The sky was pitch black. The train still rushed along the tracks. Bomb on the train slowly counted down to 0. A loud explosion rang out. The train burst into fierce flames. Fire spread everywhere, burning everything. The group stood below looking up, still unable to believe it. Fuck muttered, we did it. Eliminated all demons and stopped the train. But Jiang Trite said, not yet. Everything is too smooth. All passengers are dead, but the conductor and the chef have not appeared. As soon as he finished speaking, the villain voice echoed. Truly an excellent performance. Above the burning train appeared a woman sitting with imposing presence. Beside her was the fat chef. Woman sneered, you think destroying the train will stop it? Truly ridiculous. At the burial ground in Dusun Town, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped everything. Houses were in ruins, scattered fires burned. Everywhere were demon corpses. Above stood a cloaked figure looking down. Another person approached from behind. That person said, exactly at midnight tonight, I will have the SSS rank heart. At that time I will become king. Your world will sink into darkness. He also said, Engim Dai Bang, I know your other identity. 10 years ago, the challenger of Yin Yang Ghost Blade once swept many ghost domains, controlled a king-level forbidden item. You have great potential, so I give you a chance. Despite being that strong, his chest was still pierced by an iron rod, blood flowing all over his body. White Ghost extended a hand inviting, join us, become the king messenger. Become a ghost slave, rule the world with me. That person laughed. White Ghost stared, waiting for an answer, grabbed the iron rod piercing his chest, and pulled it out. A cold voice sounded, rule the world. Truly ridiculous. Throwing the iron rod down, he raised his sword and said, this is our world. Demons have no right to exist. I will kill you before you become king. Back to a fuck group, they finally encountered the conductor and the chef. The chef laughed strangely, his pitch-black eyes revealed. He laughed and said, go ahead and keep destroying. We are almost there is still plenty of time. Everyone then realized, these two had been watching from the start, not worried at all, truly infuriating. Jiang Trite stepped forward, Tiukan stared intently. Jiang Trite said, I and Chu Cat Jia will handle the conductor. The chef is yours. As he spoke, he drew his weapon. Ghost power reached D rank, combined with Tiu Man. He could fight C rank demons. To capture bandits, one must capture the leader. The conductor grinned sinisterly. Jiang Trite was slightly startled. A thought flashed in his mind. He shouted, the target is not us, run. But it was too late. The conductor teleported behind Angela. One strike fell, Angela died instantly, her face shattered. Body burst into flesh and blood splattering everywhere. A horrifying sight. The conductor licked the blood on his face and laughed. If you want to die, I will grant it. Jiang Trite glared. His hair turned from black to blonde. Rushed forward cursing. The conductor looked down on him, raising a hand to block, just an ant. His slash cut off 2 fingers. Blood sprayed everywhere. The conductor expression changed, furious and unable to believe it. He is only D rank. Jiang Trite cursed back, you are the ant. Your whole family are ants. Delivered a powerful kick to the conductor. Chu Cat Jia ran over saying, wait for me to assist. Seeing the conductor kicked away, the chef shouted sister and rushed forward to save her. But they could not let those two join forces and support each other. Tiu-Ken leaped into the air and, through her katana, gathered strength and slashed fiercely down at the chef body. He hurriedly raised his twin blades to block. Worried about his sister, yet being obstructed drove him into rage. Veins bulging across his face, as he roared, how dare lowly humans think they can defeat us. Villains who talk too much usually die early. Lam Hoa did not waste words. His sturdy body rushed forward, swinging a pan to strike straight at the chef back. He shouted, be careful, let me support you. Everyone must survive. Back to the conductor, she was kicked away by Jiang Trite, rolling on the ground, her body stiff. She was still stunned by Jiang Trite suddenly reaching D rank, and did not notice he had already swung his sword, preparing another attack. Blade fell, dragging red blood into the air. His blonde hair fluttered as her arm was severed from her shoulder. The conductor face turned pale from blood loss, both furious and questioning, what did you do in such a short few days? Jiang Trite asked coldly, is this your source of power? Of course not. She burst into mad laughter, the sound echoing everywhere. Do you think reaching D rank is enough to kill me? Behind him, the train that seemed destroyed was now filled with demonic aura again. The conductor eyes lit up, shouting ghost art electric prison blood hand from the train. Demonic aura surged and materialized to attack Jiang Trite. Those ghostly hands earlier were created by her. She brushed her hair, her severed arm gradually regenerating. Jiang Trite asked Tiu Man what his ghost art. Conductor stood up, her arm turning ghostly, smiling as she said that is a demon skill. Tiu Man explained Chu Cat Jia fire and talismans are also ghost arts. Jiang Trite laughed saying, I knew it. You try using it. Tiu Man stayed silent. Jiang Trite asked why not speak. Tiu Man shrugged, saying, I am already strong. Why learn flashy things? The ghostly arm slammed down. Jiang Trite jumped aside to dodge, then turned and cut off the ghostly arm. Not powerful, but very troublesome. Cat Jia shouted from behind, let me help. He threw talismans. As soon as they touched the ghost hand, they burned with blue flames. Jiang Trite called out in delight. Cat Jia held a stack of talismans and laughed loudly. Move aside quickly. The conductor only smiled faintly. Beneath Cat Jia feet, ghost hands sprouted, instantly grabbing his legs. He was lifted into the air, panicking. Cat Jia cried out, no way, that is dirty. Jiang Trite briefly thought of some improper scenes, finding it oddly coincidental. Could this conductor be perverted? While distracted, the ghost hands lunged to attack him. Both were suspended before the conductor. She smiled, saying, interesting. Both ghost items and ghost spirits surprise me. But I cannot let you ruin the plan. If you hand her over to me, I can let you die with your body intact. Jiang Trite gave a fake smile and asked, do you not think that line is outdated? The conductor ignored the sarcasm, saying, you already know the train's secret, so you want to stop it. I gave you a chance to retreat, but you still chose to dive into danger for your own interests. The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Her face twisted, demonic aura surged. She said, nothing is more important than oneself. I hate people like you who pretend. Tiu Man warned her power is rising close to be ranked. On the other side, the chef used his twin blades to block Tiu and katana. He lowered her body and slashed hard, knocking the twin blades from his hands. She and Kwang Tu both realized his strength had weakened. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. It must end in one strike, Tiu Kan shouted. Not right, Kwang Tu, watch behind. Blood was certain to spill, but the one bleeding was not Kwang Tu, but Tiu Duong. He rushed in to block, his arm severed. Kwang Tu eyes reddened, shouting Tiu Duong name. On Jiang Trite's side, it was no better. The conductor was about to lose control. A hint appeared, her heart filled with resentment. Hating those who call themselves heroes, to survive she would do anything. Jiang Trite immediately laughed, saying, whether human or ghost, one should live for oneself. I understand you. The conductor paused, feeling the words were strained. Jiang Trite continued, saying, the world is beautiful because of interests. We share the same goal. Conductor grew suspicious, thinking he had lost his mind. Jiang Trite said, I also hate those fake heroes. If not for them, I would have ignored it. What does the burial ground matter to me? Does it have to do with Cat Jia? I regret it. His family is not even there. Cat Jia, bound up listening, made a twisted face. He clearly heard his name repeated, realizing something unusual in the words. Jiang Trite mouthed, run. Cat Jia blurred vision, asked, you want me to run? Jiang Trite continued mouthing, prepare. Cat Jia misunderstood. Tears fell from his eyes, biting his lip move. Jiang Trite was confused why he was crying. That look was unsettling. After hearing him, the conductor laughed and asked, so you also see yourself as the most important? Jiang Trite secretly freed the ghost hands binding him, then smiled and replied, of course. The moment he broke free, he immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword fiercely at the conductor for his own interests. He would not spare any enemy. Conductor stood still, ghost hands attacking. Even distracted, her strength was still terrifying. Seeing the disadvantage, Jiang Trite shouted, Cat Jia, help me. But Cat Jia cried, saying, I will not run. Jiang Trite was stunned. Cat Jia tearfully cast talismans, saying, you care about me, so I cannot abandon you. Burn. Slightly flawed, the result was still good. He was even more enthusiastic than expected. Cat Jia shouted, you are buffed now, go. Jiang Trite seized the chance and rushed forward, sword swinging with blood flying. Cat Jia did very well. The blade pressed to her neck. He gathered strength and slashed. His wrist turned lightly, the strike precise. One slash severed the conductor head, blood spraying everywhere. But she still could not believe it happened. Tiu Man reminded to stab the heart to be certain. Jiang Trite raised his sword, saying, finishing is also an art. The blade in his hand came down, piercing straight through her body, striking directly at the center of her heart. Returned to his original form, raising his head and letting out a breath of relief. Fortunately, despite some unexpected turns, the result was still acceptable. Cat Jia behind him groaned, my God, my body feels completely drained. Jiang Trite gave a thumbs up and smiled. Cat Jia, this time victory is certain, let us go help to Tiu Kan. Cat Jia also smiled and replied, of course. When Jiang Trite acts, nothing is left behind. Suddenly Cat Jia collapsed. Jiang Trite reflexively said, hey, there is no need to bow. Cat Jia looked up, his face pale, trembling as he said, you go help them. I need to rest a bit. My whole body is falling apart. Before he could recover, Cat Jia suddenly shouted in panic, Jiang Trite, be careful. Behind him, the conductor who had been beheaded and pierced through the heart suddenly stood up again. Jiang Trite immediately gripped his sword and turned around, preparing to counterattack. But it was too late. As he turned, the conductor arm had already pierced through his heart. Pain spread through his body. Jiang Trite spat out blood, unable to believe it. The head had been cut. The heart had been stabbed, yet she still did not die. Before his eyes, ghost hands were reattaching her head and holding her heart. Jiang Trite collapsed, blood pouring endlessly. Cat Jia called his name in panic. Conductor restored her form. calmly walking forward saying, "All of you must die." Ants daring to dream of killing a giant? Truly ridiculous. Elsewhere, Jiang Trite revived thanks to the substitute doll, gaining another chance. It was the last time Tiu Man reminded, "You are out of chances." Jiang Trite nodded lightly, for now he had to retreat. Though he knew he should leave, he was still unwilling. There was still the battle with Deep Truong Than ahead. After a while, Chu Cat Jia also revived, sighing as he said, "This woman is too cunning. I did not even have time for last words." Seeing Jiang Trite, he quickly grabbed his shoulder saying, "Hurry and leave. Cutting the head and stabbing the heart is useless. I do not want to die here." Jiang Trite shook his head. No matter what, I cannot leave." Chu Cat Jia angrily said, "Are you crazy? If you do not leave, you will die. Do you not see it getting stronger the more it fights?" Jiang Trite nodded. "That is right. It grows stronger with each fight, even approaching B rank. This is too abnormal." Tiu Man clapped her hands and said, "I understand now. It is Twin Force, a special type of ghost domain. The conditions are extremely harsh. It requires two demons to form. You can share power. That is why the train keeps recovering. And if both are not killed at the same time, they will revive." Jiang Trite understood, so that is how it is. Coordinated well, it can be killed. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Chu Cat Jia asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Jiang Trite turned his hair blonde, drew his weapon, eyes resolute. "Of course I must try." In his dictionary, there has never been the word giving up. Chu Cat Jia watched his back. Having been abandoned since childhood, he did not want to abandon anyone. He could not catch up, his strength exhausted, so he drew a knife and cut his own arm. His hair turned blonde, using a secret technique of blood to increase ghost power. Then he rushed forward. "Pikachu!" Tiu Duong held his arm, enduring the pain, his face gradually turning pale from blood loss. Tu worriedly told him to revive to ease the pain. Tiu Duong said he had already used it. He no longer had another chance. Kwang Tu cursed, "Why did you not retreat?" Tiu Duong said he only wanted to be useful. Kwang Tu scolded, "What useless? I still have a life." Tiu Duong said the chance to revive should be left to someone stronger, then pushed Kwang Tu away, telling him to go help them. Kwang Tu wiped his tears and said, "Got it. You hurry and retreat. Go back and wait for good news." Tiu Duong watched him leave and smile. He thought everyone was doing their best to protect Dusun Town, so he also had to do his part. Conductor on the other side said it is still not over yet, causing everyone to be startled. It seemed the conductor here was not just one person. Another conductor stepped forward saying, "Sister is hungry. Chef, hurry and cook." The chef laughed. His aura changed, black energy spreading out. He shouted, "Sister is hungry. You will become ingredients for my feast." His demonic power increased again. It even reached the threshold of B rank. How could this be possible? Just like when the captain faced Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia. Chef snorted coldly. From beneath the ground, countless things suddenly surged upward. Strange arms stretched out, tightly grabbing to Tiu Kan's legs, making Tiu Duong panic and shout for her to run immediately. But it was already too late. The chef rushed forward at terrifying speed. His massive body shot like a bullet, leaving to Tiu Kan no time to dodge. It was over. This time she would definitely lose her life. Yet Tiu Kan was still not dead. She widened her eyes in shock. Her stunned gaze looked at the person standing in front blocking the attack. It was Tiu Duong. At some point, he had rushed out to take the blow for her, unlike before when he only lost an arm. This time he traded his entire life. Tiu Duong turned back, blood splashing onto his face as he still smiled. Told to Tiu Kan that exchanging 2 resurrections for this death was worth it. After speaking, he stopped breathing. Kwang Tu and Dai Luke trembled with rage, but were powerless. Holding a hammer in his hand, Kwang Tu charged forward to attack the doctor. The other side also coordinated an attack, but with their current strength it was not enough. In just a moment they were knocked flying away. Kwang Tu fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The chef was cold. Laughed with disdain. "Even dying requires lining up. Thought you were strong, but it turns out you are only this much. Your flesh seems delicious. Making sashimi should be suitable." Tiu Kan could not bear to watch. Anger surged within her. She demanded to pour all demonic power to open the ghost domain. Ghost domain warned that with her current strength, using it would cause great damage. At this level, if she activated the ghost domain and failed, she would certainly fall into a deep coma. Tiu Kan coldly replied that she must kill him and would not fail. Chef sneered. Her gaze made him extremely uncomfortable. After speaking, he swung his weapon, intending to slash to Tiu Kan. But in the ghost domain state, she was not easily suppressed. She lightly blocked the attack. Then she activated Divine Mirror Manifestation. Both the original body and clone attacked together. Seeing that, the captain panicked and shouted a warning, inwardly cursing that this girl also had a ghost domain. At that moment, Jiang Trite jumped out from the ship, golden hair blazing. He swung his sword and shouted for her to worry about herself first. The captain turned and sneered, "Relying only on you. A weak one like you dares to defeat me." Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Trite had already severed her demonic arm. Tiu Man warned that his demonic power was being consumed too quickly. If he continued, he would die. Tiu Ken's ghost domain was only enough to restrain the chef. It could not help Jiang Trite, while hers was too powerful so she could not use it yet. Jiang Trite asked back, who said it cannot be used now. Tiu Man was shocked, and he immediately activated the ghost domain. Tiu Man's ghost domain was called Infinite Duel. It caused demonic power to surge explosively. Within a certain range, the user could possess nearly infinite power, but at low level it only lasted a few seconds. Jiang Trite held his blade and rushed forward, leaping high. A finishing strike descended. The captain hurriedly dodged. If she were a bit slower, she would have been shattered. Jiang Trite shouted, "These two have twin ghost domains. Seize the chance to behead them at the same time." Tiu Ken rushed forward with her katana, immediately understanding. The chef began to fall into disadvantage when facing her, because he had to divide his demonic power. He gritted his teeth to resist, furious, but only able to curse. Before his curses ended, the katana had already swept past, cutting off both his arms. Tiu Ken's strength was overwhelming, and Kwang Tu attacked him from behind. Chef was furious, drool streaming, thinking killing her would end everything. He swung his blade horizontally across to Tiu Ken's body with excitement. His face showed triumph, thinking he had succeeded. He laughed loudly with contempt, but her body turned into a shadow. It turned out to be only a clone from divine mirror manifestation that could swap positions. Tiu Ken glared, wishing she could cut him down immediately. On the other side, the captain was also confronting Jiang Trite. The battle seemed to be nearing its end. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging, cursing him as a lowly creature. She did not believe she would lose, then threw an extremely powerful punch. Punch rushed forward, but only struck a wisp of smoke. Jiang Trite disappeared, making her look around in confusion. When the smoke cleared, he stood firm, blocking the attack barehanded with ease. Jiang Trite frowned as he looked at the enemy before him. He twisted her wrist, bones cracking sharply. Blood splattered, she screamed, but no one cared. Jiang Trite dropped his sword, coldly saying if she liked fighting barehanded, then he would oblige. His punch was to avenge all grievances and those who had fallen. The blow distorted her face. Her body was sent flying. She slammed heavily onto the ground, dirt and rocks scattering. She struggled to stand, teeth broken, eyes filled with hatred and confusion at how he could be so strong. A low-level being could use such a terrifying ghost domain, causing her to begin to feel fear. Jiang Trite spoke coldly, giving her no chance to say more. He swung his hand, directly ending her life barehanded. At the same time, Tiu Ken coordinated perfectly, using her katana to defeat the chef. Two heads fell down almost at the same time. The captain resentfully said she only followed orders. Why was she not the one who could live? Chef cried and apologized to his sister, regretting boarding that ship. The captain shook her head, saying everything was because she signed the contract to save him. After the battle, Jiang Trite returned to normal, breathing heavily then collapsing to sit, sighing in relief. Intense pain immediately surged from his body. He clutched his chest, knowing he suffered backlash after using the ghost domain. His vision blurred, only seeing teammates rushing over in worry. In the end, he collapsed, because peace was always born by others. The system announced mission completion and hidden mission completion, receiving a precious old photograph. Rewards were granted. Level increased to 6. Additional demonic power and new permissions unlocked. Entering the demon world, one could change appearance at the cost of demon currency. First time free. Also receiving a low-level blood-stained blade item used for chopping. A low-level blood-red Buddha hand is not always this deep crimson. Some are only at a normal level. Besides the hidden manual, he also received 1,000 coins, and the special reward was an unnamed key. Legend says it was once granted by a king to a hero who saved a princess. It could open a treasure in some castle. Jiang Trite snorted coldly in annoyance, turning to look at Jia across from him. He did not know what that man was thinking. Suddenly, he puckered his lips as if wanting to kiss. Jiang Trite panicked and pushed his head away, shouting, "What are you doing?" Jia laughed and said, "You are awake. I was about to perform CPR for you." Tiu Ken woke up long ago. Jiang Trite forced a smile and said, "Thanks to your entire family." But when he looked at the scene before him, he froze. Tiu Ken and Kwang Tu were burying the dead. The casualties were too many. He sighed and blamed himself. If he had used the ghost domain earlier, or been more careful, perhaps things would have been different. Jia beside him quickly advised him not to torment himself. Everyone has their own choices. We must respect them. Besides, at first we did not know the captain could fake death. Even if the ghost domain was used earlier, the opponent would still revive. We did not understand the mechanism, so it was hard to win. Jiang Trite nodded, thanking Jia. He also smiled and said only by letting go can one become stronger. Tiu Ken still did not understand, her blood-stained hand resting on the grave. Why did he risk his life like that, even though he did not know our names? He could have left. There was no need to sacrifice like that. Yuang Tu said sadly, she once thought dying once would allow her to leave this place. Tiu Duong, Angela and that person all used up their resurrections and still did not leave. Tiu could not hold back her tears. They had to stay behind while we get to leave. Jiang Trite patted her head to comfort her, saying everyone has their own meaning behind their actions. Some things do not need a clear reason. What matters is that we must continue moving forward for them. Everyone raised their heads to look at the blue sky. Their hearts lightened. The road ahead still had to be continued. After the burial was done, Kwang Tu's group prepared to leave. Lam Kwang waved and said when free come to Sun Than to celebrate. Tiu can also went with them. Jia asked if Jiang Trite would leave, but he said he would wait a bit longer, because there was still something that could easily attract attention. The SSS-ranked Demon Heart was still in cabin number 15. Elsewhere, Chu Dung's phone rang. Hearing that the danger at Dusun had been resolved, he happily asked when the captain would return. Truong Ha excitedly asked repeatedly. Chu Dung said the captain would return tomorrow, but was seriously injured. Hearing that Truong Ha sighed in relief, as long as he was not dead it was fine. Chu Dung immediately scolded him for speaking nonsense. Tiu stepped forward, sensing a strong bloody stench in the air. She pointed ahead, saying the smell came from over there. Truong Ha eagerly led the way forward, wanting to handle it quickly and return. According to intelligence, the Deep family had approached many ordinary people and made them disappear. The undercover agent reported that Deep Truong Than had entered the demon world. They needed to investigate his connection with the Light Society. While walking, Tiu called out for Chu Dung to pay attention ahead. When getting closer, he immediately covered his nose due to the horrific stench. Seeing the scene, he completely lost his composure. Corpses were piled up, flesh eaten clean, leaving only bones, maggots and organs scattered everywhere. Surrounding them were talismans pasted everywhere, as if using them as an energy source. The number of victims was huge, clearly not the work of ordinary people. Chu Dung gritted his teeth, believing Deep Truong Than had caused this massacre. He ordered Tiu to call logistics to seal off and examine the scene. Tiu quickly took out her phone, but before she could call, an incident occurred. The talisman container suddenly exploded, blue liquid splashing out. Tiu shouted to warn Chu Dung to be careful. Meanwhile, Jia left, leaving only Tiu Man and Jiang Trite. Jiang Trite showed a cunning smile, saying no need to hurry yet. Because there was still something unfinished, he summoned the villain Puppet. Puppet could mimic every action within its control range. He tried throwing a punch. The puppet immediately followed. Changing to another stance, the puppet copied exactly the same. Even arrogant gestures, the puppet did not miss a single detail. Jiang Trite laughed in delight, praising it as incredible. Tiu Man asked what he planned to use it for. Replied he would use it to probe the SSS rank heart. If he did not touch it directly, he could avoid danger. But Tiu Man advised him not to take risks. Jiang Trite only smiled and said he would try a little first, then decide. After all, it was an SSS rank heart. Maybe he could take it away. He controlled the puppet into the ship, where the box had been thrown into a corner. The puppet approached the box and touched it. It opened. Inside indeed was a heart. Jiang Trite happily confirmed it was exactly what he needed. But suddenly the puppet swallowed the heart into its body, leaving him stunned. The puppet laughed eerily, extremely terrifying. It said thank you for this gift. At the same time, the connection between Jiang Trite and the puppet was cut off. Tiu Man asked what happened. He only scratched his head to brush it off. A bad premonition rose in his heart. The puppet had been controlled. The puppet carrying the heart rushed outside, ran straight toward Jiang Trite with a ferocious expression. He panicked and dodged, not understanding what was happening. While operating the system, he shouted loudly for it to stop. Before being touched, he had already exited the demon world. Turning to reality, he sighed in relief, but his heart was full of confusion. Tiu Man explained that the body could be put into a confinement-like state due to a system error. Jiang Trite forced a smile, then curiously checked the reward. The unnamed key appeared with the ability to open treasure. It was said to be the key leading to some mysterious treasure. A castle exists in the demon world too. Tiu Man standing beside suddenly spoke. He asked if she could see that key, making Jiang Trite ask in surprise what is going on. Tiu Man took the key, examined it for a long time, then said it felt very familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before. Jiang Trite's eyes lit up, excitedly urging her to remember quickly. The treasure in the castle must be full of valuable items. This time he would strike it rich. But Tiu Man shook her head, saying she could not remember, leaving him with an awkward smile. He said if it felt familiar, then she could keep it, then handed her another item. Tiu Man received the diary. Jiang Trite reminded her not to drop it again this time, and to conveniently check the location of her head. Tiu Man was startled and said that was a head as beautiful as the stars, while Jiang Trite was too lazy to argue. He simply nodded it off and told her to quickly find where that head was. Tiu Man said actually, he could completely use this notebook for his own purpose, yet he still gave her the chance. Jiang Trite replied that she was his ghost spirit, so she should have benefits, but not to ask randomly, or the answer would be too broad. Tiu Man asked blankly, if not asking the location, then how to ask. Jiang Trite sighed, and used the phrase big chest, small brain as an example. Tiu Man put her hands on her hips thinking she was being praised, leaving him speechless. Explained she should ask specifically such as who is holding the head. Having a name makes it easier to search. Tiu Man nodded and praised him as smart, even saying when she had her head she was also very clever. Jiang Trite said there were other matters then left, letting her handle it herself. He held the diary, walking while muttering praise for himself. He walked to the prison gate. Before him was a tangled mass of iron. Not knowing where to dismantle it, he simply drew his sword and slashed directly. He estimated his current demonic power to be nearly 400 thanks to rewards and gradual increases. With his current level, he believed he had enough strength to break the prison door. The sword strike caused the iron chains to snap apart. Sound of metal clashing echoed everywhere. He swung the red blade continuously, clearing everything blocking his path. The blade techniques were unleashed in rapid succession, forming countless slashes in the air. The more he fought, the more excited he became, his hair and clothes flying with each movement. Finally, it was done. He planted the blade into the ground and panted. Wiping sweat, he realized his increased strength allowed him to open the prison. The very first room already had such benefits. Thanks to Tiu Man, his combat power increased greatly. If there were more ghost spirits, he could proudly possess an entire room full of experts. The door opened. Jiang Trite swallowed and looked inside. He leaned his head in to observe and saw a pair of pale white legs. The ghost spirit's head was a talisman like a zombie. The body slightly moved. Jiang Trite froze instantly, sweating. Told himself he was an upright person, yet encountered this scene, even thinking of the crime of detaining a minor. The zombie slowly stood up, its eyes gradually becoming clear. At this moment, Jiang Trite looked no different from a suspicious person. He tried to appear friendly and asked if the girl had any wishes. Her red eyes flashed. She looked at him with hatred and said a single word: kill. The system displayed the prisoner information Tiu Mong with high hatred level and dangerous potential. Jiang Trite was surprised because the stat was not favorability but negative fear. The girl rushed forward with fangs and claws ready to bite. At that moment, Tiu Man brought the diary over. She leaned in and said she had found information about her head. Before her eyes was the scene of Jiang Trite resisting the zombie. Tiu Man even cheerfully praised her as cute and suggested letting her bite. Jiang Trite panicked and asked if she knew what she was saying. He realized the girl was not afraid of him at all. In this prison, he was the master, yet being looked down upon made him uncomfortable. He let go and stopped holding her. Zombie immediately became frightened, eyes wide open. Unable to stand steadily, she collapsed to sit down. Terrifying aura spread out. Jiang Trite threatened the girl that she only had two choices: either obey or die. Tiu Mong trembled as she hugged herself and cried loudly. Tiu Man sighed, saying he scared her too much, while Jiang Trite believed he would subdue her. But the girl still glared at him. The fear stat increased slightly. Jiang Trite was displeased because it increased too little. Decided to leave it for now. Her personality was too difficult to handle. An unstable ghost spirit could cause harm. Tiu Man was still more reliable. Assigned Tiu Man to observe weaknesses to find a way to subdue her. Jiang Trite placed his hand on her shoulder, smiling as he asked if she could do it. Tiu Man was initially shy, but eventually agreed to try. She raised the diary, happily saying she already knew the head's location. Jiang Trite took the notebook to check the name of the one holding the head. The name that appeared was quite special. It was Vuong Vim with the title Flame Demon God, sounding very suspicious. After giving instructions, Jiang Trite left the demon world. Chu Cat Jia and Hung Lang were already waiting. They asked why he came out late and congratulated him on completing the mission. Praised him for overcoming the D-rank challenge excellently. Jiang Trite modestly said this time was very dangerous. They almost got wiped out. In his mind appeared images of those who had sacrificed. Hung Lang noticed he was more silent than before and felt a bit surprised. She pulled him over, praised him for becoming more mature, and invited him to celebrate. Hearing that the captain was safe, Jiang Trite was happy. He asked Hong Lang to help investigate a person. Hong Lang said citizen information is confidential, not easy to provide. Jiang Trite seriously said that person owed him 1 billion, making Jia Cat Jia beside him stunned. Saying it so directly even surprised Hong Lang. She hesitated and asked again how much he just said. Jiang Trite seriously replied 1 billion, making Hong Lang freeze after hearing it. She immediately took out her phone to call Tiu Tiu, telling her to bring Tiu Lam because someone was mentally unstable. Jiang Trite slammed the table, insisting he was telling the truth, not joking. Hong Lang shouted back, asking if he thought she was a fool. 1 billion, and right now he probably did not even have 100. Jiang Trite frowned and scratched his head, admitting he indeed did not have it now, making Hong Lang even more stern. He gave an awkward laugh and said when he got the money he would share a portion with her. but Hong Lang waved it off, refusing because she could not disclose information. Jiang Trite frowned and reminded her that before Tiu Ken had checked his information. Hong Lang replied frankly that she was a reserve member, so she was allowed. This made Jiang Trite uncomfortable, feeling like he had been lured into the Ghost Bureau. Chu Cat Jia pulled him away, saying with his identity it would not be hard to find that person. Hearing the name, Hong Lang immediately stood up and asked again. Jiang Trite clearly said it was Vuong Vim, also known as Flame Demon God. Hearing that, Hong Lang sat down and began searching. As she typed, she asked if he was sure he wanted to find this person. Jiang Trite nodded and said a crazy nickname like that probably was not common. Hong Lang turned the screen for him to see the profile. The profile recorded that Vuong Vim was once the vice high priest of the Light Society, missing in the strange world since 2023. Jiang Trite was shocked because logically this person should have died last year, but the data contradicted the information he had, making him think. He believed either the profile was wrong or the Ghost Bureau did not know this person was still alive. However, he did not say it out loud and only remarked that this person seemed strong. Hong Lang replied that was obvious. He had eliminated many high-level challenges. Jiang Trite still stubbornly insisted the other party owed him money. Hong Lang did not bother arguing, telling him to go rest and remember the banquet tomorrow. The two left, the door closing behind them. As soon as they left, Hong Lang immediately took out her phone. He called her superior to report that Jiang Trite wanted to investigate Vuong Vim. The person on the other end asked for the name again. She confirmed it was Flame Demon God. The other party fell silent because the matter was quite complicated. The scene shifted outside. Chu Cat Jia curiously asked if Jiang Trite was really owed 1 billion. Jiang Trite replied with certainty, no need to doubt. Chu Cat Jia was shocked because the amount was huge compared to his standard. His phone suddenly rang with a strange ringtone. Jiang Trite felt nauseated hearing it, turning to show disdain. Chu Cat Jia did not care and happily answered. After the call ended, he smiled brightly with mystery, smoothed his hair, and bragged he would go meet his fiancée. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. Jiang Trite asked again if it was really his fiancée. Chu Cat Jia handed over the phone to show a picture as proof. The girl in the photo was very beautiful. He proudly introduced her as Lu Yen En-heen. Her family was a powerful force, once helped by his family. He said he had an appointment to meet her, so he was very excited. He even boasted he would show Jiang Trite her unparalleled beauty. Even so, Jiang Trite still had an uneasy feeling. They arrived at private room number 2333. Inside the room were Lu Yen En-heen and many elders sitting. One person raised a glass praising her for becoming more outstanding. Another also complimented her and mentioned the marriage alliance. Lu Kuang proudly said his daughter was already a C-rank challenger. At that moment the door opened. Chu Cat Jia stepped in greeting cheerfully, but Lu Kuang showed a cold attitude. Atmosphere became tense, making Jiang Trite suspicious. He quietly asked if it was a broken engagement, but Chu Cat Jia remained optimistic. Cheerfully greeted Lu Yen En-heen as if nothing had happened, but she only looked at him with disgust. Lu Kuang shouted not to call her so intimately. He scolded Chu Cat Jia as unworthy of his daughter. Another person intervened, clearly stating the annulment. He announced that Lu Yen En-heen already had a more suitable suitor. Jiang Trite was shocked hearing that it was indeed a meeting to break off the engagement. Lu Kuang continued saying Chu Cat Jia had been abandoned by his family, so he lacked qualification. He was even heavily insulted, causing him to remain silent. Chu Cat Jia stepped forward and asked directly. He asked if Lu Yen En-heen truly thought so. He coldly replied that he was not worthy. Jiang Trite could not endure it and stepped out to defend his friend. Kuang disdainfully asked who he was. Jiang Trite angrily retorted. The two sides exchanged sharp words. Chu Cat Jia held him back, reminding him the opponent was a rank. Hong En-hat stepped forward to mediate, but still looked down on Jiang Trite. Jiang Trite proposed a wager duel to resolve it. He said if he won, then there would be conditions. Lu Kuang mocked him, believing he had no ability. Jiang Trite remained calm. He proposed that if he won, then Lu Yen En-heen must become a maid. These words made her furious, slamming the table and standing up in intense reaction. Lu Kuang also stood up, rolling his sleeves, and shouted that this brat was tired of living. Hong En-hat hurriedly intervened, telling him to calm down. Jiang Trite curled his lips into a sneer, mocking whether he did not dare to bet. Even the head of the Deep family dared to sign a life and death pact with me. Provoked, the old man immediately agreed in a fit of anger. He declared that if Jiang Trite lost, then both his life and his friend's life would be forfeit. Lu Yen En-heen objected, but it was useless. After the commotion, Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia left the room. As they walked, he laughed and asked if the other party was stupid. If he lost, then why even bet? Suddenly, Tiu Man appeared in front of him, calling out excitedly. She happily announced she had found what Tiu Mong feared. Inside the prison, Tiu Man stood in front of room number 2, calling him over. It turned out Tiu Mong was afraid of going to school, leaving Jiang Trite speechless. Just mentioning studying made the girl tremble. At this moment, Tiu Mong shrank into a corner, her fear level clearly increasing. Seeing that, Jiang Trite became delighted because this was his specialty. He put on a sweet voice and called out to Tiu Mong. Then he took out a pile of books, waving them around while threatening her with all kinds of studying. He even pressed books against her face, making the girl extremely terrified. The fear level surged to 50. The roulette wheel appeared, but he noticed a strange attribute named Lazy Glutton. This confused him because he did not understand why that was considered an ability. Watching the spinning pointer made him extremely nervous. If it landed on that attribute, then he would be finished. Fortunately, he obtained the ability Yin Yang Ghost Eyes. From outside came Chu Cat Jia's voice calling. He peeked in and asked if Jiang Trite had diarrhea to take so long. Jiang Trite stepped out calmly saying he was just using the restroom. But Chu Cat Jia was crying, his eyes swollen. Jiang Trite shook him asking the reason, thinking it was because he was moved. But Chu Cat Jia said he had just caused a huge disaster. Jiang Trite irritably asked why, since he had stepped up to help. Chu Cat Jia admitted he was grateful, but still felt it was too reckless. Now he could only follow it through to the end. Chu Cat Jia asked what if they lost. Jiang Trite replied that before dying, he must delete the data on his phone. Both of them received a message at the same time. They were invited by Hong Lang to go next door to eat. Jiang Trite looked at his friend, guessing he was heartbroken, abandoned by his family, and then having his engagement broken. Chu Cat Jia's background must not be simple. Hong Lang welcomed them, patting Chu Cat Jia on the shoulder, teasing him as a lovesick fool. Jiang Trite suspected they had been eavesdropping. Ngim Dai Bang interrupted, telling everyone to sit down and eat. He said the previous battle was very dangerous and mentioned the undead lord. Its ritual failed because it did not obtain the demon heart. This made Jiang Trite understand somewhat. Ngim Dai Bang said someone had interfered with the process. Chu Cat Jia was about to claim credit, but Jiang Trite covered his mouth. Jiang Trite changed the topic to the sacrifices of others. Suddenly realized Chu Dung was absent. Hong Lang said Chu Dung was in the hospital. Jiang Trite worriedly asked about his condition. Everyone remained silent, avoiding the topic. He pressed, asking what had happened. Hong Lang said he should focus on increasing his strength. Jiang Trite slammed the table in anger. He said he could not ignore Chu Dung. Chu Cat Jia tried to calm him down. Jiang Trite forced himself to calm down. Ngim Dai Bang said they suspected the Deep family was raising ghosts. Chu Dung had been bitten and injured by that creature. Without an antidote, he would be contaminated and could turn into a demon. The atmosphere became heavy. Jiang Trite angrily asked why they were still eating. He suggested capturing Deep Sun to ask for the antidote. He believed they must force them to confess. Chu Cat Jia stopped him. Ngim Dai Bang said Deep Sun might not know. Jiang Trite doubted that. He explained only Deep Truong Than was connected to the Light Society. Jiang Trite said he would go find him himself. Ngim Dai Bang advised not to act in anger. Chu Cat Jia also advised him to calm down. Jiang Trite realized he had lost control and apologized. He understood everyone was also worried about Chu Dung. Ngim Dai Bang said his reaction was normal. He asked if they knew why they had gathered here. They had found more than 100 corpses in the case. Deep Truong Than could not have done it alone. Light Society also did not appear directly. Jiang Trite understood there must be someone assisting. Ngim Dai Bang confirmed they had colluded with other forces. In Thien Than, the Yi family's power is only on par with the Tyne family, and the Tyne family has a deep grudge against the Bright Society, so naturally they cannot stand out to help this organization. The other families all dislike the Bright Society, so in the end only the Hong family remains noteworthy. According to Tiu Tiu, the Hong family is the strongest demon-slaying force in Thien Than. The head Hong Kan is famous for his benevolence and often does charity. But when we investigated the Yi family, we encountered countless obstacles. While when we switched to the Hong family, we gathered a large amount of information in just one session. During this, everything became quite clear. Chu Cat Jia immediately asked what the purpose of gathering here for a meal today was. Hong Lang nodded and explained that the Grand Hotel of Thien Than belongs to the Hong family. Today there was news that the 3 major families would send people, so they booked a room next door for convenient monitoring. Jiang Trite understood and asked if there were any valuable clues yet. It turned out this meal was just a pretext for investigation. Ngim Dai Bang said that all the missing people had appeared at the Hong family hotel. But despite exhausting every effort, they still could not find any trace, because everything was hidden too well. Jiang Trite pondered and judged that this case was indeed not easy. There were no signs on the surface. Even hidden areas revealed nothing. Suddenly he had an idea and told Ngim Dai Bang that he could try a method. As he spoke, he activated Yin-Yang Ghost Eyes, causing his special eyes to appear. When the ghost eyes opened, all traces of demons could hardly be hidden. because all things leave marks of existence, even allowing detection of other abnormalities. He thought he would see traces of harmed demons, but it seemed this ability was not just simple yin-yang perception. This time he had clearly gained a great advantage. Suddenly Jiang Trite froze. His golden eyes stopped at the edge of the table where faint traces remained. Something erased but not completely hidden, clearly bloodstains. He immediately examined closely and discovered the table was full of blood marks. Even clear handprints were present. The floor was also splattered with blood everywhere. Jiang Trite's unusual expression drew everyone's attention. Hong Lang asked worriedly what was wrong. Jiang Trite seemed to be suffering pain in his eyes. The pain spread. He said this room had a problem because blood was everywhere, causing Engim Dai Bang and everyone to change expression. Chu Cat Jia asked in shock if this was blood. Could this place be like a haunted house? But Engim Dai Bang still asked if there were any other traces. It must be known that during previous inspections, his team had used every method without missing any spot, yet saw no blood. Yet Jiang Trite discovered it, but he believed it was real because that expression could not be fake. Jiang Trite said to let him continue searching, then began moving around the room. He wanted to see if there were more discoveries. On the floor were dragging footprints along with blood trails. The numbers showed it was not just one person. He immediately opened the door and rushed out. Engim Dai Bang reacted extremely quickly as well. He stood up and assigned Kin Thak and Hong Lang to go with Jiang Trite, while Tiu Tiu and Ti Lo stayed to monitor the next room. Chu Cat Jia was also kept behind. Hong Lang and Kin Thak quickly followed, while Jiang Trite became more and more hurried because his predictions seemed correct. That is right, the blood trail extended to a hidden passage. He kept observing as he moved without stopping. Despite the intense pain in his eyes and rapid consumption of ghost power and mental strength, his vision gradually blurred. He still endured. The closer to the truth, the greater the chance to save Chu Dung. That thought drove him forward. Finally, he reached the end, opened the emergency door, and stepped into another space. Jiang Trite gritted his teeth against the pain, looked around and realized the blood trail ended. In front of him was an object resembling a freezer. He withdrew the ghost eyes because he no longer had the strength to maintain them. Reaching here was already his limit. Exhausted, he collapsed. Fortunately, Hong Lang caught him in time, while Kin Thak had removed his glasses. He used Eagle Eye Ghost technique to see through the freezer door. This distance was enough to observe clearly. And seeing inside, Kin Thak wished he had not seen it. He put his glasses back on and told everyone to step back. Jiang Trite was surprised after coming this far only to be told to retreat. Kin Thak pointed to his head and said he already knew what was inside. That scene should not be seen. Moreover, there might be traps, so they must be cautious. In another nearby place, a man was loudly arguing with a little girl, claiming to be a lawyer and fearing no one. The girl opposite remained completely calm, replying that he had a problem and this was their room, not his. The man angrily insisted he was not crazy and demanded to argue to the end. The girl calmly mocked him again. In the end, he left but still threatened to return for revenge, just as Engim Dai Bang's group arrived. Talking with Chu Cat Jia about a new skill, Jiang Trite noticed that man. Chu Cat Jia asked what was wrong. Jiang Trite said nothing, but in fact he felt that person had a familiar aura. He entered the room the man had just tried to enter. Hong Lang asked his identity. Tiu Nhu said she did not know him. He had barged in claiming it was his room. Tiu Nhu asked why everyone returned so early. Hong Lang replied they had found clues thanks to Jiang Trite and asked about Chu Dung's condition. Tiu Nhu fell silent, then said the situation was not good. Jiang Trite hesitated and asked whether he could go in to see Chu Dung, and was immediately allowed. The ward door opened. Jiang Trite stepped inside. He saw Chu Dung lying on the bed, his shoulder severely bitten. The wound was terrifying with bruised blood, torn flesh, his head shaved, his body connected to many tubes. Hong Lang explained that after being injured he fell into a coma, now surviving only with machines. They took turns caring for him and had not told earlier to avoid affecting Jiang Trite's match. The scene made even Chu Cat Jia unable to hide his worry for Chu Dung. His injuries were extremely severe. Jiang Trite did not hesitate, took out Buddha Hand Blood and gave it to Hong Lang, asking if it could help, shocking her. Buddha Hand Blood, though low grade, has the ability to regenerate flesh. They had once wanted to buy it but could not. Jiang Trite said it was a mission reward. As long as it was useful, it was fine. Then placed it in Hong Lang's hand and mentioned Chu Dung's past favor. He had helped him, so he also wanted to do something in return. Engim Dai Bang stepped forward, patted his head in praise, saying Jiang Trite had helped a lot, and thanks to him they found the secret freezer storage. Thak explained the Hong family had set up a formation near the basement, causing anyone approaching to experience illusions. Even using mental power could not detect it. Therefore, they had found no clues before, while Jiang Trite's ability seemed able to bypass this obstruction. The path he led them through appeared as a dead end to others. Jiang Trite did not care and asked why after finding it they did not enter. Kin Thak replied that doing so would cost their lives. He had probed and saw about 20 dismembered corpses and 10 intact bodies inside the storage. Each corpse had identical runes. That was a mark belonging to a king in Thien Than. Were plotting to recreate an SSS-level demon in this world. Tanlo was shocked and suggested immediately controlling the Hong family and Yi family to destroy the plan, even if it caused disturbance. Engim Dai Bang nodded, but said doing so might make them lose the antidote. Without it, Chu Dung would turn into a demon. At that time, he would lose control, and none of them could bring themselves to strike him down. The room fell into silence because no one could face that. A person turned into a ghost loses consciousness, becomes a demon that only knows how to attack and can only be eliminated. Chukat Jia suggested calling experts from elsewhere. They were not lacking SSS-level individuals. As long as they were mobilized, the matter could be resolved quickly. Tiu said if they called SSS-level individuals, the other side could do the same. Just like countries with nuclear weapons, they restrain each other so no one wants to use them unless forced. Jiang Trite angrily slammed the table and asked why it had to be like this. Clearly all were human, yet those two families opposed humanity itself. No one could answer. Even Engim Dai Bang only said that human nature is very complicated. Suddenly he asked whether Jiang Trite was investigating the flame demon god King Veem. King Veem is the 24th executor of the Bright Society. Even he is not that man's opponent. The records state that he has died in the demon world, but this information still raises many doubts and cannot be verified. However, I can reveal one thing. For many years, King Veem has been searching for a headless tone. Hearing this, Jiang Trite felt like struck by lightning, as he realized that man was searching for Tiu Man. Tiu Man's head is in King Veem's hands, yet he continues to hunt for her whereabouts. This is truly puzzling. Ngim Dai Bang stood up and walked closer to Jiang Trite, saying that when the right time comes, all doubts will resolve themselves. Some things should not be asked, and some people should not be sought. The most important thing now is to improve strength and resolve the matter with the Yi family first. He assured that the ghost issue would be handled properly. Chu Dung would not turn into a ghost slave. I've never stopped fighting, so you should not falter either. Jiang Trite nodded and said he understood. After finishing the discussion, Jiang Trite left. He and Chukat Jia were returning when they were suddenly stopped by a strangely dressed Taoist. That person greeted them like a wandering fortune teller. He said he could see a knot in Jiang Trite's heart and advised him to stop and listen for a moment. Jiang Trite and Chukat Jia observed the young man pretending to be a Taoist, holding a fortune-telling banner from head to toe. Then Jiang Trite stepped forward and scolded him, saying he was young, yet instead of studying, he pretended to be a mystic to deceive people, also warning that he had learned anti-fraud measures, so do not try to fool him. After speaking, he was about to leave. The Taoist was not angry and only smiled, saying everyone has their own fate. What is destined should not be rushed. Jiang Trite laughed and asked if he had ever heard that fate is determined by oneself. Taoist asked back how one could know whether the path chosen matches the original intention. If fate cannot be changed, then follow nature. Saying this, he lowered his glasses, revealing dark red eyes. Jiang Trite remained silent and stared, then only gave a faint, cold smile, clasped his hands and thanked him, but still believed in his own choice. The Taoist raised 5 fingers and smiled, saying no need for courtesy. 51 yuan. Jiang Trite asked who still uses cash these days. The Taoist immediately took out his phone, inviting him to scan the code. Jiang Trite turned away and walked while saying his phone camera was broken. Taoist could only fall silent, wondering why this person was so stingy. When looking after Jiang Trite, the Taoist noticed someone following and turned to ask if he wanted a fortune reading. He said fortune-telling without payment would not be done. If Jiang Trite saw that person, he would surely recognize him as the one who argued with Tiu and Hu. That man snapped, telling him not to block the way, also warning the fake Taoist not to scam because he was a law student. Taoist sighed, thinking he was a fellow practitioner, making that man furious and shout that he was a lawyer, not a sorcerer. That man cursed and demanded he move aside. The Taoist still smiled, saying good and evil are within a single thought. He directly asked why that man was secretly following that person. Clearly his tracking skill was poor, so he was exposed immediately. That man revealed a gloomy aura and warned the Taoist not to interfere in his matters. The Taoist began forming hand seals and chanting, summoning mysterious Taoist arts. He shouted soul capture and threw a talisman toward that man. The man had no time to react as the talisman flew over. The talisman turned into golden light, binding that man tightly, causing him to shout in panic. His body began to distort, his face tearing apart as if not human. The binding talisman was broken. The Taoist pushed up his glasses. He smiled cunningly, saying, finally revealed yourself. Suddenly heavy rain poured down. The two faced each other in the... The Taoist remained calm while that man broke free and charged forward. He rushed forward with his true face exposed. Red flesh protruded horrifyingly, sharp claws reaching out to attack. Taoist drew talismans while chanting, mobilizing yin-yang and the 8 trigrams. Rainwater gathered under command and attacked the demon. Demon was trapped by water like before and could not escape. The Taoist continued to cast fire techniques from his fingertips. The demon asked in despair about the Taoist's identity. The Taoist only smiled, saying identity is not important. What matters is the sins he committed. The flames burned to the soul, making him scream in agony. He realized this was samadhi, true fire, capable of destroying the original body. The demon begged for mercy, saying he only followed orders and warned that everyone would die. The Taoist remained silent. The firelight reflected on his glasses as he watched the scene. Demon was burned until red flesh was exposed and trembling, saying everyone would die. In the end, he was burned to ashes and collapsed. The Taoist sighed, saying there was a restriction so nothing could be extracted. It must be related to the bright society. At this moment, an old man with a red mark on his forehead appeared in spirit form. He asked why he interfered. The Taoist replied he did not intend to intervene, but that form was too ugly and shook his Tao heart. As it was raining, he cleaned up to avoid being discovered by the Ghost Bureau. The Taoist turned and left, flames still burning behind him. In Lin High City that same night, inside the Ghost Investigation branch, a room echoed with the sound of weapons cutting through air. The one training was to Tiu Kan. Katana in her hand, cut through rows of pillars in just a few strikes. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Tiu Kan stopped and opened the door. The visitor was KL, asking if she was still training. She handed over 2 cups of milk tea, saying one was for Tiu Kan. KL sat down drinking while saying Tiu Lam wanted to invite her to a birthday, but hesitated, fearing she would refuse. He had been here for a long time, yet never joined gatherings, so everyone wanted to get closer. Tiu Kan's ghost spirit appeared, advising her to agree. It said Tiu Lam valued her greatly, and people should cherish the present. Seeing her silent, KL said if she did not like it, then forget it, and asked about entering the demon world with Jiang Tri. Tiu Kan tightened her grip on the cup and said she would enter. KL nodded, saying she would call her when they depart. Tiu Kan then said she would attend Tiu Lam's birthday. KL was stunned for a few seconds, unable to believe it. Then she hugged her excitedly and invited her to prepare a gift. Next morning in Thien Than, Jiang Ian adjusted Jiang Trite's collar, telling him to be careful and prioritize staying alive. Chu Cat Jia stood beside, smiling, foolishly asking to adjust his clothes, making Jiang Trite uncomfortable, while Jiang Ian only gave an awkward smile. Jiang Trite pulled Chu Cat Jia away and told his sister to take care of herself. Immediately after, he stepped into the demon world again. The system reminded that appearance could be changed for free the first time. Jiang Trite smiled. First time entering the demon world that year, I was only a level 0 master. Yet in less than a month, I reached level 5. Ghost power also increased to D rank. As for appearance modification, how should it be done? In Jiang Trite's mind, a face gradually appeared. He did not know what form he would become. He smiled faintly and said he had an idea. The scene shifted to another place, a space of clear sky and white clouds. The system announced this was Sunshine Mental Hospital with the world's top equipment and medical techniques. Patients admitted here all undergo strict evaluation. The main mission is to play the role of a patient and help the only normal person escape. The system reminded that failure in role-playing would result in severe punishment, also implying that perhaps you originally belong here. The ward, Jiang Trite in the form of Chu Cat Jia, was sleeping deeply when he suddenly woke up. He sat up, remembering the challenge lasted 15 days. If not completed in time, there would not be enough preparation time for the battle with Deep Truong Than. However, the longer the time, the greater the reward. So for now, he decided to focus on the challenge. He also did not know whether he would meet Chu Cat Jia. At that moment, a noise sounded outside the door. Several other patients walked in. A tall, thin man with glasses smiled and told a story about someone asking how many cows 1 yuan could buy. He answered 90 and mocked the other for being foolish. A patient with 3 tufts of hair looked displeased. He looked at Jiang Trite and asked why he kept staring, feeling that he was very strange today. The atmosphere became strange as everyone focused on him. Jiang Trite forced a smile and told himself he had to blend in. Since he wore Chu Cat Jia's face, losing face did not matter. He pretended to be foolish and asked who he was because he could not remember his name. The 3 others silently looked at him with evaluating gazes. Tiu Man sighed, saying he was playing the role wrong, more like a fool than a mental patient. One patient stepped forward and patted his shoulder, comforting that he was pitiful for forgetting himself. The 3 tuft-haired man told that person to rest, then claimed he would help him remember. Said Jiang Trite once fought everywhere, killing countless enemies. His reputation made others tremble upon hearing it, making opponents kneel and beg for mercy in panic. A glorious warrior standing at the peak, unmatched by anyone. Hearing this, Jiang Trite was shocked and asked what his name was. The other seriously answered, beautiful maiden. Name made him pale, unable to believe such a domineering identity had that name. Seeing him silent, the other asked if he remembered now. Jiang Trite forced a smile and admitted he was beautiful maiden to avoid suspicion. The three-tuft-haired man asked if he remembered him. Jiang Trite directly replied, crazy person. The other shook his head saying, although everyone is crazy, he is different. He leaned close to Jiang Trite and whispered a secret. Jiang Trite listened carefully. It turned out he claimed he was insane. Left Jiang Trite speechless, feeling he was about to go crazy as well. The other told him not to tell anyone. Jiang Trite sighed, thinking he was still more normal than them. At this moment, the door opened. A female nurse walked in asking to check the room and take roll call. Jiang Trite was surprised because the nurse was beautiful, completely different from his imagination of a place full of strange people. The nurse called names one by one like Dr. Truong and Professor Tun. Crazy Lee was the three-tuft-haired man. Finally, she called beautiful maiden. Jiang Trite still secretly complained they were not staying in character. When called again under everyone's sharp gaze, he was startled. He quickly acted foolish and answered present. The nurse nodded and told them to rest early. One person asked if they could eat late night. The nurse replied as long as they did not leave the room they could do anything. That person happily agreed. Another said dinner was spicy, so late night would be the same. Jiang Trite felt afraid hearing this, feeling they were too terrifying. He looked around and saw the door was locked. The room only had beds and a bathroom, so he decided to search. He walked to the door and saw a modern fingerprint lock, which surprised him. At that moment, Crazy Lee appeared asking what he was doing, making him jump. Remembering he was still with 3 patients, he pretended to hug the door, saying he liked it. The system also reminded him his role-playing was not good. Fortunately, the other believed it and even gave blessings, then reminded him to sleep or he would be taken for surgery. Jiang Trite asked what surgery was, whether it was transformation surgery. The other was surprised. He had to pretend to be foolish to get through it. Night fell, the 3 others slept soundly while he tossed and turned. The man asked why he was not sleeping. He was still awake. He was irritated because he could not sleep peacefully beside 3 lunatics. He thought about the clue of surgery when the door suddenly opened. His heart pounded in fear. The doctor, like a ghost, walked in, making his spine turn cold. He could not move, so he called Tiu Man in panic. The doctor approached and asked why he was not asleep. He was anxious and unable to resist. The system reminded that the doctor wanted surgery to make patients more obedient. Jiang Trite understood that this was the attending doctor. The doctor leaned close to his face and smiled, seeing he opened his eyes. But some people sleep with eyes open, so it was not easy to distinguish. Jiang Trite tried to stay calm and regulate his breathing. Finally, the doctor left. He then breathed a sigh of relief. Tiu Man praised him for doing well. He sat up and asked why she did not help him. Tiu Man explained that was a C-rank demon skilled in mental attacks, so she could not act carelessly. Jiang Trite only shrugged because challenges had never been easy. The next morning, strange singing of patients echoed everywhere. Crazy Lee woke up and stretched comfortably, looked at Jiang Trite, and said, beautiful maiden looked uglier today. Dr. Truong patted his shoulder, asking if he did not sleep again, and said he would research a solution. Jiang Trite forced a smile and asked what that was. The other said he would research a technique for men to become pregnant. Hearing this, he was shocked, unsure if he misheard. The other even asked whether he preferred a boy or a girl. He replied he wanted both, making the other happy. At mealtime, something terrifying was placed on his tray. He looked at the dish, hesitantly, not knowing whether to eat, while the person beside him ate enthusiastically. Tiu Man appeared gently, saying this dish was edible. There was no human meat. Jiang Trite frowned and replied, was she foolish? The issue was not the ingredients, but that it did not look like food for humans. At that moment, a beautiful nurse approached, with a seductive figure, smiling as she said, after eating, remember to take medicine. Crazy Lee immediately swallowed 2 pills, happily saying he liked taking medicine the most. Jiang Trite looked at the pill in his hand thoughtfully, wondering whether medicine meant for these patients would cause side effects for a normal person. Seeing him hesitate, Crazy Lee asked why he had not taken it, reminding that they all had illnesses so they could not skip medicine. The nurse gradually lost patience, though still smiling, her eyes were dangerous. Crazy Lee hurriedly urged him to take it quickly or he would be beaten. Jiang Trite pretended to put the pill in his mouth, intending to hold it and spit it out. But as soon as it touched his tongue, the pill dissolved instantly, leaving him no time to react. Seeing this, the nurse praised him for obediently taking the medicine. She said today everyone performed well, so the park would stay open longer, making the patients cheer. Jiang Trite also followed along so as not to draw attention. At that moment, he saw a familiar face. A white-haired patient ran past. It was definitely Chu Cat Jia. He immediately ran over to stop him, and shouted for him to stop. Cat Jia saw his own face on someone else and cursed it. He asked in panic why Jiang Trite had turned into him. The two stared at each other in swapped bodies awkwardly. Finally, Jiang Trite sighed, saying this time it was a draw. Cat Jia reluctantly agreed. Jiang Trite asked whether he had found any clues yet. Cat Jia replied he was preparing to become a tree with his roommate. He said the weather was nice, so they had to go photosynthesize, then waved and left. Jiang Trite stood there confused, suspecting Cat Jia had been assimilated. In the park, the patients began their strange play again. Some lay on the grass looking at the sky and remarking how nice the weather was. Winter sunlight was gentle, the breeze cool, the scene peaceful like the real world. Dr. Truong approached and asked Jiang Trite whether he wanted to leave the hospital. He said he would help him get out after completing his research. He asked why he chose him. Jiang Trite joked that it was because he was beautiful maiden. Dr. Truong laughed, saying it was because he often shared delicious food. He revealed he was not a patient, but came here for research and was willing to sacrifice everything for his ideals. Jiang Trite thought the mission was to save a normal person, so he began to doubt him. But right after that, he looked at a hand-drawn watch and said he had to attend a meeting. Jiang Trite was speechless, realizing he almost believed a madman. Dr. Truong even showed off the handmade watch and promised to buy him one. Jiang Trite nodded casually, saying he wanted the same type. He then added another secret about souls being bound after taking medicine. Jiang Trite realized those words were very clear-headed, making him suspicious. He felt this hospital hid many secrets. Looking at the strange patients, he asked Tiu Man about the demon levels. Tiu Man said it could not be determined because this place was too strange. One patient held a sword shouting arrogant slogans. Another used slippers as weapons and shouted demanding money. Cat Jia and his companion pretended to be trees again, making Jiang Trite's face darken. He felt as if he had fallen into an enemy nest. Tiu Man said it was hard to distinguish who was demon or human. They were isolated within their roles, making it difficult to maintain sanity living among lunatics. Tiu Man saw him distracted and asked if he was all right. Jiang Trite felt dizzy and thirsty. He guessed it was a side effect of the medicine and asked further. Tiu Man said she did not know because she had never taken this medicine. Another nurse assistant approached asking if he needed water. She said it was just normal water. Jiang Trite took the cup and immediately dropped it because it was too hot. The assistant asked what was wrong with him. He stepped back, saying the water was too hot. The assistant's expression changed instantly, and she drank the entire cup as if nothing was wrong. Even though her mouth was burned, she still said the water was not hot, making him terrified. Jiang Trite realized he had been tricked and misspoke. The assistant immediately called others because she thought he was unwell. Seeing them rush over, he was frightened but could not resist. He was dragged away despite trying to explain he was fine. The assistant smiled, saying they were just taking him for a check. He was taken into an operating room full of terrifying instruments. The hazy space made him dizzy. He looked at the lights and heard the system reminder. He did not want patients to truly recover because it would affect their interests. They only pretended to treat and were testing him. Tiu Man suggested eliminating them, but he refused because he feared failing the mission. The assistant demanded he answer questions, saying if he answered correctly, he would have a chance. The first question asked whether he admitted he was ill. He reacted strongly and denied it. Second asked how to flush water. He answered using a spoon. The last asked his gender. He answered he was female. He even affirmed he was beautiful maiden. They concluded he had not recovered, so there was no need to transfer him. Jiang Trite secretly smiled because he passed. The assistant praised him for doing well. He demanded to be released, but instead they took out a large syringe, making him panic. The assistant injected medicine and told him to rest. Jiang Trite's scream echoed as he gradually lost consciousness. Groggily woke up right in his room. The moment he opened his eyes, he sat upright with a face pale as if he had encountered something terrifying. Crazy Lee excitedly said, "Beautiful maiden, you finally woke up. Want to go into the rest room with me?" After saying that, Crazy Lee immediately pulled Jiang Trite straight into the room. Inside, Crazy Lee let out a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, you have no idea last month you were taken away by those people, and I was scared to death." Jiang Trite was startled and asked had I been unconscious for a whole month. Tiu Man appeared calmly, saying, "Ignore him, he is not normal. You were injected this morning and only woke up at night. Calculate yourself how long you were unconscious." Hearing this, Jiang Trite finally relaxed a little. It had frightened him, thinking he almost died. The number of revivals was still there, proving he had not truly died. But what did the nurse inject that made his mind so hazy? Tiu Man stood beside, reminding Jiang Trite not to take the medicine they give anymore. Jiang Trite replied irritably he knew it already and that he had been careless this morning. Tiu Man then threw him a piece of information that while he was unconscious, they stuffed 2 more pills into him. As for the injection, they also gave him one shot on each side of his buttocks. Jiang Trite almost went mad, not understanding what was happening at all. Tiu Man even casually added that you are very fair. Jiang Trite quickly cut her off, saying enough. Tiu Man shrugged, saying she just said what she knew. Although your mental strength is stronger than normal people, if this continues in at most 10 days, you will go insane. Such neural damage cannot be healed even if you return to the real world. Many people have gone mad in the demon world. Be careful. Jiang Trite nodded because this made complete sense. Although previous trials only threatened life, at worst it was just death. But here simply playing a patient while the medicine directly affects the mind. Combined with the initial warnings and the nurse's words, clearly this trial intends to force participants to withdraw from the very beginning. Scene shifted to the common area. Chu Cat Jia, with unstable consciousness, wearing a blank expression, walked up to Jiang Trite and asked, "Hey, do you want to watch ants with me? I will take you to see the whole ant nest." After saying that, he grabbed Jiang Trite's hand and left. Two reached a corner outside the hospital, then crouched down with their heads close together, looking extremely mysterious. Jiang Trite said, "Enough, we should prepare to find a way out. A person cannot lack a brain. First, this trial is no longer simply about life and death. Second, the mission lasts 15 days. I still have a life and death battle to win. I must maintain my best condition to face DTT. Chu Cat Jia immediately replied, "Jiang, did you not listen in class back then? This place is very famous. You cannot leave immediately." Jiang Trite said in frustration, "If I listened in class, would I still be a bad student? What nonsense are you talking about?" Chu Cat Jia explained that Sunshine Mental Hospital is called the Graveyard of Challengers. The mortality rate can reach 90%. Among the few who survive, most also go insane. Less than 5% truly pass. They say once you take the medicine here, you cannot stop midway, or you will go insane or become vegetative. Jiang Trite asked in shock, "Are you serious?" Chu Cat Jia concluded, "Therefore, either leave before taking the medicine or be forced to play the patient for 15 days. Jiang Trite asked irritably, "Why did you not say such an important thing earlier?" Chu Cat Jia cursed, "You think only you are bad at studying? I only remembered after taking the medicine too." Now the two could only grit their teeth and curse because there was no other way. Chu Cat Jia then asked, "My role is a patient who loves animals and plants and likes to imagine becoming them. What about you?" Jiang Trite felt a bit embarrassed and did not want to say just then. A caretaker's voice sounded behind them, asking, "What are you two doing?" Chu Cat Jia and Jiang Trite were startled. Chu Cat Jia turned around and immediately pretended to be foolish, laughing, "Haha, I am watching an ant nest." Jiang Trite turned around, snorted, and said, "Boys should not meddle in girls' matters. I hate men who do not know their limits like you." That caretaker stared at them, as if examining every reaction. Jiang Trite swallowed, nervously hoping to pass. Sure enough, seeing they still appeared abnormal, the caretaker left as if letting it go. But as soon as the person left, Chu Cat Jia returned to the previous topic, asking, "So what is your identity?" Jiang Trite replied wearily, "I am a beautiful maiden who wants to become a beautiful maiden." Chu Cat Jia patted Jiang Trite's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Do not worry, my friend, I am very professional. I will not laugh, haha." Hearing this, Jiang Trite recalled what Dr. Truong once said in the park. It seemed that was not a joke. If he cannot leave, then he can only complete the trial. Yes, but currently the only clue is the mysterious surgery, with no information about the nurse or doctor. The attending doctor is Linda. Could there be a connection? Thinking this, Jiang Trite immediately used yin-yang eyes to observe the surroundings, searching for traces. Enough clues gradually appeared before his eyes. Jiang Trite walked to a nearby wall. On it appeared lines of red writing. Blood, saying the challengers are truly pitiful. They can only be imprisoned here. No one is allowed to leave. Inject me, give me medicine. No one can escape. Everyone will. I, the pitiful challengers, will forever be trapped in this hospital. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have found the clue of imprisoned souls." Jiang Trite stood stunned, staring at those words. Which soul was being imprisoned? Could it be the soul of a participant in the trial? At that moment, another mental patient walked over while tilting his head back and yawning, then suddenly raised both hands. His expression turned bizarre as he shouted loudly that it was time for entertainment. The moment of joy had begun. The surrounding patients also gradually changed. Their appearances became extremely terrifying, their pupils blood red, looking utterly insane. All of them raised their hands to the sky and shouted that they wanted to perform. The party had begun, haha. One man went so mad that he gouged out his own eyes. Blood flowed everywhere, the two eyeballs in his hands still dripping bright red. Yet he only laughed wildly as if he felt no pain. Another patient suddenly rushed forward and tore off the arm of the person beside him as easily as ripping paper. Blood splattered everywhere. He laughed and said thanks for the help, promising everyone would live. His words matched his actions. A large orderly stepped forward, swung his baton and struck the rioters hard on the head, then reported through the radio that the rest room was in chaos. requesting immediate support. Chukat Jia cried out in panic, asking why they suddenly went insane. Jiang Trite frowned and replied, "Are you asking something stupid? We are already mad to begin with." Suddenly Dr. Truong ran over shouting, "Beautiful young lady, follow me," then immediately pulled them away without hesitation. Jiang Trite reacted quickly, grabbed his hand and pulled him to run, speaking urgently while running that, "No, there's no time to explain. Just follow me and you will understand." Another man somehow got a whip and lashed it wildly, shouting as he whipped, even spitting and cursing while demanding his water pipe back. Bald man roared angrily that those nurse beasts still dared to block him, then tore another patient in half with his bare hands. This chaotic scene showed they were truly unmatched lunatics. Si Trung remained calm, hurriedly pulling Jiang Trite away, while Jiang Cat Jia followed behind, whispering whether that person was also a participant. Jiang Trite replied, "That is my roommate. Quickly follow and see what he plans to do. Maybe there is a clue." The frenzied orderlies saw them trying to leave and rushed to block them. Jiang Trite immediately drew his sword. Without hesitation, he stabbed the orderly to death, because right now everyone was killing in chaos. One more life meant nothing. Dr. Truong saw Jiang Trite's decisive action and gave a thumbs up. Indeed, a beautiful young lady, truly an honorary warrior. Jiang Trite smiled and replied otherwise, "Where would the title beautiful warrior girl come from? Where are we going now?" Dr. Truong hesitated, then said, "Let us go. I will take you to my secret base." He led them to an old place, then knelt down in front of the door, leaning close to the lock, picking it while saying, "Fortunately, I learned how to unlock by hand." After fumbling for a while, finally, the door was opened. Jiang Trite breathed a sigh of relief because this place did not seem too dangerous, or the danger was still hidden. Inside was an old warehouse. In the middle of the room was a chair. Beside it was a mannequin leaning against a pillar. Trung suddenly became teary-eyed, called Jiang Trite closer while speaking and rummaging through his body. It looked like he was acting something out. Finally, he took out pill introduced as a vitality enhancer for men. Although not as good as some miracle drug, Jiang Trite's face changed at the sight. Chukat Jia also grimaced at the heavy smell. The doctor frowned and scolded the two for being disrespectful, saying this was his life's work, a drug that helps men become pregnant, an extremely groundbreaking invention. Chukat Jia asked in shock if it was real, then teased Jiang Trite to try it. He immediately cursed back, telling him to try it himself. He asked the doctor whether he brought them here just to give this. The doctor tilted his head and asked, "Did you not want to take it?" Jiang Trite said it just seemed too precious, but killing intent emanated from the doctor. He sneered, saying he had long noticed something wrong with him. Chukat Jia hid behind Jiang Trite in fear, urging him to just take it. Jiang Trite coldly replied taking it would still make him insane. Choose. Chukat Jia naturally did not choose, and the doctor had completely degenerated, his face twisted. He asked, "You are not a beautiful young lady, right? No matter who you are today, you must take it." Then rushed forward to force Jiang Trite. Jiang Trite was not easily subdued. Such tricks could not trouble him, especially with a weak opponent. With a single punch, the doctor was sent flying several meters, the mark of the blow clearly imprinted on his face. His mouth full of blood, he stammered angrily while cursing, claiming himself a future medical genius and hurling vulgar insults. It truly made one irritated. This man was extremely hateful. No one resisted anymore. Immediately after, he fell silent with a sword stabbed into a vital spot. Jiang Trite brushed his hands, saying, "It is quieter now." Chukat Jia beside him shivered involuntarily. Suddenly a strange sound echoed in the room, drawing both their attention. The chair that had been still now flipped back and forth rapidly, even though no one was sitting on it. It kept shaking continuously, causing Chukat Jia to turn pale. He stammered, "Why is that chair shaking by itself when there is no wind?" Jiang Trite calmly replied, "There is someone on it," making Chukat Jia startled as he shouted, "Do not scare me." The chair shook more and more violently, proving his words were true. No matter how he looked, Chukat Jia could not see anyone. The chair was clearly empty. He panicked and knelt down, clasping his hands to pray, asking for forgiveness for unintentionally offending. Jiang Trite carefully observed and clearly saw a man sitting there. Perhaps Chukat Jia could not see spirit bodies. Perhaps due to the effect of the ghost child, Jiang Trite remained calm. He stepped forward and politely asked if he could help that person. Tiu Man said a low-level spirit was not worth worrying about, far inferior to the one encountered in the dorm. But Jiang Trite still cautiously held his sword. He carefully observed the man before speaking to ask. The man opened his mouth, but only said a single word, "medicine." Jiang Trite thought he heard wrong, frowned and asked again. That spirit suddenly became insane. Blood and drool flowed out, his eyes sunken, his body gaunt, shouting for medicine, then denying he was sick. The piercing scream forced Jiang Trite to cover his ears and step back. A foul stench spread. Rambled about treatment, almost completing the mission, wanting to leave this place. Unable to see anything but sensing a terrifying aura, Chu Katjia quickly hid behind Jiang Trite, asking what was happening. The man was filled with killing intent, only able to shout for medicine. His gaze gradually dimmed, but still stared fixedly at Jiang Trite. His mind echoed the words, "Give me the medicine," and he understood that this spirit might also be a participant in the trial. Outside came the voices of orderlies. It seemed the locked door had drawn their attention. Kat Jia looked at Jiang Trite, saying someone is coming, but the clue is right in front of us. What should we do now? Jiang Trite had no other choice. He turned to Chu Kat Jia and urgently asked, "Do you have any medicine?" Chu Kat Jia searched his pocket, then took out a pill. It was something he picked up during dinner. He had kept it earlier. Jiang Trite took the pill and stepped forward. Heading toward that spirit, he smiled kindly and said, "Come on, big brother. It is time to take your medicine." The man tilted his head back and swallowed it easily. After taking it, he showed signs of regaining his senses, although still somewhat dazed. He was more stable than before. He looked at Jiang Trite and asked, "Are we the same?" Outside at this moment came more urgent. The people outside grew impatient, banging on the door and shouting for those inside to come out. Jiang Trite immediately urged, "Quickly tell everything you know. There is no time left." Man trembled, crying as he said, "Card. The door-opening card saved them. Do not trust those people. There is a clue in the bathroom. Run quickly, her." Jiang Trite frowned and asked, "Who is she?" The words were too fragmented and unclear. As soon as he finished speaking, he screamed again. Chu Kat Jia covered his ears and cursed. This sound was completely unlike anything a human could make. The man became insane again, as if bound to the chair, screaming continuously about killing and searching for medicine. Tiu Man said this man is not right. His human consciousness has completely disappeared. Jiang Trite was unwilling, covering his ears while trying to think. He pondered the words he had just heard. The door-opening card, the bathroom, and who she was. Everything was too chaotic for him to understand. Chu Kat Jia whispered that the orderlies were about to come in. Just as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open. Several orderlies rushed in, shouting who was here. Chu Kat Jia saw them and immediately rushed forward, crying, pretending to be pitiful. He hugged the leg of a bald orderly and trembled as he said he was so scared. He even accused someone of forcing him. Chu Kat Jia's acting was truly professional. After saying that he could only silently apologize to Jiang Trite, all for the mission. Jiang Trite at this moment only wanted to beat him up. Tiu Man was also speechless, saying he suited the role of victim very well. Chu Kat Jia hugged the orderly's leg and pointed at Jiang Trite, shouting to quickly catch him because he wanted to do something bad. Jiang Trite stepped forward and explained that he was just a weak, beautiful young lady. How could he harm anyone? The orderlies were stunned by the absurd coordination, then concluded that due to the chaos they had run to the wrong place, deciding to take them back to their room. Thus the two were dragged away. Chu Kat Jia gave a thumbs up praising Jiang Trite's quick reaction. He replied that tomorrow they would continue exchanging clues. That night the moon was bright. All the rooms were lit, but one bed was empty. It was Dr. Truong's bed. Someone said they discovered Dr. Truong had disappeared. No one knew what happened. Someone guessed he had left. Jiang Trite thought that in a sense it was true. Professor Tun believed that a talented person like him would surely find a way to escape, just not sure whether his research had succeeded. Another person asked, "What about the imprisoned souls?" The professor replied if strong enough they would not be confined. At that moment a knock sounded outside the door. A nurse walked in. She pushed a food cart in, smiling as she said everyone had worked hard tonight, so there was extra rations. Each person had a chicken leg and a pill. Jiang Trite took his portion and looked at the pill. Professor Tun ate while asking why he was not eating. Jiang Trite smiled and said he had to maintain his figure. He immediately took Jiang Trite's chicken leg, making him so angry he wanted to explode. Another person asked if he would not take the pill either. He nodded, saying he was full. That person immediately took the pill as well, but the orderly shouted loudly, "Not allowed, everyone must take the medicine," making everyone startled. The orderly demanded the pill be returned, but that person firmly refused to give it back and even demanded more food. In the end, the orderly gave Jiang Trite another pill. It seemed unavoidable. Facing the forced gaze of the orderly, he could only force a smile. Understanding this was a mandatory rule. The orderly threatened that if he did not take it, he would be taken for surgery. Jiang Trite realized he had been noticed. In his mind appeared the image of bloody writing demanding medicine along with that addict, making him even more vigilant. This medicine clearly caused addiction. It absolutely should not be taken, but under supervision it was hard to avoid. Tiu Man advised that if there was no other way he should just take it. Jiang Trite annoyedly told her not to joke. He added that taking more might not immediately cause madness. Moreover, there was no other choice. Jiang Trite looked at the angry orderly and gritted his teeth, swallowing the pill. Seeing that he had taken it, the orderly calmed down and left, telling everyone to rest. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Trite immediately rushed into the bathroom. He tried to vomit everything out, sticking his fingers into his throat to force the pill he had just swallowed out. Tiu Man reminded that the medicine had already taken effect the moment it was swallowed, advising him to return to the celestial prison. Yang Trite clenched his teeth and immediately returned there. As soon as he entered, Tiu Man asked if he still felt dizzy. He realized his mind had become completely clear, no longer uncomfortable. He happily said his current state was very good, not understanding what had happened. Tiu Man explained that the prison existed in the mind, helping recovery and eliminating negative states. Yang Trite asked what would happen when going out. Tiu Man believed it would not be affected. He excitedly said this was like a mobile recovery place, but Tiu Man reminded that there were still limits. Yang Trite smiled, saying it still helped a lot. Tiu Man then asked to go to the water park next time. He agreed immediately, promising to prepare a nice swimsuit. At that moment, his roommate called him. Yang Trite returned to reality, realizing the effect of the medicine had completely disappeared. Thinking about his friend who did not have his advantage, it would probably be very difficult, but today he had gathered some clues. The clues were in the warehouse, the bathroom, and the door opening card. Dr. Trung once said he learned to unlock from a madman, so to investigate they had to leave the room. Therefore, Jiang Trite invited Chu Cat Jia to go out tonight to stargaze. The search officially began. Time passed slowly. In a blink, it was already 2 in the morning. The doctor in charge walked in again to inspect. Seeing that everyone was fast asleep, he nodded in satisfaction, smiling slightly with relief. Noticing everyone was asleep, on the bed Jiang Trite still pretended. He's sleeping deeply, but in reality he was listening to the surrounding movements. When he sensed the doctor had left, he immediately opened his eyes. Chu Cat Jia did the same. The two quietly got out of bed and moved toward the door. Chu Cat Jia began fiddling with the lock. Jiang Trite asked worriedly if it would be fine. Chu Cat Jia smirked and said, "Who do you think I am?" Then muttered a spell to open the door. The door opened immediately. Chu Cat Jia raised his head proudly. Jiang Trite did not hesitate to praise him. The two peeked outside to observe. Jiang Trite used yin-yang eyes to search for traces. Since the clue mentioned the bathroom, they decided to check that place first. They moved to a dark restroom area. Inside, it was completely silent. There was nothing noteworthy, clearly not what Jiang Trite was looking for. After checking many rooms, he began to feel exhausted. The consumption was too great. If he continued like this, he might collapse before finding any clue. Jiang Trite rubbed his eyes uncomfortably. Seeing him constantly searching bathrooms, Chu Cat Jia suspiciously asked were they not going to stargaze. Jiang Trite smiled, saying he needed to use the restroom first. Chu Cat Jia asked if he had a stomachache. Jiang Trite replied he wanted to defecate. Chu Cat Jia wondered since he had gone many times. He could only smile awkwardly, saying he had to find a suitable place. Chu Cat Jia gave a thumbs up praising his pickiness, leaving Jiang Trite speechless. Two continued to another restroom. From behind the door, a strange light shone out. It seemed this time Jiang Trite had found the right place. He excitedly remarked that this place seemed good. Chu Cat Jia hurriedly stopped him because this was a problematic women's restroom. Hearing the words problematic, Jiang Trite became even more interested, blaming him for not saying earlier. Seeing he insisted on going in, Chu Cat Jia fearfully stepped back, making excuses to leave. Jiang Trite could only laugh bitterly. If it was truly dangerous, he had already prepared his sword. His gaze became serious. Thing that frightened all the patients must definitely not be simple. Jiang Trite carefully opened the door. Inside, the light was dim. Space was hazy. As soon as he stepped in, he immediately shivered, turned his head to look behind. In the enclosed room, there was wind which confused him. When he turned back, he saw a girl blowing onto his body, leaving him speechless. He looked up at the light bulb which had stabilized, but then discovered a woman standing there looking at him and smiling. Ghosts in front and behind, he froze. This terrifying scene was exactly what everyone had mentioned. Truly unbelievable. The woman thought he had been frightened, so she smiled smugly. But he startled her when he asked, "Is it not hot holding that?" She replied it was due to work. Awkwardly said she should continue, making her pause slightly. She forced a smile, but began to sense something unusual, and immediately realized something was wrong. She flew toward the girl behind. The girl asked, "You can see us?" He replied, "You smell a bit. How long has it been since you cleaned yourself?" The two ghosts looked at each other, then realized he truly could see them. They hugged each other and screamed in fear, and ran away in panic. The girl ran while panicking, saying he could see her. The woman beside asked if she had dropped anything. The girl replied she could barely save her life. Who cared about anything else? He stood stunned, not understanding why they ran away. Suddenly, he noticed something on the floor. Looking closely, it resembled a card. When he bent down to look, he realized it was a door-opening card. As soon as he touched it, the system notified that he had obtained an important item, the universal card. At that moment, Tiu Man said someone was outside. The two hurried out to check. That person had already left. He asked, was it a player, a spirit, or a staff member? Tiu Man said it was unclear, but she had memorized the order. The next morning in the dining hall, he still ate with Chu Cat Jia. Tiu Man stood beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder, reminding him to look to the right. He looked over and saw a group of patients gathered, asked if it was the one from last night. Tiu Man nodded but could not judge the strength. That man was bragging about his ability to see 5 seconds into the future, astonishing others. He laughed, saying it actually took 6 seconds to activate, leaving him speechless. No matter how one looked, he was a lunatic. He asked Chu Cat Jia, "Who is this person?" Chu Cat Jia said of course he knew. He was once very famous. A man whose superpower changed every day. Once helped Dr. Truong obtain an expensive watch. Quietly pondered, if that man was just a normal patient, then how could he secretly follow him? Participants had to pretend to be insane, so the mission target was likely also acting similarly. He decided he needed to coordinate with Chu Cat Jia to monitor that target together. During park time, the two hid behind a rock observing the group. He asked if he saw that person. It might be the target. Chu Cat Jia replied that was the patient who once sold a watch to his friend. He asked if there was a possibility of pretending. Chu Cat Jia said everyone here was insane. It was hard to confirm identity. He nodded, admitting there was no way yet. Chu Cat Jia laughed, saying he had a method. Last night while doing the mission, he had obtained 2 lie cards. Just by asking, he could tell whether that person was truly insane or not. He held the card confidently and stepped forward, leaving him behind watching with suspicion. At this moment, another patient was showing admiration, saying he wanted to bear a child for the one with superpowers. He stepped forward, used his shoulder to shove him aside roughly, then pretended to be seductive, asking to play cards. If losing, would strip clothes, making that man startled and refuse because he found it perverse. Sighed, having to approach himself to ask about buying the watch. That man said he only had expensive Patek Philippe. He replied he had money but needed to see it first. He took out a brush and began drawing. The orderlies saw that scene and laughed mockingly before leaving. Seeing them leave, he signaled Chu Cat Jia to act. Chu Cat Jia stepped forward, took out the lie card and approached, then directly asked, "Are you insane?" That man did not know it was a trap. He immediately angrily cursed back, asserting he was not insane. He looked at the card showing the word true, confirming the item worked. Chu Cat Jia continued asking softly, "Are you a participant?" That man replied he was not, claiming himself to be a fake superpower user. The card continued to display word true, making him think, if not insane and not a player, then the identity could only be a normal person in this hospital. After confirming, he said he already knew his true identity. He promised he could help him leave this place. That man remained silent, thinking for a long time, finally chose to trust, introducing himself as Tran Phi and recounting how he had been unjustly confined. No one here believed he was normal. If the nurses discovered it, the situation would be even worse. So he had to pretend to be insane and hide the medicine, while begging to be rescued, promising to do anything. He asked if there was a secret escape route. Tran Phi said there was none. Only the iron gate in the park required a key, and the key was in the director's room, which could not be infiltrated normally. He smiled, saying he could unlock it. Tran Phi immediately agreed. They arranged to meet at 9 at night in front of the rest room, then withdrew. The two returned to their hiding spot. Chu Cat Jia said everything was too smooth, so he felt uneasy. Felt the same, so decided to observe further at night. Chu Cat Jia asked if he had a way to open the door yet. He replied his roommate was an expert at unlocking, making him admire. He asked where Chu Cat Jia's room was to open it as well. He replied it was room 667. At night, he woke his roommate, who was sleeping deeply. He gave medicine as payment to ask him to open the door. The other immediately agreed. He took the medicine and confidently said unlocking was his specialty. He asked him to also open room 667. Without difficulty, both doors were opened. Chu Cat Jia stepped out, praising his roommate as reliable. He asked if there were any new clues. Chu Cat Jia took out black glasses, saying these were spirit glasses that allowed one to see spirit bodies. He doubted whether wearing the glasses at night would allow him to see. Chu Cat Jia forced a smile and said it was a bit difficult. Near 1 in the morning on the first floor ward, Tran Phi was already waiting. Seeing them arrive, he said he had found the director's room located behind the operating room. He led the way inside, opened the operating room door. Inside there were still bloodstains and blood-covered instruments. There were drag marks on the floor. Tran Phi pointed to the inner door, saying that was the director's office. He used the door card to open it, surprising Tran Phi. Inside it was pitch dark, with no one present. Tran Phi said the key must be in the drawer and hurried to search. But after searching for a long time, he could not find it. He panicked, saying he clearly heard the nurse say it was here. Suddenly, the sound of a wheelchair approaching came from outside. He immediately became alert, not expecting someone to come at this moment. The door was opened again. The director walked in smiling. Behind him, a spirit doctor pushed a man in a wheelchair. Chu Cat Jia quickly used an invisibility item. He and Tran Phi hid closely behind. They watched as the director sat down. trying to remain completely silent. The man in the wheelchair was pushed in front of the director. Chukat Jia recognized him as someone near his room. He asked whether he was a patient or a player, but no one was certain. On the opposite side, the director flipped through files while smiling falsely, gently greeting Ngo Tiu Min. Ngo Tiu Min responded stiffly, clearly trying to hide the fear in his heart, but the director did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking about the concept of challengers. Seeing the other trembling, he smiled to reassure that he had met many similar patients, people who believed themselves to be warriors in a trial and refused to take medicine because they thought it affected their minds. They still had to pretend to be insane or they would be punished. Ngo Tiu Min at this moment turned pale with fear, while the director calmly continued, saying they believed that enduring 15 days would allow them to leave, and asked if he thought the same. Seeing Ngo Tiu Min remain silent, he said that meant he had guessed correctly, then mentioned that challengers could revive, and asked if he killed him and waited for revival, what would he do? Ngo Tiu Min did not dare imagine that scenario. The director continued to offer him a chance to give up. Ngo Tiu Min replied that giving up would damage his spirit. He laughed loudly, saying this place was just a mental hospital. Everyone was sick. There were no challengers. Everything was just an illusion. Ngo Tiu Min immediately refuted, believing he was being brainwashed. The director narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly, saying he would not stop him. Ngo Tiu Min panicked, realizing he was being led, insisting he could not give up. The director calmly said he had heard this kind of argument many times. If he wanted to prove it, then he should try to escape. He watched while hiding, sweating, never having seen anyone speak so directly about the trial. At this moment, Ngo Tiu Min trembled from fear and confusion. That man tried to convince himself he was a challenger in a demon world, not reality. As long as he survived 15 days, he could leave. The director pointed at his head and asked what if everything was just imagination. Ngo Tiu Min was driven to madness, tears streaming, eyes bloodshot. That man began to doubt everything was an illusion and that he needed to take medicine. The director smiled in satisfaction, signaling the spirit doctor. The doctor behind took out tools and removed Ngo Tiu Min's glasses, then stabbed directly into his eye. When pulled out, only an empty socket remained, blood flowing down. Then the doctor took out a syringe containing multicolored liquid, injected it directly into the brain through the eye socket. An extremely horrifying scene. The medicine took effect immediately. Ngo Tiu Min gradually regained clarity, his eyes returning to normal. The doctor asked again about his identity and awareness. Ngo Tiu Min smiled foolishly, completely losing his mind. The director was satisfied, ordering him to be taken back to room 601, and said no challenger was allowed to leave. Left the room, Chukat Jia immediately dropped the candle. His hand had been burned. He asked if he saw the key. He replied yes. Quickly took the key and withdrew. He searched the desk while thinking about how they destroyed the will of players, making them dependent on medicine and lose awareness. Outside was a hazy space like another world. He opened the iron gate with the key. All three ran outside. Chukat Jia suspected the director already knew their identities. Said they might have a list of suspects. He thought as long as they left the hospital, the mission would be completed. The situation before them made him freeze. The three stood on rocks looking around. He could not help but curse. Tran Phi knelt down in despair, slammed his fist to the ground, and asked why. Chukat Jia frowned with worry. Could it be they had to swim out? He said there must be another way. Tran Phi panicked, asking if they had to return to the hospital. He refused because he feared becoming a fool. He reassured that the gate could be opened at any time. Tran Phi wiped his tears and looked at them, finally nodding in trust. The three returned to the director's office. Chukat Jia wondered why they returned instead of resting. He said he felt something important had been overlooked. Tiu Man appeared, reminding him about the mechanism just mentioned. In this world, humans were not a secret. Demons also had their own missions. Both sides were NPCs to each other and had to follow rules to maintain balance. He nodded slightly, replying that he understood, meaning no matter how powerful demons were, once dragged into the trial, they still had to follow the rules of the environment, and participants were no exception. This trial was not like the night train. It could not be solved by eliminating all demons. The untrustworthy one mentioned in the warehouse was Chukat Jia. Suddenly he shouted that they were playing a ghost game. Hey you, come here quickly and look, I just found this. Beneath the carpet a hidden door was revealed. He and Chukat Jia immediately went down. Chukat Jia still held the invisibility candle in his hand, using it to light the surroundings. The light flickered. It was unclear how deep it went inside. Every step had to be taken with extreme caution. If he used yin-yang eyes to observe the surroundings, he would surely find clues, and when his vision opened, the scene before them made both freeze, chills running down their spines. In the middle of a pool, a naked man was soaking inside. And that person, of course, they both recognized immediately. It was Tran Phi. He said, Jia, do you still remember the clues about the challenger's spirit in the warehouse? Among them, there was a line saying they must be saved. They also said not to trust him, By the time they discovered it now, it was already too late. The situation became more critical than ever. The next morning, when he and Cat Gia were in the yard, they accidentally overheard the orderlies talking that the director was looking for an opportunity to take them for surgery. Fell into thought, observing that several patients were missing. It seemed not only Ngo Tiu Min had been operated on yesterday, but tomorrow it would be his and Cat Gia's turn. At that moment, Tran Fai approached, saying his watch needed maintenance, his tone full of implication. He said he had inquired. Every 3 months a supply ship docked at the island to replenish materials for the hospital, and tonight was when the ship would arrive. This was the only opportunity. He nodded, agreeing to act. After saying that Tran Fai left, he and Cat Gia watched his back. As soon as he disappeared, Cat Gia whispered, asking what he planned to do, whether to continue playing along. He replied, according to last night's information, there would indeed be a ship today. Cat Gia said, but he was clearly fake. Even if captured, it was useless. He thought, then said they should cooperate for now. As for the mission target, he had a new hypothesis. The scene shifted to the ward. His 2 roommates stared at the item in his hand, drooling with desire. That madman reached toward the medicine box, saying this was rare premium goods. He asked where he got it, but he could not say it was from the director's room. He just smiled and asked whether he could open all kinds of locks. The madman chuckled crazily, his eyes fixed on the precious medicine bottle, drooling as he said as long as there was medicine he could do anything. He nodded, saying then help me open room 601 tonight, then handed him the bottle. Professor Tun came closer, greedily asking to try. The madman hugged the bottle tightly, saying it was his share and would not give it to anyone. Ignoring the two arguing, he sank into thought. The director once mentioned Ngo Tiu Min was taken to room 601. Perhaps this was a familiar method. They used this way to confine those at risk, ensuring they could never escape. He did not know what was hidden inside room 601. In front of room 601, Tran Fai, Cat Gia, and he stood waiting as the madman fiddled with the lock. As soon as the door opened, inside revealed spirit bodies wearing patient clothes floating. All of them carried terrifying madness. Cat Gia wore the glasses and could clearly see this scene. He asked whether these souls were challengers who had died before. Seeing them hesitate, Tran Fai grew impatient, urging that he had waited long, asking what they were still doing, not to forget the promise to take him away. He smiled, summoned his sword, saying, "Do not rush. This will not take long." After speaking, he swung his sword, cutting all the threads binding their souls. Restraining threads were severed. He stepped in, saying they were free and should leave, but they still looked confused, not daring to believe. The system displayed a notification of completing the hidden mission to rescue souls, obtaining spirit-gathering grass and ghost thread. The grass could heal mental damage, while the thread was extremely sharp. The thread was nearly invisible, extremely dangerous if not careful. Though called freedom, they could only leave the island as spirits, while challengers wanting to escape was almost impossible. Tran Fai impatiently asked if it was done. He replied coldly that they could go. The group left through the back door. The spirits followed behind them. The director appeared, asking where they were going, saying the patients running around made things difficult for him. He sneered, knowing it could not be avoided, and summoned his weapon. He pointed directly at the director, shouting to stop talking and start, then rushed forward to attack. On the opposite side, the spirit doctor also charged to meet him. That man held the wooden stake that had once pierced an eye, crude but terrifying. The spirit doctor fiercely stabbed down. He quickly dodged aside, then raised his sword to counterattack, but when he thought he had struck, the blade passed through the opponent's body without causing damage. Unable to inflict harm, he began to feel uneasy. Spirit Doctor smiled sinisterly and continued attacking. He quickly retreated to maintain distance and prepare the next move. Sweat poured down as he watched the scene through the glasses with extreme tension. He looked at the director, awkwardly asking whether they should just stand and watch them fight it out. The director laughed, saying he sensed his soul was very strong and pure. Cat Gia forced a smile, thanking him but feeling no joy. The director continued, saying even a strong soul could not withstand pain and evil. From him, a black aura spread toward Cat Gia. He said he would help him be freed quickly. Black smoke slowly entered Cat Gia's head, making him scream in pain. He knelt holding his head. The glasses fell off, his face pale. This was a mental attack. On the other side, the spirit doctor summoned more dangerous shards. Struck by this attack, there would be no chance of survival. He had no choice but. He forced a smile, cursing inwardly. This skill was truly hard to deal with before he could think first. Spirit doctor waved his hand lightly. Instantly, a barrage of sharp ice fragments rushed straight toward him. He dodged while gritting his teeth in anger. Because he could not harm the opponent while being constantly suppressed, this could not continue. He had to find a way to break the situation. Tiu Man appeared, saying some special ghost spirits, though only rank C, were difficult to handle. Normally, he could have defeated them, but this type was immune to physical attacks. Cat Gia's flame could counter it. but right now he could barely take care of himself. How could he help? While he was distracted, an ice shard grazed his shoulder. Blood spraying out, he quickly used bandages to stop the bleeding, quickly treating the wound. Tiu Man reminded him not to lose focus. Fighting demons could not rely only on strength. Asked if she had any method. She replied yes, but would not tell him. Only when he was about to die would she act. He looked at her, not knowing what to say. He asked if one day he and Chu Cat Jia were both gone. Then when encountering spirit entities, would they not be beaten without any chance to resist? Yang Trite forced a smile. Those words sounded like a curse, but Tiu Man was not wrong. He could not rely on others forever. Even with a ghost possessing him, he still could not touch the opponent. Yang Trite dodged to the side, while observing the surroundings to find a way to counter spirit entities. Opposite him, the doctor's spirit entity launched another wave of ice essences. Suddenly, Jiang Trite had a flash of inspiration. Finally thinking of a method, he rushed forward. Each shard of ice was cleanly avoided. This time the opponent could hardly escape. Jiang Trite passed through the attack and closed in on the target. The doctor formed more crystals and laughed loudly, asking if he still dared to charge forward. But once the method was grasped, there was nothing to fear. The opponent still mocked him as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He said Jiang Trite's attack was nothing but a joke, yet Jiang Trite continued to dodge agilely. On the surface it seemed meaningless, but in truth he was setting something up. The doctor kept laughing without realizing it. Jiang Trite only focused on completing the... Finally, the doctor stopped laughing and coldly declared the show was over. But when he realized it, it was already too late. His body could no longer move. Sweat poured out. He looked at the threads around him and asked in panic what they were. Jiang Trite smiled slightly, said goodbye and pulled the threads tight. The threads were thin but extremely sharp. He slipped behind the opponent. A red flash flickered. Jiang Trite stood straight, coldly watching the enemy be destroyed. One life had been harvested. The threads could bind spirit entities in room 601. Naturally, they could also counter this doctor. Tiu Man praised his quick thinking. Jiang Trite said now they had to go back to help Chu Cat Jia. Chu Cat Jia's mind echoed vicious curses, saying he was unworthy of the Jia cat lineage. The cruel insults about his family and his mother caused him extreme pain. Seeing him scream, the director laughed smugly, saying this was how to break his... When his spirit collapsed, he would seize his soul. In the pain, Chu Cat Jia forced himself up, gasping and saying not everyone could manipulate him. Under shocked gazes, he stood up holding his head. He took out a bracelet emitting a strange energy, declaring he was no longer the weak Chu Cat Jia. The director was stunned, unable to believe his C-grade attack could not defeat the opponent. Chu Cat Jia drew his weapon, rarely fighting this seriously. He said the opponent had chosen the wrong method. He should not have used his mother to provoke him. He roared, blue spirit fire surged from the sword and rushed forward. The flames burned the director fiercely. Jiang Trite had to retreat as soon as he approached due to the heat. The director was burned, his skin cracked, smoke billowed. Chu Cat Jia stepped forward, saying this was when he truly shined. After speaking, he turned to call Jiang Trite for help, then realized he had already finished his opponent. Jiang Trite looked at him in disbelief. Chu Cat Jia smiled smugly, asking if he had seen his value now. This moment Tran Fai stepped out from behind. He said he had almost died of fear earlier and was about to thank them. But before he could finish, Jiang Trite swung his sword in a horizontal slash. Tran Fai's head was severed. Blood splattered everywhere. The head fell, the face still filled with shock. When the head separated from the neck, he still saw his body spraying blood. Jiang Trite joked that his acting deserved an Oscar. He analyzed that Tran Fai's appearance had made them suspicious from the start, and staged events to make them believe they had to leave the island quickly, along with the story of a failed surgery and the obstruction. All of it was to create a sense of realism, to hide the true purpose. Jiang Trite asked if that was correct. Director Tran, the severed head, asked how he knew. Jiang Trite coldly said he had been suspicious from the beginning, and guessed that Tran Fai was also trapped on the island. Spirit entities in the storage were arranged by him, but not fully controlled. When people begin to doubt, they easily notice coincidental anomalies. When too many things coincide, it is no longer coincidence. Before I always wondered if both the department head and the doctor were spirit entities. Then who operated this place? At the right moment, Jiang Trite found a large number of documents in that room. Only after reading the confidential information behind the mysterious office door did we confirm his true identity. Tran Fai's body walked forward to pick up the head. He snorted coldly, saying the one in the storage was truly troublesome. After using many methods, his will was still too strong. And you all even dared to come back to investigate. The previous group panicked just from seeing that scene. Tran Fai reattached his head while speaking loudly. Yes, everything was arranged by me. I need challengers to take me onto the ship to leave. That is the only path after years of being trapped on this island. Years I tried every way. Do you think I enjoy being tortured by those lunatics? I have long been sick of this so-called KPI. Jiang Trite frowned and asked, for your own freedom you can deprive others of theirs. What crime have those spirit entities committed? Tran Fai shouted, why not? This is the law of natural selection, the strong survive. The weak are just stepping stones. Jiang Trite raised his hand to calm him, telling him not to get agitated. I never said it was not allowed. Tran Phi laughed coldly, saying it did not matter anymore. Since you know then you can only die, then he would find others to help him lead. Jiang Trite and Chu Cat Jia did not let him have his way. Jiang Trite immediately swung his sword and cut off his head. Behind him, Chu Cat Jia shouted loudly. Tran Phi picked up his head while laughing, saying it was useless. Whether cutting the head or stabbing the heart could not kill him. This was his ability, and indeed as soon as the head was reattached, the wound quickly healed. But before he could stay proud for long, Jiang Trite slashed again, his gaze icy cold. He laughed, asking what was so special about a monster that could not die from decapitation. He had encountered a few before, and none were troublesome. After speaking, he slashed repeatedly. Tran Phi's head flew wildly in the air, hurriedly begging him to stop. He held his head and shouted angrily, cursing if he was insane. Their mission had already failed, but Jiang Trite only smiled and asked who said the mission failed. Tran Phi had just reattached his head and sneered, saying one would not shed tears until seeing the coffin. This time, those words applied to himself, because his head began to show signs of instability. Gradually dissipating, Tran Phi was terrified as he realized he was dying, not understanding why. Jiang Trite explained it was not due to the attack. His ability was not regeneration but duplication. He created a new body to leave while the original body was bound. But now the original body had been destroyed. Tran Phi clutched his head and cried it was impossible. He said he had the operating room key. He was the only one with consciousness. Jiang Trite sat down, saying, "You mean without the key it is impossible to open the secret room and defeat you? Unfortunately, my roommate can open every door," Jiang Trite said coldly. Elsewhere beneath the tank holding Tran Phi's body, that madman stood there, surrounded by shattered glass and overflowing water, holding his head in his hand. Jiang Trite said the true target of the main mission was him, the only normal person. Tran Phi gritted his teeth, unable to believe that person was the key. He only wanted freedom, but his body was gradually disappearing. Jiang Trite said indifferently that freedom had never truly existed in this world. Farewell, Director Tran. At this moment, the ship also docked, and the system notification announcing mission completion rang out. Then a series of rewards were granted. Jiang Trite happily thought this was the hardest challenge, but the rewards were very generous. He received 3 ghost items and 1 D-grade forbidden item. His ghost power increased to 470, only 1 step away from C-grade. He stood on the ship railing looking into the distance. Chu Cat Jia stood beside him calling out to him, then looked toward the madman behind and asked how he discovered it. Jiang Trite said at first he was also frightened by him, but his words were too strange. He said he was a lunatic. That statement made Jiang Trite begin to suspect. After every meal he had to take medicine, yet he had never once asked for more, which was very abnormal. Therefore, before acting, Jiang Trite revealed his identity and plan to him, letting him make a move in the secret room. At this moment, the madman stepped forward, smiling. He reintroduced himself as Lai Truong Tu, then extended his hand. Jiang Trite shook his hand and asked his name. He still smiled as he answered. Chu Cat Jia also introduced himself, causing the person behind to be surprised. Lai Truong Tu said so he was from the Jia cat family. It seemed very famous. He looked toward the distant hospital and said he had been sealed there for 50 years, so he had to disguise himself and wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, he had finally waited for it. His voice was full of relief. He said he wanted to thank them, but had nothing to offer in return. Jiang Trite said there was no need to be polite. Lai Truong Tu nodded and said he hoped they would meet again in the future. Jiang Trite replied if fate allowed, they would certainly meet again. When it was time to leave, the two opened the exit interface, but Jiang Trite saw something strange in the distance. The interface gradually disappeared. He took the chance to look one last time at the water surface, exclaiming in shock, "Was that eerie scarecrow? It had followed him all the way here." In the prison, Tiu Meng slept soundly on the ground, surrounded by books. Jiang Trite rubbed his forehead in frustration. Tiu Man asked what was wrong. He asked if she still remembered the king's heart on the ship. Tiu Man nodded and asked what the problem was. Jiang Trite said the captain once mentioned the Radiant Society wanted to create a king. Was that even possible? Tiu Man said a king was not something easily created. Perhaps they only had the corpse and had not yet cultivated a host. Even so, Jiang Trite still felt uneasy. The scene shifted to the real world, Lin Hai City, where the garrison was heavily devastated. Corpses lay everywhere. Captain Duong was also severely injured, struggling to crawl forward. Suddenly, a high heel stepped on her hand, causing blood to splatter. She screamed in pain. The demon that stepped on her hand pretended to be polite and said, "Oh, sorry, I slipped." This was Ka Jia, the 23rd executive of the Radiant Society. The Shadow Slave, the 3rd executive, removed his hood and laughed, saying he had long heard of Squad 3206. Meeting them in person was indeed different from rumors. In less than 5 days, you destroyed all our arrangements and took all the items. Captain. Duong Than Than with such strength joining the Ghost Bureau was truly a waste of talent. The shadow slave mocked. That man continued saying hand over the king's finger. Duong Than Than gritted her teeth, forced herself to stand and cursed back not to talk nonsense. Do you want it to continue raising ghosts? Do not even dream of it. You will never get it back. Despite being covered in wounds, Duong Than Than charged into battle again. At this moment, a phone ringing from the clothes of a decapitated staff member sounded. One of the group stepped forward to pick it up. The screen displayed the word mother. That man pressed answer on the other end. Was the voice of a woman expecting her child to return for a birthday meal, saying she had prepared many delicious dishes. That man coldly replied, "Hello, are you her mother?" The woman asked for his identity. That man pretended to be polite and said today she could not come back anymore. The woman thought he was a superior and even asked if she could bring the food over. That man replied, "There is no need anymore because your daughter has already been killed by me, all because she joined the Ghost Bureau." After saying that, he threw the phone down. The person on the other end must have fallen into despair. That man turned to Duong Than Than and said coldly this was the inevitable outcome. At this moment a noise came from behind. The shadow slave turned his head and saw a girl. Tiukan had just brought a birthday gift and witnessed this horrifying scene. She could not believe it, trembling as she asked, "Was that person's sister Tiu Lam?" Her body trembled uncontrollably as she stepped closer, not noticing the danger, only muttering, "Why did sister say to wait for her to buy the cake?" Kajia licked his lips and smiled, saying another new prey had arrived. But Duong Than Than could not let her be harmed, taking advantage of the opponent's lapse. He rushed forward and slashed directly at Kajia's face. Blood splattered. Covered in blood, Duong Than Than shouted loudly for Tiukan to run. He only hoped at least that girl would survive. But she was not a match. That strike enraged Kajia, who immediately counterattacked. Numerous wounds appeared on her body. Blood gushed out. Her weapon fell. Kajia said disdainfully that she dared to ruin his face. Truly disgusting. That woman stepped on her, forcing her to apologize. Duong Than Than paid no attention, only weakly telling Tiukan to run. Tiukan could not turn her back and flee. He furiously summoned a ghost spirit to possess her. Kajia stopped in place. Duong Than Than panicked and told her to run, but it was too late. Tiukan did not listen, her mind filled only with thoughts of revenge. The shadow slave raised his hand toward her, then clenched his fist tightly. Hand holding her sword shattered instantly, as if crushed. She quickly switched to her left hand and leapt up to counterattack. The opponent was not weak. The shadow slave squeezed again. The bones in her body shattered. She could not move. Fell to the ground. In front of her was Xiao Lin's head. The image of Xiao Lin smiling in the past appeared. The words about sweets still echoed in her mind. Tiukan, covered in blood, crawled up and swore to kill them all. The shadow slave looked at her and said that gaze felt familiar, but he could not recall. He summoned his weapon. Raising the axe, he coldly said anyone who looked at him like that would die. Duong Than Than hurriedly shouted for him to stop. She said she would hand over the finger's location in exchange for the girl's life. The shadow slave stopped and looked at her like an insect. Duong Than Than said the finger was inside her stomach. He said in surprise that she used her body as a container. She only asked him to spare to Tiukan. Shadow slave thought for a moment, then smirked. He agreed to the deal, calling her Captain Duong. Tiukan looked at her in horror, unable to believe it. If it meant exchanging her life to save herself then. But it was too late. The shadow slave stepped forward and grabbed Duong Than Than's hair, dragged her body across the ground, then pulled her up. Duong Than Than gritted her teeth as the shadow slave's hand stabbed straight into her stomach. Tiukan stood frozen, tears mixed with blood on her face. This scene would likely haunt her for life. Shadow slave rummaged through her stomach while saying, "This is the intestines. This is the stomach. This is the liver. Where is the finger?" Suddenly Duong Than Than laughed. She understood that even with sacrifice she could not let that thing fall into the enemy's hands. Her hand slowly lifted to touch his sleeve, her weak voice saying, "We must protect this world." Immediately after, her body erupted with terrifying energy. Kill them all. Her eyes were cold and filled with hatred as she cast a ghost technique. Self-destruction. Her body turned into an explosion that swept away everything around. The shadow slave was blown back, losing part of his clothes and one arm, his face covered in blood. That man cursed in fury. Kajia stepped forward cursing, saying he should have killed her from the start. That man opened the gate to the ghost realm and reported that Engim Dai Bang had arrived, requesting a retreat. Shadow slave gritted his teeth in frustration, but was forced to withdraw. Not long after, Engim Dai Bang's team arrived, only seeing a bloody scene and corpses everywhere. Engim Dai Bang hurriedly called for Captain Duong, but received no response. Someone reported that a little girl was still alive. It was Tiu. She had luckily survived thanks to their timely arrival. Investigation confirmed that the entire squad, 3206, had perished. In Engim Dai Bang's mind appeared Duong Than Than's request to take care of Tiu Can. He fell silent, then ordered immediate treatment for the girl and to handle the scene. Thien Than City, Jiang Trite returned to visit Chu Dung. He saw Chu Dung had awakened and was recovering well, sitting on the bed smiling in greeting. Jiang Trite happily asked about him. Chu Cat Jia also showed concern for his condition. Chu Dung smiled and said he had woken up yesterday and asked if they had just returned. Jiang Trite nodded and said he had reached C grade. Chu Dung praised him and suggested they join the Ghost Bureau instead of continuing their studies. Hong Lang walked in, tapped Chu Dung's head with a scroll and reminded him to rest. She said she would take the other two away and told him to continue recovering. Jiang Trite could only smile awkwardly. Chu Dung regretfully wanted to say more. Outside, Jiang Trite asked about Chu Dung's condition. Hong Lang said thanks to the Blood Buddha hand he had awakened, but it was only temporary. They needed to find an antidote for full recovery. She said investigating the Radiant Society raising ghosts was very complex, and many places faced similar situations. Yesterday, Squad 3206 in Lin Hai was almost completely wiped out. Jiang Trite was shocked because it was Tiu Can's team.